Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 18, The Demon Lord's Restrained. Burly body slowly tilted his head to the right. A series of continuous black afterimages appeared on the spot, as if these black afterimages were pushing his body to dodge, rather than him doing so voluntarily. With a soft sound, the Demon Lord's left arm, unable to dodge in time from below the elbow, was swallowed by the chaos and nothingness preceding the blade. Silently, his left hand, along with the knuckle duster, was annihilated without a trace in an instant. Along with it, the 10-million-mile expanse of the star realm in the direction of Yongyo's strike was annihilated. Just the aftermath of that single sword strike turned the star realm in that direction into chaotic void. The fragmented energy of the star realm slowly coalesced within it. It would likely take a very long time before it could reform into a star realm once more. With just one strike, this 10-million-mile star realm had been transformed into a forbidden zone. From this day forward, anyone who dared to trespass into this region would be subjected to the indiscriminate attacks of elusive, phantom sword chi. Having established an advantage with a single strike, Gao Yang did not pause for even a moment, and Yao slashed out once again, human calamity slaughter, as the sword swung. The blade light split into thousands, only to converge back into one at the very instant it was about to strike the Demon Lord's body, carving into his flesh with a killing intent capable of annihilating all things. As the blade entered his body, the sound of clashing impacts erupted repeatedly from within the Demon Lord, standing behind him. Gao Yang saw it clearly. After Yao pierced into the Demon Lord's body, the severed flesh suddenly transformed into a gaping, blood-red maw. Rows of neatly arranged, flat teeth emerged along the edges of the wound, biting down heavily onto the blade of Yao. The Demon Lord's black hair danced wildly. Without even looking at Gao Yang behind him, he suddenly raised his hand and clenched it tightly in front of him. The moment the Demon Lord moved, a massive sense of mortal crisis exploded within Gao Yang's perception. A brilliant radiance of will bloomed, and Gao Yang teleported half a body's width to the right out of thin air. Excruciating pain pierced Gao Yang's nerves. His left arm, along with a small portion of his torso, was bitten off and swallowed by a giant mouth that had appeared abruptly beside him. Through the jagged wound, one could see broken bone shards and writhing internal organs. In that split second, had he not reacted quickly, that bite would likely have swallowed him whole. Even so, his HP plummeted instantly, dropping to less than 40%. A scarlet glint bloomed in Gao Yang's pupils. Ignoring his missing torso and arm, he unleashed an almost endless surge of battle chi and will. The dark red immortal executioner a diagram flew out from his chest, instantly coiling around the blade of Yao. Yao descended. The spreading will and power leveraged the space-time within the star realm, causing everything except Gao Yang to slow down. Space-time froze, and the first to bear the brunt was, naturally, the Demon Lord, who was within arm's reach. Just as the dark red greatsword was about to strike the Demon Lord's neck, a giant maw suddenly manifested. The full set of flat teeth bit down heavily in midair. As the teeth collided, cracks instantly appeared in the frozen space-time, followed by a loud, explosive shattering sound. The flat teeth crushed the frozen space-time and then vanished, replaced by the Demon Lord, who had turned to face Gao Yang due to the distorted space-time. Gao Yang was not the least bit surprised, as if he had anticipated all of this. As the Demon Lord turned to deliver a punch, Yao erupted with a brilliant radiance of will, transforming into a golden greatsword that enveloped the blade within it. Clang, clang. Two explosive sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The golden greatsword shattered the instant it collided with the brass knuckles the Demon Lord had thrust forward. The violent impact caused the knuckles to pause for a heartbeat, and then Yao, wrapped in the immortal execution sword, slashed down instantly. Amidst a crisp snapping sound, the spikes of the brass knuckles were severed by Yongyo's strike, spinning away powerlessly. Yongyo's momentum remained undiminished as it instantly swept across the Demon Lord's neck. A thin line of blood erupted from the Demon Lord's neck, and his head was immediately separated from his body. The Demon Lord's severed head, sent flying, had its eyes wide open, a trace of unexpected astonishment surfacing within them. The giant flat-toothed maw appeared out of thin air once more, swallowing the demon lord's head in one gulp before preparing to vanish. Gao Yang took a step forward, appearing beside the giant maw. A jade-white arm reached out directly from his chest, grabbing the lips of the maw as ripples of sword energy instantly spread outward. Immortal Execution Sword, Severed World. This strike carried no leaking power fluctuations. It sliced through the center of the giant maw in an instant, and a 1,000-meter-long pitch-black sword scar appeared immediately. The moment this scar appeared, it seemed as if it were etched into the star realm itself. Showing no signs of dissipating, the giant maw was split into from the center, revealing the swallowed head of the demon lord. This strike, naturally, could not completely kill the demon lord. Gao Yang took another step. Under the explosion of his will, white gold solar battle chi poured violently into Yang Yao. White gold spiderweb patterns emerged on the dark red blade, and boundless killing intent cast a thick, blood-colored shadow over this entire star realm. Immortal Execution Sword, Absolute Life. Gao Yang let out a fierce low roar. Yang Yao, carrying the weight of his destiny, transformed into an invisible blade and slashed out instantly. Zhang. A sword hum accompanied by scarlet sword chi suddenly bloomed. As the sword ripples spread, the already shattered star realm became even more fragmented. Puchi. A soft sound erupted from Gao Yang's chest. The broken brass knuckles protruded from his front, and hanging from the broken claws was a still beating, scorching red heart. The demon lord's headless body had somehow managed to launch a sneak attack on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's HP dropped another chunk, leaving him with less than 5%. One more hit, and he would undoubtedly die. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Gao Yang's eyes, ignoring the brass knuckles piercing his heart. Yang Yao's speed surged once more, instantly slicing through the demon lord's head inside the giant maw. After the strike, Gao Yang flipped his wrist, and Yang Yao swept in again for another Immortal Execution Sword, Absolute Life. Puchi. Two slashing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. A crisscrossing cross of blood appeared on the demon lord's arrogant face, slicing his head neatly into 4 parts. The demon lord's eyes widened to their limit. Through his wide-open eyes, one could see the cross-shaped scar at the base of his pupils, as well as his soul, will, and life essence rapidly annihilating. The demon lord had never imagined that his feigned weakness and his ultimate killing blow would fail to kill Gao Yang in one go, leaving Gao Yang with the strength for a final counterattack that would completely annihilate him. No matter how the demon lord imagined it, he had never thought that Gao Yang's life essence would be so thick that he could endure several of his destiny-weighted killing blows and still remain active. It could be said that the biggest reason Gao Yang was able to kill the demon lord this time was his life essence, which was far thicker than the limits of what any existence at the same level could imagine. Chapter 1088. The God Lord standing above the river of time for K. The demon venerable's body rapidly disintegrated under the ravages of the sword energy. Lines of Omni Network notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. He automatically ignored the mundane prompts, his gaze settling on the one most important to him at this moment. Omni Network notification. Hunting Divine Office activation successful. This hunt is complete. You have gained fate weight 5.1 to 7%. Current fate weight 10.71%. Looking at the prompt provided by the Omni Network, Gao Yang suddenly realized that even without eternal radiance, he could still obtain the demon venerable's fate weight after slaying him. It was just that the fate weight obtained through this method might be slightly less. In this instant, Gao Yang also understood why the demon venerable had revealed such a burning gaze after learning that Gao Yang had also come into contact with fate weight. The reason lay right here. Fate weight could be plundered. One only needed to kill the original owner of the fate weight. This was also why the demon venerable had abandoned probing and moved to kill once he learned that Gao Yang possessed fate weight. Before coming into contact with fate weight, the amount one possessed had no impact, but after making contact, even 0.1% of fate weight was considered extremely precious in the eyes of such existences. After obtaining the demon venerable's fate weight, Gao Yang's own fate weight directly broke through 10%. He did not know how significant this volume of fate weight was, but judging by the fact that his plundering authority using eternal radiance had only managed to strip 127% from the demon venerable, this amount could not be considered small. The increase in fate weight did not bring him any intuitive improvement, however. In a place inaccessible to the common masses, Gao Yang's existence became increasingly prominent. That place was the River of Time. Gao Yang felt a stirring in his heart. As his thoughts shifted, his consciousness began to ascend in that instant. In a mere moment, his consciousness detached from his body, and his perspective began to shift. A bizarre and kaleidoscopic world had never revealed itself to his eyes as it did at this moment. The silvery astral realm vanished, and the multiverse composed of crystal walls like crowded bubbles also rapidly disappeared. Darkness, chaos, light, and all sorts of origins that constituted various existences filled Gao Yang's field of vision. Soon, as his consciousness continued to ascend in dimension, these origins that constituted the universe also quickly vanished. Whoosh, whoosh. After a brief darkness, the sound of a vast, surging current transformed into the first ray of light within his consciousness, crashing down to illuminate Gao Yang's world. Gao Yang opened his eyes and finally saw that vast and mighty River of Time, which had no beginning, no end, and no visible banks. This was also the first time Gao Yang had come into such clear contact with the River of Time while not in a state of death. Splash! A spray of water bloomed in the void beneath his feet. Gao Yang looked down at his feet. At this moment, he had completely detached from the River of Time, standing in midair. To jump outside the three realms, to not be within the five elements, to leap out of the River of Time and remain unaffected by the passage of time, this must be the preliminary manifestation of this realm. Gao Yang listened to the sound of the vast, surging water, and a profound sense of satisfaction welled up in his consciousness. From this moment on, he was no longer the same as any existence born within the multiverse. The moment he leaped out of the River of Time and stood suspended above the river, the concept of him had detached from the multiverse and the River of Time, becoming a special individual independent of the River of Time and the multiverse. From now on, as the years pass and the seas change into mulberry fields, only he remains unchanged. Gao Yang's gaze naturally fell upon the River of Time, following the direction of the current as he looked toward the upstream. That direction represented the past, whose beginning was unknown. His gaze rested on the River of Time, and all the events that had occurred in the past surfaced in his mind. Gao Yang looked at the River of Time without any intention of intervening. Although he had now leaped out of the River of Time, the mere thought of interfering with its flow caused a sense of immense danger to emerge. That was not something he could do at his current level. Gao Yang lifted his head slightly and looked further into the distance. Suddenly, he saw several faint, varying-sized phantoms appearing above the River of Time. The larger ones stood tall and reached the heavens, while the smaller ones were no more than a few zhang in height. Gao Yang only needed one look to understand that these were all existences possessing fate weight, only that the volume of fate weight they possessed differed. Gao Yang looked down at himself and discovered that he stood a full 1,071 zhang tall. Compared to those phantoms on the River of Time, he could be considered a medium to high-level existence. By this calculation, 0.01% of fate weight represented 1 zhang of height above the River of Time. Gao Yang nodded slightly and continued to look toward the past. Just then, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly emerged in his consciousness. Gao Yang felt a premonition and suddenly turned his head, only to see a massive phantom that stood tall and reached the heavens. Even from a great distance away, the other party stood proudly above the River of Time, their robes fluttering, their face obscured by an invisible force. At this moment, they were stepping on the waves and coming against the current. The bone-chilling coldness Gao Yang perceived was emitted by this phantom. The moment he saw the other party, Gao Yang understood who this phantom was. It was the founder of the Pantheon, the God Lord. The reason why the demon Venerable did not know where the God Lord was or what he was doing had been found. The other party had already headed to the downstream of the River of Time, toward the future. Naturally, there would be no trace or information of him in the present world, and at this moment, because of the demon Venerable's death, the God Lord, who had already gone to the future, was now sparing no effort to travel against the current of the River of Time to arrive. The instant he discovered the God Lord, various possibilities flashed through Gao Yang's mind. Subsequently, his consciousness crashed down into the River of Time below, returning to the moment he had slain the demon Venerable. The act of reversing the flow of time caused waves of stinging pain to ripple through Gao Yang's mind. Although it was only a few seconds of time reversal, these were seconds that affected the operation of reality. Unlike the God Lord who is about to descend through the reversal of time, Gao Yang's actions involve his own consciousness regressing to several seconds prior. Every move he makes alters the subsequent trajectory of reality, and as such, he has already borne the cost of reversing time. The God Lord, however, has not altered reality. His appearance thus far exists only upon the river of time. In other words, should the God Lord fall into the river of time and enter the real world, a terrifying backlash would instantly act upon him. Recalling the speed of the God Lord and the flow of the river of time, Gao Yang instantly judged that the time remaining to him was a mere 300 seconds. 300 seconds later, the God Lord, traveling upstream against the flow of time, would perfectly overlap with the space-time where Gao Yang resided. At that moment, the opponent would absolutely descend into reality and appear before Gao Yang. 5 minutes. Gao Yang was acutely aware that he had only 5 minutes left. Within these 5 minutes, if he failed to find a corresponding countermeasure, he would undoubtedly die at the hands of the God Lord once he descended. Judging by the terrifying strength displayed by the opponent as he traveled upstream through the endless river of time, it would likely take the God Lord less than a second to annihilate him. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. Various pieces of information flashed rapidly through his mind as he searched for a possibility to break the deadlock. 1 second, 2 seconds. A full 15 seconds passed. Countless thoughts had raced through Gao Yang's mind, and he had simulated countless outcomes, without exception. None of these results allowed him to ascend to a level sufficient to contend with the God Lord. Suddenly, a radiance of will erupted from his eyes. Among thousands of possibilities, Gao Yang found one where he was not annihilated by the God Lord. The moment he found the method, Gao Yang shattered the astral realm and appeared within a crystal wall system. The radiance of his will communicated with the origin of the crystal wall system according to his intent, allowing him to achieve a state of unity of heaven and man with the entire system. In a mere few seconds, Gao Yang's will swept recklessly across the entire crystal wall system. After failing to find any trace of the Pale Lord, he took a step and left this crystal wall system. 5 seconds later, within the crystal wall system where the Sanglong world was located, a flash of sword light appeared, and Gao Yang emerged into the void of the astral realm. Gao Yang forcefully achieved unity of heaven and man with this crystal wall system, and after a few more seconds, he left it to head toward the adjacent one. 1 minute and 13 seconds later, Gao Yang had already traversed 31 crystal wall systems. With a flash of sword light, a frowning Gao Yang appeared in the 32nd crystal wall system, and unity of heaven and man was deployed once more. 4 seconds later, his eyes suddenly brightened. After traveling through more than 30 crystal wall systems, he had finally found the Pale Lord. It was no wonder that when Gao Yang had previously asked others from the Immortal Association to keep an eye out for news of the Pale Lord, they had no impression of him at all. Sensing the hiding place of the Pale Lord, Gao Yang could not help but admire the opponent's caution and care. Gao Yang took a step, and the next instant, he arrived at the edge of the black abyss at the bottom of the astral realm. Before him lay thick, dark, and filthy sludge. Gao Yang reached out and pointed his sword finger toward the filthy sludge in front of him. With a soft sound, the filthy sludge was torn open. What met his eyes was not sludge, but a corner of a hidden plane. Gao Yang casually tore open this plane and broke into it. This was the base camp of the Pale Lord, and also the location of his divine kingdom. He had hidden his divine kingdom within the filthy sludge at the junction of the Black Abyss and the Astral Realm. Ordinary people would basically never come to such a place, and the true body of the Pale Lord had not left the divine kingdom for nearly 1,000 years. So it was basically impossible to be discovered. Who is it? A majestic roar exploded like thunder from the 9 heavens the moment Gao Yang broke in. Within the pale sun above the firmament, a tall figure sitting on a golden throne slowly emerged. Gao Yang looked at the Pale Lord emerging from the pale sun and, without the slightest hesitation, slashed down with his sword. The Pale Lord had originally been resting one hand against his cheek, his demeanor majestic yet tinged with the lazy nonchalance unique to a superior being. His eyes, which seemed to burn with golden flames, looked down upon Gao Yang, who had intruded into his divine kingdom. But when Gao Yang casually slashed down with his sword, the Pale Lord's eyes suddenly widened to their limit. The various thoughts that had been flashing through his mind came to an abrupt halt. This was because he felt a terrifying power of the slash coming toward him. This power was so strong that he could neither dodge nor withstand it. His consciousness was screaming frantically, urging him to avoid this sword. To fail to dodge meant death. The Pale Lord fell into an unprecedented state of madness. His divine soul, divine body, and divine power were all trembling violently. But then his consciousness felt as if it had fallen into an boundless purgatory, because no matter what he did, his body remained firmly fixed in place, unable to move even a finger. With a soft sound, a line of blood bloomed from the center of the Pale Lord's divine body. Then, sword chi like a storm completely engulfed him. In just an instant, the Pale Lord turned into flash and vanished without a trace. The obsession of the former Sanctus, the wish that Sanctus had never let go of even in death, was thus easily fulfilled by Gao Yang. And the moment Gao Yang fulfilled the last wish of Sanctus, a brilliant radiance of will erupted from his eyes. This radiance of will was even more refined and brilliant than it had been before he slew the Pale Lord, and the tenacity and unyielding nature within it were as unshakable as a monolith. The tall figure of Sanctus appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. He gave Gao Yang a look of relief with a hint of apology, and a fluctuation of intent emerged in Gao Yang's mind. Thank you, young man. Perhaps decades or even centuries have passed since then, but I must still thank you for fulfilling my lifelong wish. Although it is somewhat despicable to say this, the truth is that the immortal will is incomplete. The only way to complete it is to slay the ultimate root cause that prompted its birth, that is, the evil god who invaded the Sanglong world. Only by slaying that evil god can the immortal will be truly complete, for it exists precisely to oppose the evil god. Of course, you have already completed this step. Now, I ask you to return to the original Sanglong world. Slay that pale sun with your own hands, and complete the final ascension. Of course, do not worry, because that is merely a scene conjured by your dissipated mental will. However, if the pale sun is still hanging high over Sanglong at this time, you can also head to Sanglong. After Sanctus finished speaking, his body began to fade slowly. At the same time, the scene before Gao Yang began to shift. Gao Yang watched the scenes constructing themselves rapidly before his eyes, and an incomparably brilliant light suddenly erupted from his gaze. He finally understood what the possibility of surviving under the pursuit of the God Lord was. His consciousness, carrying the constantly changing scenes around him, leaped out of the multiverse, crossed the origin, and appeared above the river of time. Ignoring the God Lord behind him, Gao Yang looked upstream along the river of time and quickly locked onto the scene where he first entered the Sanglong world and fought against Sanctus alongside Vedas and the others. At the same time, the scenes constantly shifting around him had already converged toward this moment. Without any hesitation, Gao Yang strode upstream along the river of time. In just a few steps, he had arrived at the scene he had locked onto. The next instant, from his massive body, a wisp of wool wrapped in white light detached and plunged into the river of time along with the illusion that had already nearly frozen around him. The Sanglong world could not withstand his magnificent will and various incredibly powerful abilities at this moment, so Gao Yang could only split off a wisp of consciousness to enter it, and could only carry one weak ability with him, and his choice was Unique Specialty, Body of 100 Refinements, Chapter 1089. Resetting and reaccumulating the body of 100 refinements for K. Under the slightly pale sky, the fanatical followers of the old days surged like a tide. The scene that had once only remained in his memory appeared before Gao Yang's eyes once again with absolute realism. On the black earth, trampled thousands of times by countless followers of the old days, the bishop of the old days had transformed into a mass of flesh, bone fragments, and tentacles after the previous bloody battle. As for Vedas and the others, the priest and Holt were dead. While the Mage Wolf and Vedas were in unknown conditions, he was the only remaining combat force. After countless battles, Gao Yang found that the bishop of the old days, who had once brought him an incomparable threat of death, now gave him a sense of things remain the same, but people have changed. The oppressive feeling of death that the opponent once brought him was now something he could not feel at all. The bishop of the old days, now transformed into a huge mass of flesh, surged with rolling waves of meat, its body constantly reshaping itself. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and sensed his current state. In an instant, he had a comprehensive understanding of this body. At this point in time, his physique was not strong, it could even be called weak and pathetic. But it was enough. Although he had not brought his various abilities with him, the memories of his battles up to this point were not missing in the slightest. His rich combat experience was enough to support him in facing the bishop of the old days, who had once posed a profound threat of death to him. However, defeating the bishop of the old days was not his true purpose. If he only wanted to defeat the bishop of the old days, he would not have needed to bring the unique specialty, body of 100 refinements, and travel back through time to get here. The unique specialty, body of 100 refinements, as it only unique specialty Gao Yang obtained during his second trial in the abyss, had an effect that was heaven-defying in its own right. Every time he suffered a severe injury, his physical attributes would receive a corresponding increase, and fortunately, this effect ceased to function after reaching the transcendent level, a conclusion Gao Yang had reached through later research. This meant that for Gao Yang, the unique specialty, body of 100 refinements, was left with only the function of increasing various resistances. But now it was different. Gao Yang had traveled back in time to his weaker self with the body of 100 refinements, aiming to take this opportunity to increase the attribute bonuses provided by the body of 100 refinements. For his current main attributes, which exceeded 50 points, the percentage-based attribute increase brought by the body of 100 refinements represented a huge gain for every single percentage point. Gao Yang's minimum goal was to raise the body of 100 refinements physical attribute bonus to 20%. 20% would be an increase of 11 points, which could directly raise Gao Yang's strength, constitution, and will attributes to over 67 points. This kind of improvement could no longer be described as merely terrifying. If he could raise this bonus to 30% or even 40%, the resulting increase in base attributes would be a qualitative change. And for the current Gao Yang, achieving all of this was not difficult. The only thing to be careful about was to avoid suffering fatal injuries while grinding for attributes. Roar! A beast-like roar erupted from inside the ball of flesh not far away, with no one to stop it. The flesh began to condense and roll, and a tall humanoid figure quickly took shape. Under Vetus's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang remained standing in place, still holding black obsidian. Without intervening in the bishop of the old days' recovery, Vetus watched the fully recovered bishop of the old days and closed his eyes in despair. The bishop of the old days stood on the ground once again. Its 3.5 meter tall, burly body had no skin. Thin, long tentacles were intertwined like armor-covering muscles that looked like they were built from rock. 2 huge bone blades replaced its hands, and 2 wide, fleshy wings on its back flapped slowly, coupled with its pair of pure white eyes filled with fanaticism. A crazy and fierce roar rushed toward them. Gao Yang gripped the black obsidian greatsword and, under Vetus's surprised and confused gaze, calmly stepped toward the bishop of the old days. Step, facing the bishop of the old days, which had already revealed its complete form. He stood calmly in front of it, with black obsidian pointing diagonally at the ground. In that instant, Vetus felt that the person standing before them was no longer the brave new recruit who had just walked out of the flames of war, but a grand master of martial arts standing like an abyss or a mountain, a god who held the power of life and death. Roar! The bishop of the old days lowered its head to look down at the human before it. The violent desire for destruction in its mind could no longer be suppressed, and it let out a fierce roar at Gao Yang. The sound wave turned into a shockwave, blowing Gao Yang's messy hair. The next instant, he and the bishop of the old days charged toward each other simultaneously. Clang! The black greatsword collided with the grotesque and exaggerated bone blade, causing a shockwave to explode outward and kick up layers of dust and smoke around them. Violent power, nearly impossible to resist, surged through Heyo and into his arm. Gao Yang took advantage of the momentum to twist his body and turn his sword. Heyo scraped against the bone blade, sparking a series of flames, before piercing into the old bishop's ribs from beneath the bone blade. In the next instant, as the greatsword entered its body, the old bishop let out a roar, and its bone blade swept across horizontally in an instant. After driving the greatsword into its body, Gao Yang had already pulled back. He tilted his head back, and the bone blade grazed past his throat. The ear blade formed by the tip of the blade sliced through the surface skin of his neck, and a trace of blood seeped out. Avoiding the descending bone blade, Gao Yang exerted force once more, squeezing into the gap in front of the old bishop with pinpoint precision. Hale left another half-meter-long gash across its chest. Vitas, supporting his severely wounded body, watched Gao Yang, who was dancing on the edge of a blade not far away. The surprise and confusion in his eyes had completely transformed into horror. This leisurely, strolling posture, combined with such precise control over distance, meant that no matter how the old bishop roared or attacked frantically, it could not even touch the corner of Gao Yang's clothes. Furthermore, during this process, wound after wound was being stacked upon its body, causing its movements and speed to begin to slowly decline. The old bishop let out a miserable hiss as one of its fleshy wings was severed at the root by Gao Yang's sword. Reflexively, it swung its bone blade, slashing toward Gao Yang behind it. A burst of light erupted in Gao Yang's eyes. The incoming bone blade slowed down and slowed down again in his vision, appearing as if it were in slow motion before him. In just a split second, he had adjusted his posture and angle. The next instant, the bone blade slashed across Gao Yang's waist and abdomen, cutting directly through his armor and leaving a massive bone deep wound on his torso. Sharp, intense pain struck. Yet Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest at this moment. He even had time to look at the comprehensive network notification in the upper left corner of his retina. Comprehensive network notification. You have suffered a severe injury. Your damage reduction has increased by 1.3%, and your physical attributes have increased by 2. Looking at the notification appearing at the corner of his eye, Gao Yang revealed a smile. Although he had returned to the past by reversing time while carrying the 100 refinements body, causing the attribute bonuses from the 100 refinements body to be reset to 0. Now, a single wound that only damaged flesh and blood had increased his stats by 2.3%. He only needed to suffer such an injury for more times to catch up to the progress of the physical attributes he had previously accumulated. According to Gao Yang's current control over himself, this level of injury was not an unacceptable, fatal wound for him. The moment Gao Yang was struck by the bone blade, Vitas's heart skipped a beat. However, seeing that Gao Yang's movements had not deformed in the slightest, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had almost thought that Gao Yang would be cut in half by that strike just now. It seemed his judgment had been wrong. The battle continued. For Gao Yang, the fight against the old bishop was no longer a life or death struggle, but a surgical, precise creation of wounds. He was like the most elite beast tamer, maintaining suppression and authority over the beast he was training. Every move the beast made was under his control, without a single deviation. The battle raged on, and blood splattered across the land they fought upon, some of it the old bishop's, some of it Gao Yang's. Although Gao Yang could control the wounds the old bishop inflicted upon him, his physique was simply too weak. His control over his body had not diminished much, but the constant loss of blood was still tangibly affecting his condition. Even with battle chi as a supplement, it could only slow the rate of his decline, not make him completely immune to the effects of blood loss. With another slash of his sword, the old bishop let out a fierce but hollow roar. By now, both of its fleshy wings had been completely severed. One of its arms that had transformed into a bone blade had been broken, and one of its thighs had been cut off at the knee. Opposite it, Gao Yang had over a dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body, including slashes and puncture wounds. Under the influence of his battle chi, blood no longer gushed out in large quantities, but it continued to seep from the wounds. Gao Yang tightened his grip on Heyo's hilt and glanced at the comprehensive network notification. After the battle just now, he had sacrificed 17 wounds to increase the attribute bonus of his 100 refinements body to 38%. This level of increase was much higher than before, but it was not enough. Gao Yang took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and lunged forward with his sword again. The old bishop watched the approaching Gao Yang, a violent desire for destruction erupting in its fanatical, pure white eyes. It roared, its body crouching on the ground like a wild beast, crawling violently on the ground with its remaining arm and leg, like a runaway chariot. It charged toward Gao Yang. The sound of metal clashing exploded once more. Gao Yang's body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, a bone-deep wound appearing on his chest as blood sprayed out. The old bishop let out an excited, wild roar and lunged forward again. Its bone blade was raised high, crashing down like a thunderbolt. Gao Yang sighed with a hint of regret. The frenzied old bishop's attributes were far superior to his own at this moment, and the danger had increased significantly. Looking at the progress bar that had surged by 4 percentage points due to that strike, a flash of decisiveness crossed Gao Yang's eyes. The next instant, his battle chi erupted. He took a step down, even though he was stepping on thin air. It produced a dull boom as if he had stepped on solid ground. Gao Yang rushed toward the charging old bishop like lightning. Heiyao erupted with a dim, flickering sword light that reflected in the creature's eyes. Heiyao drove straight in, piercing through the old bishop's brow and out the back of its head. With a slight release of sword energy, the old bishop's brain was instantly pulverized. The jagged edges of its neck were uneven, and its massive body immediately lost all strength, crashing heavily onto the blood-stained earth under the force of its own momentum. Gao Yang flicked his wrist, and Heiyao let out a hum as all the blood on the blade was shaken off. He turned around, looked at Vitas in the distance, and revealed a faint smile. Then, under the other party's astonished gaze, he lost all his strength and collapsed forward into the bloody soil. Gao Yang's consciousness detached from his original body and flew toward the pale sun hanging high in the firmament. Soon, he arrived before this projection of the Pale Lord's power. Looking at the power projection of the Pale Lord before him, Gao Yang gripped his right hand in the void, and the flowing light of his will converged, transforming into a great sword of will identical to eternal radiance. Following this, he calmly swung a vertical slash. His highly condensed will erupted, transforming into an invisible blade that struck the pale sun. Crack! After a soft sound, a pitch-black slash mark appeared on the pale sun. Immediately after, the pale sun split open and collapsed to both sides, revealing the sun within one that was incomparably dim yet radiated warmth and intense heat. Gao Yang glanced at this sun, and his consciousness rapidly ascended. Whoosh! His consciousness leaped out from the river of time, transforming into a stream of light that rushed into the towering phantom of Gao Yang. As the stream of consciousness entered his body, Gao Yang immediately turned around and sprinted toward the position in the river of time where he had originally been. He watched the God Lord moving upstream in the lower reaches of the river of time. The other party's massive body carried an incomparable sense of oppression, but at this moment, he had no time to ponder these things. He strode forward, rushing toward the lower reaches of the river of time. Soon, he arrived at his original position in the river of time, and his massive body transformed into a stream of light, crashing into the river. The next instant, his consciousness returned to his body. Gao Yang, who was in the plain, suddenly opened his eyes. Brilliant radiance of will erupted from his eyes like two heavenly swords, piercing through the entire plain in the blink of an eye. Rumble! Violent roars erupted from within Gao Yang's body. His heart was beating frantically. His blood roared through his veins like a great river. His bones and meridians began to collide with one another, and everything within him was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression, using his brilliant will to suppress his body, forcing himself to complete this earth-shattering metamorphosis at the fastest possible speed. The 100 refinements body currently provided a 40% increase to his physical attributes, removing the original 8%. His main attributes hovered around 50 points. And now, as the 100 refinements body specialty ray integrated into his physique, all of Gao Yang's various attributes surged. The increase in his strength, constitution, and will attributes was around 20 points, while the other attributes were all up by more than 15 points. Such an earth-shattering improvement was not something that could be digested easily, if it were not for the fact that Gao Yang had already mastered the 8-9 profound art and achieved the perfect fusion of flesh and soul. Such an exaggerated change would inevitably have caused his body to collapse, leading to his death and the dissipation of his cultivation. But now, because his will and physical attributes were increasing in synchronization, Gao Yang was able to barely maintain this violent surge. Chapter 1090. The True Self Forged. The God Lord descends. Rumble. Earth-shattering roars exploded within Gao Yang's body. The violent surge in his physique caused every collision of his muscles, bones, and blood to erupt with a disaster-level impact. These impacts originated within his body and surged outward through his frame. The consequence was that the sky was torn asunder. The earth surged like ocean waves, and massive cracks appeared throughout this world. This hidden plane began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was merely the aftermath generated while Gao Yang adapted to the improvement of his physique. If he were to act proactively, with his current capabilities, a single thought would likely be enough to have the entire plane annihilated by the sword light of his will. With the 9 profound art mastered, the unity of spirit and flesh achieved, and his destiny weight increased, Gao Yang had already leaped out of the framework of the original transcendent system. He was now fundamentally different from the various life forms living within the multiverse. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the void. The collapsing world around him could not affect him in the slightest. Brilliant radiance of will covered his entire body, suppressing his flesh, which was undergoing constant, violent changes. Suddenly, Gao Yang's right arm silently turned into powder and drifted away. The severed end was perfectly smooth, with no sign of blood flowing out. Gao Yang frowned. Under the interference of his formidable will, the right arm that had turned into powder ray condensed in the next instant. Such was the nature of an overall improvement in physique. If Gao Yang's will were not sufficiently resilient, his body would sooner or later be completely annihilated in this cycle of constant collapse. But now, as Gao Yang's physique continued to climb, his soul and will were also improving in synchronization. In this way, he was able to suppress the violent shocks brought about by the continuous improvement of his physique. The destruction of the plane continued, and as the shocks exploding within Gao Yang's body became increasingly violent, the speed of this destruction also continued to increase. In just a few dozen seconds, this hidden plane had been completely torn apart. The fragments of the world merged directly into the filthy sludge of the black abyss, being completely digested as they sank into the depths. Deep blue solar battle chi erupted. A terrifying high temperature capable of scorching everything in the world bloomed simultaneously, like a star burning with deep blue flames appearing abruptly in this black abyss. The black abyss sludge surging around Gao Yang was rapidly annihilated under the scorching of the solar battle chi. Under such terrifying heat, they no longer even qualified to undergo ordinary material changes. They were directly reduced to their most essential state of annihilation. However, the eruption of the solar battle chi was not to contend with the surging black abyss sludge, but simply because Gao Yang needed to accelerate the speed of his own physical improvement. The deep blue solar true fire burned fiercely. Under such temperatures, Gao Yang's body began to melt and collapse rapidly, only to recover in an instant. Repeating the process over and over. In just 1 second, this repetition occurred hundreds, even thousands of times. Hoo-ha! Gao Yang's chest rose and fell continuously. With every breath, the various origins of the universe transformed into tangible storms that were inhaled and exhaled between his nose and mouth. These primordial energies of the universe poured into his body, where they were instantly refined and absorbed, becoming the nutrients for the improvement of Gao Yang's physique and will. Following Gao Yang's movements, this expanse of the astral void began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every celestial body within this region lost its radiance in swathes, as if lights had been suddenly extinguished. Rumbled void shook incessantly, and the extinguished celestial bodies, as if having lost all support, plummeted continuously toward the black abyss. In just a few dozen seconds, this astral void was devoid of even a glimmer of light. The entire region plunged into absolute silence and darkness, and this area of darkness continued to spread rapidly toward the surroundings. 2 minutes and 50 seconds passed. Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of pure golden radiance of will erupted from them. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the multiverse and the origin barrier, landing directly upon the massive figure approaching along the river of time. That figure seemed to sense something and lowered its head to look at the river of time below. Those eyes were black and white merged, light of both colors swirled within them, like yin and yang fish chasing each other's tails. Within the simple, intertwining trajectories, they seemed to encompass all things in the world. The God Lord's gaze penetrated the river of time, and in an instant, it met Gao Yang's pair of pure golden eyes. In a trance, the stars swayed, and the river of time stirred with ripples. The collision of these 2 gazes was like a spark hitting the earth, and 2 equally majestic and refined wills began to clash along the line of sight. Gao Yang stood up. With just 1 step, he stepped out of the black abyss and stood proudly beneath the astral void. The next instant, A crack 10,000 miles long appeared at the edge of Gao Yang's vision. A pair of distinct black and white hands reached out, gripping the sides of the crack. Black and white energy surged, tearing the crack wide open with force. Rumble. This time, it was not just this astral void that shook. The entire crystal wall system began to tremble under this indescribable, immense power. Starlight bloomed, and figures shrouded in divine power quickly appeared beneath this astral void. Among these figures were humans and beasts, all in different forms, without a doubt. These were the many gods born within this crystal wall system. The moment these gods appeared, they surged with divine power, brandishing their respective divine artifacts as they struck toward those distinct black and white hands. As deities, they were the manifestations of the multiverse's rules. Naturally, they would not allow the God Lord to directly destroy the entire crystal wall system. However, only Gao Yang knew the deeper reason. It was because this crystal wall system, and indeed the entire multiverse, was repelling the God Lord's descent. He had perceived this with absolute clarity the moment he completed his attribute upgrades, raising his strength, physique, and will attributes to 70 points. His physique and will were so powerful that the entire multiverse no longer wished to bear his existence. The will of the entire multiverse was repelling him, trying to squeeze him out. Of course, that unconscious repulsion could not have much substantial impact on Gao Yang at this moment, because he was already within the multiverse. But for the God Lord, who wanted to swim against the current of the river of time and descend into the multiverse, it was no different from a thug trying to break through a door, facing layers of obstruction. The difficulty of entering the room was naturally much greater. At this very moment, these deities served as a line of defense blocking the God Lord's descent. Various divine arts and divine artifacts bombarded those black and white hands, and violent fluctuations spread out recklessly. Gao Yang could even feel that the intensity of several of those attacks was nearing the limit that the crystal wall system could withstand. Those were the existences of great divine power. They mastered different origin rules, and the power they could unleash was naturally infinitely close to the upper limit of the crystal wall system. But even the existences of great divine power could not completely destroy those distinct black and white hands, facing the obstruction of numerous gods. A cold snort emanated from the torn crack. Immediately following, this astral void suddenly transformed into black and white. Whether they were gods of weak, intermediate, or even great divine power, they were all forced to a standstill in this instant. In the entire astral void, only Gao Yang, radiating brilliant golden light from head to toe, stood there completely unaffected. Chapter 1091. Yin-Yang Chaos and the Immortal Blazing Sun. No, it was not just this chaotic void. The entire crystal wall system had fallen into a state of absolute stagnation following the descent of the God Lord's will. The black and white light surged recklessly from the torn crystal wall fissure, under the interference of the God Lord's supreme will. Everything within the entire crystal wall system was frozen in this instant. Gao Yang looked at the massive crack ahead. The death threat that had been so intense it nearly suffocated him had already vanished with the wind after his return and the forging of his true self. Now, he had enough confidence to support him in facing this God Lord who had come against the current of the river of time. Even if he could not completely defeat the opponent, he possessed enough power to protect himself. Moreover, before truly engaging in battle, Gao Yang would not assume that he would definitely lose. The moment the crystal wall system stagnated, the black and white hands exerted force, tearing the crack which had originally been like a thin line into a shape resembling a rugby ball. The next moment, a tall and majestic figure slowly emerged from that huge, hideous crystal wall fissure. The instant this figure appeared, the sound of endless, surging tides followed. Two vast, boundless rivers, one black and one white, emerged from behind the God Lord. The two rivers intertwined and entangled with each other, like a long river, a divine dragon, or silk. The God Lord's tall and majestic body then took a step. Under Gao Yang's gaze, he stepped onto the flowing water. The intertwining black and white currents supported him, and the vast river, stretching for unknown thousands of miles, began to churn. The vast and majestic water surged forward, like a beast from the primordial era, savage and overbearing. The black and white rivers supported the God Lord's body, and with just a moment of momentum, He pierced through the crystal wall system's defense line and descended completely into this astral void. Rumble. Only then did the roaring sound of the vast, surging water explode throughout the entire crystal wall system. At the same time, the black and white energy that had spread out quickly converged, merging into the black and white long river beneath the God Lord's feet. The crystal wall system, which had ceased to function, began to operate once more, and the gods who had been forced into stagnation regained control over themselves. However, at this moment, as they looked at the tall figure standing with hands behind his back atop the head of the river, every single one of them lost all thoughts of resistance without exception. A thug had already breached the defensive line and broken into the room. To continue a fierce confrontation would only destroy the items within and cause unnecessary losses. What needed to be done now was to communicate, to persuade this thug who had broken into the room to leave, thereby minimizing the damage. A deity of great divine power, holding a war spear and possessing golden eyes, stepped forward, standing before the other gods. He looked toward the God Lord, his majestic and angry voice echoing throughout the void of the astral realm as his divine power surged. Great existence, the gods of the Wowuna crystal wall system hope that you will withdraw. A deity of great divine power, when facing an existence like the God Lord, still maintained sufficient respect. Although his words contained anger, the tone was truly one of negotiation. Faced with the persuasion of this great divine power, the God Lord did not even shift his gaze for a single moment. His black and white eyes remained firmly locked onto Gao Yang from beginning to end. Gao Yang still stood where he was. He had watched the God Lord enter the river of time, watched him tear through the crystal wall system's defenses, and watched him ride the two black and white rivers into the crystal wall system. Various insights emerged in his heart. Although he and the God Lord had not even exchanged a single word, after witnessing the God Lord's actions with his own eyes, Gao Yang already had a rough understanding of his current state, or rather, his realm. In a sense, this series of operations by the God Lord as he descended into the multiverse was a hands-on, practical lesson. Chaos transforms into yin and yin and yang return to chaos. The great Tao of yin and yang is your path, God Lord. By relying on the great Tao of yin and yang, you can obtain a medium to link with the multiverse and subsequently descend into it. Then, what is my Tao? Gao Yang met the God Lord's gaze, his thoughts racing like lightning in his mind. This was an important question that Gao Yang had to consider. As his strength reached this level, he had to account for the rejection of the entire multiverse's will toward him. If he were a lone wolf, then even if he were cast out of the entire multiverse, it would not matter to him. But now, he was not alone. In this world, he had a wife, friends, and a child about to be born. All of these were his attachments. He could not and would not be willing to be cast out. Even if he were cast out, he would have to find a way to re-enter the multiverse. And the God Lord's actions were, for Gao Yang, the best demonstration and teaching. By anchoring the multiverse through the rules, great Tao, or concepts one has comprehended, and creating a substantial connection with the multiverse, one could use such an anchor to descend into the multiverse once again. Gao Yang began to sort through his own nature, given his situation. What was the anchor that connected most deeply with the multiverse? In just an instant, he had sorted out his own characteristics. He looked up at the profound void above. Suddenly, an infinitely large, deep blue and gold sun appeared abruptly, its warm light illuminating the entire void. For the multiverse, the sun is always an essential item. It just so happened that his will was as immortal and indestructible as a scorching sun, and his battle chi itself was a manifestation of the sun's will, without a doubt. An immortal scorching sun was Gao Yang's best manifestation of will within the multiverse, and also his deepest anchor to it. The God Lord looked up at the immortal scorching sun radiating warm light above, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on that majestic and calm face. Your comprehension is quite good. It seems I came to the right place this time. Gao Yang stood quietly in the void, letting the infinitely large scorching sun above his head cast down its warm light. He met the God Lord's gaze and spoke. Since the God Lord has demonstrated it personally, I naturally wouldn't let your efforts go to waste. The God Lord nodded slightly and said, "It seems you are already prepared." Gao Yang nodded and asked in return, "Of course, if I weren't prepared, How would I be standing here waiting for your arrival? Very well. Although you only destroyed one of my avatars, it was, after all, something formed from my heart's blood, and where my will resided. It is truly a pity to have it destroyed by you just like that. However, fortunately, there is compensation. The God Lord looked at Gao Yang, and in a casual manner, revealed a piece of news that was like a bombshell. That demon lord, who possessed power comparable to a great divine power, was actually just an avatar of the God Lord. Then what was the Pantheon? Was it really just an organization used by the God Lord to plunder the many unique talents of others to improve himself? Or was the Pantheon itself a Gujar? And all the members within the Pantheon, as well as the many players under the various unspeakable versions, were merely the poisonous insects within this jar? Suddenly, Gao Yang understood the God Lord's meaning. The Pantheon was indeed established by the God Lord, and its fundamental purpose was indeed to raise Gu. But what he was raising was not just the many members who joined the Pantheon, but also his own avatars. The Pantheon's unscrupulous slaughter of players from the same version would inevitably lead to the emergence of existences like Gao Yang, who had the consciousness to resist and, in turn, hunt down the Pantheon. Gao Yang believed that a long time ago, such existences had appeared, only to be annihilated at the hands of the Pantheon. If an existence defeated or even killed the demon lord, it meant that this round of raising Gu had succeeded. The Gu insect had matured, and it was time for the God Lord to harvest. Therefore, whether it was the Pantheon or the demon lord, to put it bluntly, they were nothing more than a tree planted by the God Lord. From the moment this tree was planted, it already possessed value. Whether this tree bore fruit later or never bore fruit at all made little difference to the God Lord. If it bore fruit, he would reach out and pluck it. If it never bore fruit, then once the tree had grown, he could simply chop it down and use the entire tree to nourish himself. Therefore, for the God Lord, the moment Gao Yang killed the demon venerable meant that this tree had finally nurtured a precious fruit. At this very moment, the God Lord's descent was for the sole purpose of plucking this precious fruit. After grasping all the connections, Gao Yang sighed inexplicably. The way of heaven diminishes the abundant to replenish the deficient. The way of man diminishes the deficient to provide for the abundant. Reality, however, is 1,000 times more cruel than this saying. Clang! A sword hum pierced the sky. Gao Yang reached out and grasped Yang Yao in his hand. The God Lord's timing was impeccable, and his plan was nearly flawless. However, what the God Lord did not anticipate was that Gao Yang could undergo another earth-shattering improvement in just a few short minutes. When Gao Yang slew the demon venerable, the God Lord had already set out, flowing backward through time from the future to harvest the fruit he had cultivated. According to the God Lord's plan, there should have been no variables. The demon venerable was strong, but he was merely one of his avatars. His true form was infinitely stronger than this avatar. Descending here in his true form to pluck the fruit that had killed his avatar should have been a task without much difficulty. Gao Yang knew in his heart that the God Lord was unaware of the massive improvement he had undergone in these few minutes. Therefore, he no longer intended to continue the conversation. He had already learned everything he needed to know from their previous exchange. The God Lord had just descended into the crystal wall system, and the will of the multiverse was still repelling him, preventing him from passively acquiring various pieces of information. If he were given more time, he would likely discover all the changes that had occurred within Gao Yang. By then, new variables might arise. Thus, he prepared to take this opportunity to try and slay the God Lord. Watching Gao Yang take the initiative to assume a combat stance, a look of calculated confidence appeared on the God Lord's face. Your fighting spirit is quite good. However, if we fight within the multiverse, it will become very difficult for you to enter the multiverse again in the future. If you do not wish to be repelled by the will of the multiverse, let us head to the origin sea for this battle. Having said this, the God Lord turned and rode the black and white river toward the crack in the crystal wall that had been torn open earlier. Gao Yang paused for a breath, then took a step forward, following closely behind the other party as he rushed out through the crystal wall crack. Chapter 1090 to the Origin Sea. The black and white river surged like a divine dragon taking flight. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the crystal wall system, followed by a deep blue sun glowing with gold. The two moved neither fast nor slow. as if strolling in a courtyard or chasing one another. Within just a few breaths, they had already arrived at the vast, boundless origin sea outside the multiverse. Splash. The black and white river churned. The God Lord, standing at the pinnacle of the river, looked toward Gao Yang, who stood not far away with a burning sun above his head and a silver-white sword in his hand. In his distinct black and white eyes, aside from the majesty that had never faded, there was now a deeper sense of greed. It was the gaze of someone eyeing a delicious delicacy, a greed that made him want to dissect and swallow it whole immediately. Facing the God Lord's gaze, Gao Yang simply held Yang Yao calmly, quietly sensing the changes of standing upon the origin sea at this very moment. The origin sea is located in the upper reaches of the multiverse. In terms of physical spacetime, there is no obvious vertical relationship between the two, but from the perspective of a higher dimension, the boundless origin sea lies beyond the multiverse. In this sea, the crystal wall systems of the multiverse are like continents or mountains rising from the seabed. They appear closely connected yet remain independent of one another. Of course, for the intelligent life born within the multiverse, the vast majority will never encounter the concept of the origin sea in their entire lives. Only those who have broken through the limitations of the multiverse, like Gao Yang and the God Lord, can understand this hidden information, and only those who have leaped beyond the three realms and are no longer bound by the five elements, like Gao Yang and the God Lord, can descend upon this sea. If a lucky soul were to accidentally enter the origin sea, this water, composed entirely of various fundamental laws, would grant them a heaven-sent fortune. This fortune would allow any intelligent life form to break through the barrier between a mortal and a legend. The infusion and immersion of the fundamental laws would fundamentally alter the lucky individual's body. Of course, the prerequisite is that this lucky individual must find a way back to the multiverse before being devoured by the various law-based creatures living in the origin sea. Otherwise, this fortune would merely make them taste better before being consumed. In the boundless origin sea, the arrival of Gao Yang and the God Lord attracted the attention of many law-based creatures living in the depths. The origin sea surged as a massive, streamlined spine with no visible and slowly surfaced. More than a dozen chaotic eyeballs hidden beneath the water paused upon seeing the burning sun and the intertwining black and white river above the surface. Immediately after, the owner of the spine obediently and rapidly dived toward the depths of the origin sea. Although it was born in the origin sea and had grown into the most powerful hegemon of the sea through endless ages of consumption, it possessed no power to act recklessly in the face of those who could stand upon the surface of the sea. Being born in the origin sea gave it a baseline for exceeding all other creatures. But by the same token, its ceiling was locked by the origin sea, making breakthroughs extremely difficult. The God Lord looked at Gao Yang, his power beginning to spread with his thoughts. Without the restrictions of the multiverse, the origin sea could fully withstand a battle of their level. Here, his power could be perfectly unleashed. This was the reason why he had proactively told Gao Yang that fighting within the multiverse would lead to repulsion by the multiverses, because within the multiverse, his power would be constrained. Since both had broken through the upper limit of the multiverse, this restriction was not based on their actual strength, but on the tolerance limit of the multiverse itself. In other words, if they fought within the multiverse, the maximum power they could exert would be identical. For beings at their level, such restricted power would be fundamentally incapable of obliterating their opponent. The river of yin and yang began to seethe following the God Lord's intent. With a flick of his finger, the black and white river beneath his feet suddenly trembled imperceptibly. This vibration was faint, yet it shifted in tandem with the surging of the yin and yang river. At the source, it was merely an undetectable tremor, but 10 miles further, this vibration amplified. After another 100 miles, it had become impossible to ignore. This vibration extended all the way to the end of the yin and yang river. Suddenly, Gao Yang saw the river beneath the God Lord's feet whip upward like a lash. The entire river, like a celestial stream turned upside down, crashed violently toward Gao Yang and the scorching sun hanging above his head. Rumble! A continuous, thunderous roar echoed throughout the origin sea. The boundless seawater churned incessantly under the impact of this force. A vast number of creatures living within the origin sea seemed to sense the threat and dove desperately toward the depths of the ocean floor. facing the yin and yang river plunging down from above. Gao Yang exhaled the turbid air from his chest. His deep golden will blossomed, causing the sun above his head to flare with a sudden, violent intensity. Under Gao Yang's will, the scorching sun ground through the void, evaporating the origin sea wherever it passed. In the perception of the many indigenous creatures of the origin sea, the sun and the yin and yang river collided with a deafening crash. The moment the river and the sun collided, a shockwave of power exploded. The origin sea beneath them shattered instantly. Cracks appeared in the water, spreading deep into the abyss. Many creatures that failed to dive deep enough were blasted toward the surface along with billions of tons of seawater. After the strike, the radiance of will in Gao Yang's eyes surged once more. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of the God Lord. And Yang Yao slashed down ferociously. Deep blue solar battle aura and scarlet laws of slaughter entwined around the blade, wantonly unleashing Gao Yang's world-destroying power. Yin and yang fish swirled in the God Lord's eyes. A yin-yang Taiji diagram appeared before him, spinning at high speed to collide with the great sword Gao Yang had swung down. Clang! A massive sound that seemed capable of piercing through the world erupted. The seawater surrounding them, along with the creatures within it, were instantly annihilated. Scattered yin and yang energy and drifting solar flames flew in every direction. For the first time, a ripple of emotion appeared in the God Lord's eyes. He looked at Gao Yang not far away, a flash of surprise crossing his gaze, as if he were astonished by the power Gao Yang had displayed. However, this trace of surprise lasted only for a moment. The God Lord's eyes returned to calm. With a casual grasp, as the yin and yang energy swirled, he drew a broad, slender longsword from the yin-yang vortex. The sword was wide and straight, with one side of the blade black and the other white. A Taiji diagram replaced the sword guard, rotating constantly. Yin and yang energy gushed from it, transforming into chaotic light that coiled around the blade. The God Lord held the chaos sword in one hand. His black and white robes fluttered without wind. His eyes, swirling with black and white, held no emotional fluctuation, cold, majestic, and filled with oppression. Chapter 1093, The Clash Rumble. Rumble. Chaotic colored energy dripped along the blade, falling into the surging origin sea below and erupting in thunderous roars that shook the heavens. Gao Yang stood opposite the God Lord, gripping Yang Yao. He watched the God Lord, while the sword in his hand hummed incessantly. Throughout his journey, he had never once abandoned a fight because of the enemy's strength. Even against this unprecedentedly powerful God Lord, he would do his utmost to try to defeat and slay him. Brilliant radiance of will blossomed from Gao Yang's eyes, colliding violently with the God Lord's will. The moment these two vastly different yet equally massive wills clashed, layers of gale force wind swept across the origin sea. The surging sea surface quickly calmed under this pressure. When the last ripple dissipated, Gao Yang and the God Lord vanished from their spots simultaneously. Clang! The moment the blades of the two great swords met, their will, condensed to the extreme, began a real, tangible collision along the length of the steel. In an instant, everything in the world disappeared from Gao Yang's sight, replaced by a space of chaos. This was the space of will constructed by the God Lord's consciousness. By pulling him here, the God Lord clearly intended to crush him within the realm of will. Gao Yang held Yang Yao, the blue-gold radiance of his will blooming in his eyes. In a flash, a deep blue sun tinged with gold was born above his head, expanding and blossoming. A nearly infinitely large deep blue sun rose violently within this chaotic space. And the moment the deep blue flames rose, Gao Yang finally saw what existed within this chaotic space of will. Scale after scale overlapped densely, forming two powerful, slender figures, one black and one white. Their massive bodies loomed in the chaos, coiled like snakes around the deep blue sun. By the light of the deep blue sun, Gao Yang saw that the black and white figures were indeed two giant snakes capable of swallowing everything in the world. The moment he saw them, the two giant snakes thrust their massive maws forward, spewing black and white venom toward the deep blue flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black and white venom landed on the deep blue sun, erupting in a series of teeth-gritting, corrosive sounds. But no matter how the black and white snakes spat their venom, they could not completely extinguish the deep blue sun manifested by Gao Yang's will. Above the heads of the black and white snakes, the God Lord's consciousness looked at the deep blue sun surrounded in the center. a flash of surprise in his eyes. After sensing that the demon lord had been killed, he had assumed this would be a simple process of harvesting fruit, but this thought was completely incinerated in the face of this fiercely burning deep blue sun, because the god lord discovered that this man, whom he had regarded as fruit, possessed a will that was not much weaker than his own. Although the total volume of his will was inferior to his own, the plan to directly crush the opponent's will and destroy him through the space of will was simply impossible to achieve. In the next instant, Gao Yang and the god lord opened their eyes simultaneously, realizing that they could not quickly end the battle in the space of will. Both men simultaneously chose to destroy the other in the physical world. Swish! The moment the god lord opened his eyes, a golden sword shadow had already charged before him. The yin-yang Taiji diagram bloomed at the center of the god lord's brow. The golden sword shadow collided with the Taiji diagram, instantly shattering into a multitude of light fragments of will. The moment these light fragments shattered, they instantly coalesced into the form of Gao Yang. He gripped Yang Yao, and the great sword, flickering with deep blue battle aura, struck down ferociously toward the god lord's head. Wherever the blade passed, a long, pitch-black crack remained in space. The god lord's eyes remained cold. Facing this strike from Gao Yang, he swiftly raised his arm, and his chaos sword clashed violently against the deep blue greatsword. Clang! A deafening explosion erupted from the collision of heavy metal. Countless dense, pitch-black cracks burst open around the two of them. Even the Origin Sea, a region stable to the extreme, could not avoid suffering unbearable damage under the full force strikes of two beings at the level of transcending the multiverse. Deep, bottomless fissures tore through the Origin Sea, and the surrounding areas suffered the same fate. A buzzing sound rang in the god lord's ears, and the world before him blurred. He forced his eyes shut and opened them again, only to see a crimson greatsword radiating extreme danger already slashing toward his chest. The Taiji fish in the god lord's eyes flashed abruptly. Gao Yang's head snapped backward as if he had collided with an exceptionally solid piece of space. Gao Yang's shattered forehead healed rapidly. He lowered his head to look at the god lord, sword light surging from his body and enveloping him entirely. Immediately after, he blocked with Yang Yao, parrying the chaos sword that the god lord had swung down. Clang! The moment the two swords clashed, countless overlapping images appeared in the world before Gao Yang's eyes. Chaos energy ground everything around him into dust, and a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared behind him, a terrifying suction force erupting from within. With a burst of will, a brilliant radiance bloomed on Gao Yang's body, making it look as if he were outlined by a glowing border. This radiance caused his body to be nailed firmly into this region like a steel spike. No matter how great the suction force from the black vortex behind him became, it could not shake his body in the slightest. Gao Yang stood there with a black vortex spanning thousands of meters behind him. Dazzling purple lightning danced across his body, and in the next instant, it all converged into the greatsword in his hand. His arm tensed slightly, and then he thrust his sword toward the god lord's position. Catastrophe! Thunderclap! A streak of lightning erupted and shot out, leaving behind a pitch-black channel that refused to heal for a long time. This lightning bolt was like a sharp sword, reaching the god lord in an instant. With a pop, the black and white energies formed an arrow, colliding with the lightning sword and annihilating each other. With one strike failing, Gao Yang stomped hard and lunged toward the god lord at full speed. Behind him, the pitch-black vortex that had been emitting terrifying suction force shattered under the impact of his stomp and rapidly collapsed. In the next instant, he had already broken through layers of chaos barriers and appeared in front of the god lord. He held Yang Yao high, and hideous, ugly cracks spread wantonly along the blade, as if it were gathering all the lightning in the sky, or as if the sword were so heavy that even this region could not bear its weight. Human calamity! Heaven opening! The space at the tip of the Yang Yao sword shattered instantly. All the fragments of the region were swept up by the cracks, and like a pulled tablecloth, they pressed down toward the god lord opposite him along with the force of the sword. Sensing the weight of the world carried by this strike, the god lord took a step back. As he retreated, the space he occupied was submerged by chaos energy, and a shell made entirely of chaos energy replaced his body. Appearing beneath Gao Yang's sword, Yang Yao slashed down, and energy swords that were nearly tangible pierced out from the shell. Gao Yang turned instantly, and a greatsword wrapped in chaos energy appeared silently before him. He reacted with extreme speed. Yang Yao split into thousands, colliding with the incoming chaos sword. Clang, the sword light trembled, clashing thousands of times in the blink of an eye. Slash marks exploded across Gao Yang's body, only to heal instantly. A black and white sword aura swept across the origin sea, instantly shattering the numerous slash marks Gao Yang had distributed before him and striking his body heavily. Gao Yang was sent flying backward, his feet plowing to trenches 100 kilometers long and several kilometers deep into the surface of the origin sea before he could barely come to a stop. Drip, drip. Drops of pure blood trickled down his chin, and the moment they hit the origin sea, they merged back into his body as if time were flowing in reverse. Gao Yang looked up at the God Lord. The opponent did not pursue, but stood in place, looking down at him coldly. Chapter 1094, Unfettered Intent Slash. Gao Yang met the God Lord's gaze, his crimson catastrophe aura merging with his stare to form a blood sword that pierced toward the God Lord's eyes. A black and white Taiji diagram emerged before the God Lord's eyes, blocking the blood sword formed by Gao Yang's gaze. Where the two collided, the space appeared in layers of folds, like a carpet being bunched up by a hand. Gao Yang exerted force with his legs, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow. The sea surface beneath his feet exploded, and a massive bowl-shaped crater formed from the radiating seawater. In a thousandth of a second, Gao Yang had already reached the front of the God Lord. Just as he raised Yang Yao to slash down at him, he suddenly saw the God Lord splay his 5 fingers toward him. At the same time, a thick, imposing voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Chaos divides into yin and yang. Yin and yang transform into the 5 elements. Before the voice had completely faded, a 5-colored divine light erupted from the God Lord's hand, transforming into a vast torrent of divine light that crossed the infinite distance in the blink of an eye. It struck Gao Yang's chest directly, as if traveling through time and space. Gao Yang's movements froze. Everything around him was moving at high speed. He watched the God Lord getting further and further away, along with the 5-colored divine light that enveloped him. A momentary confusion appearing in his eyes. Within the 5-colored divine light, he was still maintaining his lunging posture, and even the Yang Yao in his hand remained unchanged. But now, he could see his own back. In an instant, Gao Yang realized that this strange perspective was because his soul had been shaken out of his physical body by this divine light. This 5-colored divine light could not only imprison the physical body, but it also possessed an immeasurable knockback effect on the soul. With a burst of will, Gao Yang's rapidly retreating soul body came to an immediate halt. At that very instant, the Chaos Sword, wreathed in chaotic energy, had already slashed toward him. The God Lord gripped the Chaos Sword, and the chaotic energy upon his arm formed rows of fine, sharp spikes. This was the sharpening effect produced when energy was agitated to its absolute limit. The God Lord was certain that, given Gao Yang's soul form, he would absolutely be unable to block this strike. Gao Yang understood this as well, yet he still swung the great sword of will in his hand, colliding it with the incoming Chaos Sword with a thunderous boom. Clang, a crisp, clashing sound exploded, and countless light particles burst open beside Gao Yang. His right arm bent slightly, successfully parrying the God Lord's strike. His right arm was not a translucent soul form, but a solid, tangible body of flesh and blood. The God Lord's perception expanded, discovering that Gao Yang's physical body, which had been frozen in place by his 5-colored divine light just moments ago, had vanished. Recalling the pale red light particles that had exploded beside Gao Yang, he understood that in the split second of their clash, Gao Yang's physical body had transformed into these tiny particles and reconverged upon his soul form. However, because time had been too short, Gao Yang had only managed to reform his sword-wielding right arm and a small portion of his torso. Flesh and blood particles rapidly converged, and at the same time, Gao Yang thrust his sword toward the God Lord. A pitch-black sword scar appeared in an instant, heading straight for the God Lord's chest. This was the star-piercing sword in the hands of Gao Yang at this moment. It was a true blade capable of piercing the stars. A sensation of extreme penetration emerged in the God Lord's perception. The moment he sensed this sword, his perception was already pierced through by it, and a faint trace of pain was fed back into his mind. This caused a look of gravity to appear in the God Lord's eyes. This sword could not be taken lightly. If he failed to block it completely, even he would be run through. Chaos is formless. 5-colored light bloomed from the God Lord's body. As they merged, the God Lord's figure vanished instantly before the tip of the sword could strike. Whoosh! Yang failed to hit the God Lord. The sword, containing terrifying power, shot out, carving an endless, pitch-black scar across the sky above the origin sea. The moment after the sword intent erupted, the God Lord reappeared in his original spot. Gao Yang looked at the reappearing God Lord and raised his sword to strike again. In that previous instant, the God Lord must have actively banished his own body outside the origin sea. This banishment was extremely brief, so brief that once the duration ended or the God Lord sensed the threat had passed, he could use his lingering existence to return to the original point. Although that strike had not succeeded, Gao Yang's body had also finished recovering in that instant. Therefore, this strike was filled with power, so heavy that the space around the God Lord was compressed until it emitted a crackling sound. In this moment, these compressed spaces transformed into individual spatial blades, all aimed at the God Lord. As long as the God Lord dared to shift his position, he would have to face these spatial blades. The God Lord naturally understood this, so he directly raised his hand and swung his sword at Gao Yang. Clang! Yang clashed with the Chaos Sword once more. The two equally sharp blades bit into and ground against each other, emitting a piercing sound. The deep blue solar battle chi and the chaotic energy devoured and extinguished one another. The surrounding space cracked repeatedly under their immense force, only to heal rapidly under the rules of the origin sea. Gao Yang looked at the God Lord opposite him through the locked blades. The moment their eyes met, a brilliant radiance of will bloomed, and simultaneously, his solar battle chi erupted violently. The God Lord felt something was wrong. Chaotic energy propelled the Chaos Sword in his hand, and he slashed down at Gao Yang with all his might. Crack, 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 crack. The solid space exploded repeatedly under the swords. Layers of spatial shockwaves were generated beneath the blades, only to freeze instantly as if encased in ice. This was a sign that the surrounding space-time had been reinforced to the point where even spatial fluctuations could not spread. The Chaos Sword stopped a meter away from Gao Yang's side, and the God Lord himself could not advance even an inch further. The moment the God Lord stopped, Gao Yang's strike descended. Natural disaster, shattered domain. Yang suddenly expanded several times over, like a terrifying heavy hammer capable of crushing a crystal wall system. Under the gaze of the God Lord's yin-yang swirling eyes, it crashed down with a heavy strike. Crack boom. The space-time that had been reinforced to the extreme shattered instantly under this sword. As the space-time crack spread, the chaotic robe covering the opponent's body was torn apart by brute force. Wounds appeared one after another on the God Lord's body, and blood, thick as syrup, spilled from the gashes. And like Gao Yang, the God Lord paid no attention to the spilling blood, letting it slide down his body and drip into the origin sea beneath his feet. Each drop of blood, the size of a pea, slammed into the seawater, yet emitted a thunderous roar, splashing up water columns nearly 100 meters high. Immediately following, this area of the origin sea boiled completely. Countless marine creatures that caught the scent of blood rushed toward this spot as if mad, charging toward the blood dripping from the God Lord. It was as if that were not blood, but some supreme divine medicine. The changes in the sea could not affect the two of them in the slightest. The God Lord stared coldly at Gao Yang, the Taiji diagram in his eyes beginning to spin rapidly. Immediately after, a massive Taiji diagram appeared in front of the God Lord, blocking the incoming great sword. An unstoppable, immense force surged forth. The God Lord, along with his sword, was knocked away, shooting out in the direction of the sword strike. Gao Yang stomped down hard. The space beneath his feet, along with the boiling origin sea further below, let out a simultaneous wail. A massive footprint appeared on the surface of the sea, and countless marine creatures that had been fighting for the blood just moments ago were crushed into thin paper. Gao Yang lunged toward the God Lord. The world retreated rapidly in his perception, but before he could advance very far, a strong sense of crisis emerged. Gao Yang clenched his left fist and punched into the empty space before him, shattering the chaotic spikes that had appeared silently on his path. Jagged wounds appeared on his knuckles. If he had not smashed these chaotic spikes in time, they would have pierced through his body and skull. causing severe damage to his form. Gao Yang was forced to stop, but in the next instant, he raised his hand and thrust his sword toward the God Lord. A cone-shaped sword or a flashing and vanishing in a blink. The sword energy surged instantly before the God Lord. A Teiji diagram manifested, and the cone-rain sword energy collided with it, shattering into a sky full of fine sword filaments. Just as the cone-rain sword energy shattered, a massive hand that seemed to cover the sky reached out, grasping at the scattering sword filaments. In an instant, the flying filaments condensed into a sword that appeared substantial, held firmly in the hand of Gao Yang, who then swung it down toward the God Lord once more. Catastrophe, will sword. The radiance of his will bloomed, and the battle chi sword in Gao Yang's hand struck down ferociously. A powerful wind pressure rushed toward them, causing the God Lord's tattered robes to snap violently. Facing the battle chi sword that radiated the brilliance of will, the God Lord raised his chaos sword, and the chaotic energy within it suddenly transformed into an extremely sharp golden light. The brilliant golden sword struck down, colliding head-on with the descending battle chi sword without any fancy maneuvers. Immediately after, sharp sword energy soared into the sky, actually splitting Gao Yang's battle chi sword down the middle, turning it into two torrents of sword energy that swept past the God Lord on either side. The battle chi dissipated into scattering embers. The next instant, Gao Yang had already charged before the God Lord. His dragon-like, powerful body was covered in bulging muscles, and the Yang Yao sword gripped tightly in his right hand erupted with an incredibly blinding sword intent. Ripples of sword energy bloomed, causing the void to fluctuate incessantly. A shocking killing intent pierced into the God Lord's perception like needles. A strike containing such extreme will and killing intent was enough to annihilate an entire crystal wall system along with all the life within it. Clang! The sword hummed as it soared into the sky. As Yang Yao struck down, the sharp sword intent bloomed, splitting the vast and boundless origin sea in two. A bottomless scar extended to the very edge of perception. A massive Teiji diagram appeared before the God Lord. The yin and yang energies within the diagram rotated frantically, and dense chaotic energy erupted from within. He raised his hand and thrust the chaos blade in his hand into the Teiji diagram. The next instant, a chaos giant blade, magnified countless times, surged out from the Teiji diagram, clashing head-on with the descending Yang Yao. In just an instant, the surface of the origin sea dropped by nearly 100 meters, and the sea surface directly beneath Gao Yang and the God Lord evaporated to a depth of 1,000 meters, revealing a massive, bowl-shaped crater. The giant blade shattered, and dense, bloody cracks burst open along the God Lord's right arm, which held the sword. The God Lord's expression remained unchanged. With a grab of his left hand, the splashing blood was suddenly sucked and gathered at his fingertips. He then pointed at Gao Yang, and as the yin and yang energies merged into it, a blood-colored ray erupted and shot out. The blood-colored ray pierced through the space along its path, triggering one sonic boom after another, leaving behind a black, circular hole in space only as thick as a finger. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. A flash of sword light appeared, and he vanished from his original spot. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the spot where he had been standing was pierced by the blood-colored ray, and the surrounding space was completely pulverized, turning into a vacuum black hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Gao Yang appeared 1,000 meters behind the God Lord. The moment he appeared, the God Lord had already turned around. With a slight lift of his finger, the blood-colored ray swept across the void, reaching Gao Yang's side in an instant. This blood-colored ray was not a one-time attack. It was similar to a laser pointer, held in the God Lord's hand. The sword light flickered again, and Gao Yang vanished the moment the ray swept past. The blood-colored ray lashed out wantonly, creating black hole vacuums wherever it passed, chasing the streak of sword light that Gao Yang had become. The moment another black hole vacuum was born, a massive suction force erupted suddenly, and Gao Yang's body was affected by the pull, stalling for an instant. A strong sense of crisis exploded. The brilliant radiance of his will bloomed from his body, ignoring everything else. Gao Yang took a step forward and thrust his sword toward the God Lord in the distance. Swoosh! The moment he thrust his sword, the blood-colored ray instantly swept across his chest, and a chaotic, burning line appeared. Immediately after, a black hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters was born with Gao Yang at its center. and a massive suction force enveloped him. Visible particles of flesh and blood, centered on the burn mark on Gao Yang's chest, were sucked toward the vacuum black hole behind him. The brilliant radiance of his will wrapped around Gao Yang's body. His movements did not falter in the slightest, and Yang Yao continued to thrust firmly toward the God Lord. As this sword was thrust out, the surrounding space-time did not change in the slightest, but the thrusting Yang Yao abruptly vanished from the God Lord's perception. The next instant, the God Lord's pupils dilated as a sword tip abruptly pierced out from his back. This sword was the pinnacle of Gao Yang's achievements in the field of space-time. Named Sacrifice of Life, Yang Yao struck into the God Lord's body, and the sun-scorching effect took hold immediately. The God Lord's physical body and soul began to burn fiercely in an instant, and the deep blue true sunfire swallowed his body in the blink of an eye. The moment the true sunfire erupted, Gao Yang had already backhanded his sword toward the black hole beneath him. A sky-piercing scar appeared, and the 10,000-meter-wide black hole was split into from the center, then shattered suddenly. The suction disappeared, the sword light flickered, and Gao Yang charged toward the God Lord once again. From within the raging true sunfire, an arm wrapped in chaotic energy reached out. The entangled chaotic energy erupted, and the space-time in front of the God Lord was instantly churned into a chaotic mess. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Gao Yang's eyes. At this moment, the God Lord was ignited by the true sunfire, his soul and body simultaneously enduring the indescribable burning of the true fire. If he were given a moment to catch his breath, with the God Lord's regenerative abilities, such injuries would likely heal in the blink of an eye. By then, the situation he had worked so hard to turn in his favor would return to square one. Having reached this level, Gao Yang knew very well that these kinds of injuries, which did not damage the origin, could not even be considered injuries for existences of their caliber. Of course, the burning state caused by the true sunfire could not be healed, and the minimum duration would be 240 hours, because its foundation was Gao Yang's battle chi, as scorching as the sun, and his will, which was brilliant to the extreme. Unless Gao Yang was killed, this point could not be changed. The radiance of his will bloomed, and Gao Yang ferociously crashed into the chaotic space-time. His entire person had almost transformed into a sword, violently and domineeringly slashing away the chaotic space-time before him. Locked in by his will, in just an instant, Gao Yang broke through the God Lord's blockade, flashed before the God Lord, and struck with his sword in a rage through the explosive, burning sun true fire. Gao Yang locked eyes with the God Lord. In that instant, he saw the Taiji diagram that had been spinning frantically within the God Lord's eyes come to an abrupt halt. Everything in the surrounding area stalled along with it, whether it was time, space, or any other myriad phenomena. All came to a complete standstill. Gao Yang remained frozen before the God Lord. The radiance of his will, which had been shining from his eyes, stopped dispersing, and even his thoughts fell into a state of total stagnation. The God Lord reached out his palm, pushing through the explosive sun true fire. From each of his 5 fingers, a chaotic vortex bloomed, and immediately after, 5 beams of chaos, condensed to the absolute limit, shot toward Gao Yang, who was within arm's reach. A brilliant radiance of will erupted. As the immortal will bloomed, a golden sword shadow flashed and vanished within Gao Yang's pupils. The next instant, his frozen thoughts began to churn once more. Sensing his own state, Gao Yang did not hesitate. His mind expanded, and a deep blue light erupted from his pupils. In this moment, he directly consumed 95% of his essence, energy, and spirit. Based on the foundation of my heart at ease, he entered the ultimate state of self-actualization. An indescribable sense of control welled up in his heart. In this instant, Gao Yang's perception expanded explosively. The rules of the multiverse flowed through his mind like water. The law of slaughter, which had previously been just a hair's breadth away from being fully comprehended, was now completely perfected without the slightest obstruction. Time, space, and even the various rule origins within the origin seed beneath him opened their hearts to him. As long as he wished, he could touch and master them. Gao Yang's deep blue eyes looked at the God Lord, who was right before him. The 5 chaotic beams shot out from the opponent's hands, carrying the power to annihilate all things as they streaked toward him. Yet, at this moment, in Gao Yang's eyes, These 5 attacks were so slow that he could manipulate everything around him with his will and calmly evade them. However, Gao Yang did not do so. The deep blue radiance of his will bloomed, and the area that was already stalled entered a state of stagnation once again. A look of astonishment appeared in the God Lord's eyes, but he was frozen in place as the area locked up. Gao Yang slowly lowered his head to look at his own palm. The ultimate state of self-actualization could only be maintained for a single, fleeting second, but for existences of their level, an instant was enough to accomplish many things. He raised the Yao sword, and deep blue radiance bloomed from the blade. He looked at the God Lord, who was trapped in the stagnation, and swung his sword down. This strike integrated all of Gao Yang's essence, energy, and spirit. It was the strongest sword strike he had ever unleashed in his life. As the sword fell, all constraints, all threats, and all karma were annihilated. It was flawless, stainless, and untainted by dust, achieving supreme, absolute freedom. Thus, this sword was named Self-Actualization/Clang. The chaotic energy spontaneously formed a Taiji diagram, wrapping the God Lord within it. As this sword fell, the Taiji diagram shattered with a roar. Scorching sword marks bloomed once more. In the eyes of the current Gao Yang, there were no secrets left in the God Lord. His final method of self-preservation was extinguished. Under this sword, the God Lord was destined to die. Clang. The deep blue greatsword slashed through. A sword mark appeared on the God Lord's neck, followed by the eruption of crimson sun, true fire, a supreme flame that fused the laws of slaughter and the blazing sun. Even with the God Lord's physique, he could not withstand it. The stagnant space-time shattered, and time began to flow once again. The yin-yang luster in the God Lord's eyes had been replaced by a deep blue slash mark. He looked at Gao Yang, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, everything transformed into a long, regretful sigh. Amidst the sigh, the God Lord's body rapidly turned to ash within the crimson sun, true fire. The deep blue radiance was about to fade. Gao Yang looked up, and the river of time appeared in his vision. His gaze crossed endless distances, looking toward the direction from which the God Lord had come. After confirming that the God Lord did not exist in the past, present, or future, he finally set his mind at ease, and the radiance in his eyes quickly extinguished. Waves of dizziness suddenly surged up. Having exited the ultimate state of self-actualization, Gao Yang's vision went black. He grabbed onto the space beside him to steady his form, and after panting several times, his vision cleared. Looking at the place where the God Lord had been annihilated, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over his body and mind. The God Lord was dead, and everything in the future would be firmly grasped in his own hands. Just then, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. System prompt. The hunting divine office has been successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have gained 17.29% of fate weight. Current fate weight. The origin sea churned, and countless massive sea creatures revealed their forms, looking at Gao Yang with a mix of longing and fear. They craved the fate weight, yet they were terrified of being slain by the existence before them, so they could only watch from afar. The surge in fate weight made Gao Yang feel that his distance from the multiverse had grown slightly further. Fortunately, he could still sense the existence of Earth and the Qingshu Cave Heaven. With a flash of thought, he vanished from above the origin sea the next instant. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Sesame wishes all foster fathers and mothers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, a happy family reunion, happiness, health, and may all your wishes come true. Taking a day off today. Chapter 1095 Digestion and Absorption. In the Cave Heaven, Qingshu Hall. In the empty hall, a deep blue sword light suddenly appeared. The sword light condensed into a human form, and Gao Yang stepped out from it. Returning to the Qingshu Cave Heaven made Gao Yang feel an immediate sense of relief. The battle with the God Lord earlier might not have seemed long in time, but the pressure of every single second had pushed his nerves to the absolute limit. After defeating the God Lord, the feeling of rejection from the multiverse had also made him feel uncomfortable. But after he forcibly returned to the Qingshu Cave Heaven, both the pressure brought by the God Lord and the rejection from the will of the multiverse vanished. An unprecedented sense of ease made Gao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned back casually into the wide chair, exhaling a long stream of air. His brow was relaxed as never before, and then he slowly closed his eyes. falling into a deep sleep right there in the chair. One day later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, a brilliant radiance blooming within them. After a full day and night of sleep, the mental exhaustion had been swept away, and an endless supply of energy surged through his physique. He clenched his fist, and deep blue battle chi bloomed in his hand according to his will. The spacer on his fist showed visible wrinkles, and at the edges of these folds, tiny, pitch-black cracks appeared. Unable to bear the immense pressure, Gao Yang released his grip, and the spacer on his palm rapidly recovered. The most important gain from this battle with the God Lord was not the destiny weight acquired after slaying him, but the various inspirations, or rather, the lessons that the God Lord had provided simply by appearing before him. Before the God Lord appeared, Gao Yang had never imagined that anyone could step across the river of time, reverse space-time, and descend into the past. It could be said that the appearance of the God Lord was like a beam of light, illuminating the path ahead for Gao Yang. Without the God Lord, perhaps after Gao Yang's strength had reached a certain level, he would have slowly come into contact with concepts such as the river of time, destiny weight, and will anchoring. But if he had been left to comprehend these things purely on his own, it might have taken thousands or even tens of thousands of years to realize them. However, the God Lord's appearance had thoroughly revealed the future scenery of this path to Gao Yang, without the need for verbal instruction or guidance. The moment he saw the God Lord's actions, the relevant concepts were accepted, synthesized, and understood by him, subsequently allowing him to complete his own unique will anchoring. It could be said that the God Lord, simply by appearing before Gao Yang, had saved him thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of time. Gao Yang closed his eyes and began to digest the gains from this battle. Previously, during the fight, he had only had a rough concept of the God Lord's various methods. To thoroughly digest and absorb them, making them his own and wielding them as easily as his own limbs, would still require a little time. For the current Gao Yang, this process truly required only a tiny amount of time. In just a few minutes, as the deep blue solar battle chi bloomed upon his body, the projection of the sun above the Qingshu Grotto heaven was gradually stained with deep blue. Within seconds, the originally golden sun had completely transformed into a deep blue blazing sun. Warm, pale blue sunlight slowly radiated outward, casting a layer of azure over the entire Qingshu Grotto heaven. Gao Yang sat cross-legged, his eyes half open and half closed, yet his consciousness, in this instant, permeated every corner of the Qingshu Grotto heaven along with the sunlight. Mountains, earth, rivers, oceans, and even the caves that the sunlight could not reach, all appeared within his consciousness. Is this my Qingshu Grotto heaven? As the Lord of the Plain, Gao Yang already controlled the entire Qingshu Grotto heaven, but compared to this moment, the former could only be considered steering the helm, while the latter was a complete fusion with the vessel. The gap between the two was far too vast. Just like at this very moment, he even had the feeling that if he wanted to, the Qingshu Grotto heaven would be like modeling clay, allowing him to knead and shape it at will into any form he desired. This was a total and absolute control. He could even accomplish anything he wished within the Qingshu Grotto heaven if he so desired. Furthermore, he could feel that as his will anchoring within the multiverse became increasingly clear, the scope of this control was also constantly expanding. In just a few minutes, this control spread from the Qingshu Grotto heaven to the entire earth. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the pitch-black starry sky outside the earth, and the next instant, Gao Yang appeared there. He looked at the azure planet magnified several times before him, and with a thought, an endless number of Gao Yangs simultaneously appeared outside the earth, as if a spherical shield were wrapping the entire planet within it. So many phantoms existed for only a brief moment before they all dissipated. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. This was an attempt at his reflection upon the heavens. As for the principle behind it, it was also a usage of will anchoring. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. Merging one's body with the Great Tao is a state where a practitioner has reached a certain level of enlightenment regarding the Great Tao, subsequently merging themselves into it. Wherever the Great Tao exists, they exist. It could also be said that they are omnipresent. At the same time, the things they have done will leave traces within the Great Tao, recorded in the river of time, never to be erased even as the river of time washes over them repeatedly. And those who have merged with the Great Tao can manifest anywhere the Great Tao reaches with just a single thought. Since the Great Tao is omnipresent within the multiverse, they are also omnipresent. This is what is meant by reflecting upon the heavens. Will anchoring is no different from merging with the Great Tao. By anchoring one's own will into the will of the multiverse, which has no consciousness of its own and is merely the manifestation of the rules that maintain the operation of the multiverse, i.e., the Great Tao One achieves this. Therefore, the ultimate carrier of so-called will anchoring is the Great Tao, and the current Gao Yang had only initially anchored his own will into the Great Tao. As he deepened this anchoring, he would be able to achieve the goal of merging with the Great Tao. When that time came, he would be able to reflect upon the heavens, and that time would not be long. Of course, this process had extremely high requirements for both the quality and quantity of one's will. The quality of the will was merely the raw material. On top of that, one needed sufficient destiny weight to serve as a carving knife. Only by using the will as material could one carve their own will onto the Great Tao and complete the will anchoring. In short, before one's strength reached the point of contacting and understanding destiny weight, achieving will anchoring was simply impossible. Gao Yang withdrew his perception, and his body vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he had returned to the Qingshu Grotto heaven. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the training arena, the brilliant radiance of his will shining from his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and began to continuously engrave his own will onto the will of the multiverse. Chapter 1096. High above the skull dome, the eternal blazing sun. Inside the Qingshu main hall, time had come to a standstill at this moment. Deep blue liquid filled every corner of the hall, yet there was no sense of suffocation as one might feel in the deep sea. Gao Yang remained sitting quietly on his chair, a deep blue radiance like flowing water diffusing from his body. This was the manifestation of his will merging with his battle aura. At the same time, it signified that his connection with this world was constantly deepening, which was also a manifestation of his will being anchored. Yang Yao stood upright beside Gao Yang, its blade emitting a faint, continuous hum. It was unknown how much time had passed before the deep blue liquid within the Qingshu Great Hall began to gradually converge toward the space above Gao Yang's head. The liquid that filled the entire hall gathered and compressed, centered on a point 1 zhang above Gao Yang's head. Amidst the constant compression, a droplet of deep blue, tinged with purple, suddenly appeared. The moment it emerged, the liquid throughout the entire hall seemed to find its core, rumble. In just an instant, the liquid in the hall boiled violently, with the blue-purple droplet as the core. A vortex roared into existence, and the viscous, deep blue liquid poured down toward the center. Under the infusion of such a vast amount of deep blue liquid, the blue-purple droplet began to slowly grow and expand, transforming into a miniature sun, with strands of light blooming from within. When all the deep blue liquid in the hall had been poured into that miniature sun, a purple gold sun with a diameter exceeding 10 meters appeared above Gao Yang's head. Clang! Yang Yao erupted with a crisp sword hum, suddenly shooting into the sky and heading straight for the purple gold sun. Without the slightest obstruction, Yang Yao pierced through the surface of the purple gold sun, the entire sword sinking into its interior before vanishing from sight. The next instant, the light emitted by the purple gold sun began to change. The radiance, which had previously only felt warm, now carried a faint trace of pressure and chill. That feeling was like a sword of Damocles hanging over one's head. The moment even the slightest malice arose in one's heart, the originally warm sunlight would transform into a sharp, bloodless sword intent. Only then did Gao Yang slowly open his eyes. At this moment, his originally black pupils had turned the same purple gold as the sun above his head. His young, stern face, set off by these purple gold eyes, gained an intense sense of majesty. Opening his eyes meant that Gao Yang's anchoring to the multiverse's will was complete. From now on, although he would still be rejected by the multiverse's will, this rejection would no longer be able to force him out of the multiverse. And his will anchor was precisely this supreme blazing sun above his head that had swallowed Yang Yao, or perhaps the eternal blazing sun was more accurate. It was the product of the combination of the eternal undying meditation technique created by Gao Yang himself and his solar furnace battle aura. Not a whit weaker than the true concept of a sun within the multiverse. Because of the existence of Yang Yao, this concept was even more aggressive than a standard sun. The existence of this eternal blazing sun was the proof of the anchor between the current Gao Yang and the entire multiverse. Gao Yang looked up at the eternal blazing sun above him. The 10-meter diameter sun hovered just 1 zhang above his head. The raging purple-gold fireball occupied his entire field of vision, leaving no room for anything else. Gao Yang's gaze flickered, and then the entire eternal blazing sun began to rise. This ascent was not a physical one, but rather a continuous rising within his consciousness. A moment later, the eternal blazing sun vanished from Gao Yang's eyes. At the same time, every living creature on Earth stopped whatever they were doing at that moment. All beings froze in place, lifting their heads to look upward. 1 zhang above their heads, a purple-gold sun was burning fiercely, with endless light and heat seemingly radiating from within it. Majestic, sacred, impossible to look at directly, and impossible to profane. A purple-gold sun. At this moment, the same question surfaced in the minds of countless beings. Many creatures subconsciously looked toward the direction of the sun, only to find that the familiar sun was still hanging high in a place they could not reach. The moment they looked at the original sun, this purple-gold sun would abruptly disappear. And the instant that thought was born in their minds, the purple-gold sun would reappear 1 zhang above their heads, as if it did not exist in reality. Standing in the Qingshu Great Hall, Gao Yang sensed everything that was happening. Then, as his will radiated outward, the eternal blazing sun anchored to the multiverse's will began to resonate with him. Thus, in just a few seconds, this purple-gold eternal blazing sun abruptly appeared 1 zhang above the heads of the intelligent beings across the countless crystal walls of the multiverse. Mortals, transcendents, legends, and even the gods who were manifestations of the multiverse's rules all saw this purple-gold blazing sun above their heads at this moment. Confusion appeared in everyone's eyes as they looked at the purple-gold sun not far above them. Their minds filled with doubt and uncertainty. The void began to tremble, and thoughts began to spread. Gao Yang closed his eyes. At this moment, his will was reflected across the heavens, and living beings in countless planes and crystal walls of the multiverse all saw the eternal blazing sun that represented his will. From this day forward, this purple-gold blazing sun would be forever etched into the minds of the endless beings of the multiverse, unable to be erased no matter how the river of time washed over it. And it was also at this moment, through the purple-gold sun, that Gao Yang clearly saw Lisa in the Eberron world. Her originally flat abdomen was now fully distended. A smile graced her face, and her hands caressed her bulging belly. Her beautiful face was filled with maternal radiance. He saw Melifina, wearing sunglasses and lying on a beach chair, leisurely enjoying the sunshine. Her golden hair bloomed with fine golden light under the sun's illumination, looking comfortable and peaceful. Following that, he saw Ange Bailey and the others, who were still fighting on the front lines of the blood war, relying on the floating city of Golden Land. They were also quietly looking up at the sky. He also saw many others with whom he had crossed paths. And at this very moment, every one of them was looking up at the sky with expressions of shock and doubt. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and the next moment, his body vanished from the Qingshu cave heaven. Subtle spatial fluctuations bloomed, and Gao Yang stepped out from the void, immediately catching sight of Lisa's face, which was filled with surprise. After his will reflected across the heavens, distance was no longer an obstacle for him. As long as he wished, he could descend upon any corner of the multiverse, just as he had done now. Gao Yang, it really is you. A smile blossomed on Lisa's face as she opened her arms and rushed toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang gently pulled her body, which had become slightly fuller due to her pregnancy, into his embrace. He kissed her cheek softly before placing his palm upon her belly. Through the soft fabric and her skin, he could feel that vibrant life. It was his offspring. Chapter 1097. Sitting in the cave heaven, the great freedom sword god late at night. The dragon emblem spanning the sky of Eberron still emitted a hazy golden glow. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, glanced at the sleeping Lisa, and exhaled softly. The next instant, he had vanished from the bedchamber. The future of Lisa and his child was inextricably linked to Eberron. For their safety, Gao Yang needed to completely eliminate any hidden dangers. When he last came to Eberron, he had not had the time to resolve this threat, but now, it was no longer a threat to him. At the bottom of the Eberron world, amidst the endless darkness, a touch of deep blue sunlight suddenly bloomed. The next moment, A scorching sun rose abruptly within this endless darkness, its infinite, blazing light completely dispelling the gloom. In just an instant, countless creatures living in the darkness were killed by this searing sunlight. Gao Yang did not care about this. He walked with his hands behind his back across the land filled with endless darkness. The blazing light bloomed wantonly from his body, and while his movements seemed slow, they were actually swift. The space around him shifted rapidly. In just a few steps, the eternal sun that Gao Yang had transformed into arrived above a vast, boundless abyss. This abyss seemed to have gathered all the filth of the Eberron world, cold, filthy, violent, and evil. All sorts of emotions were bred and grew within this chasm. And here was the place where the underworld dragon Kyber resided. Sunlight spilled into the abyss, illuminating an area that had not been touched by light for millions of years. Shining along with it was the colossal monster suppressed here. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of chains shaking and colliding echoed from the bottom of the abyss. Each sound was immensely heavy and carried astonishing penetrative power. The surrounding world regions trembled with the noise. Appearing with complex, overlapping shadows, this scene, which resembled the collapse of the world, should have exerted a bone-deep pressure on all living beings, yet for Gao Yang, it did not carry even a shred of pressure. Roar! A deep, violent dragon roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss. Scarlet flames burst forth from the depths, occupying the entire abyss in an instant, rushing toward the sky like a river flowing in reverse. Facing the surging scarlet flames, Gao Yang did not even lift an eyelid. The eternal sun surrounding him suddenly blazed with intensity, and under the scorching sunlight, the scarlet flames that had just erupted violently melted away like ice and snow. The scarlet flames vanished, replaced by a pair of massive, dark red, gold-flecked vertical pupils slowly rising from the bottom of the abyss. Violence, arrogance, cruelty, all kinds of extreme negative emotions emanated from these brutal pupils. Beneath these vertical pupils were thick, yellowish-brown scales arranged in overlapping rows. The combination of so many dragon scales formed the massive body of the underworld dragon Kyber, which struck fear into the hearts of all sentient beings. Gao Yang lowered his head, meeting the gaze of Kyber's evil, brutal vertical pupils. The mental shock that had appeared in the past did not even have the qualifications to enter his sea of consciousness before being easily annihilated. The brutality in Kyber's vertical pupils gradually faded. The moment they made contact, it already knew that the human before it was different from those it had encountered, devoured, or even suppressed in the past. There was no emotion in the other's eyes. They were as indifferent as the eternal, unmeltable isotope glacier. A casual glance was enough to make Kyber's brutal and evil consciousness feel as if it had been doused in ice, falling into a suffocating, deathly silence. Gao Yang looked at the silent yet hideous dragon head protruding from the abyss. The creature seemed to want to communicate with him, but he had no such intention. Whether they communicated or not would not affect his decision, nor could it change Kyber's ultimate fate. The methods the creature had used long ago had already determined this scene today. Gao Yang raised his hand and pointed casually at the hideous dragon head. The underworld dragon Kyber's vertical pupils suddenly shrank and elongated into a line. Boundless fear erupted from its heart, causing its dragon scales to burst open one by one. The scorching scarlet energy was instantly ignited, instinctively transforming into a torrent of blood flames that swept toward Gao Yang. A grand sword hum bloomed from within the burning, supreme sun. A scarlet sword light covered in silver radiance shot out from within the sun. With just a flash, the torrent of blood flames was split into from the middle, and along with it, the entire world region was also split into. A clear, smooth slash appeared within Kyber's vertical pupils, and then, surging blood poured out from the wound. With just one sword strike, Kyber's dragon body, which represented endless fear and sin, was completely destroyed. The creature's brutal dragon soul was directly purified into nothingness by the will contained within that sword strike. In short, Gao Yang had killed the underworld dragon Kyber in a single, casual sword strike. After finishing all this, Gao Yang waved his hand, the sun extinguished, and this area returned to darkness. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years, a new existence would be born from this endless filth. But that newborn existence would certainly not be the underworld dragon Kyber, who had completely perished. Returning to the bedchamber in the immortal city, Lisa was still fast asleep. Gao Yang stroked her soft, long hair with a smile on his lips. It was not long before their child would be born. To be precise, it would be in 1 month. Gao Yang stopped thinking, lay down beside Lisa, and began to rest. From the start of the War of Ascension until now, he had not had a proper rest. Now, time was no longer pressing for him, and rest was no longer a luxury. This sleep was deep and comfortable, and it was not until the sun was high in the sky the next day that Gao Yang slowly woke up. Gao Yang rose, and with Lisa's assistance, he dressed neatly before heading to the side hall to share breakfast together. A beautiful day began from this moment on. After breakfast, Lisa went to the holy temple to handle affairs. With a thought, Gao Yang returned to the Qingshu cave heaven outside of Earth, sitting cross-legged above the meditation jade in the martial arts arena. Time and space could no longer restrict the current Gao Yang. Distances that once required a long time to traverse were now, for him, merely a matter of a single thought. The Multiverse Network panel appeared before his eyes at his mental command. Gao Yang looked at the pale blue light screen, and a flash of realization rose in his heart. For sentient beings wandering the multiverse, Multiverse Network players were not an unfamiliar group. The origin of these players lay in that mysterious and unfathomable Multiverse Network. It was not that no one had tried to explore its origins, but to this day, no existence had ever found the source of this network. But now, all of this was no longer a secret in Gao Yang's eyes. The Multiverse Network was rooted in the will of the multiverse. It was the manifestation of the multiverse's game rules. It was intangible and invisible, omnipotent yet bound by layers of restrictions. For an individual, the existence of the Multiverse Network perhaps provided a choice with an unknown future for every life that refused to be ordinary. And that was all. As for how to use the network, whether to keep climbing or to stop, the Multiverse Network did not interfere, nor did it care. The text on the light screen before him shifted, transforming into the 2 exclusive limited titles he had obtained. With nothing better to do, Gao Yang intended to edit these 2 titles, and he already had an idea for the direction. Both the Legendary Calamity and Plain Scourge exclusive limited titles could be edited once. However, under the influence of Gao Yang's will, these 2 titles naturally began to merge, eventually forming a brand new title for him, who had already transcended the multiverse. This trivial operation was not difficult. Looking at the completely blank title before him, Gao Yang moved his mind, and text appeared upon it. Great Freedom Sword God. Title type, exclusive limited title. Title restriction, Gao Yang Eternal Blazing Sun. Title description, high above the dome of the skull, the eternal blazing sun. The sword connects the universe, severing and extinguishing chaos, unrestrained and free, transcending heaven and earth, known as Great Freedom. Title attributes no need to equip. Looking at this newly edited title, Gao Yang moved his mind and equipped it in his title slot. The next instant, every Multiverse Network player in the multiverse paused. A bright golden notification, dozens of times larger than a standard network prompt, forcibly occupied their vision. Multiverse Network prompt. Great Freedom Sword God. Gao Yang has transcended the Multiverse Network at this very moment. May you all strive together. At this moment, Gao Yang felt with absolute clarity that the connection between him and the Multiverse Network was constantly weakening. Or rather, the network was actively detaching from him. His existence now was an extremely heavy burden for the Multiverse Network. The current network could no longer bear Gao Yang's magnitude, even in the form of entering a dungeon with his soul. The network could no longer facilitate it for him. Therefore, the Multiverse Network actively severed its link with Gao Yang, both to reduce its burden and because Gao Yang no longer needed its assistance. Gao Yang sighed slightly and let the light screen before him gradually fade away. Chapter 1098. My heart has no obstacles. End. Gao Yang looked up at the deep blue sun in the sky of the Qingshu cave heaven. As far as his eyes could see, there were colorful threads. These threads were so complex and dense that they were impossible to count, piercing through the void to arrive here and merging into that deep blue sun. The deep blue sun was his anchor of will in the multiverse, and these threads were various pieces of information regarding him. With a thought, the colorful threads began to converge toward the deep blue sun. In a way incomprehensible to ordinary people, the sky full of threads converged into the deep blue sun in just a few seconds, except for a small portion that Gao Yang intentionally left behind. All other information had been gathered into the deep blue sun to be digested and absorbed. During this process, the shock on the faces of the Multiverse Network players gradually turned into confusion. They looked at the spontaneously appearing network panels before them, knowing in their hearts that some important event had just occurred. Yet they could not retain even a shred of memory. After gathering his information, Gao Yang rose and returned to Eberron. Sitting cross-legged on a tree stump, Gao Yang looked around, then naturally closed his eyes and began his daily cultivation. Cultivation had already been carved into his marrow. Although he had slain the God Lord, and there were no more obstacles ahead, he still did not feel even a trace of confusion. He cultivated when it was time to cultivate, and rested when he wanted to rest. In the rotation of his cultivation and rest, a month passed quickly. On this day, Lisa's bedchamber was exceptionally busy. Legendary powerhouses and core members of the Immortal Church were all waiting outside the bedchamber with anxious and solemn expressions, looking from time to time at the majestic figure standing at the door. Gao Yang stood at the entrance, his brows slightly furrowed. Today was the day of Lisa's delivery. Although he knew that there would be no problems with her labor, now that the moment had truly arrived, listening to Lisa's fluctuating breathing and painful cries, he still inevitably felt a sense of tension and anticipation. Time ticked by, and Gao Yang's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened. More than half an hour had already passed. If the delivery was not successful soon, he was already planning to intervene personally. After a moment of thought, he remained where he was, not moving. Lisa was a legendary professional. A mere childbirth was not a difficult task for her. It was only because this child was too special that the process had become difficult and slow. He could certainly have taken action to bypass the birthing process entirely, allowing his offspring to be born instantly. But doing so would have resulted in a slight congenital deficiency. Although it would have been a negligible flaw, it would have been a shortcoming nonetheless. Neither he nor Lisa would ever allow such a deficiency to occur. While suddenly, a tender yet powerful cry erupted in Gao Yang's ears. He looked up abruptly toward the tightly closed door, but his gaze had already landed on the large bed in the bedchamber, resting upon the pale and exhausted Lisa, and the fair-skinned, plump baby boy held in the arms of Sophia, who stood to the side. Aside from that single cry upon birth, the infant was now in Sophia's arms, staring with large, pitch-black, round eyes, curiously observing the world. "This is my son." A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He took a single step, and in the next moment, he had arrived inside the bedchamber. After Gao Yang left, expressions of joy appeared on the faces of Huakui and the others. They had all heard that cry earlier, and that cry did not just represent a newborn child, it represented the future of their immortal wasteland. Gao Yang's sudden arrival made Sophia slightly nervous, and she subconsciously pulled the baby tightly into her arms to protect him. However, when she saw that the visitor was Gao Yang, her nervousness vanished instantly, replaced by a matching look of joy. "My lord, this is your heir." Gao Yang took the wide-eyed, curious baby boy from her hands, his posture appearing slightly stiff. After all, the chubby little boy looked so fragile that he was terrified that even the slightest movement might break him. Sophia exchanged a glance with Lisa, who had regained a bit of color, and both of their eyes held a hint of playfulness. Ever since they had known Gao Yang, this was the first time they had seen him act so cautious. Gao Yang held the chubby boy in his arms, and the child was not afraid at all. Instead, he reached out with his fleshy fingers and grabbed at Gao Yang. Gao Yang revealed a smile and extended a finger, letting the baby's soft hand grasp it. Then, he turned to look at Lisa and said in a gentle voice, "You've worked hard." Lisa shook her head, a tired but satisfied smile on her face, and said weakly, "You give our child a name. There is no rush for that. You should rest first." Gao Yang sat down by the bedside, took hold of Lisa's soft hand, and gently channeled his deep blue battle chi into her body. Lisa let out a soft hum, feeling her body gradually warm up. Her long exhausted spirit finally relaxed, and she soon drifted into a deep sleep. Because Lisa, the high priestess of the immortal temple, and the immortal Feather King had given birth to a son, the vast immortal wasteland began a full month of celebrations, and the entire land was plunged into an ocean of joy. At the very center of this joy, in the immortal city, Sophia was carefully bending over, her hands held in a hovering position as she followed behind the little one who was half a meter in front of her. 3 meters behind them was the stern and meticulous commander of the Drow guards. Kui, young Master Yao, be careful. There is a stone ahead. Sophia's dark red, magma-like eyes were filled with tension, watching over the little one who was stumbling forward with all the dedication of a devoted maid guarding her young master. Big dragon, big dragon. Gao Yang reached out with his small hands, running eagerly toward Aodelivir, who was coiled up not far away. His black eyes were filled with curiosity and longing, and his bouncy cheeks were brimming with a happy smile. Yao, just then, a voice as gentle as water rang out. Gao Yang turned his head subconsciously, his little face lighting up with surprise. But because he hadn't paid attention to the loose gravel under his feet while turning, he lost his balance and tumbled forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded as a pair of large hands gently caught the little boy's small body. Young Master Yao, please be careful, Kui said softly, carefully steadying Gao Yang. Kui, let the boy fall a couple of times, it won't be a problem. A steady voice followed. Kui and the little Gao Yang both looked over. The former bowed his head respectfully, while the latter beamed, opening his arms toward Gao Yang and babbling with his little mouth. Papa, hold me. Lisa let go of Gao Yang's arm, and Gao Yang took the opportunity to scoop the little one up from the ground and hold him in his arms. Papa, Mama. Gao Yang squirmed in Gao Yang's arms and reached his chubby little hands toward Lisa. Compared to Gao Yang's broad chest, he preferred Lisa's soft and warm embrace. Lisa took Gao Yang, couldn't help but kiss his bouncy, soft cheeks, and then looked at Gao Yang, her eyes filled with an unbreakable depth of love. Gao Yang wrapped an arm around her waist, tapped Gao Yang on the forehead, and said, I'm taking you to meet an elder. A look of confusion appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. With his small brain, he didn't understand what Gao Yang meant, but that didn't stop him from being happy. And so, amidst Gao Yang's happy laughter, Gao Yang, along with Lisa and the child, vanished from the sight of Kui and the others. A spatial ripple appeared, and a deep blue light barrier emerged from the void, from which Gao Yang and Lisa stepped out. Lisa looked around and said with pleasant surprise, this is Dean Grandpa's tombstone. Gao Yang nodded, signaling for her to put Gao Yang down. With Lisa's assistance, Gao Yang innocently kowtowed 3 times toward the tall tombstone in front of him. This is your great-grandfather Dean. When you grow up, remember to come and pay your respects every year. Gao Yang looked at the cold tombstone before him, his voice calm yet reaching deep into the heart. Gao Yang stood in Lisa's arms, nodding his little head in innocent understanding. Gao Yang gently wiped the dust from the tombstone, his eyes filled with nostalgia. If Dean Grandpa hadn't carried him from the dripping eaves into the room all those years ago, he likely would have frozen to death on that rainy night. For Gao Yang, the only person who could be considered an elder was Dean Grandpa. At this very moment, he had brought his wife and child here to show Dean Grandpa that he was doing well now, and that there was no need to worry about him anymore. As for the future, let us wait for this little one to grow up, and then see how he wishes to live his life. A gentle, warm breeze accompanied the sound of footsteps. 3 figures rounded the bamboo house and stepped onto the wooden bridge, walking in this direction. As the breeze swept past, the 3 people who had been standing before the tombstone vanished without a trace. Authors afterward. Good evening, my dear patrons. This book has officially come to an end here. Thank you all for your long-standing companionship and support. Without further ado, I shall first kowtow to all of you. From January 2024 to October 2025, Sesam's first book has finally reached its conclusion. How should I put it? This book committed all the mistakes that a novice author would make: inconsistent settings, rough plot points, and lack of logic. Once again, thank you all for your support and kindness. This is my first time writing a book, so making mistakes is only natural. Please go easy on the criticism. After all, I am not one of those geniuses who become legends with their first work. I cannot manage to weave intricate foreshadowing while simultaneously balancing excitement and high expectations, though I truly envy those who can. I simply held onto the thought that I had to finish it, and I managed to push this book to nearly 3 million words, trying my best to leave all of you with a complete reading experience. Actually, I have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I really wanted to write exactly 3 million words. However, my reason told me that it was already over. To continue writing would only be filler, wasting everyone's time and money. Therefore, the time had come, and I stopped. Although I feel quite sad, I plan to write some side stories later to see if I can push the word count to exactly 3 million. Regarding the later plot, I would like to explain it to you all. To put it bluntly, I failed to manage the power scaling, which led to a surge in power levels during the later stages, leaving Gao Yang in a state of near invincibility. Furthermore, the main boss of the Pantheon in the setting was too oppressive, and ordinary methods of improvement could not cope with it. Thus, I could only rely on the specialty of the 100 refined body for a super violent power boost. Of course, the foreshadowing for this specialty was planted a long time ago, and it is one of the parts of this book I am most satisfied with, even if my writing ability might have made its impact less powerful than intended. As for the succubus issue that some of you were concerned about, I originally intended to include it in the main text, but I realized there was no point that could support Gao Yang intervening in the rise of the succubus. So I had to move that content to the side stories. Perhaps Golis, who defied the natural instincts of her succubus bloodline, is a protagonist in her own right. A succubus queen, once she has gained sufficient awareness, should not have her path to rise completed with the help of a powerhouse. That cannot be called a rise, it would only be being propped up into a position of power. Therefore, the story of the succubus queen's rise will be written in the side stories. Over these past 2 years, if there was anything I wrote that left you unsatisfied, please forgive me. If there were any plot points that made you feel happy or satisfied, then that is the greatest honor for me as an author. Additionally, thank you once again for your support. Over these nearly 2 years, many of you have silently read the book and silently cast your votes. I have kept all of that in my heart. It is precisely because of this that I was able to persist in writing this book and completing it. Thank you all so very much. I have also set up a reader group. Interested patrons can click the group link in the author's note at the end of the chapter to join and chat with us. Finally, regarding my new book, I have already communicated with my editor, and it has been approved. It will likely be launched on Kidian in the next 2 days. It is still a multiverse network story, but it is a different tale. You will be able to see it by clicking on my avatar when the time comes. With the experience of writing my first book, I have gained a little confidence for the new one. At the very least, I will not repeat many of the same mistakes. I hope you will all support me again. To put it in one sentence, your support is my greatest motivation. Thank you all. Sesame opens the door October 14. Respectful, a new book released. Me dear patrons, my new book has been released on Kidian Chinese Network, Multiverse Network Mage, Saving the World Online. This is the story of a novice spellcaster growing up and saving the world in a world devoid of magic. Those who are interested may head over to take a look. Gao Yang nodded slightly, then said, Mr. Eudoros, I remember that Giuliano also seems to have the surname Gates. Eudoros Gates' eyes dimmed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Giuliano was a junior I thought highly of, but unfortunately, in this internal struggle, I couldn't protect him. You must be laughing at me. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, he died? Eudoros shook his head, looked at a building in the distance, and said, probably not, but he's been imprisoned in the Carlo cage for quite some time now. Matthew of the Carlson family is also imprisoned with him. Gao Yang nodded to indicate he understood, then looked at Eudoros and asked, so, what about those executive directors? They should be here, right? Eudoros' lips moved, but seeing Gao Yang's unperturbed face, he still nodded and said, they are in that skyscraper. They can't leave there. Then, take me to see them. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the building named Skyscraper. As Gao Yang walked forward, the crowds parted wherever he passed. No one dared to block his path. He's here. In the conference room at the top of the skyscraper, Iverson slumped down, looking at the human figure below who was parting the endless crowds and walking rapidly towards them. His heart felt icy cold. Behind him, the other 7 directors had various expressions. Some were bewildered, some angry, some frantic, but none showed fear. Time quickly passed in the silence of the 8 directors until noisy footsteps were heard outside the conference room door. Everyone turned to look. The tightly shut conference room door was roughly pushed open, and several legendary powerhouses rushed into the conference room first, then stood on either side, looking straight ahead. Under the gaze of Iverson and the other executive directors, Gao Yang, with a cat spirit perched on his shoulder, walked into the luxurious and enormous conference room, accompanied by Eudoros. Gao Yang entered the conference room, completely disregarding the gloomy expressions of these goblins and gnomes, and walked directly to the head seat of the conference table to sit down. It wasn't until he was fully seated that he looked at the 8 executive directors standing opposite him. Without speaking, without pausing, Gao Yang waved his hand, and 100 life origin crystals appeared on the huge conference table in front of him. Such a large number of life origin crystals immediately made all 8 executive directors standing opposite him gasp for breath. Eudoros stood to the side, eyes downcast, showing no trace of greed. Gao Yang looked across, tapped the table with his finger, and said, "These are the life origin crystals you wanted. Come and get them." Iverson and the others' expressions grew even gloomier. No one could resist the temptation of so many life origin crystals, but unfortunately, they were now complete failures, prisoners, let alone 100 life origin crystals. Even one had nothing to do with them. "Why aren't you making a move? Weren't you very formidable when you acted in Eberron?" Gao Yang leaned forward, his eyes calm, and a strong killing intent emanated, pressing down on the 8 directors in front of him with his gaze. Everyone was silent. Seeing this, Gao Yang continued, "Originally, I was very willing to cooperate amicably with your merchant guild, but I didn't expect that just a tiny bit of petty gain could make you insects do such a thing. You should know that besides life origin crystals, I have many other good things. For example, a plane core." As Gao Yang finished speaking, a plane core appeared in his hand, and its peculiar fluctuations immediately attracted everyone's attention. And for example, a complete divinity. The plane core disappeared, replaced by a rhomboid crystal emitting a pale white light, with faint divine power fluctuations emanating from it. Inside the conference room, many gasps were heard, even from Eudoros beside Gao Yang. A complete divinity. Its value was simply too high. Even exchanging it for the entire goblin and gnome merchant guild might not be enough. Looking at the divinity quietly suspended in Gao Yang's hand, the regret in Iverson and the others' hearts grew like wild grass, completely devouring their minds. Chapter 1047, Eradicating the Roots. Gao Yang slightly flipped his palm, and the divinity obtained from the god of conspiracy and lies disappeared from his hand. He looked at the 8 executive directors standing before him, then turned to Eudoros and said, "Are there relatives on this island?" Eudoros was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sten Rommel. This old goblin, who had lived a life of luxury for 100 years, glared at Gao Yang. But soon the anger in his eyes turned into pleading, and his straight spine gradually hunched. He lowered his head, pleading slightly, "Your Excellency Gao Yang, those mortals are meaningless to someone as great as you. Let them continue to wallow in the mud like insects." "Wallow in the mud?" Gao Yang scoffed disdainfully. "Did you consider this when you acted against Lisa and the Immortal Church? Is it only permissible for you to treat me this way, but you can't accept it when I treat you in the same manner?" Gao Yang leaned back in his chair and continued, "It doesn't matter if you can't accept it. Your opinions are meaningless to me." Only then did Eudoros speak. "All high-ranking members of the Merchant Guild reside on this Heart of Wealth Island. The original intention was to advance and retreat together, but they betrayed that former agreement. Eudoros, must you be so ruthless?" Iverson Carlo asked with a bitter smile. Eudoros glanced at him, then calmly said, "When you made that decision, you already cut off your own retreat, Iverson, and all of you. Then, Eudoros, please gather all the relatives of these directors. My time is limited." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the buildings below and the distant sea of magma and fire, and continued, "After this matter is dealt with, I hope that my cooperation with your merchant guild can be implemented as soon as possible. Remember, I want everyone gathered. Do not leave anyone out." Eudoros nodded and quickly turned to leave. "Gao Yang, you will go to hell." Yale Canvas glared at Gao Yang, cursing with bloodshot eyes. Hell, I have already been there. Gao Yang did not care in the slightest. He reached out and grabbed Yale canvas, launching a soul search without any hesitation. Piercing screams erupted from Yale canvas's mouth. But no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Gao Yang's iron-like grip. After browsing through all of Yale canvas's memories and finding what he wanted, Gao Yang let go, leaving him to collapse limply to the ground. He had no interest in Yale canvas's secrets. He only wanted to know who his relatives were. Nothing more. Eudaros acted quickly. In less than half an hour, a massive crowd of goblins and gnomes had been brought by him to the giant plaza in front of the Kingshan building. As board members of the Chamber of Commerce, each of their families was extremely large. The number of core direct descendants and collateral branches combined had long exceeded 1,000, with some even reaching over 10,000. It was fortunate that the Kingshan Plaza was large enough, otherwise, it might not have been able to accommodate so many people. Even so, with tens of thousands of goblins and gnomes filling it, the plaza appeared somewhat crowded. Lord Gao Yang, the people have been brought here. A legendary goblin stood at the entrance of the conference room, bowing his head respectfully. Hearing this, Gao Yang turned and walked out of the conference room. A few minutes later, he brought Milafina to the front of the plaza. Before him knelt a vast expanse of trembling goblins and gnomes, and behind him were the 9 detained board members. Deeprock Moore, who had previously attempted to leave, had also been captured and brought here. Gao Yang, what did these goblins do? Milafina sat perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking at the dense crowd of goblins below, and asked with some curiosity. Gao Yang reached out and stroked Milafina's chin, explaining, they wanted to control the life source crystals, so they made a move against Lisa. By the way, there is good news. Lisa is pregnant. Milafina's eyes widened as she looked at Gao Yang and said, Lisa is going to have a little human cub. Is it your cub, Gao Yang? Gao Yang gave her a huff of annoyance and said confidently, if it is not mine, whose would it be? Faced with Gao Yang's glare, Milafina was not flustered at all. Her front paws kneaded unconsciously, and then she said with anticipation, then Gao Yang, after your little human cub is born, will you let me be its godmother? Let you be its godmother? Gao Yang looked at Milafina in surprise, wondering to himself if the cat elf culture also had the concept of godparents. Milafina nodded with a serious expression, not joking at all. Gao Yang thought for a moment and nodded. As long as you are willing, that is naturally no problem. Haha, I never thought I would have a descendant to Miaowu. Seeing Gao Yang nod, Milafina became incredibly excited. After the excitement passed, Milafina asked with concern, by the way, Gao Yang, when will Lisa give birth to the little human cub? I can hardly wait. In 3 years, Gao Yang replied casually, and immediately, his perception spread out like a tide toward the plaza ahead. 79,618 people. Gao Yang looked to the left side of the plaza, where Yale Canvas's relatives were 3,700 in total, exactly as he had seen in the man's memories. Eudaros's efficiency is not slow, and he shows no mercy to his opponents. Thinking this to himself, Yang Yao automatically appeared in his hand, and he swung his sword down toward the plaza in front of him. Zzzt. A bolt of purple lightning tore through the air, instantly striking the goblin kneeling at the very front. Without a sound, everything about the goblin melted into the sword light, which then split into 9, pouncing toward the nearest 9 goblins. The lightning was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire plaza, engulfing all 79,618 people within it. Screams, wails, and curses rose one after another, but they could not stop the spread of the lightning sword energy. Before long, the sounds in the plaza had vanished, and the previously crowded square had become empty once again. Gao Yang turned his head to look at the 9 board members behind him, whose bodies were trembling uncontrollably amidst their hateful gazes. He casually swung his sword. The sword light flashed, killing all 9 board members instantly. Clang! Yang Yao let out a crisp chime before disappearing. After personally finishing the job of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots, Gao Yang looked at Eudaros beside him, and 20 life source crystals appeared in his hand. President Eudaros, our cooperation will continue. As for the specific projects, Giuliano is a very good candidate. Eudaros took the life source crystals handed over by Gao Yang and nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Lord Gao Yang, we will do our utmost to fulfill your requirements. Do it as soon as possible. After saying this, Gao Yang flew toward the center of the magma lake with Melifina. It was not until Gao Yang had completely left the range of the Heart of Wealth that Eudaros let out a heavy sigh of relief. Immediately after, his heart began to pound, and the calm look in his eyes burned with a flame called ambition. The Carlo family had successfully chosen their side this time, and their subsequent development would definitely reach a higher level than it was now. The Chamber of Commerce seemed to have suffered heavy losses, but that was only on the surface. These easily obtained riches had little value in the eyes of the truly high-level figures. What was truly valuable were the life source crystals in his hand, as well as the complete godhead that Gao Yang had revealed earlier. That meant eternal, immortal life. It meant supreme authority. Those were the things that truly mattered, whether to him or to other beings capable of reaching that level. Eudaros took several deep breaths and said, "Go to the Carlo cage and bring Giuliano and Matthew out. We will need them to handle the follow-up matters." A tall goblin behind him nodded upon hearing this, turned around, and walked away quickly. Eudaros turned back and walked into the sky-high building. Inside this building, 10 other executive directors were waiting anxiously. Among them, aside from Hermod Karlsson, the head of Matthew's lineage, who was under house arrest, the rest were fence-sitters who had not yet declared their stance. They adhered to the philosophy of doing more leads to more mistakes, doing less leads to fewer mistakes, and doing nothing leads to no mistakes. They had neither obstructed the radical actions of Iverson and his group, nor had they offered a helping hand to the suppressed Eudaros and Hermod. Instead, they chose to wait and see, waiting for the final outcome to emerge. Now that the outcome had emerged, the power of speech within the future Chamber of Commerce would shift from their hands into the hands of Eudaros. Thinking of this, Eudaros's footsteps became much lighter. "Gao Yang, it is so hot here. Why did we come here?" Melifina stood on Gao Yang's shoulder, complaining slightly. Even though Gao Yang's battle chi protected her from the raging heat waves, the sight of scorching lava everywhere still made her feel uncomfortable, both mentally and physically. "We just killed a deity with weak divine power. The opponent might have been destroyed, but their divinity must still be left here. I have no use for that divinity, but it is a trophy after all," Gao Yang said, thickening his battle chi defense once more, and then accelerated. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the lava lake. This was the initial location of the explosion, and also the place with the highest temperature. The power of the metal bomb should not have been this exaggerated, but Gao Yang had a flash of inspiration and infused the divine power of the goddess of wisdom's projected avatar into the metal bomb. This move caused the power of the metal bomb to increase significantly, even carrying a trace of damaged properties at the level of intermediate divine power. This action not only exhausted the goddess of wisdom's divine power completely but also thoroughly blew up the god of 10,000 golden gears. New tick, without divine power damage, a simple explosion would not have been able to cause any injuries to a deity. At this moment, above the lava lake, a piece of divinity emitting a faint white light was floating quietly. The high temperature in the surroundings, which was enough to melt space, could not cause it any influence. Gao Yang descended, grasped this divinity in his hand, and then took Melifina and soared into the sky, following the barrier of the prime material plane that had been torn apart by the explosion. He rushed directly out of the Salisbury plane, arriving in the astral void. Gao Yang raised his hand, and endless starlight bloomed from his left arm, quickly transforming into a giant whale spanning the starry sky in front of him. It was the astral giant Kun, Fathead. Fathead the Kun looked at Gao Yang with its small black bean eyes, then opened its big mouth, swallowed Gao Yang and Melifina in one gulp, and then swung its short, thick tail, steering the starlight as it flew toward the direction of the interstellar transit station. Inside the space within Fathead the Kun's body, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, while Melifina lay beside him without any regard for her image. Gao Yang looked at her and suddenly asked, "Melifina, how did you suddenly appear here?" Hearing this, Melifina immediately stood up, raised her little head in a very haughty manner, and glanced at Gao Yang with disdain before saying, "Do you think the soul partner bond we have is just a formality?" Gao Yang was stunned. He really hadn't thought too much about it. He had assumed that the soul partner binding was over once it was completed. Superficial, Lilifina emphasized her tone, and then, under Gao Yang's puzzled gaze, she said, "If the soul partner bond were just a formality, how could the difficulty of achieving it be so high? After we bind as soul partners, if one party encounters a life-threatening crisis, the soul link will be triggered automatically. Through the soul link, one can quickly arrive at the other party's location and perform a rescue. I was still sunbathing before, when I suddenly felt the soul link being triggered, and then I came to find you." Lilifina spoke very calmly and easily. Gao Yang looked at her, and suddenly, his heart stirred. He took a monocle out of his inventory. "Thank you, our Queen Lilifina. Please accept my gratitude. AWW. What is this?" Lilifina looked at the monocle in Gao Yang's hand. Her brows furrowed in slight disgust. Gao Yang raised the monocle in his hand. This was the one Nutik had worn on his left eye, though he had snapped the chain, and it had finally fallen into his hands. He had checked the effects of the glasses. They were very suitable for a support class like Lilifina. Moreover, the most critical point was that this monocle also had a very strong life-saving effect. "This is a quasi-artifact, very suitable for you, Lilifina." Gao Yang's words piqued Lilifina's interest. She took the monocle from Gao Yang's hand and examined it carefully. After more than 10 seconds, she coughed lightly, and with great reserve, she put the monocle into her inventory, saying happily, "Since that is the case, then this queen shall not stand on ceremony." Gao Yang smiled, then took out 20 crystals of life essence from his inventory and handed them to Lilifina. The crystals of life essence were excellent treasures for both her and her grandmother, Minna, as they could enhance vital life force and extend lifespan. "Gao Yang, these crystals of life essence are too many. You can use them yourself, right?" Lilifina looked at the crystals of life essence in front of her and shook her head. Seeing this, Gao Yang smiled and said, "You forgot. I just took out a whole pile of life essence crystals. Just accept them." Lilifina recalled for a moment, then nodded and accepted them. Chapter 1048, Heart Tribulation. This trip to Salisbury could be called the time Gao Yang had killed the most legends. Comparable to the primordial world, over 100 peak level and above legends had come one after another, only to die at his hands, especially at the end, when he detonated the divine power metal bomb. It had leveled the entire city of heaven to the ground. The hundreds of millions of ordinary residents living in the city of heaven, as well as a large number of transcendents and several dozen legends, had all vanished into smoke and dust along with the explosion. However, it was a pity that those legends who died in the explosion were not plundered by his hunting divine profession. There were only the most basic experience rewards. Even so, his legendary experience points surged significantly. As for the main event, the avatars of the Goddess of Wisdom and the God of Myriad Gold Gears, although they also perished in the explosion, they still fell under the marking range of the hunting divine office because they had fought with Gao Yang for a long time before their deaths. Therefore, their deaths, in addition to the basic experience rewards, also yielded rewards plundered by the hunting divine office. The number of life essence crystals approached 20. And the various attribute fragments added up to more than a dozen. Most importantly, there were the divine sparks. The God of Myriad Gold Gears contributed 2, while the avatar of the Goddess of Wisdom contributed a full 3. 5 divine sparks were already enough for Yang Yao to upgrade once more. Gao Yang paused his thoughts, and Yang Yao appeared in his hand. Feeling the aura radiating from Yang Yao, an idea struck him. If the explosive inside the metal bombs was ordinary gunpowder, then divine power was equivalent to TNT. Although the quantity was small, the quality was extremely high. It might not look like much, but once it detonated, the power far exceeded that of black powder. Metal bombs could integrate divine power and use it as a high-intensity explosive to trigger, thereby enhancing the power of the explosion. Yang Yao was also a type of heterodox deity. The reason it could possess such high lethality against gods was that the power of both was on the same level. If he were to infuse the sword chi emitted by Yang Yao into the metal bombs, it should also be able to serve the same purpose as divine power. The thought arose, but he quickly reined it in. Although it should work, Yang Yao's power was still different from divine power. It was just a conjecture for now. He would try it out slowly later. If it could truly succeed, he would hold an eternal trump card that could be used for mutual destruction. He put Yang away, and the churning thoughts in his heart gradually calmed down. The turmoil stirred up by the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce had been quelled by him, and the collection of the Immortal Execution Sword Formation map would also be put on the agenda. However, he had a more important matter to attend to now. Melifina's voice rang in his ears. Gao Yang. Where are we going next, everyone? Gao Yang nodded slightly. Previously, when things weren't resolved, he had to restrain himself even though he wanted to go see Lisa. Now that the problem had been solved, he naturally wanted to go to Eberron to see Lisa and the offspring they had conceived, although their offspring still needed 3 years to gestate. The fact that this child could be conceived when both parents were legendary, a situation where the probability of reproduction was practically nil, already spoke to its extraordinary nature. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for it to possess some special abilities. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's heart surged uncontrollably. This was his offspring, his only offspring so far. Once upon a time, his dream was just to study hard, earn money, and then give back to the orphanage. After settling down in society, perhaps he would find a girl he knew and loved to start a family. Of course, if such a girl did not exist, he would not mind much. At worst, he would just live his life alone. In the 20+ years from childhood to adulthood, he had become accustomed to being alone. He did not have the concepts of family or passing on the ancestral line that ordinary people had after being influenced by parents and relatives. After all, he didn't even have ancestors. So where would the passing on of the line come from? But now, he had stepped into the comprehensive network, come into contact with the boundless astral realms beyond Earth, and witnessed all kinds of life. Along the way, he even had his own offspring. All of this left him feeling slightly dazed. At the same time, various scenes of him becoming an orphan began to flash through his mind, making him unable to help but doubt himself. Could he become a good father? This thought emerged in his mind and would not go away, even as waves of sword intent continuously slashed through. This thought still grew repeatedly like wild grass that could not be burned away. Gradually, a streak of sword chi burst forth from Gao Yang's body, piercing into the ground beside him with a kai sound. Melifina looked at the sword Q that struck beside Gao Yang, unable to react for a moment, but immediately after, her confusion turned into astonishment, because streaks of sword chi were continuously bursting out from all parts of Gao Yang's body, indiscriminately tearing everything around him apart. A streak of sword chi flew past Melifina's neck, and a tuft of broken golden cat fur was shredded by the intense sword chi. This scene made her eyes widen involuntarily, and she immediately jumped backward. Gao Yang, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Meow. But no matter how she called out, Gao Yang remained with his head lowered, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with more and more sword chi bursting from his body until it completely submerged him. Melifina stood 1,000 meters away, pacing back and forth at a loss, her face full of anxiety. She completely failed to understand why Gao Yang had been chatting with her normally just a moment ago, only to turn into this in the blink of an eye. The surging sword chi, like a vast ocean, indicated that Gao Yang had lost his self-awareness at this moment. In this situation, she couldn't even get close to Gao Yang, let alone know how to help him. You, an orphan. Can you become a good father? Your parents abandoned you, which proves that you are a piece of trash. A burden that no one wants. A burden like you wants to become a good father. So what if I'm an orphan? My child will not be an orphan. With my support, regardless of whether my child is a boy or a girl, he or she will grow up healthy and strong, enjoy endless resources, and step onto the peak step by step. Pad just based on you, a burden. Keep dreaming. Exactly. You only earn 7,000 a month, and you still have to support the orphanage. You don't even have 3,000 left. You still have the face to say you'll let your child enjoy endless resources. If your child had any intelligence, the best way would be to strangle themselves with the umbilical cord immediately, so they wouldn't have to suffer by being born to you. Gao Yang frowned, listening to the various voices of contempt and disdain echoing in his mind. His lips parted, and he suddenly felt a splitting headache. He snapped his eyes open and sat up in bed, immediately feeling a wave of sweltering heat rising from his chest. So hot. Thinking this, he glanced at the air conditioner hanging in the corner of the room, illuminated by the bedside lamp. The timer on the air conditioner had already turned it off automatically. On this midsummer night, the temperature in the cramped rental apartment rose quickly, making it unbearably stifling, and sweat began to stream down his body uncontrollably. Gao Yang looked at the familiar rental room, his mind just awakened by the heat, a chaotic mess. He simply got up, opened the door, and walked to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to splash some water on his face. Click. The faucet was pressed down, the water flow cut off, and Gao Yang looked up at the mirror in front of him. In the mirror was a young yet exhausted face. His black hair had become somewhat sparse due to years of staying up late for overtime. His hairline had receded significantly. 2 heavy bags hung beneath his eyes, and stubble was irregularly scattered around his lips, reflecting a face full of dejection. Looking at this decadent middle-aged man in the mirror, Gao Yang's eyes were incredibly dim. Ever since graduating from university, he had been working for a full 7 years, but to this day, he still could not afford even the simplest two-bedroom apartment. No matter how hard he worked or how much overtime he put in, the prices and housing costs in this city seemed to be riding a rocket, climbing and climbing at a speed he could never hope to catch up with. Looking at himself in the mirror, he walked silently to the balcony. With a snap, a spark lit up, and wisps of blue smoke drifted out from the open window. After a long while, the cigarette burned out. Gao Yang took out his phone, tapped on the cartoon girl's profile picture pinned to the top of his WeChat, and remained silent for a long time before he began to type. "Baby, I think it is better if we do not." His fingers paused. Gao Yang's fingers pressed against the virtual keyboard, feeling as heavy as a mountain, unable to move for a long time. He clicked the delete key, erasing everything he had just typed, and locked his phone screen again. The background of his phone screen showed 2 faces beaming with happiness. On the left was Gao Yang, and on the right was a girl with a quiet appearance and curved eyebrows. Although her looks were not stunning, she was very pleasant to look at. Above their heads, the time was displayed. He stared at the phone screen until it went dark. Immediately after, Gao Yang pressed the power button, and the screen lit up again. Then it went dark. Then it lit up again, just like that, repeatedly turning off and on. The time had reached 5:30. Gao Yang unlocked his phone again, looking at the pinned chat box on WeChat, where the conversation had stopped at 8:30 yesterday. 2017, if we give birth to him now, what will we use to raise him? 2029, Gao Yang, you decide whether we keep this child or not. Give me an answer before you go to work tomorrow. If you do not reply, I will go and have him aborted. Looking at the message from his girlfriend, even though every word was so small, they landed in Gao Yang's heart like heavy mountains, pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. To keep it or not, he wanted it very much, but the cruel reality made him shrink back. Both he and she were orphans. They had met by chance at work, and because of their similar experiences, 2 young hearts quickly came together and became a couple. Having been together for 2.5 years now, both were orphans, and they were a couple. What happened was only natural. But what was meant to be just one moment of indulgence resulted in this accidental pregnancy. Gao Yang knew that she had always wanted a child, wanted a crystallization of the love between him and her. But looking at this 1-bedroom apartment with a rent of only $1,200, Gao Yang could not imagine what kind of predicament this child would face after being born. Neither of them had parents. 2 orphans were already huddling together for warmth. If they had a child, she would inevitably have to stay at home to look after the baby, and the burden of earning money to support the family would fall entirely on his shoulders. His salary was decent enough, and together they made a little over $10,000. But once his girlfriend could no longer work, relying on his take-home pay of $7,000 to cover rent, utilities, daily living expenses, social obligations, and even formula and diapers would be stretching things far too thin. They had some savings now, but only 110,000 yuan. In this second-tier city, that amount of money would barely be enough to buy a bathroom. Once the savings were spent, what would they do then? Could it be that if they couldn't afford to raise him, they would just dump him at the gate of an orphanage? Gao Yang closed his eyes in pain. Both he and she were orphans. They had suffered through that since they were young and knew deeply how much damage that kind of trauma could do to a child. It was precisely because of this that he hesitated. He wanted to have a child with her, but given their current conditions, they could not afford to raise one and could not be responsible for this unborn life. Rather than bringing him into the world now, it would be better to wait until they had truly established themselves in this city. It wouldn't be too late to have a child then. His thoughts churned. Gao Yang looked at the chat box and began to type. One character at a time. Maybe, I think we should wait a little longer before having one. He finished typing. Gao Yang's finger pressed on the send button. Staring at the depressed key, unable to let go for a long time, he knew that with her temper, if he let go, their child would truly be aborted. But if he didn't let go, what else could he do? Chapter 1049. I can be an orphan, but my child absolutely will not be. A dazzling electric light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the slightly pale sky for an instant. After the lightning, a thunderclap exploded between heaven and earth. Boom crack. Following that flash of light, dull thunder, like rolling stars, echoed continuously between heaven and earth. Gao Yang stood on the balcony, looking up through the small window at that tiny patch of sky, letting the endless thunder flash by. A drop of water hit the glass, instantly shattering, and a wisp of cool, damp air surged into his nostrils. Drip drop. In just an instant, or perhaps after a very, very long time, the world became a blur, and a torrential downpour began to fall. In a daze, Gao Yang seemed to see that rainy night from the depths of his memory. The street, the rainy night, the dripping eaves, a figure quickly moving away and blurring in the rain, a face filled with surprise and heartache, a warm embrace. He slowly closed his eyes, pressing down hard on the send button. After a moment, he opened his eyes. In the depths of his weary gaze, a spark ignited. It was the fire of persistence and the light of hope. His finger moved, landing on the delete key, and the text he had carefully edited was quickly erased. 6:14. Looking at the chat history frozen from last night, the gloom in Gao Yang's heart was swept away by this torrential rain that engulfed the world, and infinite strength surged from the bottom of his heart. A bolt of azure lightning tore through the curtain of rain. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and he waited silently. The moment the continuous, dull rumble of thunder exploded, he opened his mouth in sync, shouting with all his might. Immediately after, he turned around, grabbed his keys, and left the house. He could be an orphan, but his lover and his child could not be orphans. He had to find her and tell her in person. The rain this morning was heavy. Gao Yang put on his raincoat, fastened his helmet, and rode his small electric scooter out of the parking shed. The place where she lived was a moderate distance from his rented room. Usually, it would take at most half an hour to ride there. But because the rain was so heavy today, his speed dropped again and again, crawling like a turtle. Slowly, a trace of chill crept through his raincoat and onto his body. He knew very well that with rain this heavy, his raincoat could not hold it back. It was only natural that his clothes would get soaked. But even as his clothes were drenched, it did not affect the flame burning in Gao Yang's heart in the slightest. Through the plastic windshield, Gao Yang watched the red numbers jumping on the traffic light ahead, waiting silently. The moment the red turned to yellow, he twisted the throttle and continued forward. A harsh horn blast exploded in Gao Yang's ears. A beam of bright incandescent light pierced through the rain, blocking his path. "Damn it! Are you looking to die, you loser?" An angry voice, laced with a hint of shock, erupted from the lowered car window, striking Gao Yang's ears heavily. Gao Yang's expression remained calm. His gaze fell on the streamlined body of the car. Then he glanced at the emblem on the hood, pretending he had heard nothing. Even though the other party had almost hit him, and even though the other party had run a yellow light, he still had no intention of arguing. After working for 7 years, he had become accustomed to such phenomena, or perhaps, he had become numb to them. The fat man with the fleshy face in the car clearly wasn't an ordinary person. If he provoked him, he would likely be the one to suffer in the end, rather than that. It was better to pretend he knew nothing. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Gao Yang didn't react, the fat man in the car rolled up the window, still grumbling indignantly. "Scum." Gao Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the rising heat in his blood. listening to the short, sharp honks coming from behind. He wiped the rainwater off his visor and continued on his way. Pitter-patter. Rainwater dripped continuously along the folds of his raincoat. Gao Yang parked his scooter in the shed and finally arrived downstairs at her building. 7:08. He took out his phone to check the time. It was just 8 minutes past 7. According to her work habits, she should have just woken up and be preparing to wash up. But, at a single glance, Gao Yang's attention was drawn to the message notification below the time. His intuition told him it was from her, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. 6:23, I understand. I'm taking the day off to go to the hospital. It was not even 6:30. Just shortly after he had left his house. Looking at the conversation in the chat box, even if Gao Yang were slow-witted, he understood now. It wasn't just him who couldn't sleep last night, she couldn't either. Perhaps she had been staring at their chat box all night, silently watching the other party's typing status. He had ultimately said nothing, but she had understood his thoughts through his actions. Gao Yang looked at the message in the chat box, suddenly feeling a spasmodic pain in his heart. The feeling of heartache was so intense, as if a large hand were gripping it tightly, preventing it from beating. Gao Yang gasped for air and quickly tapped on the video call button. It was no longer a question of whether to say it in person or not. If he waited any longer, everything would be too late. The music played, then was quickly cut off, leaving only the beep of a rejected call. There are too many people here, it's not convenient. Looking at the message that popped up in the chat box, Gao Yang quickly replied, I've thought it through. We should keep this child. It's too late to say that now. It's true that we aren't in a position to have a child right now. Looking at her reply, Gao Yang understood that she had already made up her mind. He had to find her as soon as possible. I'm just downstairs at your place. Which hospital did you go to? I'm coming over now to talk to you in person. After sending the message, Gao Yang even took a photo of the residential building in front of him and sent it along. A few minutes later, a location pin appeared in the chat box. Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately twisted the throttle and charged into the curtain of rain. 7:51. Soaked in rain, with even his hair dripping, Gao Yang rushed into the hospital and headed straight for the obstetrics and gynecology department on the 3rd floor. During the morning rush hour, the hospital was packed, and every elevator was crowded with people. Gao Yang rushed toward the stairs without hesitation. Just as he burst out of the stairwell, he saw her sitting on a chair. She was holding a report in her hand, lost in thought. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's gaze, she slowly looked up. Their eyes met, and the confusion in her eyes quickly turned into heartache. She stood up immediately, took a small, clean handkerchief from her bag, and wiped the rainwater from Gao Yang's face and hair. As she wiped, she complained with great concern, It's raining so hard, and you still rode your bike here. Couldn't you have taken a taxi? I was just in a hurry. There are traffic jams everywhere in this rain. Riding the bike is faster. Gao Yang stood where he was, letting her wipe the rain from him. The flame that had been slightly extinguished earlier began to burn fiercely once more. After wiping the rainwater from his face and body, the two found a secluded spot and sat down. She took the report she had just tucked into her bag and handed it to Gao Yang. The results just came out. I am 4 weeks pregnant. It is still the early stages. Gao Yang reached out to take it. As he looked at the report in front of him, his heart began to pound. I have thought about it, and you were right. Our current financial situation really isn't suitable for having a child. If we bring him into this world, we have to be responsible for him. We cannot just neglect him. Her gentle voice echoed in Gao Yang's ears. He turned his head and saw her looking slightly upward at the ceiling, her black and white eyes filled with a trace of confusion and reluctance. Gao Yang fell into silence. People were coming and going all around them, and the surroundings were noisy. Yet not a single sound could penetrate his ears. A moment later, he reached out and took her slightly cold hand, squeezing it firmly as he said, Let's have the baby. Life might be a bit bitter, but it will always get better. She gripped his hand back, the veins slightly visible beneath her healthy skin. She looked up at Gao Yang, her eyes full of disappointment. But it is only the two of us. If we have the baby, we will have to raise him all by ourselves. The pressure on you will be immense. Seeing the disappointment in her eyes, Gao Yang pulled her into his arms and comforted her softly. Don't worry. Could the pressure possibly be greater than what we have faced since we were children? We have made it through such difficult times. Life will only get better from here on out. Gao Yang held her shoulders, looked into her eyes, and said solemnly, we are orphans. But our child will absolutely not be an orphan. I will definitely take good care of you both, I promise. She looked back into Gao Yang's firm, steady eyes. After a long while, she bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Gao Yang let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a heartfelt smile. Then, when the weather clears up, let's go get our marriage certificate. She looked at him, her eyes shimmering with a brilliant light, and nodded firmly. Okay. As she left, tears began to stream down from her eyes. Time passed day by day, and Gao Yang's life became increasingly arduous. He worked every day, put in overtime, and after getting off work, he would spend several hours delivering food, all to save a little more money to welcome the new life that was on its way. His wife also worked every day. For people like them, it was impossible to stop working just because of a pregnancy. However, her belly gradually began to grow, although life was hard. Both she and Gao Yang wore expressions filled with the glow of happiness. Both he and she were working hard to create a better future for their child. Summer passed and autumn arrived. Autumn passed and winter came. In the blink of an eye, the height of summer had ended. A biting, cold wind, carrying a bone-chilling chill, swept from the north to the south, engulfing the city where they lived. Honey, you've worked hard. In their two-bedroom rental apartment, Gao Yang walked out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of milky white fish soup. Faint steam drifted upward, and aroma quickly filled the small living room as he moved. Dinner is ready. Gao Yang set down the fish soup, a smile on his face. More than 4 months had passed, and her belly was now visibly rounded. She had gained quite a bit of weight, and every expression and gesture of hers was filled with the radiance of maternal love. Honey, the fish soup you made is so delicious. Try some. Looking at the spoon held out to him, Gao Yang smiled and opened his mouth, letting the milky white fish soup slide in. It was truly delicious. Wife, I'm home. That night, Gao Yang took out his keys and opened the door, only to find the house in total darkness. This sight made his heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help but call out a few times, Honey, I'm here. A low voice came from the bedroom, and Gao Yang let out a heavy sigh of relief. He walked into the bedroom and gently turned on the light, only to see his wife sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him, her head bowed, looking at her back. A sense of unease rose in Gao Yang's heart. This unease spread through his mind like wild grass. He walked quickly to her side, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and asked with concern, What is wrong? Why are you hiding in the room crying? Did a colleague bully you? I will go and get justice for you. She shook her head, and large tears rolled down from her eyes. Seeing her cry, Gao Yang felt even more distressed and quickly pulled her into his arms to comfort her softly. Under his comfort, her sobbing gradually ceased. Only then did Gao Yang ask softly, What is it, honey? What happened, honey? The company wants me to resign voluntarily. They heard I was pregnant and have already spoken to me many times. I can't hold on anymore. What? Gao Yang froze and fell into silence. This kind of thing was all too common in the current environment. Job opportunities were becoming fewer and fewer, and benefits were getting worse. His wife's workplace was just an ordinary local company. And from the very beginning, he had anticipated that something like this might happen. But what could they do? They were just ordinary people with no money, no house, and no connections. They didn't even have parents to rely on. Facing something that clearly violated labor laws, there was nothing he could do. Labor arbitration. It would take at least half a year. And how could ordinary people afford the time to deal with that? Forget it. If you don't want to work there, then don't. Just stay home and rest. I will support you from now on. He worked so hard precisely so that she would have less mental burden. But honey, you are working so hard. I want to help share the load. The hard work is for us. For a child. It doesn't matter. Once the baby is a little older, things will be better. Gao Yang patted her back and said softly, Between my job and the food deliveries, I'm making 10,000 a month now. As long as we don't buy a house, maintaining our life is definitely not a problem. And raising the baby won't be either. If I work a bit more overtime in the future, I might even be able to save some money. My boss has been happy with my performance lately and told me that if I keep it up, he can help me submit a report to promote me to supervisor. Really? She looked up from his arms, her red eyes filled with hope. Of course. The boss told me that himself. Gao Yang nodded firmly. In the days that followed, Gao Yang became increasingly diligent in his work. The hours he spent delivering food grew longer with each passing day, and he returned home later and later. Honey, please don't work so hard. You have already done enough. Get some good rest. I am worried that if you keep going like this, your body will collapse. It is fine. I am still young, and my health is as strong as an ox. Gao Yang replied with a smile, not agreeing to her request. Honey, come and wash up so we can sleep. Her sweet, clinging voice echoed in his ear, and Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Beep, beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Inside their rented apartment, she furrowed her brows slightly, watching the phone that remained unanswered. A sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. She wanted to go out, but her current physical condition made it very inconvenient. After a moment of thought, she picked up the phone and called Xiao Song. Xiao Song was someone her husband had met while delivering food. They both lived in the same building, and they often helped each other pick up orders, so they had become familiar with one another over time. After finishing the call, she opened WeChat and began sending messages to Gao Yang. Chapter 1050. The Formless Nightmare of Divine Proliferation. Under the warm light sat a face etched with deep concern. Time ticked away, second by second. Nearly an hour passed before a crisp ringtone suddenly broke the silence. Hello, Xiao Song. Yes, it is me. Old Gao was in a car accident. Is it serious? Which hospital is he at? I'm coming over right now. All right. Then, I will trouble you to look after old Gao. Xiao Song. Come over to our place for a meal in a while. Yes, yes. I will let you go now. She hung up the phone, her tears falling uncontrollably once more. Ding dong. A WeChat notification sounded. She opened her phone and saw a photo sent by Gao Yang. The background of the photo was a hospital room. He was wearing blue and white striped hospital pajamas, yet his face wore a brilliant smile. Wife, hurry up and go to sleep. I am fine. It is just a small scrape on my leg, and I will be back tomorrow. Seeing the radiant smile on Gao Yang's face, her suspended heart finally settled, but immediately after, tears began to stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. If not for her pregnancy, Gao Yang would never have needed to work so desperately. If not for her being forced to resign due to the pregnancy, Gao Yang would not have been under such immense pressure. This time they were lucky. It was only a scrape. But what about the days to come? Gao Yang was currently pouring his heart and soul into working for their future. It was foreseeable that he would not give up delivering food after his regular shift anytime soon. Would they be this lucky again in the future? Inexplicably, she looked down at her slightly protruding belly, her eyes brimming with tears. Perhaps they were truly not ready to raise a child right now. Compared to this unborn child, Gao Yang was far more important to her as an orphan herself. She did not hold the conventional views of worldly families. Buying a house or a car were things she could live without. The only thing she cared about was Gao Yang, her beloved. Tonight's events made her realize the changes that had occurred between them due to the arrival of this child. She was terrified of losing Gao Yang. She did not want him to deliver food anymore. It was far too dangerous. Gently stroking her protruding belly, a flicker of resolve flashed in her eyes. Early the next morning, Gao Yang returned home. Pushing open the bedroom door, he saw that his wife was already awake, and a smile blossomed on his face. Wife, I have some good news to tell you. She looked toward Gao Yang, and seeing the gauze wrapped around his leg, tears began to fall uncontrollably again. Gao Yang came to her side, pulled her into his embrace, and comforted her softly. Do not worry. Everything is in the past now. It is all over. And this time, the person who hit me had been drinking. To avoid being arrested, he voluntarily gave me 30,000 yuan to settle the matter privately. As he spoke, Gao Yang took out his phone and pointed to the extra 30,000 yuan in his WeChat balance, his eyes shining with joy. I only suffered a scrape on my lower leg, and I got 30,000 yuan. Wouldn't you say this is a blessing in disguise? She looked at his bright, smiling face and suddenly said, "Honey, let's not keep this child for now." The smile on Gao Yang's face suddenly froze. He then hugged her soft body tightly and said earnestly in her ear, "Wife, do not worry. We will definitely be able to raise this little one well." As he spoke, he reached out and placed his hand on her protruding belly. His eyes filled with a gentle light. She placed her hand over his rough, large hand and said, "Honey, I have already thought it through. This child has come at the wrong time. I do not want to risk losing you because of this child. In this world, you are the most important person to me." Gao Yang rubbed her protruding belly with his rough fingertips, shook his head, and said firmly, "Let's keep it. I will just work fewer hours delivering food from now on. I promise that something like yesterday will never happen again." Looking at Gao Yang's earnest eyes, her emotions suddenly flared, and she shouted, "I said I don't want it. I don't want it. We can barely support ourselves right now. So why do we need this child? This time it was a car accident. What will it be next time? I don't dare to gamble. I don't want to lose you, honey." Large drops of tears fell, and his face began to blur before her eyes. "We don't have the financial means right now. Honey, let's not have it." Gao Yang looked at her in silence, reached out to wipe the tears from her face, and said in a calm voice, "Don't worry about me, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. At worst, I will just stop delivering food. With this extra 30,000 yuan, it is worth more than half a year of me delivering food. Is that better?" She looked up, staring into his eyes, but said nothing, only weeping silently. "Wife, I have some good news to tell you. I got a promotion. From now on, I am a department supervisor, and my take-home pay will be 12,000. Wife, rest easy at home and focus on the pregnancy. Your husband has everything covered." In the WeChat chat box, the messages continued to grow, and the days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was May of the following year. Outside the delivery room, Gao Yang listened to the heart-wrenching screams faintly drifting from within, waiting in a state of restless anxiety. After 10 months of pregnancy, his wife had reached her due date. She had been hospitalized the day before yesterday, and today, the time for the delivery had finally arrived. Amidst those faint screams, time seemed to have frozen, ceasing its flow. Suddenly, the screaming stopped abruptly. Gao Yang stood up abruptly and rushed to the door of the delivery room, his heart pounding, eager to know what had happened inside. After about 10 minutes, a nurse pulled the delivery room door open a crack and looked at Gao Yang. After confirming Gao Yang's identity, she turned and walked back into the delivery room, saying, "Family member, come in with me." Hearing this, Gao Yang hurriedly brought the prepared snacks and Snickers bars and walked into the delivery room. Inside, both the doctors and nurses were wearing masks, going about their tasks in an orderly fashion. Gao Yang's gaze quickly fell upon a hospital bed in the room, where his wife was lying weak and listless, with a thin swaddle beside her. He leaned over and saw the wrinkled little baby inside the swaddle, eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a wave of joy and excitement from within swept through his body and mind. Looking at that tiny life, an indescribable sense of being moved welled up. He went to the side of the bed, looked at his weak beloved, and said softly, "Wife, thank you. You've worked hard." She slowly opened her eyes, a smile appearing on her pale face as her gaze shifted to her side. "Look at our son. Is he cute? Very cute, just like you." Gao Yang held her hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. From this day forward, he was the father of this little one. Looking at this ugly little baby who couldn't even open his eyes, a heartfelt smile emerged on his face. Suddenly, the scene stalled. The lights in the ward began to flicker frantically, and various instruments emitted continuous alarms. The flickering of the lights and instruments grew faster and faster. At the moment they reached their limit, the lights vanished completely, and the entire ward plunged into endless darkness. Gao Yang looked at the endless darkness before him, a flash of golden light blooming in the depths of his eyes. He looked up at the infinite darkness before him, suddenly sighed leisurely, and said with great regret, "Why couldn't you wait a little longer? I hadn't yet seen him grow up." His voice was very soft, but falling into this darkness, it was as heavy as a mountain, causing the entire space to tremble uncontrollably. When did you realize it? In the darkness, a ripple bloomed, and the will contained within it was easily understood by Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the darkness before him and said calmly, "That doesn't hold much meaning. You only need to know that I am very angry right now. So what if you are angry? Do you intend to deal with me?" In the darkness, the ripple of will spread out. Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes. As he did so, the surrounding darkness clung to him from all directions like a living thing. At this rate, it would take barely 10 seconds to completely devour Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang remained unmoved, merely contemplating the changes in his own state of mind. After he had pondered whether he could become a qualified father, he had discovered that something was wrong with himself. However, when he realized he had returned to his old rented apartment, he had abandoned the idea of breaking free from this illusion immediately, because he wanted to see what his life trajectory would have been like without the appearance of the comprehensive network. And as he stopped struggling against the illusion, the entity that created it did not disappoint him, pushing his life forward bit by bit according to his former life path. Although a few years were skipped, that was not the point. In fact, for the entity that created this illusion, the most important thing was the unborn child of Gao Yang within the illusion. It used the anxiety in Gao Yang's heart as an anchor to create this illusion. The moment it created the illusion, it had only one goal: to make Gao Yang abandon that unborn child. Once Gao Yang gave up, it would instantly merge into the rules, using absolute rule-based power to completely devour Gao Yang from the inside out, absorbing everything about him and replacing his existence. But if Gao Yang did not give up and let the child be born successfully, its power would be greatly weakened. Although its power would slowly recover over time as it maintained the illusion, its insane and chaotic consciousness could not support it in continuing to maintain the illusion. Moreover, it did not believe that it would be suppressed by a mere mortal in its own home field. As the darkness submerged Gao Yang's body and was about to devour his head, Gao Yang's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, brilliant golden light escaped from them. The moment the specks of golden light appeared, they transformed into tangible golden flames, directly igniting the darkness covering Gao Yang. From the deep darkness came uncontrollable ripples. As Gao Yang's eyes opened bit by bit, the original specks of golden light spread rapidly. Large swathes of golden light descended, subsequently igniting the surrounding darkness. Gao Yang stood there with his hands behind his back, watching the darkness that was constantly retreating as it was burned by the golden flames. "This is impossible. This is impossible. How can you do such a thing in my divine domain?" Within the twisted darkness being scorched by the golden flames, a frantic ripple of will spread. Following the spread of this ripple of will, a comprehensive network prompt appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Comprehensive network prompt. Due to your related actions, the divine spawn formless calamity nightmare has descended. Divine spawn formless calamity nightmare. Gao Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and then a black eyeball appeared on his shoulder. A black gaze shot out from the eye of withering, heading straight for the darkness within the golden flames. Divine spawn formless calamity nightmare life leveled source. Negative divinity of the god of 10,000 golden gears Nutique. Residual divinity of the goddess of wisdom miracle ability, psychic illusion. Note, born from the unwillingness of a deity before their fall, combined with the divinity of a powerful divine force. This divine spawn exists only within the illusory realm and possesses unparalleled environmental abilities. When a target is trapped within the illusion and loses their anchor to the real world, everything they are will be devoured by it. Looking at the information fed back by the withered eye, a flash of surprise crossed Gao Yang's eyes. Immediately, he understood why this divine spawn had appeared before him. The source of everything was the divinity left behind after the fall of the god of 10,000 golden gears. Nutique. If Gao Yang had not gone to retrieve that divinity, this divine spawn, which existed only in the illusory realm, would never have been able to reach him. It was precisely because he had returned to the center of the magma lake to take that divinity that he had allowed this divine spawn to exploit the opening. The birth of a divine spawn is not an easy feat, and the birth of this invisible calamity nightmare before him was likely actively facilitated by the god of 10,000 golden gears. However, it was a pity that even a divine spawn could not pose any threat to him. As the flames of his will continued to bloom, the darkness retreated continuously. In the end, only a mass of twisted darkness, 1 meter in diameter, remained in the entire illusory space. This constantly twisting mass of darkness was the final territory of the divine spawn, the invisible calamity nightmare within the psychic world. Looking at the darkness before him, Gao Yang took a gentle step forward. As his foot landed, the flames of his will in the illusory space surged violently. Amidst a series of frantic and shrill screams, the mass of twisted darkness was directly engulfed. Even the deity from whom this divine spawn was born had been slain by him. How could a mere monster born from a divine corpse possibly stir up any trouble? The flames of his will descended, and the darkness was instantly wiped away. After the flames licked the area clean, a nearly invisible gemstone appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Gao Yang reached out and grasped the invisible gemstone in his hand. This gemstone was filled with pure psychic power. Psychic power is not rare, but the key was that this psychic power existed in a near-solid form. This meant that this pure psychic power could be absorbed by any entity. Holding the gemstone, a thought emerged in Gao Yang's mind. Flat space shattered, and Gao Yang's consciousness returned to his body. As soon as his consciousness returned, Gao Yang heard Milafina's anxious calls in his ears. He looked up and saw Milafina in the distance, constantly shouting toward his location. Between him and her were countless sword auras that were nearly tangible. With a thought from Gao Yang, the sword auras surrounding him dissipated completely. Seeing this, Milafina flew quickly to Gao Yang's side, stared into his eyes, and asked, "Gao Yang, are you all right?" Gao Yang shook his head and said, "There's no problem. Everything has been resolved. Taking a leave of absence. Need to sort things out. I'm feeling a bit stuck today. I wrote a few thousand words, but it just doesn't feel right. Sesame needs to sort things out tonight. I will resume the 8,000-word update tomorrow." Chapter 1051, Seeing Lisa Again. The Heartbeat of Life. Hearing Gao Yang say this, Milafina finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the fur on her back that had stood up due to her hissing quickly smoothed down. "You scared me to death. Just now, I thought something had happened to you." Gao Yang stroked her little head, his voice calm. "Don't worry. It was just a breakthrough in my state of mind." As he said this, his eyes were exceptionally bright, shining like stars. The divine spawn he encountered this time, the invisible calamity nightmare, was, for Gao Yang, nothing less than a trial of his inner demons. This inner demon was synthesized from his background, his experiences, and his concepts, forming an obsession during his life that even he himself had not perceived. The abilities of the invisible calamity nightmare combined perfectly with his obsession, and based on this, it formed an illusion specifically targeting him. When he broke through the illusion, he understood that from now on, the only flaw in his heart had disappeared. His heart and will no longer possess any weaknesses. If anyone wanted to cause him harm through psychic or mental abilities, they could only crush him with overwhelming numerical superiority. But they would never be able to exploit the weaknesses within his heart. It could be said that having passed this trial of the heart, Gao Yang's mental will had grown much stronger. This growth was not reflected in numerical values, but rather in a more subtle improvement in the essence of his heart, which could also be called a perfection of his state of mind. "All right, as long as you're fine." Milafina lay on the ground, looked up at him, and said, "Gao Yang, you still haven't answered me. Are we going to Aburan to find Lisa next?" "That's right, heading to Aburan." Gao Yang nodded earnestly, a faint, elusive smile on his face. After passing the trial of his inner demons, he was finally able to fully face himself and his unborn child. Thinking of the child still gestating in Lisa's womb, his emotions could not help but stir. He couldn't wait to see the child who belonged to him and Lisa, the first child in his life. Of course, after arriving in Aburan this time, some things also needed to be brought to an end. Gao Yang looked at his own hands. Under the urging of his will, the flesh on his hands began to deform, transforming in a very short time into a pair of dragon claws covered in scales. These dragon claws were covered in dark yellow, black-tinged scales. The 5 dragon talons were like 5 curved blades, flashing with a piercing, cold, and chilling light. This was the appearance of Gao Yang after transforming using the bloodline of the Yellow Springs dragon. The Yellow Springs dragon bloodline material was a very important and powerful treasure he had obtained early on. Not only did it directly increase his corresponding attributes, but it also allowed him to transform into a dragon. greatly boosting his combat power. For a long time, the dragon transformation form was his primary combat stance. It could be said that the dragon transformation provided by the Yellow Springs dragon bloodline was an important part of his early combat power, playing an immeasurable and huge role. But as the saying goes, the gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. The Yellow Springs dragon bloodline was so powerful, but the price behind it was also terrifying. By this day, Gao Yang was no longer the fledgling adventurer he had been when he first obtained that bloodline material. With his current insight, he could basically determine the true purpose behind the Yellow Springs dragon bloodline. It was a vessel being cultivated for possession. The Yellow Springs dragon had been imprisoned at the bottom of the Eberron world for an unknown span of time, and thus, the appearance of the Yellow Springs dragon bloodline material was, in all likelihood, an attempt by the dragon to break free. If a being were to fuse with the Yellow Springs dragon bloodline and raise their strength to a certain level, once they stepped foot on the land of Eberron again, they might be completely possessed by the Yellow Springs dragon, having their body occupied from the inside out, thereby achieving the goal of escape. This point had been made clear back in the Qianyuan cultivation world when he had stripped away the Yellow Springs dragon bloodline. The terrifying attribute penalties and the sensation of the bloodline fusion, which clung to him like maggots on bone, had sent a bone-chilling cold through him at that time. It could be said that this was how his feud with the Yellow Springs dragon, Gibor, had been forged. Returning to Eberron this time, Gao Yang would no longer allow such a hidden danger to persist. Because in the world of Eberron, his wife and child were still here. As for whether he could resolve this hidden danger, Gao Yang had a certain degree of confidence. At the very least, he was capable of retreating unscathed. After possessing the ability to travel through the astral plane, crossing planes and crystal spheres had become a common occurrence. Bending to days, Gao Yang and Melifina finally arrived at the plane transit center of the Eberron world. Stepping out of the teleportation area at the transit center, Gao Yang led Melifina forward, and without much effort, they found the properties owned by the Immortal Wasteland at the transit center. Ever since the conclusion of the last Eberron Supreme Conference, the Immortal Wasteland had ushered in a period of rapid development. The resources and population brought by its vast territorial reach were powerful catalysts for this growth. Just like now, the Immortal Wasteland's property at the Plane Transit Center had originally been nothing more than a small storefront. But after arriving here this time, the Immortal Wasteland already had its own headquarters and a street of properties at the transit center. Melifina sat perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking at everything around her with great interest. In front of the Immortal Wasteland's industrial street, there were 4 Drow and 4 Elf guards respectively. When Gao Yang appeared in their sight, the eyelids of the 4 male Drow elves twitched violently. Immediately after, the 4 Drow quickly stepped forward to Gao Yang, bowed their heads, and said respectfully and fanatically, "Greetings, Your Excellency, King of Feathers." Gao Yang looked at the 4 tall Drow guards before him, nodded with a calm gaze, and said, "You have worked hard." Under the guidance of the 4 guards, Gao Yang did not alert anyone else. Before the others on this industrial street could react, he took the teleportation ray back to the Immortal City. The former Immortal City was located in the Immortal Wasteland, but with the expansion of the Immortal Wasteland's territory, the current Immortal City had been moved to a location with a superior geographical position, and its area had expanded more than 100-fold. Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array, and before he could move, he sensed an aura appear not far behind him. He turned his head to look and saw the King of Assassins, Kong, amidst a cluster of shadows. Within the shadows, Kong met Gao Yang's gaze with a calm expression. When he looked over, he nodded slightly and then vanished. Clearly, Kong had sensed Gao Yang's aura and had specifically come to reveal himself and meet him. Otherwise, given Kong's abilities, Gao Yang might not have been able to detect his tracks even if he had entered the state of unity between heaven and man. Gao Yang expanded his perception and easily located Lisa. With one step, he vanished from where he stood. The next instant, inside the Immortal Temple, beneath the magnificent statue of the goddess, Gao Yang's figure emerged from the space. Under the goddess statue, Lisa, who had been silently reciting the immortal scripture with her head bowed, felt something and turned around. The first thing that met her eyes was the gentle, smiling face she had been longing for day and night. A heartfelt smile bloomed on Lisa's beautiful face, and the next moment, she had already thrown herself into Gao Yang's embrace. Gao Yang held Lisa's slender waist tightly, burying his head in the hair at her neck, and as he inhaled the fragrance emanating from her, his heart felt incomparably peaceful. When Lisa had rushed over, Melifina had already jumped off Gao Yang's shoulder and was currently sitting on a chair, licking her paws with a look of boredom. Compared to watching the two of them being lovey-dovey, she was more interested in the little cub in Lisa's belly. The two embraced for a moment before Lisa lifted her head from Gao Yang's arms, looked at him with a smile, and said, When did you arrive? I just arrived in Eberron. Gao Yang looked at Lisa with eyes full of smiles, his hand sliding down to rest on her still flat lower abdomen, and asked softly, When did this happen? And why didn't you tell me? A glow of maternal radiance appeared on Lisa's face as she placed her hand over Gao Yang's and said, I felt it suddenly when you left. As she spoke, she looked up at Gao Yang and added, The gestation period is very long, and I was afraid you would worry. So, I didn't tell you. If it weren't for Kong, I wouldn't have known about this either. Gao Yang stroked Lisa's abdomen. He could sense that inside her belly, a ball of life light, only the size of a walnut, was pulsing rhythmically, seemingly sensing Gao Yang's mental fluctuations. The light ball's pulsing speed suddenly accelerated, and a trace of joyful emotion emanated from it, which Gao Yang perceived. A heartfelt smile appeared on Gao Yang's face as he pulled Lisa into a tight embrace. Thank you, Lisa. Feeling Gao Yang's burning embrace, Lisa also wore a look of relief on her face. During this period, the continuous assassination attempts had left her mind and settled, and the various issues triggered by the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce had drained a great deal of her energy. If it hadn't been for the appearance of that terrifying and powerful assassin, this state of affairs would likely have continued. And it was precisely the appearance of that assassin that made Lisa understand that Gao Yang's gaze had never once shifted away from her. It was also because of that assassin that the endless stream of assassination attempts finally came to an end, allowing her to nurture their offspring in peace. Not long ago, she finally sensed that the life growing within her womb had entered a stable phase. As long as the energy supply was guaranteed, he would be able to grow and develop normally. In 3 years, she would be able to give birth to a lovely child for her beloved. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile blossomed on Lisa's face once again. She looked up at Gao Yang and said softly, Look, our child is also very happy about your arrival. Gao Yang stroked Lisa's lower abdomen, wearing a smile of his own. After a moment, he turned to look at Melifina, then looked back at Lisa and said, When our child is born, let Melifina be his godmother. He will surely like that. Seeing that Gao Yang was talking about her, Melifina immediately perked up, her large eyes blinking as she looked at Lisa with anticipation. Is that okay, Lisa? Lisa nodded gently, her hands resting involuntarily on her lower abdomen as she whispered, Of course it is. If it is Melifina, he will definitely love it. Meow, I think so too. Melifina laughed, her large, fluffy tail swaying back and forth behind her. Lisa and Gao Yang exchanged a glance, both seeing doting affection in each other's eyes. Clearly, whether in Gao Yang's eyes or Lisa's, Melifina, this simple and cute cat elf, was just a child who would never grow up. Simple, cute, and kind. She was also someone easy to love. Lisa pulled Melifina into her arms and lowered her head to kiss her ears firmly. This sudden display of intimacy made Melifina let out an embarrassed meow, and she immediately whispered, Oh my, what are you doing? My fur is going to get all wet. Despite saying that, Melifina did not break free from Lisa's embrace. Instead, she burrowed into her towering peaks, causing a surging wave, and finally found a comfortable position to lie down, letting Lisa hold her. Lisa, is my dried fish ready? Lisa revealed a bright smile and nodded, saying, Of course. I have always been preparing it for Melifina. That is simply wonderful. Melifina's large, fluffy tail swept back and forth, becoming even more joyful. Gao Yang watched this scene, letting the two of them talk, and turned to walk out of the immortal sanctuary. Stepping out of the immortal sanctuary, Kong's presence appeared within Gao Yang's perception. Gao Yang turned around, looked at the shadow beneath the pillar, and said, Thank you for this period of time, Kong. This was a commission transaction. I had reasons that I had to fulfill it. Kong's voice did not have a hint of hoarseness. Instead, it was deep and resonant, much like that of an ordinary middle-aged man. Gao Yang looked at Kong with interest, feeling quite curious about the king of assassins shrouded in shadows. But after only a glance, he withdrew his gaze and asked instead, "Kong, do you know of anything that can promote embryonic development and lay a foundation for an embryo?" After experiencing the previous heart demon tribulation, Gao Yang had officially accepted his identity as a father-to-be, and as a father, he naturally wanted to give the best to his child, based on his knowledge. He naturally knew of some things that could lay a foundation for a fetus in the womb. But those were too ordinary. What he wanted were powerful treasures that could lay a deep foundation for his child, something that could even span the entirety of his future life. With the support of such treasures and the backing of endless resources, Gao Yang believed that his child's achievements would absolutely not be low. Treasures to lay a foundation for a fetus. Kong's voice remained calm. After a brief pause, he said, "I do not pay attention to such things, but as far as I know, in the life temple of the goddess of life, there exists the primordial holy water. The primordial holy water can resurrect someone who has been dead for no more than 3 years, provided that the person's soul has not been captured by demons or devils. This powerful ability also has immense benefits for a fetus, as it can greatly enhance the fetus's innate life potential." Primordial holy water. Just by the name, it doesn't sound like something easy to obtain. Gao Yang's voice was calm, and not a hint of vanity could be heard in his words. "Of course, such things are very precious. However, regarding this, you can ask Barak. He has a very deep understanding of this area." Gao Yang nodded and thanked him softly. Chapter 1052. The Shukshan Formation Map obtained. After Gao Yang committed the primordial holy water mentioned by Kong to memory, he looked at Kong beneath the pillar and continued, "Then, the transaction is complete. The true falsehood belongs to you." The shadow beneath the pillar seemed to flicker a few times, and then a hint of imperceptible emotional fluctuation entered Kong's voice. "Then, thank you, Gao Yang. The transaction between you and me remains valid. If you have any needs in the future, contact me at any time." Gao Yang looked at Kong and nodded with a smile. It is no exaggeration to say that Kong's rival directly plunged the entire Shadow Empire into silence. The Shadow Assassins, who were usually unscrupulous, under the pressure of Kong, the king of assassins, did their utmost to retract all their claws and fangs, crouching beneath the shadows like kittens. Being able to obtain Kong's promise and friendship was also excellent news for Gao Yang. Although there was a high probability that Gao Yang would not need such a promise, his loved ones had that need. For instance, the protection of Lisa this time. If Kong had not been stationed in the Immortal City, Lisa and the Immortal Church would definitely not have been as relaxed as they were now. Seeing Gao Yang nod, Kong paused for a moment, then the shadow gradually merged into the original shadow of the pillar, and his aura quickly dissipated from Gao Yang's perception. Seeing this, Gao Yang understood that Kong had left. He turned around and walked toward the forest behind the Immortal Sanctuary. Although the Immortal City had changed its location, the basic layout remained unchanged. It was as if the entire Immortal City had been moved to a new location, with significant expansions carried out on that foundation. This trip to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce did not take long for Gao Yang, but the harvest was substantial. He needed some time to fully digest these gains and convert them into his own true combat power. The Immortal Execution Sword Formation Map was currently being collected, and the cultivation of the 9 Profound Art also needed to continue. Once the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce delivered the remaining parts of the Immortal Execution Sword Formation Map to him, he could begin to upgrade his own Immortal Execution Sword domain. Although the current Immortal Execution Sword domain was very strong, the opponents Gao Yang encountered were simply too formidable. They started at the level of deities with weak divine power, and under the pressure of their authority domains, his Immortal Execution Sword domain could not exert the suppression it should have. Therefore, in battles against such existences, Gao Yang generally would not use the Immortal Execution Sword domain to suppress the enemy, but instead directly used the Immortal Execution Sword Formation Map as an offensive bonus to cast the Immortal Execution Sword. In this way, the attacks of the Immortal Execution Sword domain became more condensed and their power greater. Doing this was still effective against some weaker deities, But if he encountered those powerful deities, this method appeared somewhat powerless. In addition to upgrading the immortal execution sword domain, he also needed to continue his basic cultivation. There were still more than 2 years until the next Abyss trial, and these 2+ years were his final window for improvement. Gao Yang had a feeling that when the next Abyss trial arrived, the Pantheon would certainly not let him pass through it peacefully, especially that blood god. Thinking of this, the withered eye Moro appeared before Gao Yang. He sat cross-legged on a tree stump with a diameter of 1 meter, quietly staring at the withered eye in front of him. Before he arrived in Salisbury, the withered eye Moro had finally completely digested the blood god's eyeball and completed its evolution. The current withered eye, although still a black tier wonder, had its inherent negative effects become basically ineffective against Gao Yang, and it had derived a new ability, True Name Imprisonment. True Name Imprisonment, source of sinful blood, consumes the sinful blood accumulated within the withered eye Moro, using the target's true name as a medium to establish a physical link between the two parties for 0.1 to 2.7 seconds. During this period, both the withered eye and the target of the true name will fall into a state of imprisonment. The specific duration is determined by the relevant resistance and attributes of the true name target, with a minimum of no less than 0.1 seconds. This was an ability that could be called a hard crowd control skill for Gao Yang at this stage. Even the minimum of 0.1 seconds possessed great combat significance. In other words, after absorbing the blood god's eyeball, the withered eye Moro was fully qualified to participate in battle, and it was even a key qualification that determined the direction of the battle. However, the improvement of the withered eye was built upon the pain of the blood god. The blood god, having lost an eyeball, would inevitably hold a grudge against him. Judging from the strength and attitude the other party displayed last time, the blood god, having suffered such a great loss, would absolutely not let it go. Perhaps the other party would take the initiative to invade his Abyss trial. According to Gao Yang's estimation, the blood god's strength should be at the stage of a mid-tier divine power deity, and within this stage, he could be considered one of the most powerful existences. The most critical point was whether the blood god had fused with a divinity to become a god, and whether the high-level members of the Pantheon had fused with divinities to become gods. This was very important. The combat power of a mid-tier divine power deity who had fused with a divinity and one who had not were two completely different concepts. Deities who had fused with divinities to become gods would be suppressed by the main material plane, and their own power would be reduced. Just like the goddess of wisdom and the god of 10,000 golden gears who descended upon Salisbury. In this state, they could not fully exert their strength, which was why the true bodies of deities basically only stayed in their own divine kingdoms, and only avatars walked the world. The reason for this was simple. If an avatar died, it would at most consume some divine power and energy. But if the true body fell, then everything was over. But if they had not fused with a divinity and had reached the level of a mid-tier divine power deity through their own hard strength, it would be a bit troublesome. This meant that their strength could be fully exerted anytime and anywhere without restriction, and the gap in combat power between them could not be measured by ordinary logic. Regarding this point, Gao Yang had full authority to speak. Under the blessing of numerous unique talents and various characteristic trait rewards derived from those unique talents, this was how his combat power had been improved. Now, deities with weak divine power were no longer his opponents, and he could even wrestle with deities of mid-tier divine power. And as for the Pantheon, a mysterious organization with the core goal of plundering unique talents, its existence had lasted for an unrecordable amount of time. As a high-level member, how many unique talents would the blood god possess? Who, exhaling a long breath, Gao Yang put the withered eye into his inventory and simultaneously suppressed the churning thoughts in his heart. The blood god was strong, but he was never weak. From the very beginning, step by step to where he was now, everything he had was earned through his own efforts. If they wanted to plunder his unique talents, then let them come and try. Let's see who is the prey and who is the hunter in the end. A sword aura flashed through his mind, severing all the distracting thoughts, and Gao Yang began his daily cultivation. The actions of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce were very fast, or rather, after experiencing a thorough purge, the surviving high-level members of the Chamber of Commerce executed Gao Yang's will very quickly. In the third week of Gao Yang's arrival in the Eberron world, Matthew, who had disappeared for nearly a year, appeared in the immortal city, and like when they last met. This time Matthew was glowing with health, and his whole person was overflowing with vitality and confidence from the inside out. This state went up another level after he saw Gao Yang. "Oh, my dear Mr. Gao Yang, you seem to have become even stronger." The flattering tone, mixed with a slickness unique to goblins, rang in Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on the tree stump, looked up and saw Chairman Matthew, who was dressed in golden silk robes and full of the aura of a superior. Gao Yang revealed a faint smile, seeing Chairman Matthew again. He was in a pretty good mood. "Long time no see, Chairman Matthew. It is all thanks to you, Mr. Gao Yang. Otherwise, Matthew might still be locked up in the Carlo cage alongside Julian." Matthew strode up to Gao Yang and bowed with great solemnity. Gao Yang waved his hand slightly, indifferent to Matthew's gratitude. In truth, had the internal strife within the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce not affected his progress in collecting the immortal executioner diagrams, he would never have paid any attention to their internal conflicts. To him, these were all trivial matters. The enhancement of his own strength was the only thing of paramount importance. Lowering his hand, Gao Yang looked at Matthew and asked, "President Matthew, have you brought me any good news this time?" "Of course." President Matthew's spirits lifted. With a radiant smile on his face, he said, "Your requirements are now the top priority for the Chamber of Commerce. After you left, the Chamber went into full operation. As of today, we have collected 3 legendary grade immortal executioner diagrams and 7 diagrams below the legendary grade for you." Having said this, Matthew reached out and brushed his finger across the ring on his right hand. A flash of light flickered, and a total of 10 scrolls appeared in his hands. Gao Yang looked at the scrolls in his grasp, a satisfied gleam appearing in his eyes. From the scrolls in Matthew's hands, he could sense that familiar aura of slaughter. Clearly, all 10 scrolls were indeed immortal executioner diagrams. The only difference was the quality of the diagrams themselves. "You have worked hard." Gao Yang reached out, and the immortal executioner diagrams in Matthew's hands drifted automatically into his own. Holding the diagrams, a smile finally appeared on Gao Yang's face. With a flip of his palm, the diagrams vanished, replaced by a large pile of crystals radiating a bright red luster, the essence of life crystals. Watching the essence of life crystals in Gao Yang's hands, Matthew's breathing grew slightly heavy. These bright red crystals were the root cause of the recent upheaval within the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, as they contain the secret to extending one's lifespan. "These essence of life crystals are for you, President Matthew. Consider the surplus as a deposit for the second batch. I hope your chamber can collect the remaining immortal executioner diagrams I need as soon as possible." As he spoke, Gao Yang pushed the essence of life crystals toward Matthew. Matthew hurriedly reached out to take them, stowing them away in his storage ring, and even gave the ring a reassuring pat. Caressing the ring on his finger, Matthew's eyes burned with fervor. 50 essence of life crystals, even after deducting the costs for acquiring the legendary grade diagrams. Their chamber would still have at least half left over. Such a vast amount of essence of life crystals would become the foundation of the chamber, helping its development enter the fast lane. Matthew looked at Gao Yang and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Gao Yang, if there are no other instructions, I shall take my leave." Gao Yang nodded slightly, and upon seeing this, Matthew turned and left quickly. Once Matthew had departed, Gao Yang took a dark red scroll from his inventory. As the scroll unfurled, wisps of killing intent drifted from it. This was a transcendent grade immortal executioner diagram, so the killing intent was not as intense as the one Gao Yang already possessed. Gao Yang looked at the unfurled diagram before him, with a thought. A dark red array diagram, wreathed in killing intent, drifted slowly from the center of his chest. The moment this immortal executioner diagram appeared, a dense aura of slaughter instantly enveloped the area. Even the leaves that had been swaying in the breeze froze due to this killing intent. The immortal executioner diagram trembled before Gao Yang, like a predatory beast waiting to devour, eager to consume the diagram in front of it. Seeing this, Gao Yang released his control over the diagram. The instant it was freed from Gao Yang's restraint, the diagram in front of him lunged forward. A fierce and paralleled killing intent erupted from it. tearing the transcendent great immortal executioner a diagram into shreds. In just a few moments, Gao Yang's diagram had swallowed all the fragments of the other one. Visibly, the killing intent radiating from his diagram began to surge. Seeing this, Gao Yang took another immortal executioner a diagram from his inventory. However, even when he placed it before his own, his diagram showed no reaction, as if it had entered a state of satiation. Gao Yang put the diagram in his hand away. It seemed that the fusion of the immortal executioner a diagrams required a certain amount of time. After stowing his diagram, Gao Yang flashed to an open space 100 meters away. He took a vial of plain core solution from his inventory, crushed it, and swallowed the pale golden liquid in one gulp. As the solution entered his body, it felt as if a volcano had erupted within him. Gao Yang's skin turned a scorching red, visible to the naked eye. Gao Yang exhaled a stream of hot air and immediately began to practice the 8-9 profound art. Originally, the practice of the 8-9 profound art required many rare treasures, but Gao Yang discovered that the plain core solution could perfectly satisfy all the requirements for his cultivation. Thus, he no longer bothered to search for the various materials, opting instead to cultivate directly using the plain core solution. The advantage of this was that it saved a massive amount of time, but the downside was that the consumption rate of the plain core solution skyrocketed. Nowadays, he needed to consume 5 vials of plain core solution every day. A plain core with 1 of energy could produce 30 vials 5 batches of 6. This meant he consumed 1 G of plain core energy every 6 days, totaling 5 G per month. Fortunately, Gao Yang still possessed a significant quantity of plain cores, so, at the very least, he did not need to worry about the consumption in the short term. Of course, these plain solutions were not just for the 8-9 profound art. They also provided excellent boosts to his battle chi cultivation and meditation practices. Chapter 1053, Garacha, the headquarters of the life religion for K. On a bare tree stump, Gao Yang sat cross-legged. Wisps of dark red killing intent wove through his body as if they were living things. As time passed, the dark red killing intent grew thinner and thinner, until it was finally completely absorbed into his body. Gao Yang opened his eyes, a flash of dark red sword intent flickering in the depths of his gaze before vanishing. After a month, the Juxian formation map brought by Mozu had been completely digested and absorbed by the one Gao Yang already possessed. The integration of the 10 Juxian formation maps caused the killing intent of Gao Yang's own Juxian formation map to surge several times over, and its inherent strength was enhanced to the same degree. Although Gao Yang had not yet deployed the Juxian sword domain, based solely on the improvement of the Juxian formation map, he could roughly estimate that the current power of the Juxian sword domain had increased by more than half compared to before. This was still the result without him integrating the laws of slaughter he had comprehended into his own Juxian sword domain. If he were to integrate the laws of slaughter as well, the improvement to his Juxian sword domain would be even greater. Gao Yang waved his hand, and the dark red Juxian formation map flew out from his chest, hovering in his palm. On the dark red Juxian formation map, streaks of formation patterns appeared and disappeared, outlining the heavens, earth, mountains, and rivers, transforming into a magnificent landscape. Wisps of killing intent flowed along with the formation patterns, and wherever they passed, the world was filled with a chilling, murderous aura. If an ordinary person were to take a single look at the current Juxian formation map, they would likely have their mind and spirit instantly extinguished by this level of killing intent, leading to the death of both body and soul. At the 4 poles of this dark red sword map, which was saturated with killing intent, 4 sword glows flickered faintly. That was the manifestation of Gao Yang refining the Juxian formation map into his own legendary domain. And it was also the cornerstone supporting the entire Juxian sword domain. Gao Yang had once used for sword chi to transform into the 4 pillars of the Juxian sword domain, with the original intention of replacing the 4 Juxian swords with sword chi, so that his Juxian sword domain would approach the true Juxian sword array. To this day, as the opponents Gao Yang faced grew stronger, although the 4 sword chi could still support the Juxian sword domain, they lacked the corresponding power to trap and slay enemies. If he wanted to upgrade the Juxian sword domain, besides improving the quality of the Juxian formation map itself, the best way was to obtain the 4 Juxian swords and refine them into the 4 sword chi. In this way, It would be equivalent to merging the complete Juxian sword array with his legendary domain to form a brand new Juxian sword domain. Through this method, the power of his Juxian sword domain would be significantly strengthened in every aspect. Regarding this point, Gao Yang had already mentioned it to Yuliano through the comprehensive network. He just did not know if, in this multiverse, there were any replicas of the four Juxian swords in existence besides the Juxian formation map. At this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Currently, the four-pole sword chi in his Juxian sword domain lacked substance, which also caused the support of the four-pole sword chi for the Juxian sword domain to carry a slight sense of illusion. If he had the four Juxian swords, as long as he refined them one by one, it would be like a towering skyscraper having load-bearing pillars. The entire Juxian sword domain's ability to trap people would increase exponentially. Only then would the true power of the Juxian sword domain be unleashed. Never mind deities with weak divine power. Even deities with intermediate divine power would likely be unable to break the Juxian sword domain. They would only be able to fight him to the death within his sword domain. If they wanted to break through the Juxian sword domain, they would have to slay him. The master of the sword domain, on the spot, collecting his thoughts, Gao Yang took out a life origin crystal, and battle chi rose from his palm, quickly refining it. To this day, the number of life origin crystals he had refined had long exceeded 100, and the improvement brought by the life origin crystals had remained at the lower limit of what could be achieved. For every life origin crystal refined, his vitality only increased by 0. For an ordinary person, there would be no need to use such a precious item as a life origin crystal for this level of improvement. After all, compared to the initial use, this level of gain was far too wasteful for such a precious resource. But Gao Yang was different. Life origin crystals were condensed from slaying legends, so they were not rare items to him. Although the improvement was small, it was still an improvement nonetheless. The small magnitude of the increase was not a problem once the quantity went up. A quantitative change would still lead to a qualitative change. A 0.3% increase per crystal, 3% for 10, and 30% for 100. This kind of increase in origin vitality was something no one could ignore. After finishing the refinement of the life origin crystal, Gao Yang moved his mind, and his body suddenly disappeared. The next instant, he had appeared 10,000 meters in the air, and was continuously heading toward the firmament above his head. Splash! Accompanied by the soft sound of rippling water, Gao Yang had broken through the material plane of the Eberron world and entered the void of the astral sea. A long whale song accompanied by endless starlight bloomed in this boundless starry sky, and the massive body of the chubby Kun-Kun condensed within the starlight. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the chubby Kun-Kun's massive head, reached out to pat the thick yet warm skin beneath him, and communicated directly with the chubby Kun-Kun through his thoughts. After receiving Gao Yang's command, the chubby Kun-Kun let out a short whale song, flicked its short, thick tail, merged into the endless starlight, and quickly headed toward the nearest interstellar transit station. This time, Gao Yang was only leaving Eberron briefly, with the goal of heading to the Temple of Life to obtain a portion of primordial holy water to lay a foundation for his child. Of course, during this time, he had also communicated with Barak, asking the other party about treasures related to fetal development and growth. After paying the price of 20 life origin crystals, Barak agreed to personally refine a perfect life cultivation potion for him. As for the so-called life cultivation potion, its only function was to help the fetus still in gestation lay a foundation and increase its potential in all aspects. Before this, Qinying and Haiming had also ordered such a life cultivation potion from Barak, but unfortunately, the couple had not yet conceived, so there was no reason to use the potion. Of course, before refining the potion, Barak needed to collect some data, not just about Gao Yang, but also about Lisa. The second reason for leaving Eberron this time was to head to the plane where Barak was located to provide the corresponding physical data. Half an hour later, Gao Yang stood up from the top of the chubby Kun-Kun's head and looked at the city that had appeared in his field of vision, floating in the boundless astral sea. With a thought, the chubby Kun-Kun instantly turned into endless starlight and flowed into Gao Yang's left arm. Following this, Gao Yang took a step forward, and with a flash of sword light, he appeared inside this interstellar transit station. Without lingering, He headed straight for the teleportation ray to begin the transfer. The Church of Life that Matthew spoke of was naturally the one dedicated to the goddess of life within the crystal sphere containing the world of Eberron. She was a deity of powerful divine rank, and her believers were spread across the entire crystal sphere. The headquarters of the Goddess of Life's Church of Life was located in another prime material plane equivalent in status to Eberron Gratia. Gratia served as the headquarters for the Church of Life and the entire life pantheon. Within this prime material plane, aside from the Church of Life, a series of deities under the life pantheon, such as the Goddess of Breeding, the Goddess of Healing, and the God of Resurgence, all established their headquarters in Gratia. In Gratia, the numerous gods of the life pantheon frequently manifested miracles, and as a result, all sentient beings on this plane were devout believers of the life pantheon. Billions upon billions of sentient beings provided extremely stable and high-quality faith to the many gods of the entire pantheon. After a brief teleportation, as the spatial fluctuations dissipated, Gao Yang stepped out of the ray. The moment he emerged, Gao Yang's brows furrowed involuntarily. And like the world of Eberron, the air in this prime material plane of Gratia was filled with a vigorous and peaceful vitality. In such a magical environment, the average lifespan of sentient beings should be significantly higher. And for transcendent beings of the life pantheon, it would yield twice the result with half the effort. Clearly, this magical environment had certain natural factors, but it was likely more the result of the gods of the life pantheon and their subordinate sects reshaping Gratia, ultimately forming the environment as it existed today. As Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array, several exceptionally vigilant gazes were cast upon him. Gao Yang followed the gazes and saw several clergy members dressed in milky white robes looking at him nervously, their faces full of caution. Immediately after, a faint red glow bloomed from the ceiling of this transit center, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. These red rays converged rapidly, eventually settling steadily on the ceiling directly above Gao Yang, making them extremely conspicuous. Under the glaring red light, Gao Yang remained calm, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. He looked at the nearest clergy member, whose face was taut, and said, "So, have I triggered the relevant defensive mechanisms of Gratia?" His voice was calm, showing not the slightest fluctuation despite the red light shrouding his head. However, the female clergy member opposite him looked as if she were facing a formidable enemy. She pursed her lips, tensed her face, and mist seemed to gather rapidly in her clear, white eyes. Seeing her like this, Gao Yang sighed slightly in his heart. Communication seemed somewhat difficult, however, since he had come for the primordial holy water and not to fight to the death. He thought for a moment, then looked up and revealed a peaceful smile. Wu, the female clergy member opposite him, upon seeing the smile on his face, which appeared peaceful but was devoid of any emotion, could no longer hold back the tears that had accumulated in her eyes due to fear. She even covered her mouth tightly with her hands, terrified that he might hear her. Seeing this, the smile on Gao Yang's face slowly faded. "What was the point of covering your mouth? Did you think I couldn't see your waterfall of tears?" He turned to look at another female clergy member and asked casually, "What is the trigger principle for this defensive mechanism? I don't have much time. Can I leave here now?" The female clergy member questioned by Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then said cautiously, "I apologize, my lord. The teleportation temple is not targeting you specifically. In fact, this defensive warning mechanism of the teleportation temple is usually not triggered. It only triggers if the number of killings committed is too high. By the end, her voice grew smaller and more hesitant. She stole a glance at Gao Yang, and seeing that he remained expressionless, she continued, "Please wait a moment, my lord. The bishop in charge of such matters should already be on her way." Having received the answer he wanted, Gao Yang stopped speaking to her. It was evident that she was under immense pressure just facing him. If he said anything more, she would likely be scared to tears by him as well. For the first time, Gao Yang discovered the downside of his own charm trait, which leaned towards slaughter and destruction. 2 minutes after the female clergy member's reply, Gao Yang felt an aura as warm as the sun appear nearby and move rapidly toward his location. The person was fast. Almost the second he sensed her, she had already arrived at the entrance of the teleportation hall. He turned to look at the door and saw a woman dressed in milky green clerical robes walking slowly into the hall. Gao Yang watched the approaching woman with a calm expression. Her aura was subtle, but she was undeniably a legendary professional of the Pantheon. Chloris had achieved legend status 20 years ago through divine bestowal. She had spent her entire life in the Church of Life, reciting the scriptures of life since childhood, becoming a nun of life in her youth, and a saintess of the church after reaching adulthood. She remained in the position of saintess for 30 years before finally attaining legend status. After stabilizing her faith and strength in the divine kingdom, she began participating in the operations of the Temple of Life in Gracha as a bishop. Becoming the bishop of the teleportation temple was part of her training. After she walked into the teleportation hall, she immediately saw the man standing directly under the red light. Coincidentally, the man's gaze was also fixed on her. The moment their eyes met, Chloris's eyes widened abruptly. In her perception, the man beneath the faint red light seemed to have transformed into a terrifying abyss spewing endless black blood and white bones. Countless dead souls circled around him, emitting unwilling and piercing wails, while hundreds of millions of remnant spirits lurked behind him, filled with hatred yet unable to cross the line even by a single step. He is the synonym for death. He is the source of calamity. He merely stands there quietly, yet he has already become the greatest source of terror in the mortal world. Klaus's pupils trembled violently. Fresh, warm holy light erupted uncontrollably from her body, and her wine-red hair, which reached her waist, stirred with the wind. The aura of a legendary class professional was revealed without a doubt at this moment. Gao Yang looked calmly at the legendary class figure of the divine pantheon standing at the gate, watching her gasp toward him. He felt no ripples in his heart. She was too weak, so weak that her own domain had only just condensed, though her perception was decent enough. Watching her involuntary gasping appearance, Gao Yang walked slowly toward her. In Klaus's perspective, as Gao Yang approached, the world began to fade rapidly. The originally warm temple was reduced to nothing but cold black and white, with that man standing at the boundary between the two. Watching him walk over step by step, Klaus wanted to retreat, but her feet felt as if they had rusted, completely beyond her control. Gao Yang walked to the gate, looked at the legendary class figure of the divine pantheon before him, and asked, "Are you the person in charge of the teleportation temple?" As his words fell, a buzzing sound rang in Klaus's ears, and the faded world began to regain its original colors at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thump thump, thump thump. Her heart beat violently. Klaus took deep breaths of fresh air. Her eyes filled with uncontrollable fear and lingering dread. Gao Yang sighed and spoke again. "Are you the person in charge of the teleportation temple? Can I leave here now?" Only then did Klaus hear Gao Yang's voice. She lowered her head and said cautiously and carefully, "My lord, please follow me." Chapter 1054. Obtaining the primordial holy water for watching Klaus, who had calmed down slightly. Gao Yang nodded and tilted his chin slightly, signaling her to lead the way. Seeing this, Klaus turned and walked out of the hall. Although her heart was still pounding violently, her emotions had settled down significantly. Although this man possessed an extremely heavy murderous aura, he did not appear to be a bloodthirsty person. This discovery made her feel much more at ease. As long as he was not one of those lunatics from a chaotic alignment, and as long as communication was possible, she did not have much to fear. Walking through the spacious and bright corridor, Klaus said as she walked, "Please forgive me, my lord. What you experienced earlier was a warning mechanism. It is only triggered when a legendary class professional is present or when the warning criteria are met. To avoid misunderstandings, the temple requires me, the bishop of the teleportation temple, to personally receive incoming visitors." After Klaus finished speaking, she observed Gao Yang's expression from the corner of her eye. Seeing that Gao Yang did not have an angry expression, she felt relieved and continued, "My name is Klaus Andier. May I ask how to address you? And what is your purpose for visiting Gracha? Within my authority, I will provide you with the necessary assistance." Gao Yang looked straight ahead and replied softly, "Just call me Gao Yang. This is my first visit to Gracha. As for my purpose, I am looking for a portion of primordial holy water. I wonder if you have any way to help." Klaus, having said that, he looked at Klaus with a hint of expectation in his eyes. If Klaus could solve the problem of the primordial holy water for him, it would save him a great deal of time. Klaus stopped in her tracks, shook her head, and said, "I am sorry, Lord Gao Yang. Primordial holy water is only produced by the holy temple. I do not have any primordial holy water on hand, but I can issue you a pass, and you can use this document to travel to the holy temple. As for whether you can purchase the primordial holy water, that will depend on the price you offer and whether the holy temple has the corresponding inventory." A pass? Gao Yang looked at Klaus. Seeing that her expression did not seem feigned, he nodded and said, "Then I will trouble you." Seeing Gao Yang nod in agreement, Klaus felt a weight lift from her heart, and her steps even became a bit lighter. The pressure Gao Yang gave her was simply too great. She decided that she should send this terrifying man to the holy temple as quickly as possible. For an existence of this level, it was better to let the lords of the holy temple deal with the headache. Of course, Klaus did not think Gao Yang would do anything excessive. After all, the holy temple was filled with experts, and even the goddess herself might cast her gaze upon it. Causing trouble in the holy temple was tantamount to suicide. Thinking of this, she felt the pressure suddenly decrease, and the solemn expression on her face quietly melted away. With the accompaniment of Klaus, the bishop, Gao Yang did not stay in this teleportation hall for long before he received a letter emitting a faint holy light from her hands. "Lord Gao Yang, this is the pass to the holy temple. After you finish the teleportation, just hand it to the holy temple guards." Klaus held her hands in front of her and explained softly to Gao Yang. Gao Yang tucked the letter away and nodded with a smile. "Thank you for the trouble. Please follow me." Klaus stood up and led Gao Yang to continue walking through the corridor. 2 minutes later, she brought Gao Yang to a slightly smaller palace, in the center of which was a small teleportation array. She explained, "The teleportation array to the holy temple is quite secretive and is not always open. Lord Gao Yang, please wait a moment." Gao Yang nodded slightly without speaking, merely watching her continue the operation. A moment later, holy light shone from the teleportation array. Klaus turned to look at Gao Yang and signaled to him, "My lord, the teleportation is ready." Gao Yang looked at her intently for a moment, then stepped into the teleportation array. Light bloomed, and Gao Yang vanished into the teleportation array. The second after Gao Yang left, the smile Klaus had been maintaining vanished instantly. She then went to a secret room, placed her palm on a 1-meter-tall stone pillar in front of her, and poured her holy power into it endlessly. 3 seconds later, a humanoid phantom composed entirely of holy light appeared before her. The humanoid phantom looked at Klaus and asked Klaus, "What matter has made you so anxious?" A look of lingering fear appeared on Klaus's face as she quickly spoke, "Master, just a moment ago, an incredibly powerful man arrived at the teleportation hall I am guarding. He has already taken the teleportation array to the holy temple. You had better receive him personally. A human worthy of me receiving him personally." The humanoid phantom repeated. It then looked at Klaus, nodded gently, and said, "I understand, but Klaus, your behavior is not befitting the status of a saintess. Regardless of who you face, even if the other party is a noble deity, you must maintain reverence for life and elegance." Klaus lowered her head and said quite obediently, "I heed your teachings, Master Rondel. That human is shrouded in an aura of slaughter and disaster. If we could make him offer his faith to the goddess, it would certainly please her." Rondel glanced sideways slightly, then nodded as the holy light began to slowly dissipate. "I will go and meet the person you mentioned. But what is his purpose in coming to Gracha, the primordial holy water?" Before the holy light completely vanished, Klaus spoke up. The holy light dissipated entirely. The next moment, Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array. This teleportation had taken a full 2 minutes. Under normal circumstances, teleportation within the same plane should not take such a long time. There were only 2 possibilities for this. Either the technology used to construct the teleportation array was too backward, resulting in a long transit time, or it was done intentionally to prolong the journey so that the destination could prepare. Judging by the almost non-existent turbulence during the transit, the teleportation technology of this world was very advanced, so it must have been the latter. During those 2 minutes of transit, Klaus had clearly engaged in some form of communication. Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, This so-called holy city of life was filled with extremely dense and active energy, for transcendence of the life pantheon. This was absolutely the top-tier cultivation environment. Even though Gao Yang was not a transcendent of life attribute energy, he could still gain immense benefits from practicing in such an environment. As for the issue of conversion, there was no need to worry at all. He possessed the solar furnace. The existence of the solar furnace did not just provide him with explosive battle chi cultivation speed and recovery, it also possessed an incredibly exaggerated, even overbearing, effect when it came to energy absorption and conversion. As he circulated his battle chi, his heart began to beat, and the surrounding energy began to scramble to drill into his body. This vast amount of energy gathered round Gao Yang, almost forming a pale green mist of energy. The solar furnace roared to life, acting like an abyss-like maw, swallowing all the energy without discrimination, then burning and converting it into the most scorching and overbearing solar battle chi. Gao Yang's body shuddered, shaking away the mist of energy that had gathered around him, and the terrifying energy siphon ceased. Although the life attribute energy here was good, it was, after all, someone else's territory. To absorb energy so unscrupulously was to show no regard for the master of this place. The very next instant after Gao Yang stopped absorbing energy, a young man wearing pure white clerical robes appeared before him. The man stood tall and straight, with a handsome and refined appearance. His facial features were perfectly proportioned, combining to form a face that could be called perfect for a man. Especially those black eyes, deep as pools, seemed to contain the ultimate mysteries of the world. The moment Gao Yang met his gaze, he felt the heavy will of the other party, tempered and settled over long years. This was an absolute powerhouse. Rondel watched the man who had just stepped out of the teleportation array, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in what seemed to be a warm smile. In reality, however, a storm was raging in his heart, and his very heart was trembling slightly. This rebellious disciple. It's one thing that she is ignorant, but she actually wants to set her master up. She has no insight at all, spending all day holed up in her nest trying to please the goddess, not even recognizing this god of slaughter. Rebellious disciple. Though a storm raged within, Rondel, under the gaze of numerous clergy members and guards, walked quickly toward Gao Yang, letting out a hearty and warm laugh as he approached. Adha. So the disaster swordmaster has graced our life church with his presence. My disciple is so obsessed with the scriptures that she failed to recognize the swordmaster. I hope the swordmaster will forgive her. The 4 words disaster swordmaster, spoken from Rondel's mouth, were like a small nuclear bomb detonating on the spot. The whispers that had been present in the teleportation hall vanished instantly. Everyone looked toward Gao Yang, cautiously sizing up the man with the slightly cold demeanor before them. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He had not expected anyone in the life temple to know him. Looking at the smile on the young man's face, Gao Yang nodded slightly and said, "You know me, haha, I am Rondel, Close's master." After the swordmaster entered the teleportation array, Close informed me of the swordmaster's arrival and specifically asked me to come and welcome you. The swordmaster's fame has long spread throughout the multiverse, and I happen to know a thing or two about it. Rondel's laughter was hearty. If an uninformed person heard it, they would certainly think the owner of that laugh was a sunny and cheerful young man. But in reality, in this holy city of life, Rondel's nickname was the Silent Priest. Usually, let alone a smile, he wouldn't even show a flicker of emotion when speaking. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, though he was somewhat surprised in his heart. He hadn't expected his reputation to have reached Gotcha. In fact, everything Gao Yang had done recently had swept through the entire multiverse at a terrifying speed. If nothing else, the collapse of a medium-power deity along with their divine kingdom was enough to shock the multiverse. Don't be fooled by the fact that this matter was not well known among mortals, among those entities qualified to come into contact with such events. Gao Yang, and indeed the entire Immortal Association, had received widespread attention, especially Gao Yang. This fierce man who had broken into a divine kingdom and fought a deity head-on, had received particular focus. As a deity of powerful divine rank, the goddess of life naturally became aware of this matter, and thus, the upper echelons of the Church of Life were made privy to the existence of Gao Yang and the Immortal Association. Following this, the upheaval of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, along with the fall of a deity of weak divine rank and an avatar of the goddess of wisdom, were events that, although occurring within a specific plane, were noted by many entities, especially in Salisbury. Gao Yang's methods could be described as brutal. Anyone who stood in his way, whether they were legendary, transcendent, or mere mortals, fell beneath his sword. What was even more terrifying was that during this upheaval, hundreds of peak legendary beings died by Gao Yang's blade, and countless billions of mortal lives were lost in the aftermath of the battles. All of this served as proof of the power and cold-blooded nature of the Sword Master of Calamity. Under his sword, there was no distinction between the strong and the weak. Even deities would be mercilessly slaughtered by that Sword of Calamity. Seeing this god of slaughter, who had risen to fame recently, standing before him, Rondel knew exactly what attitude he should adopt, provided he wasn't a fool. In the absence of a divine descent, this Sword Master of Calamity had already proven with his terrifying combat record that he stood at the pinnacle of the legendary realm. In other words, although Grazia was the headquarters of the Church of Life and home to countless legendary powerhouses, Rondel still lacked the confidence to completely eliminate this god of slaughter should a conflict arise. And even if a deity were to descend, unless it was their true form, the power they could exert would be truly limited, leaving open the possibility of the opponent escaping. Seeing Gao Yang remain silent, Rondel took the initiative to speak. My disciple mentioned that the Sword Master has come to Grazia in search of primordial holy water. As it happens, the sanctuary has just produced a new portion of it. I shall take the liberty of gifting this holy water to the Sword Master, as a gesture of friendship. Gao Yang looked at Rondel's sincere gaze, shook his head, and said, "Primordial holy water is incredibly precious. I cannot take it for free. I have felt your good intentions, Rondel, but regarding the primordial holy water, let us follow the rules of the Temple of Life. A fair trade is a good thing for both parties." Rondel looked into Gao Yang's eyes for a few seconds before smiling and saying, "Since the Sword Master insists, then we shall proceed according to your wishes. The cost price of the primordial holy water is 5,000 magic gems. The Sword Master need only pay the cost price. In that case, thank you." Gao Yang nodded and took a storage ring from his inventory. This ring contained magic gems, approximately 9,000 in total. These gems had been obtained from the sale of the floating city, with a portion also stored within the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. With a flash of light, 5,000 magic gems appeared neatly before Rondel. Rondel looked at the magic gems before him and smiled as he collected them into his ring. Afterward, he turned and headed toward the center of the holy city, saying, "Sword Master, please follow me." Gao Yang put away his ring and stepped forward to walk alongside him. More than 10 minutes later, Rondel arrived before Gao Yang holding a wooden bottle that emitted a faint glow. "Sword Master, this is the primordial holy water." Gao Yang took the wooden bottle, felt the surging yet incredibly gentle life energy within, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. Chapter 1055. Life Cultivation Potion and the 4 Immortal Slaying Swords for K. Rondel watched the smile on Gao Yang's face, deliberated for a moment, and asked, "Sword Master, the methods for using primordial holy water vary depending on the situation. May I ask how you intend to use this bottle of holy water?" "Of course. If this involves your privacy, you do not need to answer. I can prepare a manual on the use of primordial holy water for you. If you follow the instructions, there should be no issues." Having obtained the primordial holy water so smoothly, Gao Yang was in a good mood. Facing Rondel's concern, he first placed the wooden bottle into his inventory before looking at him and saying, "There's no privacy involved here. I intend to use it to lay a foundation for my child. Though they are still in the gestation period." "A child in gestation?" Rondel looked at Gao Yang in surprise, couldn't help but size him up, and his eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of envy in his understanding. According to common logic, given the strength of the Sword Master of Calamity, the difficulty of conceiving offspring should be infinitely close to 0. Yet, even in this situation where it was infinitely close to 0, the Sword Master of Calamity had successfully managed to conceive an heir. Luck was one aspect, but his own formidable abilities and persistent efforts were equally crucial. After clearing his thoughts, Rondel sighed slightly. The swordmaster must be favored by the goddess of luck. It is truly enviable. There was clear envy in Rondel's tone. He too had once longed for offspring, but after decades of trying without success, he had been forced to abandon the idea. Often, the increase in strength is not without its price, but in many cases, this price is masked by the power and status brought by that very strength. For example, regarding the gestation of offspring, in the operation of the multiverse's rules, the weaker the individual, the higher the success rate of reproduction, the shorter the gestation period, and the greater the number of offspring produced. This stems from the biological desire to continue one's own bloodline, because they are weak. They need to win through numbers. Under the survival of the fittest, they trade vast quantities for a very small number of chosen individuals to survive to adulthood, thereby proceeding to the next round of reproductive activity. As an individual's strength increases, this rule gradually extends in the opposite direction. The stronger the individual, the lower the success rate of reproduction, the longer the gestation period, and the fewer the offspring that can be conceived. When a sentient being becomes powerful enough to transcend the vast majority of mortal life, that is, once they step into the legendary realm, the influence brought by these rules rises to an extremely high threshold. The difficulty for a legendary professional to conceive offspring is unimaginably high. The reason is simple. A newly formed fertilized egg or embryo cannot withstand their powerful genetic information. In this regard, even deities who hold the authority of reproduction do not have a very good solution. It is worth mentioning that deities who hold the authority of reproduction can assist legendary professionals in conceiving offspring. But this method is unacceptable to all legendary professionals. After all, who would allow a deity to watch from the sidelines during the act of procreation, and at the critical moment, defenselessly allow the other party to use divine power to invade their own and their partner's bodies to help them complete the final step of their union? That would mean that all of one's own secrets would be exposed without reservation in the eyes of that deity. No legendary professional would accept such a method, and therefore, for the vast majority of legendary professionals, it is tacitly accepted that they can no longer continue to reproduce. This is also the reason why Lundell could not suppress his envy when he learned that Gao Yang had actually obtained an heir despite his current level of strength. It is simply that this situation is too rare, so rare that it is almost impossible to occur. I am also quite surprised. Gao Yang revealed a faint smile, and his gaze toward Lundell carried a hint of goodwill. Lundell quickly composed his emotions and said with a smile, "The primordial holy water is indeed very effective in cultivating offspring. Through the nourishment and gestation of the primordial holy water, the growth and development of the offspring can be smoother, and their potential will be greater. This is the method for using the primordial holy water for offspring gestation. Please keep it safe." Swordmaster. After Lundell finished speaking, he reached out and tapped his own brow. A white ball of light appeared in his hand, which he then handed to Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out and took it, and information within the ball of light flowed through his mind like a stream of water. In an instant, he had fully grasped the usage method of the primordial holy water. Gao Yang withdrew his hand, looked at Lundell opposite him, and nodded in thanks. "Bishop Lundell, this secret technique is very useful. Thank you." The corners of Lundell's mouth lifted slightly from Gao Yang's words. He had already sensed the other party's goodwill for the Church of Life. This was already excellent news. He replied with a smile. "After the Swordmaster's offspring is born, the Church of Life will certainly send a congratulatory gift to celebrate." This was an intentional gesture of friendship. A thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, and he immediately nodded. "Once the child is born, I will certainly send an invitation to the bishop." Having received Gao Yang's affirmative response, Lundell's mood instantly brightened. Although this meeting had been a bit startling at the beginning, the subsequent development was well worth it. The friendship of a powerful human standing at the pinnacle of the legendary realm is precious at any time. "Ha! Then I shall await the good news in the sanctuary," Lundell said with a laugh. Gao Yang nodded, and then, led by Lundell, he walked toward the teleportation array. Under Lundell's intentional efforts to build a connection, even though Gao Yang did not have much desire for conversation, the entire scene did not become cold or awkward until Gao Yang stepped onto the teleportation array. The smile on Lundell's face never faded. Light bloomed, and Gao Yang's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Watching the teleportation array return to its original state, a flicker of fervor surged in Lundell's heart. And then his figure vanished from the spot. Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array and was already in the interstellar transit station. Without pause, he began the cross-crystal wall system teleportation. 2 days later, after dozens of teleports, Gao Yang finally stopped. At this moment, he was in the same crystal wall system as Barak, and the interstellar transit station beneath his feet was the one closest to the plane where Barak was located. As mentioned by him, from this interstellar transit station, it was less than a 2-hour journey to the Cloud Whale plane where Barak resided. Gao Yang took a step and flew out of the interstellar transit station. He then identified the direction and quickly disappeared into the void of the astral realm. Half an hour later, Gao Yang arrived at the astral coordinates provided by Barak. Following the secret technique provided by Barak, Gao Yang's battle chi began to vibrate at a specific frequency. The constantly vibrating battle chi spread through his palm into the void in front of him, and a teleportation array slowly appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Soon, the teleportation array fully materialized. Gao Yang stood on the teleportation array. A flash of magic surged, and his body disappeared. Immediately afterward, the teleportation array at this location shattered directly, turning into dust and dissipating into the astral void, not even leaving a trace of residue behind. A long whale song echoed. Gao Yang stood in front of a mage tower, looking up at the massive creature slowly flying across the sky. Its body was enormous yet not bloated, with 3 pairs of slender fins swaying in sequence, emitting energy fluctuations that were extremely powerful yet very gentle. This is a cloud whale, a special creature bred by this plane, because of their existence. This plane is named the Cloud Whale Plane. A calm voice sounded from beside Gao Yang. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Barak, who had appeared there at some unknown time. He revealed a smile, nodded gently, and said, "Mr. Barak." Barak looked at Gao Yang, his eyes filled with both peace and a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect that in such a short time, you, Gao Yang, would have accomplished such a sensational legendary feat in the multiverse." Gao Yang smiled with a touch of helplessness and explained, "If the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce hadn't delayed my time, I wouldn't have gone to find them." "Understandable." Barak reached out a palm and patted Gao Yang's arm, walking toward the forest of mage towers ahead while saying, "Congratulations to you for being able to conceive an heir in the legendary realm." If Qinying and Haiming heard about this, I'm afraid their eyes would turn red with envy. After saying this, he chuckled twice. Gao Yang felt a bit awkward. He didn't know what to say about this. But if Qinying and Haiming knew, they would definitely be stimulated. After all, they had been working so hard to find a way to conceive offspring, yet they had never achieved their wish. Barak said as they walked, "The production of the life cultivation potion is not complicated, but the materials are quite rare. By the way, you didn't forget to bring the blood, hair, and other materials of your lover, did you?" "Of course not." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. This was something Barak had specifically emphasized during their previous communication via the Multiverse Network, and he naturally would not forget it. "That will do. Let us go and collect the relevant materials for you, and after that, you can go do whatever it is you wish to do." Barak continued. "It will take about 2 months for the life cultivation potion to be completed. By then, I will arrange for someone to deliver the potion to you. Thank you." Gao Yang took out 20 life essence crystals and pushed them toward Barak, who was standing at his side. Barak reached out and gathered all the life essence crystals, saying with a smile, "These treasures are truly miraculous. The various information contained within them is quite fascinating." It was clear that Barak was studying the life essence crystals. Gao Yang was not surprised. As a transcendent level archmage, the other party was naturally proficient in all kinds of research and experimentation, which was also one of the sources of his power. Of course, he did not feel the slightest sense of threat. The life essence crystals were already in Barak's hands. How the other party used them was entirely his own business. If he could truly replicate the life essence crystals through his research, then it would only prove that his strength was sufficient. Barak sighed with some regret and said in a calm voice, "It is a pity, however, that I still have no clue as to how the life essence crystals manage to enhance one's primordial life force." While they were talking, the two of them were already walking through the forest of mage towers. From time to time, Gao Yang could see one or two figures in mage robes moving through the towers. Magic experiments are vast and numerous. It is naturally impossible for me to complete every step on my own. These are basically my subordinates, apprentices, and my direct students. Barak introduced them to Gao Yang with a relaxed expression, not minding the disclosure of information at all. In fact, Barak's reputation in the multiverse was not low. As a legendary mage capable of performing super magic rituals to achieve arcane ascension, Barak was the pinnacle existence within the relevant spellcasting circles. There were countless people who came by reputation alone, hoping to learn under him. Gao Yang walked side by side with Barak, watching the surrounding scenery with great interest. We have arrived, come in. Barak stopped and stood in front of a mage tower. Gao Yang did not mind and stepped inside with Barak. Eberron World, Immortal City. Gao Yang was still sitting cross-legged on the tree stump, which was only 2 meters high, silently practicing his battle chi. After Barak finished collecting the relevant materials, he had bid farewell and left. 3 days ago, Gao Yang had returned to the Eberron World. During these 3 days, he had followed the secret method for using the primordial holy water provided by Longdar, using a portion of the holy water every day to nurture the foundation of his child who was still in the womb. According to the instructions in the secret method, this process needed to last for a full 100 days. Once the 100 days passed, the effects of the primordial holy water would be stimulated to the maximum extent, and it would be slowly and gently absorbed by his child during the gestation process. Coincidentally, 2 months later, the life cultivation potion made by Barak would also be delivered. Once the primordial holy water and the life cultivation potion were used, his child's foundation would be as solid as a rock. As for continuing to use other treasures to improve it, everything has its limits. The foundation improved by these 2 treasures had basically reached its peak. Using any more treasures would likely yield negligible results. Half an hour later, Gao Yang slowly stopped his practice and looked at Matthew, who was standing not far away, saying, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, President Matthew." A smile immediately appeared on Matthew's face. He walked toward Gao Yang and waved his hand casually, saying, "Not at all. Not at all. Gao Yang, your cultivation is the most important thing." Gao Yang looked at Matthew, who had walked up to him, and said with some anticipation, "I wonder if you have any good news for me this time, President Matthew." Upon hearing this, Matthew's spirits lifted. With a hint of wanting to claim credit, he said, "I cannot hide anything from you, Mr. Gao Yang, this time. Besides delivering the collected immortal executioner a diagram to you, there is another important item that I am sure you will be interested in." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Seeing the undisguised joy on Matthew's face, his heart stirred, and he asked with some anticipation, "Could it be that there is news about the 4 immortal execution swords?" President Matthew nodded vigorously. With a wave of his hand, a long sword radiating infinite killing intent appeared before Gao Yang. The immortal slaughter sword, one of the 4 immortal execution swords. Although it is a replica, it possesses legendary quality. I wonder if Mr. Gao Yang is satisfied. Chapter 1056. Controlling the immortal slaughter sword. Gao Yang looked at the dark red long sword before him, which was spitting out endless killing intent, and revealed a smile. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the immortal slaughter sword. The moment his palm gripped the hilt, a sky-piercing killing intent erupted from the body of the immortal slaughter sword. In an instant, a sea of surging killing intent completely submerged Gao Yang's body. Matthew retreated rapidly. Looking at the dark red sphere of sword energy that enveloped Gao Yang, he felt a chill between his brows, and a bone-deep coldness seeped into his marrow. With this level of killing intent, it is no wonder that the seller dared not use it. After retreating 100 meters, Matthew's chest felt a little better, and he sighed. "I am afraid that only an existence like Mr. Gao Yang can control such a terrifying weapon." Inside the sphere of sword energy, the immortal slaughter sword energy continuously slashed at Gao Yang's body. Every time it slashed, boundless killing intent erupted, and with every slash, a corresponding sword energy would shoot out from Gao Yang's body to collide with and neutralize the immortal slaughter sword energy. For a time, dense ripples of sword energy submerged Gao Yang, and the pressure within the sphere of sword energy grew increasingly intense. Amidst this barrage of shooting sword energy, Gao Yang's palm remained firmly gripped on the hilt of the immortal slaughter sword. Although it was trembling constantly, it could never escape Gao Yang's control. To think that even just a replica sword could possess this level of killing intent, no wonder it is called the #1 killing ray of heaven and earth. Gao Yang praised, a hint of fervor appearing in his eyes. The performance of the immortal slaughter sword far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had thought that with his own mastery of the immortal executioner diagram, controlling such an immortal slaughter sword would not be very difficult. I never expected this sword to be so unruly. If it were handed over to other legendary figures, let alone senior legends, even peak legends would likely be wary of the sword's fierce aura and choose to give up. But he was different. This level of sword aura could not pose any threat to him. As the sword aura continued to slash, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and whispered, "I am done playing with you." As the words fell, a brilliant radiance of will bloomed from his eyes. Under the suppression of his overwhelming will, the surging, sea-like sword aura was instantly wiped clean. Clang! A grand sword hummed soared into the sky, echoing directly within Gao Yang's heart. That was the sword's final resistance, and also its final test. The sword hum was like thunder, yet Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. He merely exclaimed in admiration, "A fine sword!" Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and the sphere composed of dark red sword aura dissipated with the wind, revealing the figure sitting cross-legged on a tree stump. Gao Yang sat with his legs crossed, his eyes clear, and his entire being serene. Resting on his knees was a 3-foot-long sword, dark red in color and made of neither gold nor wood. His well-defined hand gripped the hilt, making him look like a sword immortal from a painting. Gao Yang gripped the hilt of the Luxian sword, lifted it from his knees, and casually slashed it diagonally upward. The sword light rippled, yet it contained extreme sharpness and killing intent. With just a casual horizontal slash, he had already carved a sword mark nearly 1,000 meters long. Wherever the mark passed, ancient trees toppled diagonally, and the energy continued to soar into the sky, slashing toward the boundless firmament. Matthew could not help but turn his head and look toward the sky. He saw a 1,000-meter-long sword mark cutting through layers of clouds, like a brand upon the heavens, hanging in the sky and lingering for a long time. This kind of power. Matthew's eyes grew even more fervent as he turned his head back to look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang lowered his head, looked at the Luxian sword in his hand, and spoke slowly, "Chairman Matthew, I am very satisfied with this sword." Upon hearing this, a smile bloomed on Matthew's face, and he said sincerely, "Mr. Gao Yang, your satisfaction is our greatest motivation." Gao Yang nodded, flipped his wrist, and in front of Matthew, pointed the Luxian sword at his own chest and thrust it in. Matthew's eyelids twitched as he looked at Gao Yang cautiously, until the entire Luxian sword had submerged into Gao Yang's chest. He did not see the slightest abnormality in Gao Yang. Gao Yang lowered his hand and asked, "What about the Juxian formation diagrams?" "Here they are." Matthew felt a jolt of spirit and took out 8 Juxian formation diagrams of varying grades from his ring, saying at the same time, "During this period, the Chamber of Commerce has collected a total of 8 Juxian formation diagrams, 3 of which are extraordinary grade, and the remaining 5 are all legendary grade. However, perhaps because the Chamber of Commerce's actions were too conspicuous, it attracted the attention of other chambers, making the collection of the Juxian formation diagrams a bit more difficult. But please rest assured, Mr. Gao Yang, the Chamber of Commerce will definitely do its utmost to collect the Juxian formation diagrams for you and will absolutely not delay your time." Gao Yang looked at Matthew's slightly nervous face. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded slightly and said, "According to the current progress, once a month, with no fewer than 5 legendary quality ones each time, there will be no problem." Hearing this, Matthew felt a huge weight lift from his heart. The meaning behind Matthew's words was simple. The difficulty of collecting the Juxian formation diagrams had increased, and the costs were higher, but they would still collect them with all their might. In exchange, Gao Yang could not hand over the life origin crystals to other chambers in order to trade for the Juxian formation diagrams they had collected, the goal being to maintain their Chamber of Commerce's monopoly on the life origin crystals. Gao Yang naturally understood this. So he also put forward his own requirements. No less than 5 legendary quality Juxian formation diagrams per month would suffice. According to his current speed of refining 1 legendary quality Juxian formation diagram every 5 days, 5 would basically consume 1 month of his time, and the remaining time could be used to refine the extraordinary great Juxian formation diagrams. Therefore, as long as the quantity was not less than 5, he could accept it. Of course, the Juxian formation diagrams were only one aspect. After witnessing the power of the Luxian sword, the status of the other 3 Juxian swords in Gao Yang's heart had risen rapidly. Looking at the relieved Matthew, Gao Yang said with a calm gaze, "Of course. The remaining 3 Juxian swords must be delivered in a timely manner. This is very important." After speaking, without waiting for Matthew to answer, Gao Yang waved his hand, and 30 life origin crystals appeared before him. Matthew's lips moved. Upon seeing the life origin crystals, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, reached out to grasp the bright red crystals before him, and nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Mr. Gao Yang, the Chamber of Commerce already has leads on the remaining 3 swords and is currently in contact with the owners. We will definitely secure them and deliver them to your hands." "That is good." Gao Yang nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Matthew consciously turned and left quickly. This harvest was even greater than the last. 30 life origin crystals, through the operations of the Chamber of Commerce, would definitely bring in profits far exceeding the cost of purchasing the Juxian formation diagrams and the 4 Juxian swords. Now, for the Chamber of Commerce, the most important thing was to maintain a good relationship with Gao Yang and do everything possible to satisfy his requirements, so as to maintain their monopoly on the life origin crystals. Only in this way could the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce recover from the previous turmoil as quickly as possible and move toward a higher position. Chapter 1057, Potions Obtained, Laying the Foundation for K. Milafina paced to the front of Gao Yang, raised her little head to look at him, and said, "Niao Gao Yang, I am going back now." On the tree stump, Gao Yang opened his eyes, met Milafina's gaze, and said, "Do you not want to play for a while longer?" Milafina rolled her eyes and said with great disdain, "What is the point of letting a cat play by herself? You are either cultivating all day or in the bedroom with Lisa. It is not that I am criticizing you. But do you not know?" "Stop." Gao Yang reached out and covered Milafina's mouth. This cat elf did not have any awareness in this regard and spoke without any filter at all. After covering her mouth with one hand, Gao Yang looked up at Lisa, who was standing not far away, and the 2 demon spider knights behind her. A charming flush had already crept onto the latter's cheeks. With her mouth covered by Gao Yang, Milafina struggled twice, failing to break free. She rolled her eyes and let Gao Yang pick her up, holding Milafina. Gao Yang gave a light cough to mask his awkwardness, then asked, "All right, Milafina, when do you plan on heading back?" "What do you mean when? This cat is leaving right now. I just came over to say hello," Milafina replied quickly, her sharp teeth biting down on Gao Yang's finger. Though they were unable to break his defense, Gao Yang let her vent her anger, thought for a moment, and said, "Going back is fine. I should be staying in Eberron for a while to cultivate. Once I get my hands on the item, I will take Lisa back to Earth to stay for a while. If you want to come and play then, just come to Earth, you know. Lisa is currently pregnant, and I am not at ease leaving her in Eberron. It will be safer for her to come back to Earth with me." After saying this, Gao Yang looked up at Lisa. A moving smile played on the corners of Lisa's lips, and she had no objections. Now that the immortal wasteland had developed over these years, it had formed a complete system and could function perfectly well without her. As for matters requiring high-level decisions, Sophia Gukui and other legends also possessed the corresponding authority to make them. As for whether her power as a temple bishop would be gradually hollowed out due to her departure, there was absolutely no need to worry about that. Unlike secular power structures, the core of any power structure within a divine church must be the deity the church worships. The status and authority held by members within the church are likewise bestowed by the deity. Those who receive divine favor, even if they are mere mortals, cannot have low status or power within the church. Everything done within the divine church is, to put it bluntly, to serve the deity and provide the power of faith. In this process, believers who worship the deity can receive the deity's grace, thereby enhancing their own strength and status. The deity is the foundation of all bestowed power, and Lisa's status within the immortal church could truly be called above 1, below 10,000. Not to mention that her men also stood at the peak of the legendary realm. Even the two goddesses of the immortal church gave her corresponding respect after hearing of her man's deeds. Therefore, let alone leaving for just a few years, even if it were decades or a century, her status within the immortal church would remain unshakable. No problem. But is there really good food on earth? Melifina's small face scrunched up, revealing a human-like concern. As far as she knew, Gao Yang was a complete loner. Aside from the tasty fruits, there was basically nothing else good to eat at his home on earth. Gao Yang rubbed her little head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will prepare delicious food for you." Come to think of it, he had previously handed half of a quasi-saint level unicorn python to the landlady, Mulan. She should have finished processing it by now. Perhaps he could hire the landlady as a chef to be responsible for Lisa's diet. With a thought, Gao Yang noted this idea down. Once he returned to Earth, he could try to hire the landlady. Fine then, I'm heading back now. Melifina broke free from Gao Yang's embrace and landed lightly on a tree stump. Gao Yang had given her many life origin crystals, and she needed to take them back as soon as possible for Grandmother Minna to use. Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Go ahead, and give my regards to Grandmother Minna. A small spatial vortex appeared in front of Melifina. She waved her paw at Gao Yang and Lisa, stepped into it, and vanished. This kind of teleportation is really useful. Gao Yang watched the spatial vortex disappear rapidly and couldn't help but smack his lips. It was a pity that as his strength grew, such teleportation scrolls could no longer bear the weight of an existence at his level. He wasn't a spellcaster and had no research into teleportation arrays. Even if he wanted to carve one himself, he couldn't do it. After all, a warrior only needs to use force to hack enemies to death. But Homage has much more to think about. Lisa came to his side, chuckled, and said, "The construction of this kind of teleportation spell is very complex. Only little ones with a physique like Melifina's can use it. Ordinary legends, unless they can construct teleportation arrays themselves, can only watch. However, I think you have a talent for this. Perhaps you will be able to learn it soon." The corners of Gao Yang's eyes twitched. He looked at Lisa with eyes full of tenderness, and a phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Those who praise me are those who favor me." He opened his arms to Lisa, pulled her curvaceous body into his embrace, and buried his head in her slender neck to take a deep breath. Lisa's body emitted a faint scent of roses, which was very alluring. Lisa pressed her hands against Gao Yang's chest, biting her lower lip with a flushed face. Her bright, ruby-like eyes were filled with gentle moisture at this moment. The two demon spider knights standing in the distance had already tactfully turned and left when Melifina departed, disappearing into the distant forest to perform their duties as guards. Low, sticky gasps slowly rose, followed by a soft whisper, "Be gentle." 2 months passed quickly. Early that morning, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands resting on Lisa's slightly protruding abdomen. A layer of pale green liquid covered his soft, warm solar battle chi. As he continuously vibrated his battle chi, the pale green liquid slowly seeped into Lisa's skin, gathering at her abdomen. With his movements, abundant life force almost overflowed from Lisa's body. A moment later, the battle chi on Gao Yang's hands slowly dissipated. He withdrew his hands, couldn't help but gently pat her abdomen, and said with a smile, "The primordial holy water has been completely used up. This little one's growth and development will be even more stable now." Lisa lay on the bed, and upon hearing this, she reached out to gently cover Gao Yang's large hand, her face beaming with a happy smile. "I really hope this little one grows up quickly, so that I can see what he looks like. Take your time." Gao Yang stroked the delicate skin of Lisa's lower abdomen, his tone filled with a hint of anticipation. Lisa sat up and nestled into Gao Yang's embrace, her eyes sparkling as if she were about to say something. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded outside the door, and immediately after, Sophia's voice passed through the palace gates and reached the ears of Gao Yang and Lisa with precision. "Your Excellency, Three legends have arrived at the Immortal City. They claim to be students of the transcendent Archmage Barak. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, a smile in his eyes as he explained to Lisa. Barak is a friend of mine. I asked him to refine a life cultivation potion for our child. The effect of this potion is similar to the primordial holy water, but it is even rarer. After using it, our child's future achievements will absolutely be incredibly high. A hint of joy bloomed in Lisa's eyes, and her smile deepened. This child was hers and Gao Yang's, so naturally, she hoped their child would have outstanding talent, ideally becoming a top-tier genius. Since they are students of your friend, we should treat them well. As Lisa spoke, she turned to Sophia outside the door and said, Sophia, please receive them well for now. You and I will be there shortly. A moment later, in a magnificent side hall of the Immortal Temple, Gao Yang and Lisa met Barak's three students. Though they were called students, each of the three was over 100 years old, and their appearances were those of middle-aged people, showing signs of aging. After some polite exchanges, the leader, a legendary spellcaster named Claire, rubbed his ring, and a small box made entirely of gold appeared in his hand. Lord Gao Yang, this is what our teacher specifically requested we bring and deliver to you personally. A flash of anticipation crossed Gao Yang's eyes. With a casual grab, the treasure chest in Claire's hand flew automatically into his own. The golden chest felt heavy in his hand, and not a trace of energy leaked from it. Gao Yang opened it casually and saw a vial of potion, red as blood, resting quietly inside. Under the light, it emitted an intoxicating crimson glow. After examining it for a few moments, Gao Yang nodded in satisfaction, closed the chest, and looked at the three of them, saying, Thank you for your hard work. If you are not in a hurry, you may stay in the city for a while to experience the exotic customs. Claire thanked him very sincerely, then politely declined Gao Yang's offer. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not insist. 3 days later, at night, inside Lisa's bedchamber, Gao Yang took out the golden chest, removed the life cultivation potion, and carefully handed it to Lisa. The method for using the life cultivation potion was simple. The expectant mother just needed to drink it directly. The reason he had not let Lisa drink it immediately upon receiving it was mainly because the primordial holy water had only just been used, and he needed to give Lisa and their child a buffer period. Now, 3 days had passed, and the effects of the primordial holy water had been completely absorbed by Lisa's body and the fetus in her womb. Using the life cultivation potion now would be perfectly fine and would not result in any waste. Lisa took the potion from Gao Yang's hand and, under his watchful gaze, drank it slowly. As the bright red liquid flowed into her mouth and down into her abdomen, a wave of warmth bloomed from within her body, enveloping her entirely. Lisa let out a comfortable moan and, following what Gao Yang had told her earlier, lay down on the bed and slowly closed her eyes. According to the instructions for the life cultivation potion, after drinking it, one would automatically fall into a deep sleep. The duration of this sleep would vary depending on the individual. It could be as short as 3 to 5 days or as long as half a month. The medicinal effects would be fully absorbed and then slowly supplied to the fetus during the subsequent gestation to complete the enhancement of the fetus's talent. Watching Lisa fall into a deep sleep, Gao Yang reached out, pulled a thin blanket from the side, and covered her with it. In the days that followed, Gao Yang did not step out of the palace, choosing instead to cultivate in the bedchamber while guarding Lisa. Inside the bedchamber, Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at Lisa, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. A trace of worry appeared in the depths of his eyes. 15 days had passed since Lisa took the life cultivation potion, which was almost the maximum absorption time mentioned by Barak. However, Lisa's aura remained calm, without the slightest fluctuation. If it weren't for the fact that Lisa's life force had not weakened in the slightest, Gao Yang might have suspected that something was wrong with the life cultivation potion. Exhaling slowly, Gao Yang looked at the sleeping Lisa and swept the thoughts from his mind. Barak would not trick him on this matter, and there could not be anything wrong with the life cultivation potion. The only explanation now was that the potion's effects were too potent, and Lisa needed more time to absorb them. Furthermore, the combined effects of the primordial holy water and the life cultivation potion had created a visible burden on Lisa. Perhaps that was precisely why Lisa was still in a deep sleep. Gao Yang stood up, walked to a corner of the bedchamber, took out a Juxian formation map from his inventory, and began to refine it. Over the past 2 months, Matthew had visited twice more, bringing him a total of 12 legendary quality Juxian formation maps. In return, he had paid 40 life essence crystals. Now, after the consumption during this period, the number of his life essence crystals had dwindled to just over 50. Perhaps, after one more visit from Matthew, his supply of life essence crystals would be exhausted, but in contrast, the Juxian formation map in Gao Yang's possession had been strengthened to a terrifying degree. The fusion of nearly 30 legendary quality Juxian formation maps had caused the killing intent of the formation map he mastered to become almost tangible, and the strength of the formation map itself had risen by more than 1 level. Consequently, the strength of Gao Yang's Juxian sword domain was also constantly increasing. During this time, he had once deployed the Juxian sword domain, with the target being the Drogard Captain Huikui, who had already ascended to the legendary rank. Under the suppression of the current Juxian sword domain, Huikui could not even project his own battle aura. According to his description, after entering the Juxian sword domain, all of his movements were severely restricted, as if countless invisible sword auras were piercing his body. As he moved, these sword auras carved invisible wounds into his flesh. The faster he moved, the deeper the degree of this damage became. Huikui stated bluntly that if he were to run at full speed within the Juxian sword domain, he might be completely dismembered in an instant. Streaks of sword aura, appearing almost tangible, radiated outward, rapidly dismantling the Juxian formation map in front of Gao Yang. Piece by piece, the fragments flew toward Gao Yang's chest and quickly merged into it. Soon, the entire Juxian formation map was completely absorbed. Chapter 1058 Lisa's Decision. In the dim night sky of the Eberron world, the dragon patterns spanning the firmament were clearly visible. Gao Yang stood by the window, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. This was already the 20th day since Lisa had taken the life cultivation potion, yet she showed no signs of waking up. Gao Yang had spoken with Baruch, and regarding this result, Baruch's explanation was simply to wait with peace of mind, out of trust in the transcendent level archmage. And given that Lisa's life force had not weakened in the slightest, he did not take any action and continued to wait silently. The night was like water, casting its light through the open window onto Gao Yang, stretching his tall figure across the soft, thick wool carpet. After standing by the window for a moment, Gao Yang turned and walked toward the bed where Lisa lay sleeping. As he stood by the bedside, a faint fluctuation suddenly bloomed from Lisa's abdomen. This fluctuation was almost imperceptible, yet it carried an unimaginably vigorous life force, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, or the rising morning sun. In just an instant, this fluctuation spread throughout the bedchamber and continued to diffuse outward beyond the room. Just as this fluctuation was about to pass through the solid walls of the bedchamber to the outside world, the space within the room instantly solidified to its limit. The dust floating in the air, the ripples caused by breathing, and even his gaze were all brought to a complete standstill in that moment. The next instant, everything in the bedchamber began to collapse, centered on Gao Yang's palm. Like moths to a flame or 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, everything converged into his hand. In that split second, time seemed to flow backward. The fluctuation that had just spread out retreated rapidly at its original speed, being pulled into the bean-sized point of battle aura in his palm. With his 5 fingers clenched tight, the point of battle aura vanished into that firm, heavy hand. Gao Yang looked at Lisa with a hint of anticipation. The child in her womb had already moved, so he figured she should be waking up soon. Sure enough, as Gao Yang's gaze fell upon Lisa's face, her eyelashes, which had been closed for 20 days, trembled slightly. Then, her eyes slowly opened, revealing orbs more brilliant than rubies. Gao Yang watched Lisa wake from her slumber, a relieved smile blooming on his face. As Lisa opened her eyes, she saw Gao Yang looking at her with a smile. Her beautiful face immediately blossomed into a gentle grin, and she whispered softly, You've slept for so long, are you hungry?" Lisa's lips moved. Despite having slept for such a long time, she felt not the slightest bit of weakness. Instead, her entire being radiated a vibrant life force. But looking at Gao Yang's gentle gaze, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. nodded slightly with a smile, and said in a tone tinged with a hint of coquettishness, "I'm a little hungry." Afterward, she placed her palm on her slightly protruding lower abdomen and said with a look of doting affection, "The baby is hungry, then let's eat together." Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and Hu Kui, who was guarding outside the bedchamber, immediately hurried away, although, given Hu Kui's status and strength, he had no need to stand guard personally. He still insisted on taking turns with Sophia, keeping a silent watch outside the bedchamber. A moment later, the doors of the bedchamber, which had been closed for 20 days, were opened. Drow-elves entered the room in a steady stream, carrying various dishes. Following Lisa's awakening, Gao Yang returned to his original routine, heading back into the forest to practice daily without the slightest slack. Tap tap. Steady and rhythmic footsteps sounded slowly. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked toward the sound, seeing Lisa walking over, dressed in a heavy bishop's robe of black with red patterns. After 3 days of adaptation, she had now completely absorbed all the dissipated life force into her body. Aside from her slightly protruding abdomen, she showed no other signs of pregnancy. Watching Lisa walk up to him, Gao Yang spoke softly, "You're here." Lisa did not answer, merely sitting down slowly beside him and resting her head on his broad shoulder. She reached out and took Gao Yang's large hand, her voice raspy and alluring. I've thought about it. I will stay in Eberron. You don't need to worry about me at all." Gao Yang held Lisa's small hand, inhaling the scent of her hair, and said, "I can't rest easy leaving you here alone. Previously, if it weren't for Kong's presence, I fear your personal safety would have been threatened." Hearing Gao Yang's words, Lisa looked up into his eyes, smiling as she said, The Immortal Church is no longer the small faction it was when we first arrived in the Demon Wasteland. With your help, the Immortal Church now has 10 legendary powerhouses. As for the previous accident, we were actually confident we could have blocked it." Seeming worried that Gao Yang wouldn't believe her, Lisa continued, "Even if those people had broken through the defenses of the Immortal City, the Holy Temple has the goddess's protection. With the power of the temple, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything to me." Gao Yang held Lisa's palm, lowering his head in thought. Lisa lifted her long, swan-like neck and kissed Gao Yang's cheek, smiling as she said, I know you are very busy. I've known that since the moment I met you. So, go and do what you must. You don't need to worry about us at all. The baby and I will be here in Eberron waiting for you." Gao Yang did not answer, merely lost in thought within his own mind. He indeed had many things to attend to: the resettlement of the survivors from the Holy Gold World, the Pale Lord, the Yellow Springs Dragon, and the Pantheon. All of these required his personal attention. However, the biggest reason he wanted to take Lisa back to Earth was his fear that the members of the Pantheon would stop at nothing to target Lisa and use her as a threat. Taking Lisa back to Earth and having her stay in the Qingshu Cave Heaven would minimize the possibility of this happening. But at the same time, Gao Yang had his own concerns. For instance, given Lisa's current state, she was no longer suited for travel via interplanar teleportation arrays. The terrifying tearing forces during teleportation, along with the various indescribable and obscure entities existing in the astral realm, might pose a threat to her and their child. Therefore, they could only travel to Earth via the fat-headed Kun. But Eberron and Earth were not in the same crystal sphere, and a long journey through the astral realm also carried unpredictable risks. Furthermore, the Qingshu Cave Heaven was still growing, and its various laws were not as perfect as those of Earth or Eberron. Growing and developing in such an environment would lead to a problem of congenital deficiency, namely the limitation of the plane's ceiling. In contrast, the world of Eberron, being a top-tier Great Thousand world, had incredibly perfect world laws. Being conceived and born in such an environment would prevent any issues of congenital deficiency. Additionally, aside from them, there were no other living beings in the Qingshu Cave Heaven. Staying in such an environment for a long time would also be detrimental to the physical and mental health of Lisa. A pregnant woman, Lisa's soft call interrupted his deep thoughts. Gao Yang looked up and met Lisa's eyes. Lisa leaned in, kissed the corner of his mouth, and said, "Don't worry about me. The baby and I will be fine." If something were truly going to happen, it probably would have happened already. Gao Yang's heart stirred. and he understood what Lisa meant. Immediately, he nodded and said slowly, "All right then. I will finish the matters at hand as quickly as possible." As he said this, Gao Yang had already sent a message to the King of Assassins. Kong's reply came quickly, and after seeing it, Gao Yang felt much more at ease. Lisa nodded, held Gao Yang's palm, and whispered, "You must be careful and don't push yourself too hard. Rest assured." Gao Yang answered decisively. He was not a man of indecision. Once a decision was made, he would follow through with it. At the same time, various thoughts were already rapidly taking shape in his mind. That night, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on a tree stump, looking at the shadow of the ancient tree that had completely merged into the night. Within that shadow, he sensed a familiar aura. To be precise, the master within the shadow had voluntarily revealed it. The King of Assassins, Kong, had arrived. Gao Yang opened his hand, and exactly 20 life origin crystals appeared in his palm. He pushed these life origin crystals toward the shadow in front of him, watching as the shadow swallowed them all. Seeing that Kong had accepted the life origin crystals, Gao Yang spoke. "I leave Lisa's safety to you for the next 2 years, Kong." The shadow rippled, and a low, powerful voice emerged from it. "Rest assured, with me here, no one will be able to harm Lisa. Thank you." Gao Yang looked at the shadow before him, feeling incredibly fortunate that he had obtained the quasi-artifact True Falsehood back then. If not for the friendly relationship established with Kong through this quasi-artifact, and without Kong's promise of protection, he would likely be taking the risk of bringing Lisa back to the Qingshu Cave Heaven right now. "Any other requests?" Kong did not respond, but simply asked. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Help me keep an eye out for any news regarding the Pale Lord." He had mentioned this matter to the members of the Immortal Association, but so far, no one had any leads on the Pale Lord. The shadow rippled again, and Kong's voice came from within. "Good." The conversation ended, and the shadow carrying Kong vanished in an instant. Glancing at the spot where Kong had left, Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes, his thoughts churning. There were only a little over 2 years left until the next Abyss trial. This was the final time left for him to improve. Gao Yang had a premonition that if he could not become strong enough before the next Abyss trial, he would very likely die in it. Of course, not by the trial itself, but at the hands of the invading Pantheon. As of now, the conflict between him and the Pantheon was irreconcilable. He wanted to destroy the Pantheon organization in one fell swoop, and the high-ranking members within the Pantheon were equally greedy for the unique talent he possessed. Given the brutal operating style of the Pantheon, it was destined that the conflict would only end with the total death of one side. If there was an opportunity to annihilate the Pantheon, Gao Yang would not let it pass. And he knew that if there was an opportunity to kill him, the people of the Pantheon would not show the slightest mercy. Clenching his fist slightly, feeling the power capable of destroying the world surging within his body, Gao Yang slowly exhaled a stream of scorching air. With both strength and constitution at 41 points, and willpower as high as 44 points, this level of attributes already stood at the peak of the multiverse. Even some gods did not possess such exaggerated attributes. But Gao Yang knew very clearly that compared to those high-ranking members of the Pantheon who had yet to appear, he was still not strong enough. Although the blood god he had recently encountered was a high-ranking member of the Pantheon, Gao Yang knew very well that the blood god was not the leader of the Pantheon. Even that terrifying existence in his memory who remained in a blank state was not the leader of the Pantheon. To this day, even after soul-searching several members of the Pantheon, Gao Yang still had no idea who the leader of the Pantheon was or what they looked like. This phenomenon clearly indicated that the Pantheon's depths were unfathomable. He needed time, a great deal of time, to cultivate, to improve, and to gain enlightenment. A faint light flashed, and a square seal appeared in Gao Yang's hand. This was a treasure capable of accelerating one's comprehension of the laws of slaughter, which Gao Yang had obtained in an exchange with Tuju. However, due to previous events, he had not yet made use of this seal. After examining the seal in his hand for a moment, Gao Yang put it away. Once he returned to Earth, he would utilize the time acceleration of the bright light pool to begin using the slaughter seal and enhance his comprehension of the laws of slaughter. In terms of improving his grasp of the laws of slaughter, He still needed to continuously level up and enhance his own attributes. This was the fastest and most intuitive way to become stronger. But before doing all of that, he needed to fulfill the promise he had once made. The Zeoplane was already prepared, and the survivors of the St. Gold world also needed a brand new home. After his cultivation, Gao Yang would no longer waste his time on such trivial matters, so before that, bringing the survivors of the St. Gold world to the Zeoplane and fulfilling his promise to Ygritte was his top priority. After all, he could not guarantee whether he would survive in his subsequent plans. If he wanted to obtain a significant improvement before the next arrival of the Abyss trial, following a step-by-step cultivation routine would be completely insufficient. If he wanted to improve, he had to risk his life to fight, to kill, and to contend. Seemingly sensing Gao Yang's will, Yang Yao automatically pierced out from the space beside him, erupting with a sharp, piercing sword hum. Gao Yang grasped the hilt of Yang Yao in one motion, and a brilliant radiance of will flowed throughout his entire body, coating both him and Yang Yao in a layer of golden luster. The next instant, sword light flashed repeatedly, shooting straight into the sky. In just over 10 seconds, Gao Yang had already broken through the Eberron world and entered the void of the astral realm. He pressed one hand against the center of his chest, and his heart began to beat faster. Within his frantically pounding heart, a piece of information that had been stored for a very long time suddenly surfaced, appearing in Gao Yang's mind. This was the planar coordinate of the St. Gold world. Once he had the ability to save the survivors of the St. Gold world, activating the information stored within the solar furnace would allow him to obtain these coordinates. Gao Yang memorized them and then summoned Xinghui. Amidst a long, resonant whale song, the massive astral giant Kun rode the endless starlight, carrying Gao Yang as it quickly charged into the boundless void of the astral realm. Chapter 1059, Returning to St. Gold. Within the boundless astral realm, billions of starlight rays converged, transforming into a torrent of starlight that rampaged through the void, with a long whale song echoing from the starlight from time to time. Wherever the whale song passed, the void species living in the astral void moved with extreme skill and speed to get out of the way. There was no help for it. Living in the astral void required keen eyes, as this was the most important factor for survival. In the astral void, there existed void creatures, evil gods, ancient evils, divine abominations, astral behemoths, and many legendary powerhouses qualified to traverse the astral realm, and even avatars of deities. In such an environment, to survive, one had to understand what could be provoked and what existences must absolutely never be provoked. Just like now, that astral giant Kun galloping wantonly through the astral void was an existence that the vast majority of beings living in the astral void could not afford to provoke. The size of that astral giant Kun was not considered large among astral void creatures, but the point was that the figure sitting cross-legged on its head was too terrifying. That human simply sat there quietly, yet he felt like a divine peak capable of crushing tens of thousands of planes. Endless skeletons and vengeful spirits surrounded him, cursing, wailing, and crying. Yet there was not a single possibility of escape. The terrifying sword chi that bloomed from time to time made every existence that sensed it tremble with fear. Galloping through the astral void were naturally Gao Yang and Fatty Kum Kun. After leaving Eberron, Gao Yang had driven Fatty Kum Kun on a mad dash toward the crystal wall system where the St. Gold world was located. Now, unless a deity arrived in person, ordinary void existences could not cause him any trouble. It was precisely because he had sufficient confidence that, in order to save time, Gao Yang acted exceptionally arrogant and overbearing. During this journey of nearly half a month, it was not as if no existences had attempted to attack him, but the final result was always being slain by his sword. Later on, Gao Yang simply released his own aura, under the shroud of his scarlet natural disaster aura. It was as if a true natural disaster was sweeping through, and countless creatures took the initiative to avoid him, which made Fatty Kum Kun increasingly excited. As an astral behemoth, he had never galloped through the astral realm like this before. His bloodline memories told him that before he truly reached adulthood or grew into a prime astral giant Kun, his journeys through the astral realm needed to be cautious and careful. But the master sitting on his head now was telling him with the most formidable aura, "Fly wherever you want." His short, thick tail lashed out forcefully at the starlight behind him, beneath the tassel-like ribbons of starlight. Fatty Kun Kun's massive body instantly surged through the path cleared by the numerous void creatures, galloping toward the distant void. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang reached out and patted Fatty Kun Kun's thick skin. Fatty Kun Kun let out a satisfied wail song, and its speed began to drop rapidly. Soon, it stopped in a patch of dark starry sky. Gao Yang stood up from its head and looked into the darkness ahead. This was the planar coordinate of the St. Gold world in the astral void. At such a close distance, he could feel the faint planar fluctuations emanating from the St. Gold world. That fluctuation was extremely similar to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. This was because the unique specialty, the solar furnace, had only been mastered by him with the help of the St. Gold world's planar consciousness. Having such a connection was perfectly normal. Gao Yang tapped Fatty Kun Kun lightly, and the latter immediately transformed into a large expanse of starlight, drilling into his left arm, putting the starlight away. Gao Yang looked at the darkness before him and extended his right hand. Scorching golden battle chi spread from his palm, constrained like a ray of light as it shot out into the darkness ahead. Soon, the battle chi ray seemed to hit something, sinking directly into space and disappearing. Whoosh. Space rippled like water, and within the fluctuating space, a corner of the St. Gold world's plane was revealed before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang felt the familiar yet strange aura. His figure flashed, and battle chi covered his entire body, allowing him to merge directly into the plane revealed by the St. Gold world. The next instant, Gao Yang appeared 10,000 meters in the sky. Beneath him lay a desolate, dead, and ruined earth. Around him were gloomy, dark clouds, and hanging in the sky was a star that had almost lost all its radiance. With just one glance, Gao Yang confirmed that the current St. Gold world was nearing the end of its rope. This world, including the plane consciousness itself, no longer possessed even a shred of excess energy to improve the living environment for the creatures within it. If I had arrived any later, the St. Gold world might have collapsed at any moment. Gao Yang sighed slightly in his heart, then sensed his surroundings and flew toward the direction of the eternal radiance royal capital of the St. Gold Empire. Now, under the powerful enhancement of my heart at ease, his speed had become unimaginably fast, and the distance covered by his various teleportation methods had increased exponentially. Under his full-speed dash, in less than an hour, Gao Yang saw the city that appeared at the edge of his vision, a place that was once extremely glorious, but now lay in utter ruin. That was the final pride of the St. Gold Empire, and the most brilliant pearl ever created by humanity in this entire plane. But as time passed, the eternal radiance royal capital had declined. Yet it still stubbornly carried the last remnants of the St. Gold world. Gao Yang expanded his senses and discovered that Agamemnon, the city closest to the eternal radiance royal capital, had completely become a dead city. The traces of former life had been thoroughly submerged by various dark brown vine-like plants, and the entire city lacked even a hint of vitality. Gao Yang did not stop his pace. With just a few flashes, he appeared outside the walls of the eternal radiance royal capital. He looked down at the city gate, where some ragged residents carrying baskets woven from black vines were walking slowly from the black earth outside the city. In the baskets on their backs, they seemed to be carrying some blocky tubers and some animal carcasses of unknown origin. He turned his gaze toward the city gate. Under the massive gate, there were only for middle-aged and elderly guards. They wore damaged armor, while they had no fresh wounds. Not one of them was unscathed. Gao Yang recognized these guards. They were once members of the Eternal Radiance Knights. After being worn down by the passage of time, the knights who were once high-spirited and had followed the order to gallop across 10,000 miles to pacify the St. Gold world now showed many signs of old age. Beneath their graying hair were wrinkles etched by the hardships of time. As a world on the verge of collapse, the St. Gold world no longer produced enough supplies to sustain all its remaining people. Yet, they wore peaceful smiles on their faces, speaking to every resident returning from outside the city, familiarly patting their shoulders, and chatting with them. Although life was difficult now, everyone was stubbornly surviving and waiting. Gao Yang took a deep breath. Without alerting anyone, his figure flashed, and the next instant he appeared above the camp of the Eternal Radiance Knights. In the stables on the north side of the camp, only 100 or so emaciated nightmare beasts remained. The nightmare beasts, once untamable and as strong as dragons, no longer possessed their former glory. Struggling to survive in the resource-deprived environment, inside the camp, many knights were conducting simple training. The leader was none other than Commander Hank, who had once fought side by side with Gao Yang, the one-eyed man, who was once as strong as a giant bear. Now only had his left arm intact, with the sleeve of his right arm fluttering in the wind. His muscles had atrophied, the skin on his face sagged, and he looked thoroughly aged. Yet his spirit remained high. Like a lion in its twilight years, he was passing on combat experience to these new generation Eternal Radiance Knights. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yang appeared at Hank's side. Hank, who had been lecturing the new recruits, stopped abruptly. A fierce light flashed in his single eye, and like a lion startled from its sleep, he quickly locked onto Gao Yang, who had appeared so suddenly, facing Hank's violent aura that seemed ready to devour someone. The smile on Gao Yang's face did not change in the slightest. He simply looked quietly at the large-framed, one-eyed man before him and said softly, "Hank, long time no see." The familiar voice, the familiar face, the strong physique. Hank was struck as if by lightning. The violent aura that had just risen vanished instantly, replaced by a faint, imperceptible tremor. Lordly, Hank took a step forward, his left hand reaching toward Gao Yang, as if wanting to pat his shoulder, but halfway there, his hand slowly stopped. Hesitating and not daring to move closer, he was afraid that all of this was merely a hallucination before his death. Afraid that as his palm landed, this young man he had longed for so long would simply dissipate with the wind. Gao Yang looked at Hank, took the initiative to step forward, and reached out to pat Hank's left arm. Thud, thud. A dull roar of flesh colliding suddenly rang out. The expression on Hank's face suddenly became vivid. He bared his teeth and shook his arm as he looked at Gao Yang before him, a light brighter than the stars blooming in his single eye. Hank looked at Gao Yang, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Lordly, it really is you. You have returned." Gao Yang withdrew his hand and nodded with a smile. "I have returned, and I have brought good news. Do you want to hear it?" Hank grabbed Gao Yang's arm, his 5 fingers like eagle talons, with enough force to almost dig into Gao Yang's muscles. "Lordly, is it the thing you promised back then? I've a new home." As the words fell, Hank's heart could not stop pounding, and a hint of anxiety, the fear of losing what he had just gained, appeared. Facing Hank's eager gaze, Gao Yang did not beat around the bush. He nodded quite simply and said, "Yes, I have found a brand new plane that can serve as the plane for your future lives." The arm Hank was gripping began to tremble. He looked at Gao Yang before him, then turned his gaze toward the generally malnourished new recruits standing opposite them, his only eye beginning to turn red. Thank you, Lordly. All the survivors of the St. Gold world will forever remember your kindness." Gao Yang waved his hand and said, "Hank, do not forget that we are comrades who fought side by side. Saying things like that is meaningless. By the way, where is Jenny?" Gao Yang had not forgotten that woman, who was even stronger than Hank at his peak. Beneath her short, capable pink hair was a brilliant smile that seemed as if it would never wither. Hank glanced at Gao Yang, his eyes revealing a grief that bordered on numbness. Jenny, that woman fell 13 years ago. Long-term high-intensity training combined with the injuries she sustained at the end left her in constant pain every single day. For her, it should be considered a form of relief. Now, only an old man like me is left. They really are a cruel bunch. The smile on Gao Yang's face vanished. He looked at Hank before him, patted his shoulder in silence, and then said, "Then, Hank, how many people are left in the royal capital now? We are going to leave this place." Hank struggled out of his grief, looked at Gao Yang, and quickly said, "There are about 630,000 people left." "Only 630,000? Gao Yang fell silent. He clearly remembered that when he left the St. Gold world, there were over 2 million people. Seeing Gao Yang fall silent, Hank thought the number was far too high. He looked at the new recruits with some worry, then gritted his teeth and said, "Excluding old guys like me, there are probably less than 500,000. Gao Yang looked up at Hank, realizing that his silence had caused a misunderstanding. He patted Hank's shoulder and said quite easily, "Don't worry, Hank. Never mind 600,000, even if there were 1 million. I could take them all. Your people, and all the survivors of the St. Gold world will head to a new home and start a new life. This was not empty talk. The fat-headed Kun had been sleeping in the bright light pool for over 5 months, which translated to more than 20 years. This was extremely helpful for its growth. It was precisely because of this accelerated growth that its current size had reached 100 kilometers, and the space within its body was vast and boundless, worthy of being called a small world. Hank trembled all over and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. "Lord Li, is this true? You do not need to consider old guys like us at all. Will taking everyone away be a burden to you?" "Hank, I have already said it. You do not need to worry about any problems." Gao Yang patted his shoulder and continued. "What you need to do now is to notify everyone in the royal capital of this news as quickly as possible, and then have them prepare for the migration." Seeing Gao Yang so certain, Hank finally confirmed that this matter really posed no pressure on him. He quickly said, "Rest assured, Lord Li, in 3 days at most, everyone will be ready for the migration. There is no need to be that rushed. The pace can be slowed down a bit." As Gao Yang spoke, he turned his head and asked, "By the way, Hank, how is the water supply in the Eternal Glory Royal Capital currently being resolved?" "Water supply?" Hank paused for a moment, then said, "There are 7 underground reservoirs in the Royal Capital. Daily domestic water is drawn from these reservoirs. Originally, there were over 20 reservoirs, but as time passed, many of them gradually dried up. Gao Yang nodded, indicating he understood. Afterward, he took a vitality clove fruit from his inventory. The moment the vitality clove fruit was brought out, Hank's gaze was uncontrollably fixed on the fruit. That rich energy and plump flesh were things he had not felt for a very long time. His body was craving the energy within this fruit. Gao Yang placed the vitality clove fruit into Hank's single hand and said, "Your body has been in a state of energy depletion for a long time, and your condition is very poor. This fruit can replenish your battle chi. Recover a bit first." Upon hearing this, Hank immediately shook his head. "No, Lord Li, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Gao Yang ignored him and waved his hand, causing 60 vitality clove fruits to appear before him. "Put these fruits into the reservoirs and let the residents of the royal capital drink water filled with abundant energy for a few days. This will allow you to get through the upcoming migration." Hank looked at the pile of vitality clove fruits, and the words on the tip of his tongue could no longer be spoken. Only unconscious murmurs remained. "Lord Li, thank you, thank you." Afterward, he turned to look at the new recruits in front of him, his expression spirited. "You little brats, did you hear that? Get moving, all of you. We are heading to a brand new home. Stop standing there in a daze and hurry up to follow Lord Li's instructions and put these fruits into the reservoirs." As soon as Hank's voice fell, the dozens of new recruits who had been stunned into silence immediately sprang into action. Chapter 1060. Another gift from the St. Gold Plane consciousness for K. Under Hank's command, dozens of new recruits carried the clove fruits and split into 7 teams, heading toward the 7 reservoirs in the Eternal Glory Royal Capital. Their movements were swift, and they soon finished depositing the clove fruits. That evening, the residents who drew water in shifts were shocked to find that today's water was not only exceptionally sweet but also carried a wonderful taste they had never encountered before. After drinking just a few mouthfuls, their starving stomachs felt a sense of fullness that they had not experienced in a long time. This discovery caused a stir in the hearts of the residents in the royal capital, and they looked at the guarded reservoirs with burning eyes. However, the situation in the St. Gold world was already dire. Under such difficult circumstances, no one harbored malicious intentions, or rather, even if they did, no one had the ability to carry them out under such cruel survival pressure. For 3 consecutive days, the residents of the royal capital lived in unprecedented happiness. During these 3 days, they did not have to endure the pressure of survival, did not have to leave the city to search for food, and did not have to endure the hunger that could almost drive a person mad. The only thing they needed to do was drink water on time. When that dim star appeared once again above the gray vault of the sacred gold world, all the residents, following the notice they had received the previous night, walked out of their homes in droves and gathered toward the sacred gold plaza in the center of this glorious capital. If one were to look down from high above, they would see countless residents from every corner of the city, dragging their families along like migrating ants, forming black streams that flowed continuously toward their ocean. When the star in the sky slowly moved to its zenith, Hank stood before the statue that rose several dozen meters high in the center of the sacred gold plaza. His expression blank, his body remained gaunt, and his face remained aged. Yet as he stood there quietly, he automatically became the center of everyone's attention. The Eternal Glory Knights were the final brilliance of the sacred gold empire. And this one-armed, one-eyed man standing before the statue was the final brilliance of the Eternal Glory Knights. Hank stood before the statue, whose base was 3 meters high. Thus, from his vantage point, he saw an endless sea of bobbing heads below, a vast, dense expanse that stretched all the way to the edge of the plaza. These people were the last of humanity in the current sacred gold world. Without letting his thoughts wander, Hank channeled his battle chi. Golden battle chi bloomed from his body, resembling a torch that had been extinguished for many years but was now reignited. The sacred gold world was on the verge of collapse. The energy between heaven and earth had completely dissipated more than a decade ago, followed by the withering of vegetation and the extinction of life. Battle chi, an existence that required both energy and the essence of flesh and blood to replenish, had naturally vanished along with it. But now, golden battle chi was actually burning on Hank's body. This scene was utterly inconceivable to everyone present. Before this shock could subside, Hank's resonant voice rang out. Citizens of the sacred gold empire, today, when the sun sets, we shall leave sacred gold and head toward a new home. The bustling sacred gold plaza suddenly fell silent. Although the plaza occupied a massive area and had been advertised upon its construction as being able to comfortably accommodate 200,000 people, there were now 600,000 people squeezed into it. Even though they restrained themselves from speaking, the sounds of breathing, the rustling of clothes, and the shuffling of feet still created a significant amount of noise throughout the entire plaza. But now, as Hank's voice fell, the vast sacred gold plaza suddenly plunged into absolute silence. Everyone stared with all their might at the figure beneath the statue, attempting to glean an answer from his aged face that would put their hearts at ease. Hank sensed the emotions they had suppressed deep in their hearts. So after taking a deep breath, he surged his battle chi once more, doing his utmost to make his voice even louder. That is right. You heard correctly. When the sun sets today, all of us will leave this homeland that nurtured our ancestors, our predecessors, and even countless generations before us, to head toward a brand new, beautiful, and new home. Hank's voice, bolstered by his battle chi, traveled very, very far through the air. Heavy breathing slowly rose from the plaza, and scorching gazes landed on Hank. Hank stood straight as a rod. The tens of thousands of gazes falling upon him were heavier than mountains and deeper than the ocean. Yet his body did not bend in the slightest, bearing the weight of everyone's gaze just like that. His posture made it clear to those standing in the plaza that his words were not false. They could truly leave this homeland that was on the verge of collapse. A suppressed cheer erupted from a corner of the plaza, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples through the crowd. The ripples spread, and cheers rang out one after another. In a very short time, it spread across the entire plaza, and the once suppressed cheering now roared like a mountain torrent or a tsunami. Hank stood before the statue, his single eye slightly moist. This was a day no one had ever thought would come, yet it had appeared on an remarkable afternoon. After taking several deep breaths, Hank spoke again. Everyone, wait here quietly. If anyone is missing, those who are close to them should urge them along. Before the sun sets today, we will all leave. I do not want anyone to be left behind. Hank's words were executed with the utmost firmness. In just a few minutes, the sacred gold plaza quickly quieted down. Time ticked away, and under the anticipation of hundreds of thousands of residents, the sun in the sky was finally about to sink below the horizon. Watching that slowly descending sun, everyone involuntarily held their breath and stood up to look toward where Hank was located. Beneath the statue, besides Hank, stood a tall young man. That young man was like a star hanging high in the night sky. Just one look was enough to firmly capture everyone's attention. This was because he was completely different from them, not in terms of appearance, but in temperament and attire. The man was tall and muscular, with short black hair that shimmered with an orange glow under the sunset. His skin was healthy and fair, without even a trace of cracking, looking completely different from the faces of those who were struggling on the edge of life and death. Lord Li, the time is almost here. Hank looked at Gao Yang beside him, his single eye filled with expectation. He did not know how Gao Yang intended to take them out of the sacred gold world, nor did he know if Gao Yang possessed such ability, but he believed the man could do it, just as their commander had believed in him without hesitation back then. Gao Yang looked up at the sun about to set, then looked at the sea of people before him and nodded. Following that, he raised his left hand, and swirling starlight bloomed and rose from his left arm. Hank watched this scene, his heart surging. Soon, the citizens of the Empire would be able to head to a brand new home and start a new life. He would also be able to fulfill the dying wish of Commander Yeglet and his other comrades in arms, leading the surviving citizens to start a new life in a new home. A long, resonant whale song interrupted Hank's thoughts. He looked up abruptly and saw a massive whale, 100 meters long, appearing in the sky above the plaza. Under the glow of the setting sun, its body radiated tiny specks of starlight, appearing incredibly sacred and noble. Subsequently, Hank watched as Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and the massive, 100-meter-long whale let out a short, sharp cry. Immediately after, the world plunged into darkness. Hank looked up in horror, his eyes dazed and stunned, because he could still see that massive whale. Yet at the same time, he could not. Looking up, all that met his eyes was a vast white sky. Had dawn arrived? No, that was merely the white belly of the fat-headed Kun. In the sacred gold plaza, the residents waiting there also looked up at the white sky, their expressions identical to Hank's. Even in the legends of the sacred gold world, a creature larger than a city had never appeared. Yet, in the final moments as the sacred gold world neared its collapse, these survivors witnessed such a colossal being with their own eyes. Is this a mount of the gods? Someone muttered to themselves. Under the gaze of countless residents, the fat-headed Kun flicked its fins, its massive body rising slightly to adjust its posture, turning its head downward. Then, under the terrified gaze of the crowd, its mouth, which seemed capable of swallowing the entire world, slowly opened. Hank's brows twitched violently. Looking at that gaping maw, which resembled an abyss, it was impossible not to feel a sense of dread. He turned to glance at Gao Yang and, seeing that his expression remained completely unchanged, felt a little more at ease. However, in the plaza, as the fat-headed Kun opened its mouth to the survivors of the sacred gold world with the posture of one devouring the heavens and earth, chaos inevitably erupted. Some fled uncontrollably, others collapsed to the ground with weak legs, and mothers held their children tightly, trembling in fear. An endless suction force emanated from the giant mouth. Everyone in the sacred gold plaza was swept up by this force without the slightest resistance, disappearing into that abyss-like maw. In just a few seconds, the previously crowded sacred gold plaza was instantly emptied. Even the captive nightmare beasts and other animals were swallowed by the fat-headed Kun in one gulp. Immense fear sprouted in the hearts of countless people, but in the blink of an eye, it was extinguished by the scene that suddenly appeared before them. Hank stood on the ground, looking round in astonishment. Having been swallowed by that giant beast earlier, he had expected to enter its stomach. He would have thought they would appear on such a flat grassland, with endless starlight falling from above and a gentle breeze blowing, causing the grass to ripple like water. This kind of scene was something neither Hank nor the other sacred gold residents had seen in a long time. Ever since the sacred gold plane was invaded, the gradually decaying world had never again displayed such a vibrant sight. Hank looked around and suddenly realized that Gao Yang was not here. Immediately after, a massive light screen appeared above everyone's heads, displaying the ruined landscape of the sacred gold world. Then, the sacred gold survivors within the fat-headed Kun's internal space realized they were ascending. To be precise, the giant beast that had swallowed them was flying upward. The firmament drew closer and closer, and the surrounding scenery turned into streaks of light, receding rapidly. Everyone could not help but hold their breath. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on top of the fat-headed Kun's head, his eyes watching the front calmly. When he took all the sacred gold survivors into the internal space of the fat-headed Kun, the consciousness of the sacred gold world which he had not felt since his return finally took the initiative to establish a link with him. With the solar furnace as a medium, this connection was completed with ease. Communication between consciousnesses is extremely rapid. In a short time, Gao Yang understood why the sacred gold world's consciousness had never contacted him before. The entity had been using all its power to maintain the stability of the plane. It had not a shred of energy left to spare to reach out to him. This contact meant that the sacred gold world could no longer hold on and was about to collapse. The connection with the plane's consciousness was very brief. After explaining everything, the sacred gold world's consciousness voluntarily severed the link with Gao Yang. The next moment, the Multiverse Network notifications refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network notification. You have received the blessing of the sacred gold continent's plane consciousness. You have become more fortunate. Your luck come 1.multiverse network notification. You have received a gift from the sacred gold continent's plane consciousness. Your fate weight has increased by 3.05%. Current fate weight: 5.583%. Multiverse network notification. You have received a commission from the sacred gold continent's plane consciousness. Your unique specialty, solar furnace, has gained an opportunity for advancement. 3 notifications, each heavier in significance than the last. Gao Yang knew very well that the luck attribute was a hidden stat for everyone. Even the Multiverse Network did not quantify it, and in the vast majority of cases, it was innate and destined. The luckiest person Gao Yang had ever met was the extreme luck boy, Andrus, whom he encountered during the Goddess of Luck event. That somewhat timid youth truly showed Gao Yang what it meant to be lucky. Everything he did would be completed in all sorts of incredible ways. Even if he were just walking aimlessly, he might stumble upon rare treasures. The fat-headed Kun was something Andrus had obtained first, and he had simply given it to him. The blessing of the sacred gold world's consciousness was able to increase his luck attribute by 1 point. There was no need to guess that this must have consumed a massive amount of the entity's energy. Beyond that, the fate weight was the most important point. During his last time in the sacred gold world, Gao Yang had received a gift from the plane, and that time his fate weight had only increased by a little over 1%. This time, it was a full 3%. As for what fate weight actually was, Gao Yang still hadn't found the answer from the Multiverse Network. But after experiencing so much, he had already formed his own interpretation of the concept. In his understanding, fate weight was not much different from the concept of energy tiers. In certain judgments involving fate, the one with the higher weight held the greater advantage, or rather, held an absolute advantage. For instance, the fate speed he possesses and his choice talent are both related to fate. The higher the weight of fate, the more accurate Gao Yang's talents become, and the less likely the triggering of fate speed will be interrupted. Gao Yang is well aware that fate speed is not impossible to interrupt, as early as in previous battles. Some entities had already discovered anomalies in this regard. However, they merely discovered it, lacking the power to stop the process. If there were a powerhouse proficient in the field of fate, it is possible they could truly perceive Gao Yang's actions and forcibly interrupt the triggering of fate speed. In that case, it would be essentially equivalent to directly snuffing out his soul and consciousness. Among all of Gao Yang's experiences, he only obtained fate weight in the Saint Gold world. He does not know if the Saint Gold world is too special or if there is some other reason, but this gift is impossible to refuse, and he could not possibly refuse it either. Chapter 1061. The Ultimate Young Physique and a New Homeland for K. Just as Gao Yang looked at the prompts before him, the dim sun located at the zenith of the Saint Gold world suddenly began to tremble. The trembling lasted for a very short time, just for an instant. Hank and the others, who were inside the body world of the fat-headed Kun, saw that the dim sun had fallen, descending in an unstoppable manner toward the direction where they were located. Such an anomaly naturally could not escape Gao Yang's perception. When he looked up, that dim sun had already almost fallen onto their heads. Although standing on the ground and looking up, the sun of the Saint Gold world appeared dim and powerless. But if one were to face it at close range, that terrifying light and heat would still make one understand what is meant by the ultimate yang of the world. The massive, incandescent white ball of light, with an overbearing posture, scorched the void until it resembled a boiling ocean, leaving behind a black vacuum channel 1,000 meters wide that lingered for a long time. Woo! The fat-headed Kun's small, black bean-like eyes were filled with panic. While it is true that he is an astral behemoth, if he were truly an adult, let alone just a stellar projection, he would be able to devour even a real star. But he is still a child now, and facing such a scorching stellar projection, he cannot remain unscathed. Gao Yang patted his head, signaling him not to panic. Then, with a thought, he vanished from the top of the fat-headed Kun's head and appeared directly beneath the dim sun. Roughly a moment ago, there was still some distance, and the might of this dim sun was not yet fully clear. But at this very moment, the distance between Gao Yang and the dim sun was less than 100 meters. At this distance, he could clearly hear the roaring, boiling sound like a mountain of waves caused by the void being scorched. The might of the sun is truly terrifying, however. With Gao Yang's current strength, let alone a mere solar projection, he could face even a real star radiating scorching light without fear. Within that small body lies an supreme power capable of making the world tremble. This is the charm of the transcendent. Under the gaze of Hank and the others, Gao Yang raised his right hand, fingers spread, in a gesture of holding up the sky. The next instant, the dim sun with a diameter of 1,000 meters made contact with Gao Yang's raised right hand. There was no collision, no roar. The moment the dim sun touched his palm, it suddenly expanded and spread out by a full circle. That was not the sun venting its own power, but rather it being struck by the terrifying power contained within that palm, causing it to be unable to maintain its form. A shockwave rippled out from Gao Yang's palm once more, and the size of the dim sun expanded again. Immediately following, an infinite suction force erupted from Gao Yang's palm, greedily absorbing the ultimate yang energy that was within reach. Whoosh! Golden liquid battle chi ignited from Gao Yang's body, the golden light blooming without reservation, reflecting the sun above his head. Everything of the dim sun was converging toward Gao Yang's palm. The light it emitted grew dimmer and dimmer, while in its place, the battle chi light on Gao Yang's body grew more and more dazzling, more and more brilliant, until finally, the falling dim sun disappeared completely, replaced by a brilliantly radiant sun hanging high in the gray sky of the St. Gold world. Golden rays of light, like sharp swords, pierced through the haze, casting warm sunlight into every corner of the St. Gold continent. In this instant, the dead and silent St. Gold world, under the illumination of the dazzling sunlight, seemed to reappear in its former glory. Gao Yang stood in the void, looking down at the earth below, a trace of regret appearing in his eyes. The St. Gold world at this moment was like the final flash of a dying person. It reappeared at its peak, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Once this peak passed, there would be eternal extinction. Feeling the faint repulsion coming from the surrounding plane, Gao Yang slowly withdrew his palm, following his movement. The brilliant light also slowly receded. As the sunlight faded, the St. Gold world, having lost its light source, plunged into darkness at the fastest speed. In that invisible darkness, deep, bottomless fissures began to appear across the St. Gold continent. Gao Yang landed back on the head of the fat-headed Kun, who let out a joyful wail song before rushing rapidly toward the outside of the St. Gold continent. His body was massive, and his flight speed was extremely fast. With just a dozen swings, his enormous body broke through the material plane barrier of the St. Gold world and rushed into the boundless sea of stars. Inside the body world, Hank and the others opened their eyes wide, looking at the boundless and deep astral void above their heads. Immediately afterward, a sob erupted from the crowd. This sob was like a fuse, completely detonating the emotions of the survivors of the St. Gold world. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the head of the fat-headed Kun, having him turn around to look in the direction they had just come from, waiting quietly. This wait did not last long before a massive fragment of land suddenly appeared in the astral void. The moment it appeared, it was as if it had lost all support and reliance, falling toward the black abyss. Following that, more and more continental fragments appeared in the astral void, among which one could see many broken buildings and turbid water. Watching this scene, the survivors of the St. Gold world knew that the world that had given birth to them was finally unable to hold on any longer. Now that they had safely departed, the collapse of a world is like a row of dominoes. It begins in an inconspicuous corner, but as time passes, the chain reaction triggered by this collapse grows larger and larger, ultimately leading to the complete destruction of the entire plane. The St. Gold world was exactly like this. In less than half an hour, The St. Gold world had completely collapsed, its remains falling into the black abyss at the bottom of the astral realm. Amidst these endless ruins, a soft light suddenly flickered into existence. Gao Yang took a step forward, grasped the light in his palm, and then flashed back onto the top of the fat-headed Kun. He patted the head of the fat-headed Kun, and the latter immediately flicked its large tail, flying toward the boundless sea of stars. Gao Yang sat cross-legged, looking at the plane core in his hand. The plane core of the St. Gold world was exactly the same size as the one he had obtained previously, but the biggest difference was that the energy within this core was far too little, totaling only 3. In the context of plane cores, this was a situation that should almost never occur. And this meant that the St. Gold world had truly reached the point of being completely exhausted. If he had not come, perhaps one day, the St. Gold world would have suddenly disintegrated. Gao Yang sighed and placed the plane core into his inventory. He did not intend to use this plane core. Once he reached the Zeo plane, he would hand it over to Hank and let him communicate with the plane consciousness of the Zeo plane. Although it was only a 3 Zeo plane, it was still a rare supplement for a plane consciousness. With this plane core, the plane consciousness of the Zeo plane should find it easier to accept the survivors of the St. Gold world. Subsequently, the comprehensive network panel unfolded before Gao Yang, and information regarding the sun furnace appeared before his eyes. The opportunity for the sun furnace, gifted by the St. Gold world, was the dim sun he had encountered earlier within that world. As the sun fell, Gao Yang had needed to catch it. The more he caught, the greater the enhancement to the sun furnace would be, and with Gao Yang's strength, he had naturally caught it in its entirety. This resulted in an immense magnitude of improvement this time. Sun Furnace Unique Specialty 1. Character Battle Chi Rank Kung 8 to Kung 10. Character Battle Chi gains the Holy Attribute. 2. Character Battle Chi Growth Rate Kung 700% to Kung 1000%. Battle Chi Cultivation Efficiency Kung 700% to Kung 1000%. 3. When total Battle Chi drops to 80%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 400% to Kung 800%. When total Battle Chi drops to 50%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 800% to Kung 1500%. When total Battle Chi drops to 30%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 1500% to Kung 3000%. When total Battle Chi drops to 10%. Battle Chi Recovery Speed Kung 5000% to Kung 10,000%. 4. Character Battle Chi Controllability is massively increased. Character Battle Chi carries dual physical and spiritual holy attribute burn damage. Each burn stacks 1 layer of the sun-scorching holy concept effect. Stacking 5 layers will cause the target to enter the scorched state. In this state, the target's defense is reduced by 2 ranks. Duration: to 4 hours to 876. 0 hours. Attacks triggered by Sun Battle Chi will deal up to 200% true damage to the target. 5. Body of Supreme Yang Unique Specialty. The owner of the Sun Furnace is constantly in a state of Supreme Yang concept. In this state, Strength and Constitution come 3 to come 5. Battle Chi Rank come 3 to come 5. Total Battle Chi come 150% to come 200%. Base Battle Chi Recovery Speed come 100%. Battle Chi temperature is increased by a super large margin, and willpower quality increases from a small, slow increase to a medium magnitude increase. Gao Yang looked at the refreshed comprehensive network notifications, his expression becoming increasingly complex. The improvements gained by the Sun Furnace were truly too exaggerated. The basic growth in Battle Chi rank and increase in recovery speed went without saying. The improvements to the Scorched state and the final body of Supreme Yang were the most outrageous. The Scorched state could now reduce a target's defense by 2 ranks. But that was not the main point. The point was the duration, with a minimum of 10 days and a maximum of 100 years. The text description might seem to lack power, but the consequences of being burned by Gao Yang's Sun Battle Chi were extremely severe. At best, flesh and blood would turn to carbon, and at worst, the soul itself would be melted away. Before the upgrade, this scorched state would end once a battle concluded, meaning that after losing the support of Gao Yang's Battle Chi, the state would quickly fail due to the loss of its power source. But after the advancement, the duration had become 10 days to a full 100 years. which meant that the adhesiveness and erosive nature of Gao Yang's sun battle chi had been greatly enhanced. From now on, if anyone were to become an enemy of Gao Yang, even if they did not die at his hands, the existence of the scorched state would cling to their body like a maggot on a bone, with the surging sun battle chi continuously burning their flesh and soul. This pain would be 10 million times more agonizing than being submerged in molten lava. As for the body of Supreme Yang after its advancement, simply put, before this, Gao Yang was merely the moon, needing the sun's illumination to shine, but now, Gao Yang had transformed from the moon into the sun. He could emit light and heat himself, releasing astonishing energy. This concept was rooted within the sun furnace, and thus within Gao Yang's heart, keeping the state of the body of Supreme Yang constant, feeling the strong, powerful beating of his heart beneath his chest. Gao Yang straightened his back even further. Whether this scene should be called "Everything is destined by heaven" or "Those who help others are always helped in return," Gao Yang did not dwell on it. He had not sought a home for the Saint Gold world for the sake of another gift. For him, the initial purpose of doing all this had one and only one goal: to fulfill his promise to Ygritte. After all, the unique specialty of the sun furnace was something Ygritte had gifted to him. Gao Yang does not like to owe favors, nor does he easily make promises. But once he gives his word, he will certainly see it through to the end. Now, he has fulfilled his promise to Ygritte. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes. The chubby Kun seemed to sense something. Its massive body suddenly erupted with endless starlight. Its speed surged abruptly, and it plunged headlong into the astral sea, beginning to gallop at extreme speeds within it. The astral sea and the astral void are two completely different concepts. The astral void can be understood as the universe that carries planets, planes, and other matter, while the astral sea exists in a state that is half conceptual and half material. It is closely connected to the astral void, yet it exists on a higher plane than it. At the same time, it is also the medium that connects numerous crystal walls, outer planes, and so on. Traveling within the astral sea is far faster than in the astral void, especially since the Zeo plane and the Saint Gold plane are not located within the same crystal wall system, making it necessary to use the astral sea for rapid transit. The chubby Kun galloped through the astral sea for 7 full days before it finally crashed out of the astral sea and appeared in the astral void. 3 days later, under Gao Yang's guidance, the chubby Kun arrived outside the Zeo plane and plunged directly into it. The Zeo plane had already been purified by Gao Yang once, and after he left, the plane's consciousness had not been idle. Today, the Zeo plane no longer showed even the slightest trace of filth. The chubby Kun stopped on a flat stretch of land, then opened its mouth wide and spat out Hank and the others. Hank's feet touched the ground, and as he felt the soft soil beneath him and breathed in the air scented with the freshness of earth, a stream of tears finally became uncontrollable. He knelt on the ground, slowly kissing the soil beneath him. The undeniable, real sensation made him truly realize that they finally had a new home. Gao Yang walked up to Hank, looked at this aged and resolute one-armed man, patted his shoulder, and pulled him up. From now on, the Zeo plane is the new home for the people of the Saint Gold world. Hank, I hope you can live well here. Hank looked at Gao Yang and nodded heavily. The energy concentration of the Zeo plane was much higher than that of the Saint Gold world. In such an environment, his depleted battle chi would rapidly regenerate, his lifespan would be extended, and he was confident that he could lead the survivors of the Saint Gold world to take root in this brand new plane. At the same time, his compatriots would also inherit the cultivation methods of the Saint Gold Empire and once again step onto the path of the extraordinary. Chapter 1060 To the First Swords Gather and Secluded Cultivation for K-Earth, Qingshu Cave Heaven, Mingguang Pool. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in a corner of the Mingguang Pool. Beside him was the chubby Kun, whose rounded body occupied almost the entire pool. After sending Hank and the other Saint Gold survivors to the Zeo plane, Gao Yang and the chubby Kun spent 3 days returning to Earth. Upon returning to Earth, Gao Yang entered the Mingguang Pool to begin secluded cultivation. By now, more than half a month had passed. Half a month in the Qingshu Cave Heaven was equivalent to 2 full years in the Mingguang Pool. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang opened his eyes and then stood up to walk out of the Mingguang Pool. Calculating the time, The next batch of the immortal executioner diagrams should be arriving soon. After leaving Eberron, Gao Yang had spoken with Giuliano about changing the delivery location for the immortal executioner diagrams. After stepping out of the Mingguang pool, not even half a day had passed before Giuliano's message arrived. After taking a look, Gao Yang's body vanished from the Qingshu cave heaven and appeared in the sky above Earth. Immediately following, sword light flickered, and he had already arrived in front of a silver-white flying shuttle. Gao Yang had seen this type of shuttle before. He even had several in his possession, all of the model used only by the high-ranking members of the Chamber of Commerce. Gao Yang's sudden appearance startled Giuliano and the others inside the shuttle. However, upon recognizing who it was, Giuliano quickly opened the cabin door and flew before Gao Yang. "This is not a place to talk. Come with me." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he waved his hand, and his battle chi enveloped Giuliano and the shuttle behind him. In the next instant, they were swept up by Gao Yang and returned to the Qingshu cave heaven. "Mr. Gao Yang, this is the newborn plane you obtained back then, right? It is indeed growing quite well." Giuliano looked at Gao Yang before him, his voice carrying the sycophantic tone peculiar to goblins, and said with a smile. Gao Yang looked at the high-spirited goblin before him, and a smile also appeared on his face. "It seems that President Giuliano has been doing quite well during this time. Thanks to your blessing, I am doing much better now than I was before." Speaking of this, a hint of readiness appeared on Giuliano's wrinkled face. "Only after I was released from the Carlo cage did I realize what kind of earth-shattering events you had accomplished, Lord Gao Yang." The smile on Gao Yang's face faded, and he said casually, "If those high-ranking members of the Chamber of Commerce had been a bit smarter, none of these things would have happened. Did you bring what I wanted?" Giuliano gave a sheepish smile, and upon hearing Gao Yang's question, he said with renewed spirit, "I brought it, Mr. Gao Yang. This time, we have collected a total of 10 legendary quality immortal executioner diagrams for you. In addition, regarding the collection of the 4 immortal execution swords that you are most concerned about, apart from the immortal slaughtering sword that Matthew gave you at the beginning, we have brought the other 3 swords for you this time." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. This was the best news he had heard recently. Giuliano also knew that Gao Yang was interested in this, so he did not beat around the bush and directly took out 3 sword cases from his ring that were longer than he was. The moment the sword cases were taken out, 3 sword intents of different natures but equally filled with heaven-piercing killing intent bloomed. Gao Yang reached out and grabbed all 3 sword cases, looked at Giuliano, and said, "These things have too much killing intent. You should stay further away from now on." Without needing Gao Yang to speak again, Giuliano had already flown back into the shuttle, looking at him through the window reinforced with magical spells. Seeing that Giuliano and his bodyguards had returned to the shuttle, Gao Yang flicked his fingers repeatedly, opening all 3 sword cases. Clang! 3 sword hums rang out simultaneously, merging into a single, grand sound that pierced the soul, exploding deep within the hearts of every living being in the Qingshu cave heaven. Following this came an irrepressible fear of death. Giuliano's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking in horror at the 3 long swords hovering before Gao Yang. The 3 swords were of different colors and had subtle differences in length, but the surging, sea-like killing intent they emitted was alarmingly similar. Watching the 3 immortal slaying swords, whose killing intent was in no way inferior to the immortal slaughtering sword before him, Gao Yang reached out to grab the immortal trapping sword closest to him. However, the moment his palm was about to touch the immortal trapping sword, the 3 swords suddenly clashed together. At the point where the blades met, terrifying ripples of sword energy bloomed, sweeping toward Gao Yang's outstretched hand. A cold snort escaped Gao Yang's nose. Brilliant golden battle aura covered his palm, and he continued to reach down toward the now united 3 swords. Clang, clang, clang. Sword energy and battle aura collided incessantly, emitting a continuous, crisp roar. Facing Gao Yang's suppression and refinement, the 3 immortal slaying swords erupted with their most intense resistance. Because the 3 swords were united, the strength of this resistance was far more exaggerated than that of the single immortal slaughtering sword. But after the solar furnace had been upgraded once more, this level of resistance could no longer escape Gao Yang's control. In less than 10 minutes, The 3 immortal slaying swords were completely refined by Gao Yang and cast into the immortal slaying diagram. Rumble. The moment the 3 swords entered the immortal slaying diagram, the immortal slaughtering sword, which had long been standing in the southern position, shook violently. Streaks of sword energy, seemingly capable of destroying the universe, crisscrossed as if cheering for the arrival of the other 3 swords. After entering the immortal slaying diagram, the 3 swords flew along predetermined trajectories toward the east, west, and north, each guarding one pole. Feeling the changes in the immortal slaying diagram within his chest, Gao Yang let out a long breath. Now that the 4 immortal slaying swords had been gathered, the next step was to fuse the 4 strands of sword energy within his own immortal slaying sword domain with the corresponding 4 swords, and then strengthen the swords within the array by absorbing new ones. It is worth mentioning that after refining 40 legendary quality immortal slaying diagrams, the power of his own diagram was nearing its limit. The improvements gained from further refinement were now minimal. Gao Yang had a premonition that after refining the 10 diagrams Giuliano had brought, the quality of his immortal slaying diagram would, in all likelihood, experience a leap. The current diagram was at the legendary level. A leap would elevate it to a quasi-divine artifact. By then, the power of his immortal slaying sword domain would reach a terrifying level. The current legendary level diagram could not trap the true body of a deity with weak divine power, but by that time, it should have no problem doing so. And once that time came, his next plan could begin. Gao Yang collected his thoughts, looked at Giuliano before him, and said, "President Giuliano, do not stop the collection of the immortal slaying diagrams and the 4 swords. The more of both, the better. Additionally, I would like your Chamber of Commerce to release a message for me." Giuliano stood before Gao Yang once more, his expression serious as he said, "Mr. Gao Yang, please rest assured. The collection of the immortal slaying diagrams and the 4 swords has been listed as the Chamber's primary strategic goal. As for releasing a message, may I ask what kind of message you wish to broadcast?" Gao Yang looked at Giuliano, his eyes as brilliant as stars, and slowly spoke a paragraph. After listening, Giuliano stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. After a long while, he finally digested the information Gao Yang had just proposed. He then looked at Gao Yang and asked tentatively, "Mr. Gao Yang, isn't this a bit too radical?" Gao Yang did not answer the question, only looking at Giuliano and asking, "Can it be done?" Giuliano's face twisted for a moment. He looked at Gao Yang and gritted his teeth, advising, "Mr. Gao Yang, you really don't need to take such a huge risk. The significance of doing this seems quite small." "No, President Giuliano, the significance of this to me is immense. You wouldn't understand." Gao Yang stared intensely at Giuliano and spoke again, "Now, tell me, can it be done?" Hearing this, Giuliano nodded firmly and said, "Since it is a request from Gao Yang, the Chamber will certainly follow your instructions. Over the next year, the matters you mentioned will spread through the Chamber's caravans and branches to every crystal wall system that possesses a goblin and gnome chamber of commerce." Having received Giuliano's guarantee, Gao Yang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then let us wait and see." Afterward, he flipped his palm, and 30 life source crystals appeared in his hand. Originally, he had less than 20 life source crystals left, but after a trip through the astral realm, the number of his life source crystals had increased back to the standard of 100. 30 life source crystals were not enough for this payment, but Gao Yang did not intend to leave the Qingxi Cave Heaven for the remaining time, so he needed to keep the rest for his own cultivation. "Take these for now. When I finish my cultivation, I will make up the remainder." Giuliano took the life source crystals, a polite smile on his face as he said, "No problem, Mr. Gao Yang. Please rest assured. Don't forget to help me get a top-tier contract scroll from the God of Justice and Contracts." Gao Yang instructed. Giuliano nodded, guaranteeing with confidence, "Please be assured, when you finish your cultivation, the contract scroll will be in your hands as promised. Sorry for the trouble," Gao Yang said. Giuliano waved his hand, saying, "Compared to what Mr. Gao Yang is about to do, everything else is not worth mentioning. In that case, we shall not disturb you any further, Mr. Gao Yang." After Giuliano finished speaking, he turned and walked into the flying shuttle. Gao Yang watched him enter the shuttle. Then with a thought, he pushed the shuttle out of the Qingxi cave heaven. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared at the location where Klagu was. Under the will of Gao Yang, the Kello fruit tree received a deluge of energy from the Qingxi cave heaven. In this environment overflowing with energy, every aspect of the Kello fruit tree expanded at a rapid pace. Currently, the Kello fruit tree had already exceeded 1,000 meters in height, and its horizontal span was just as vast. As for the Kello fruits, they were piled up like mountains. Gao Yang arrived beneath the Kello fruit tree and gathered all the accumulated Kello fruits into his inventory, then returned to the Mingguang Palace. Without pause, he took a step forward and entered the Mingguang pool directly. In the misty waters of the pool, Gao Yang approached the chubby Kun. He reached out to pry open its massive mouth, and then a vast quantity of Kello fruit spewed from his palm, falling into the giant maw of the creature. After finishing this, Gao Yang returned to his previous spot for cultivation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began his deep meditation. There was 1 year and 4 months remaining until the next abyss trial. After subtracting the time he had reserved, he only had a little over a year of actual cultivation time left. If he utilized the Mingguang pool, that would amount to approximately 50 years. This amount of time could not be considered generous. During this period, the cultivation of battle aura and willpower could not be neglected. Furthermore, the most urgent priority was to improve the 9 profound art. It had been some time since he had reached the great perfection of the 7th level of the 9 profound art. In the coming 50 years, he aimed to cultivate it to at least the great perfection of the 8th level. By doing so, he would be very close to mastering the 9th level of the 9 profound art. Of course, during this time, leveling up was also a key focus for Gao Yang. Under the enhancement of the Supreme Yang physique, his constitution and strength had surged significantly. With this foundation, his resistance to aberration had increased once more. Roughly speaking, leveling up 2 or 3 more times should not be a problem. However, he did not intend to level up all at once right now. He still had some time, and spreading out the level ups would allow his physical body to adapt better. As for swordsmanship and the comprehension of laws, among the several major laws Gao Yang was currently comprehending, the law of slaughter was undoubtedly the one he understood most deeply, followed by the law of the sun. Regarding this, it was not that Gao Yang had actively sought to comprehend it, but rather that it had been passively improved through various opportunities. As for space and time, his comprehension of the law of space was far greater than that of the law of time. For now, Gao Yang would continue to focus his comprehension on the laws of slaughter and the sun, as these were important components of his current combat power. After clarifying the direction of his upcoming cultivation, Gao Yang took a vial of plain core solution from his inventory and consumed it. After swallowing it, he began to practice the 9 profound art. An hour later, the plain core solution had been completely absorbed. Gao Yang did not move a muscle and began his battle aura cultivation. After the sun furnace had been upgraded again, his battle aura, after a period of settling, had officially broken through the 2 million mark. Nowadays, he only spent 1 hour a day practicing battle aura. But this single hour of cultivation surpassed several months of training for an ordinary legendary powerhouse. This was because with every session, his total battle aura increased by a triple-digit margin. Similarly, under the enhancement of the Supreme Yang physique, his willpower continued to grow slowly and steadily, even without practicing the eternal undying meditation method. In the Mingguang pool, 50 years of cultivation for Gao Yang, who had obtained the Supreme Yang physique, would undoubtedly result in the greatest improvement to his willpower attribute. This point was beyond doubt and required no questioning. Amidst the methodical cultivation, everything within the Mingguang pool began to return to tranquility. The massive body of the chubby Kun quietly occupied the vast majority of the space, while Gao Yang sat cross-legged in a corner of the Mingguang pool, continuously cultivating and comprehending. Outside, as Juliano returned to the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, a piece of news spread rapidly through the channels of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. It was as if a mountain had fallen into an boundless ocean, and the resulting massive waves spread continuously across the sea known as the multiverse. Centered on the point of impact. Chapter 1063. The tempest sweeping the multiverse. For K. Have you heard? The Lord of Silverlight City has left Silverlight City and officially announced his participation in the Blood War. Just yesterday, someone saw the Lord of Silverlight City board a teleportation array and leave. In a noisy tavern within Silverlight City, 3 young men sat around a wine table, drinking liquid with a rich aroma of malt and fruit while discussing with great interest the very person who owned this city. Silverlight City was the top-tier mega-city in the Zakaria Plain. Its lord, Duke Silverlight, had achieved the legendary rank 370 years ago, and his strength was unfathomable. Why do you think Duke Silverlight would join the Blood War? Although the Duke has long since achieved the legendary rank, is a place like the Blood War somewhere an ordinary person can go. If an accident happens, this massive Silverlight City might just. After the other young man finished speaking, he glanced unobtrusively at the young man opposite him, who was dressed in luxurious clothing and had a face as gentle as jade. Clearly, in this drinking party, this young man, who obviously was not an ordinary person, was the absolute leader and the core of the 3. Upon hearing this, the young man raised the corners of his mouth slightly, set down the glass in his hand with a calm and composed demeanor, and then spoke slowly. "I'm mere Silverlight City, that is all. Duke Silverlight's journey to the Blood War this time is for a possibility. A possibility. What kind of possibility could make a legendary powerhouse risk such a huge danger to go to the land of the Blood War?" The eyes of the other 2 young men lit up, the curiosity and shock in their eyes almost turning into something tangible. The reaction of his companions greatly satisfied the young man's vanity. Facing their persistent questioning, he coughed lightly and said with an affected air, "This matter is of great importance. The clan leader specifically instructed us that it must not be leaked unless necessary. You are my best friends, so it is fine to tell you about this. But remember, do not spread this matter any further, otherwise, not only you but even I might be punished. Do you understand?" The other 2 at the wine table nodded quickly upon hearing this, promising that they would never leak the matter. Seeing this, the young man felt much more at ease. He then spoke in a low voice. "You should all know that for mere mortals like us, the end of the path of cultivation is the legend rank. Although the path of legend is vast and boundless, no matter how far one climbs, one remains a mortal in the end." The reason Duke Silverlight headed to the Blood War is because he received a piece of news. As he said this, the atmosphere at the tavern table suddenly grew heavy. His 2 companions widened their eyes, their throats bobbing involuntarily, as if the young man's next words would touch upon secrets at the level of the multiverse. That news is that in a few months, on the main battlefield of the Blood War, the plane of infinite portals, an opportunity for godhood will appear, an opportunity that, if seized, would guarantee one the ability to become a deity of intermediate divine rank. The young man's low voice was like a thunderclap on a clear day, a sudden surge of waves on flat ground, causing his 2 companions' minds to shake violently and their eyes to glaze over. An opportunity for godhood, to become an intermediate divine rank deity. Their breathing suddenly grew rapid. For the vast majority of mortals in the multiverse, the distance between them and a deity could only be described by one word: unreachable. Even the rank of legend, in the eyes of most mortals, was no different from a god. Achieving the rank of legend was already the dream of most mortals. As for ascending to godhood, that was a thought they never dared to entertain. Tales of gods existed only in ancient books, the oral accounts of the elderly, and ethereal rumors. But now, they were truly and tangibly coming into contact with information regarding a god. Their city lord, Duke Silverlight, who had achieved the rank of legend over 300 years ago, had resolutely stepped into the Blood War to compete for that so-called opportunity for godhood in order to transcend the mundane and become a deity. This kind of determination, this kind of courage, after understanding the full scope of the matter, anyone would feel a sense of reverence. How could an opportunity for godhood be obtained so easily? Not to mention that it was an opportunity for godhood located within the Blood War, which would inevitably attract the attention of a great number of legends. Even gods themselves would cast their gazes upon this battlefield that had persisted for who knows how long. This opportunity for godhood would inevitably become the absolute focus of the Blood War and even the entire multiverse from here on out. Surrounding this opportunity for godhood, a series of bloody storms would surely erupt. At the thought of countless legends fighting madly and disregarding their lives in the Blood War for that opportunity, Their hearts could not help but twitch violently. They could not even imagine what kind of tragedy and shock such a scene would entail. While his companions were lost in shock, the young man quietly left. The moment he stepped out of the tavern, the corners of his mouth curled upward even further. This was a gluttonous feast sweeping across the multiverse. This was a storm of slaughter where countless legends vied for supremacy. And he, along with the tens of thousands of existences like him, were the catalysts of this storm. Countless legends would set off for the blood war because of the news they had spread. And consequently, they would perish in the blood war, perhaps after countless ages, in some hidden corner of a library, on a page of a dust-covered, heavy tome. The complete course of these events would be recorded. But for now, under the shadow of the opportunity for godhood, nothing else mattered. He composed himself, walked out of the tavern, and quickly disappeared into the streets, the outlands, the town of Plaguehorn. This place was one of the two major entrances to the infinite abyss, and its existence dated back to times beyond record. Click. Crisp footsteps fell, kicking up a puff of dust. A tall figure emerged from the green mist and walked straight to the entrance of Plaguehorn. Before the guards at the entrance could speak, a magic crystal was flicked from the stranger's hand. The guard caught the magic crystal and allowed the tall, cold figure to pass between them, stepping into the town of Plaguehorn behind them. Only after the tall figure had completely vanished from sight did the guards at the gate begin to chat. That killing intent. It was truly terrifying. I wonder which crystal sphere system he crawled out of, one guard said, lowering his voice. Who's to say? Another legend. Lately, legends have been appearing like they're worthless. In the past, you'd only see one every few days, but now hundreds appear in a single day, another guard replied. Following that, a third guard continued. Hey, isn't it all because of that rumor that an opportunity for godhood will appear in the blood war? How can anyone actually believe such a thing? I heard this matter was spread through the gnomish and goblin merchant guilds, and it seems to have even been verified by the god of justice and contracts. The authenticity doesn't seem to be an issue. A fourth guard countered. That's right. So many legends can't be fools. If this news weren't accurate, how could they be scrambling to get here and head to the blood war? The first guard nodded and said, it's truly unimaginable. If I were to get that opportunity for godhood, would I be able to become a god instantly? An intermediate divine rank deity. The second guard's eyes shone with anticipation. Stop dreaming. You're just a transcendent. And you dare to covet that. Be careful, or the legends in town might hear you and kill you on a whim. Yes. Right. Seemingly wary of the legends in town, the four guards immediately stopped their discussion and stood back at their posts at the entrance. What was happening in Plaguehorn was not an isolated case. After the news of the opportunity for godhood spread, traffic surged dramatically at Sigil, the River Styx entrances, and even the major interstellar transit hubs. As traffic surged, everyone noticed that the once rare legendary powerhouses were now appearing in droves, as if they were worthless. Some even saw legendary powerhouses who had been famous in the crystal sphere systems hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Those terrifying, elderly legends, exuding an aura of decay and twilight, with eyes so clouded that the whites were barely visible, made people shudder just by looking at them. Regardless of whether they were young legends or those in the twilight of their years, their ultimate destination was the blood war. For the sake of that nearly certain opportunity to ascend to godhood, almost every legend with such ambitions had set out for the blood war, all for the sake of that singular moment, on Earth. Within the Qingshu Cave Heaven at the Qingshu Hall, a flying shuttle came to a halt before the magnificent palace gates. Giuliano and Matthew stepped off the vessel. Matthew's eyes were filled with complexity as he looked at the grand hall before him, remarking with deep emotion, Giuliano, I truly cannot imagine what level of self-confidence it takes to broadcast that kind of news. Giuliano's face still wore that professional yet inoffensive smile. He looked at Matthew and said, that is precisely why he is Gao Yang, the scourge sword master known throughout the multiverse. Matthew shook his head, still finding it difficult to comprehend. That is the divine spark of an intermediate deity. Even a mortal who has never stepped onto the path of cultivation could become a god simply by obtaining it. I cannot imagine anyone being able to resist a temptation of that magnitude. What of it? The backer of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, that god of 10,000 golden gears. Did he not die at the hands of Gao Yang? Yuliano stepped forward. Since Mr. Gao Yang possesses the strength to slay a weak deity, then an intermediate deity is not so far out of reach for him. If he were to truly fuse with a divine spark, I fear that would be the one thing Mr. Gao Yang could not accept. Matthew paused in his tracks. He naturally understood the meaning behind Giuliano's words. A divine spark represents supreme power, but it also signifies an unbreakable shackle and cage. To reject a divine spark, to reject becoming a god, means that the only way to continue moving forward is to constantly climb higher on one's own path of transcendence. What immense self-confidence! Matthew shook his head and followed Giuliano into the Qingshu Hall. Inside the Mingguan Hall, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in midair. His body had swelled to several times its original size at some point, and it was still undergoing violent contortions. As if dozens of frenzied giant elephants were trapped beneath his skin, willpower, nearly liquid in form, flowed from Gao Yang's body, completely enveloping him. No matter how his body twisted and deformed, it never suffered any damage. As time slowly passed, the intensity of his bodily contortions began to subside. Another half-hour passed, and his body returned completely to normal. Only then did Gao Yang open his eyes and exhale a breath of stale air. Immediately following this, the Omniverse Network notifications appeared before his eyes in accordance with his thoughts. Omniverse Network important notification. Legendary character class unique God of War class level has increased to level 32. Omniverse Network notification. You have received a legendary class baptism. Your life essence, attack bonus, willpower intensity, and relevant basic resistances have received a medium level permanent increase. Omniverse Network notification. The peak nourishment trait has been activated. This life essence increase is boosted by 500%. Omniverse Network notification. Life essence increase successful. Distortion resistance successful. Physical distortion probability 1%. Current physical distortion probability. Omniverse Network notification. Successfully resisted distortion 3 times. Peak willpower activated. Character-related physical willpower checks come 1. Physical potential rank come 1. Omniverse Network important notification. You have gained 1 legendary attribute point. Omniverse Network notification. You have gained 1 legendary class skill point. For a full year and 1 month, Gao Yang had been cultivating in the Mingguang pool, and the results were truly staggering. In terms of levels, for instance, he had risen from level 29 a year ago to level 32 today, having undergone 3 instances of peak nourishment and successfully resisting distortion 3 times during that period. He had also gained 3 more legendary class skill points, and even 1 legendary attribute point. Moreover, over these 50+ years, he had cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to the 8th level of great completion. Of course, as the price, the plain cores in his possession had been entirely consumed, serving as the nutrients for the advancement of the 9 arcane art. Without the massive amount of energy provided by the plain cores, the advancement of the 9 arcane art would not have been so rapid. One must understand that the further one progresses in cultivation, the slower the speed becomes. As a top-tier cultivation method, the difficulty of practicing the 8-9 arcane art only increases. To be able to advance a major level in 50 years was already the limit. Gao Yang took a moment to steady himself, then added the newly acquired legendary attribute point to his strength. The familiar pain emerged, but Gao Yang's gaze remained without the slightest ripple, calmly accepting it all. Half an hour passed, the pain gradually faded, and Gao Yang opened his Omniverse Network panel. His personal information appeared before him. Name, Gao Yang. Class, Unique God of War LV3 to health points, Battle Chi 5,600,000 to 5,600, Strength, 43 greater than 4 for Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, Charisma, Perception, Willpower hidden, 40 for greater than 45. Free attribute points, 0. Transcendent attribute points, 0. Legendary attribute points, 0. Legendary skill points. Legendary reputation. Looking at the personal information before him, a flash of indescribable satisfaction crossed Gao Yang's eyes. After 50 years of arduous cultivation, the greatest improvement was in his total pool of battle chi. A total of 5 million battle chi was enough to be called legendary by the vast majority of legends. Chapter 1060 For the time has come for K. After 50 years of arduous cultivation, Gao Yang had converted all his resources into his own strength. Plane cores, life essence crystals, and various fragments had all been transformed into the nutrients for his growth. The time has come. Inside the Mingguang Hall, Gao Yang looked at the Mingguang pool before him and whispered to himself. The next instant, his body vanished from the hall and appeared before the Qingshu Hall. Here, Giuliano and Matthew had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Gao Yang appear so abruptly, Giuliano remained very calm, though Matthew, being here for the first time, felt his aura fluctuate slightly. Before Matthew could catch his breath, Giuliano's voice already rang out, "Mr. Gao Yang, we meet again." Gao Yang nodded slightly, then looked at the two high-ranking officials of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce standing before him and asked, "It has been a year. How is the progress?" Matthew looked toward Giuliano, who stepped forward, the smile on his face having vanished. "Mr. Gao Yang, the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce has done everything in its power to carry out your instructions. Currently, out of the 1,376 crystal spheres involved with the chamber, 90% have received the relevant news, and 60% have already completed the detailed dissemination of that information. However, the results of doing so have been exceptionally exaggerated." Gao Yang looked at Giuliano, waiting for his report. Giuliano paused for a moment before continuing. According to incomplete statistics, over 3,000 renowned legendary figures have entered the Blood War Zone through various entrances. Among these renowned legends, there are some you might be interested in. Gao Yang nodded and asked casually, 3,000 renowned legends. But what about the many legends who are not as well known? Some legends retreated in the face of difficulty, while others may be hiding in some corner of the Blood War, waiting for the opportunity to ascend to godhood to appear, Giuliano said, then continued. Within the Chamber's intelligence network, we have compiled a list of legendary powerhouses who are at the immortal level and have been famous for a long time for your reference. With that, he took out a palm-sized communicator and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out to take it, then changed the subject. Has the contract regarding the God of Justice and contracts been synchronized and distributed? That contract was the proof Gao Yang used to gather so many legends. It was no longer possible to cultivate step by step to deal with the upcoming encirclement by the gods. Therefore, Gao Yang's choice was to use the Blood War, staking his own life and everything he possessed as chips, to engage in a death match with those legends who had heard the news and come to kill him. He would use their lives and blood to forge a path to the heavens. As for whether this was suspicious of fishing for victims or killing the innocent, Gao Yang did not waver in the slightest. He had already bet his life and all the wealth he possessed on this. If they were not tempted by this, they would never have appeared in the Blood War Zone. Those who could appear in the Blood War Zone must have already prepared themselves to pay the price of their own lives for the qualification to ascend to godhood. And the prerequisite to achieving all of this was to slay him, the holder of the divine spark. Gao Yang had always believed that as long as a person could bear the consequences, they could do anything. These legends came to the Blood War Zone to seize the opportunity for godhood, which meant they were already prepared to bear the consequences of failing in the struggle. Therefore, he felt no psychological burden in killing these legends who attempted to slay him. Of course, a complete divine spark of an intermediate deity was not only craved by legends attempting to ascend, some weak deities and even other intermediate deities were equally covetous. Gao Yang's method was to use the contract of the God of Justice and contracts to anchor the divine spark, Yang Yao, the control of the floating city, and various treasures in his inventory. Only by completely killing him could an existence of intermediate deity rank or lower trigger this highest level contract and obtain the intermediate divine spark, the alien deity Yang Yao, and the floating city. If a powerful deity were to disregard their reputation and forcibly intervene to kill him, then everything would turn to dust and vanish. Not only that, but the power of the contract from the God of Justice and contracts would form a backlash, directed straight at the perpetrator. Even powerful deities would not want to touch such a backlash, because the divine backlash of the God of Justice and contracts was like a deadly poison to the faith of other gods. Sufficient countermeasures and strict conditions for triggering the contract were the rules Gao Yang had set for this battle, where he had staked everything. Only by killing him within the rules could one obtain the final reward. Exceeding the rules meant gaining nothing. It has already been synchronized and distributed. It is precisely because of that contract that so many legends have come, Giuliano said with a nod. In reality, before that contract was made public, the number of legends who were restless was far more than 3,000. But after seeing the contract of the God of Justice and contracts and the reward of an intermediate divine spark, many legends ultimately chose to give up. How could someone who could produce an intermediate divine spark and use the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce to launch a storm that swept across the multiverse be an ordinary person? If they did not have absolute confidence in their own strength, how could they possibly possess a complete intermediate divine spark? Therefore, rather than throwing their lives away for nothing, it was better to watch from the sidelines. Some came and some left, and in the end, those who remained were these 3,000 plus long-renowned legends. Gao Yang nodded and said, "Then let it be so. Have the immortal executionary diagrams and the immortal execution swords been brought?" There are 45 legendary quality immortal executionary diagrams, but only 9 immortal execution swords, Matthew said from the side. After speaking, he wiped his ring and took out all the immortal executionary diagrams and the 9 collected immortal execution swords. Gao Yang reached out and took them all. After absorbing more than 60 immortal executionary diagrams, his ray had still not broken through to the quasi-artifact level, and he still only possessed the 4 immortal execution swords he had refined at the very beginning. This made Gao Yang realize that his immortal execution sword domain still had significant room for improvement, though the difficulty of doing so was also exceptionally high. Therefore, he continued the collection of the ray diagrams as usual, despite his original intention to stop. After putting the items away, Gao Yang looked at the 2 men before him and said, "My supply of life source crystals is currently exhausted, but I still have some magic gems. Do you intend to accept the magic gems as a substitute, or would you prefer to wait until my supply of life source crystals is replenished?" "Mr. Gao Yang, you are too kind. It is the honor of the entire chamber to serve you. The life source crystals are not urgent. You need not worry," Giuliano said with a smile. "Are you kidding me? Magic gems are merely common hard currency, but a crystal of life essence is a treasure of inestimable value. Don't even mention waiting for a period of time, even if it meant waiting for years or decades. Anyone with a sound mind would only choose the crystal of life essence. The former can be obtained as long as one has resources, while the latter, even if one is incredibly wealthy, is impossible to acquire without the corresponding channels and connections. Ever since the crystal of life essence appeared, it has, in a very short time, replaced all the various life-extending items that had appeared in the multiverse, becoming the most famous life-extending treasure, and it comes with absolutely no side effects. It is precisely because of the existence of the crystal of life essence that the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce was able to eliminate the severe turmoil caused by Gao Yang in such a short time and re-stabilize its own position. Gao Yang glanced at Giuliano, then said calmly, "It is decided. You must have some guesses about what I am going to do next. I am not even sure if I can survive the level of slaughter involved. If I die in the upcoming events, your crystals of life essence will go down the drain. If it were magic gems, the magic gems I have deposited in your Chamber of Commerce should still number over 10,000. Facing Gao Yang's gaze, which was so calm that it was almost devoid of any ripples, both Giuliano and Matthew lowered their heads at the first moment, looking at the bright floor beneath their feet, their hearts trembling. After a few seconds, Giuliano pulled the corners of his mouth with difficulty, looked up at Gao Yang, and said very seriously, "Mr. Gao Yang, you don't have to do this. I have already made this decision, and I will not change it. Furthermore, it is just a bit of resources. Neither you nor the Chamber of Commerce cannot accept it. But, as a friend, I still hope you can think it over more. You are still very young and have plenty of time in the future. There is no need to take such a radical approach." "That is correct, Mr. Gao Yang. This is also what I think," Matthew added immediately, looking at the 2 Chamber of Commerce presidents with their serious expressions. Gao Yang just smiled and said, Have the two presidents brought the magic gems? I need to exchange them. Giuliano and Matthew looked at each other, then nodded. Seeing this, Matthew's ring flashed, and a large number of magic gems appeared beside them. Before long, a small mountain made entirely of magic gems appeared. Mr. Gao Yang, there are a total of 20,000 magic gems. The extra portion is something Giuliano and I prepared specifically for you, hoping it can be of some help to you. Since that is the case, then many thanks. Looking at the magic gems beside him, Gao Yang nodded and did not refuse. 20,000 magic gems are an extremely considerable fortune for any legend or any faction. He believed that with these gems, he would attract even more legendary powerhouses. We have delivered the items, so we will not disturb you any further, Mr. Gao Yang. Seeing this, Giuliano spoke decisively. Every minute and every second is extremely important to Gao Yang now. With every extra bit of time, he grows stronger, and his chances of survival increase. As the people who most hope for Gao Yang to survive, they naturally understand this logic. Gao Yang nodded, and the two quickly left the Qingshu Cave Heaven. Until the two had completely left Earth, Gao Yang took a step and arrived at the Ironwood Martial Arts Arena. The Mingguang Pool can only be used for cultivation. Things like refining the Immortal Executioner map can only be done outside the Mingguang Pool. And this martial arts arena was his first dojo. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation blue jade, Gao Yang took out an Immortal Executioner map and began to refine it step by step. At the same time, he summoned the system panel and opened the Abyss Trial module. The Abyss Trial, 74 days 14 hours 25 minutes 23 seconds. There were still 2.5 months until the next Abyss Trial, and Gao Yang planned to set aside 30 days to go to the blood battlefield for this life or death battle. Blindly practicing in seclusion cannot lead to the peak, especially for a legend like Gao Yang who is comprehending the rules of slaughter. Only constant fighting with all one's might, and life and death struggles without holding back are the fastest ways to comprehend the rules of slaughter. This point could be seen from the slaughter seal he had obtained. In these 50 years of cultivation, the slaughter seal obtained from Teju had already been used by Gao Yang, but the improvement gained was not obvious, or rather, the improvement gained from comprehending the rules of slaughter gave Gao Yang a sense of emptiness, like looking at flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water, which made him unable to apply it to his own combat system. Therefore, only life and death struggles near the limit can maximize the realization of the rules of slaughter. At the same time, after killing an enemy, everything the opponent possesses will become nutrients for his own improvement. Only in this way can Gao Yang's strength, after the accumulation of hard cultivation, be rapidly improved without hidden dangers. At the same time, setting a 30-day limit was a restriction for himself, and also a limit for the other legends who would come to try to kill him. If there were no time limit, perhaps some would remain in a state of waiting forever, but now, a clear and definite time limit would tell all existences attempting to make a move against him that if they wanted to kill him, they must choose the right time to enter the fray. Otherwise, the opportunity to become a god would move further and further away as time passed, until it disappeared without a trace. Of course, the restriction he set for himself was naturally because of the Abyss Trial. The Abyss Trial, 34 days 10 hours 54 minutes 10 seconds. Gao Yang woke up from his cultivation again. After 40 days of practice, he had completely mastered his now improved body and had also fully absorbed and refined the Immortal Executioner map and the 4 Immortal Execution swords brought by Giuliano and the others. He opened his eyes, looked at the golden red sun high above his head, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then took out 2 portions of Kui Python rations to begin eating. The main ingredient of the Kui Python simple meal is the flesh and blood of a quasi-saint level Kui Python. Although the richness of the energy within it does not quite compare to the core solution of a plane, it is not far off. As a daily food source for replenishing energy, it is extremely suitable. He knew clearly in his heart that once he stepped into the blood war and personally ignited this storm, he would not have a single moment to pause, only through ceaseless slaughter. By thoroughly killing all those who coveted his prize or being killed by those covetous ones, could he find rest. Before heading to the site of the blood war, he had to adjust his state to the peak. Mouthful after mouthful, Gao Yang ate the Kui Python simple meal in a leisurely manner. After drinking a mouthful of life spirit wine, Gao Yang stood up, took a step, and his figure vanished from the Qingxi cave heaven. This time, he did not intend to bring anyone else along. Chapter 1065. The storm begins. In the silent night sky, a streak of light rose from the earth, heading straight for the horizon, and finally exploded at an altitude of several dozen meters. The dazzling brilliance bloomed, illuminating the night sky. Following that, streaks of light rose continuously from all corners of the earth shrouded in darkness. The light from the blooming fireworks lit up the night sky, and also illuminated the figure standing on the clouds in the night sky. Gao Yang stood quietly above the clouds, looking down at the fireworks blooming continuously on the land below, his gaze peaceful. Ever since he connected to the multiverse system, the spring festival he used to look forward to no longer seemed worth anticipating, and he no longer craved such brilliant fireworks. But amidst these flying fireworks, he still felt an indescribable joy. It was a sense of expectation and longing for the future, as well as a summary and release of the past. After taking a deep breath of the familiar air, Gao Yang's body gradually faded into the clouds. On the ground, the fireworks continued to bloom. In the sky, the figure had already departed. Sigil, the City of Doors. The City of Doors belongs to an area of absolute neutrality. When Gao Yang came here last time, although the races living here were diverse, there were not many conflicts or quarrels between them. But this time, after walking in the City of Doors for only a few minutes, Gao Yang could clearly feel that the residents within the city were much more irritable now. And on the streets, the number of legendary level professionals had clearly increased. However, compared to the tension and unease he felt when he arrived in the City of Doors last time, Gao Yang now carried himself with ease, his gaze peaceful and devoid of any negative emotions. It was as if this place was not a gathering place for 10,000 races or a location fraught with crisis, but rather his own living room. Gao Yang's demeanor naturally fell into the eyes of other pedestrians on the street, but clearly, no one would take the initiative to come forward and look for trouble with him. The presence of such a bearing meant that he was either wealthy and noble, or he possessed immense power himself. But regardless of the situation, this person was not someone to be trifled with. Gao Yang walked through the streets of the City of Doors, stepped into a portal with practiced ease, and vanished from the city. His combat boots stepped onto the black soil. Gao Yang looked up at the blood-red sky, then withdrew his gaze. This is Pazunia, also known as the Plane of Infinite Layers. Of course, it has a name famous throughout the multiverse, the Blood War Frontline. Gao Yang walked on the Plane of Infinite Layers, his posture still relaxed. Even though this place was filled with chaotic, bloody, and violent energy, and even though an inseparable stench of blood rose to the sky, it still could not affect him in the slightest. He walked through the air in this unhurried manner, moving straight in one direction. That was the boundary between the Plane of Infinite Layers and Avernus, the first layer of the 9 hells. That was the dividing line between the abyss and the hells, a bronze fortress spanning an endless distance. When Gao Yang stepped onto this boundless plane, the war cries forced out by endless slaughter tore through the sky, the violent sound waves reaching deep into the soul. In such an environment, no creature could maintain its sanity for long. Gao Yang's arrival did not have the slightest impact on the battle currently taking place. He was a great distance from the bronze fortress, walking calmly along the edge of the battlefield. Before long, he arrived at a temporarily deserted part of the plain. Standing here, one could not see the never-falling bronze fortress, nor could one see the giant pit leading to the abyss. On this plain, there was only dark red soil that seemed as if it would ooze foul, bloody water if one stepped on it. Gao Yang stopped at random and took out a kui python simple meal to begin eating. Even while situated in such a bloody place, it did not affect his appetite in the slightest. Soon, the simple meal was finished. With a gentle puff of battle aura, the packaging of the meal was shattered. Gao Yang stood up tall, and an ancient parchment scroll appeared in his palm. This was the contract scroll of the God of Justice and Contracts, and also one of the highest tier contract scrolls. On this contract scroll, the methods for obtaining a medium divine power godhead and all of Gao Yang's own wealth were recorded. Gao Yang raised his hand slightly, and the contract unfolded immediately. The invisible power of the contract began to spread. causing this contract scroll to begin emitting dense fluctuations of divine power. The appearance of these divine power fluctuations in this chaotic blood war battlefield was still captured by certain entities in an instant. Perceptions spread, gazes were cast, and the threads of fate vibrated in a mere instant. Everything happening here had been detected by various entities. When they saw the black-haired youth wearing form-fitting combat armor, all these entities were stunned. Following that, when their gazes fell upon the contract scroll floating in front of the black-haired youth, the rumors that had been sweeping through the multiverse during this period naturally surfaced in their minds. A medium divine power godhead, the possessor of the opportunity to become a god, had appeared in the land of the blood war. The moment this information surfaced, it exploded like a storm within the consciousness of these entities. Suddenly, a spine devil covered in pale bone spurs transformed into a pale white streak of light and vanished from the battlefield. Its eyes burned with tangible cold white flames, and the bones on the outer layer of its arms began to extend and aggregate, transforming into a giant bone blade over 10 meters in length. It stirred up gusts of violent wind, creating a vacuum channel tens of meters wide wherever it passed. A ferocious killing intent radiated from its hideous frame, and cold, white energy coalesced into an arrow-shaped orb, hurtling toward the position where Gao Yang stood, watching the black-haired human standing motionless in place. The cold white flames in the bone demon's eyes surged violently. Its 10-meter-tall body let out a thunderous roar, and the entire frame shrank by a full circle amidst the booming sound. Though its body had shrunk, the density and texture of its bones, and even the concentration of its energy, increased several times over in an instant. The hideous bone spurs even tore long-lasting, pitch-black fissures into the incredibly stable space of the blood war battlefield. It intended to use the power of an immortal legend accumulated through 1,000 years of slaughter to kill this human before anyone could even react. It, the Grand Duke of Bones, would ascend to godhood today. Rumble. The cold white energy burned intensely, and the blood-colored sky seemed to be stained with frost, turning into a sheet of cold white as if a silent, freezing current of annihilation had arrived. Whoosh! From within the freezing current, a bone-covered palm suddenly reached out, gripping a hideous bone blade 10 meters long. The bone blade swept horizontally, like a comet streaking across the sky. The boundless freezing current followed its motion, dragging out a chilling blade light 1,000 meters long. Wherever the blade light passed, the tyrannical, bloody energy existing between heaven and earth was instantly extinguished. Only the boundless killing intent condensed into a blade, crashing down toward the figure standing upon the earth. Clack, clack, clack. As the blade swept across, ripples spread out before the edge, and the void began to roll back on both sides. As if sliced open by the sharp blade, the entire earth groaned, and vast amounts of foul, bloody water were squeezed out from the soil. In just an instant, the once flat land had nearly transformed into a vast ocean of blood. In the distance, the entities who sensed this scene were horrified as they watched the plain turn into a sea of blood under that single strike. A single strike. And it was actually this terrifying, decisive, indeed. Gao Yang turned his head to look at the pale blade light sweeping toward him, instantly understanding the devil's intent. He reached out with his right hand, and the silvery white greatsword of eternal radiance appeared in his grasp. With a casual wave, he swung the greatsword from right to left. This strike had no overflow of energy. It was so ordinary that it looked as if a common person were simply practicing a sword swing. Seeing this, the Grand Duke of Bones felt the cold white flames in its eyes surge once more. Its 5-meter-tall body compressed again, leaving less than 2 meters. In this instant, its power had increased to 10 times what it was before, and fine, dense cracks appeared all over its tempered bone body. After this strike, its body would completely shatter. This strike was one of no retreat. Clang, blade and sword collided, but the anticipated shockwave did not occur. In the perception of the many entities present, that plain and remarkable sword strike felt like an ancient divine mountain. The blade that had almost extinguished heaven and earth collided with it, and without even stirring up a ripple, it was instantly torn to shreds. The greatsword severed the bone blade, the break as smooth as a mirror, and continued on with undiminished momentum, passing through the body of the Grand Duke of Bones and extinguishing everything of its existence. The intact bone skull, along with a small portion of its shoulder, flew high into the air before falling powerlessly in front of Gao Yang. The cold white flames burning in its eye sockets had vanished without a trace, replaced by an indescribable shock and a sense of calm. The moment the blade and sword touched, it understood that it was no match. To die at the hands of such an existence could be considered a life not lived in vain. Chapter 1066, Declaration for K Comprehensive Network Notification. Hunting Divine Office activated successfully. This hunt is complete. You have obtained Origin Crystal of Life *3, Agility Fragment *1. A comprehensive network notification appeared. But Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest, as if the being he had just killed was not an immortal legend, but the most ordinary of mortals. He calmly plunged eternal radiance into the blood-soaked earth beside him and gazed into the distance. The entities who sensed this scene, watching the figure standing there leaning on his sword, all gasped in cold air. The Grand Duke of Bones was no nameless nobody on this blood war battlefield. On the contrary, its reputation was extremely high, as an immortal legend who had fought in the blood war for over 500 years. Its prestige was enough to make children in the prime material plane stop crying. The shocking strike from just moments ago was something even many of the entities present were not confident they could fully withstand, let alone resolve as casually as Gao Yang had, even going so far as to behead the Grand Duke of Bones and extinguish its entire existence with a single stroke, with just one sword strike. The strength of that human had been fully revealed. This level of strength was definitely not something they who could not even guarantee a victory against the Grand Duke of Bones could hope to challenge. Thinking of this, many entities silently withdrew their gazes, marking this place as a forbidden zone in their hearts and intending to stay as far away as possible. Sensing the prying gazes on him beginning to diminish, Gao Yang, who had been standing motionless, suddenly raised a hand. Those prying eyes followed his movement and landed on his right hand. The next instant, a glimmer of pearly white radiance bloomed from his palm. A rhombic crystal quietly appeared in Gao Yang's hand, still emitting a captivating, pearly white glow beneath the blood-colored sky. That pearly radiance was so smooth, so alluring, as if it were the most lethal poison in the world, drawing the gaze of every entity that sensed it. A difficult swallowing sound echoed, followed by a sudden increase in intense, heated prying. Gao Yang felt the gazes from all directions, his expression remaining calm. He held the medium divine power Godhead aloft, stepping into the high sky as if climbing a heavenly ladder. With the contract scroll hovering beside him, Gao Yang stood in the high sky, overlooking the endless blood-colored plain below. After taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. The medium divine power Godhead is right here. If you want to ascend to godhood, if you want to transcend the mundane, come and try to kill me. I will wait here for 30 days. During these 30 days, as long as you can kill me, the Godhead is yours. As he spoke, Gao Yang waved his hand once more. Intense magical fluctuations erupted beside him, and magical gemstones of various colors poured down from his side like a torrential rain. Kill me, and these 20,000 magical gemstones will also be yours. Kill me, and this divine artifact will also be yours. Kill me, and the floating city I possess will also be yours. Kill me. Do not worry about how to obtain these treasures after killing me. Under the reinforcement of the power of the contract, it will follow the agreement and deliver these treasures into the hands of the person who killed me. You only need to do one thing, and that is to kill me with all your might, supported by battle chi. Gao Yang's calm voice pierced through time and space, resounding across 1,000 miles of the surrounding area. Every living being within that 1,000-mile radius heard these declarations, which were more seductive than the whispers of devils. Every creature could not help but turn their gaze toward the direction from which the voice originated. Beneath that blood-colored sky, a colossal, heaven-supporting phantom seemed to occupy their entire field of vision. Above the sky-covering hand of that phantom, a rhombic divinity floated quietly, and beside the phantom, countless magical gemstones shimmered brilliantly. Behind the phantom, the outline of a floating city seemed to loom in and out of existence. Finally, everything emitted a wisp of aura that merged into the contract scroll on the phantom's shoulder. This meant that the phantom's declaration had already established a contract. As long as one killed him, they could obtain all of this: transcendence, becoming a god, eternal immortality. As long as they killed this human, The ultimate dream hidden within the genetic level of every intelligent being could be realized in an instant. The battle outside the bronze fortress gradually ceased. Even the demons, whose blood was filled with chaos and destruction, abandoned the chance to sever the heads of their enemies within reach at this moment. Turning around to look toward the location where the voice had originated, the battlefield, stretching to the edge of the horizon, was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only the heavy, ragged breathing of those unable to suppress their excitement and desire echoed over the battlefield. Faced with this temptation that was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single step, those demons who had nothing left in their minds but slaughter and destruction were the first to lose all reason. A hoarse roar erupted, and the silent battlefield instantly boiled over. Countless demons, like beasts in heat, sprinted wildly toward Gao Yang's location. This movement seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Whether they were demons, devils, humans, dwarves, or elves in the vicinity, all merged into that vast, surging torrent, driven by irrepressible desire. They gripped their battle blades and magic wands tightly, scrambling to run forward. During this process, even though devils and demons were natural enemies, they ran side by side without any fighting breaking out. All intelligent beings were simply running for their lives, wanting to reach the battlefield at the first possible moment to tear that figure to pieces. Gao Yang stood high in the sky, overlooking the blood-colored earth below. He saw that the originally vast and empty land was now surging with a black tide that stretched to the edge of his vision, followed by the earth-shaking roar of footsteps. The tide formed a ring, layer pushing against layer, constantly tightening toward his location. This scene did not exceed Gao Yang's expectations, or rather, this was a necessary scene after the declaration was issued. The arrival of these beings was not without meaning. At the very least, the deaths of these lives would let those legends who had specifically come to the blood war know of his arrival. Gao Yang gripped his right hand in the air, and Yang Yao appeared in his grasp. In this brief moment, a Balor demon, nearly 8 meters tall with 4 sturdy legs, had already charged within 1,000 meters of Gao Yang. Its eyes flashed with violent and destructive light, and the battle blade in its hand, dripping with dark red gore, sliced through the air with a shrill whistle. It roared fiercely, its 4 feet stomping heavily on the blood-colored earth. Its massive body, like a meteor, crashed toward Gao Yang with unparalleled momentum. The battle blade in its hand was raised, as if it intended to kill Gao Yang with a single strike the moment they collided. Just as it leaped into the air, charging toward Gao Yang, a sword aura filled with lightning struck first, instantly piercing through its chest. Immediately afterward, dazzling lightning spread across its entire body. When the lightning transformed back into sword aura, the 8-meter-tall Balor demon had vanished without a trace, and that lightning sword aura had expanded more than several times over, falling into the forefront of the tide without losing its momentum. The moment the lightning sword aura fell into the tide, it revealed its own terror. The sword light continuously devoured life, using everything from those lives as nutrients to strengthen itself, constantly splitting, devouring, and splitting again. Looking down from Gao Yang's position, one could see a web of thunder rapidly weaving itself together, wherever it passed. No life survived. With just a single sword strike, all the lives rushing toward this spot were wiped out, leaving only charred remains and broken weapons and armor across the ground. System notifications refreshed frantically before Gao Yang's eyes. Although the vast majority of this tide was composed of beings below the legendary rank, Gao Yang gained not a shred of EXP from killing them. However, within this tide, there still existed some legendary powerhouses who were holding back. It went without saying that these legendary powerhouses wanted to hide within the tide, waiting for the right moment and position to launch a surprise attack on Gao Yang. Unfortunately, while their plan was not wrong, they lacked the strength to execute it. Under the lightning sword aura, these legendary powerhouses were no different from anyone else. It was merely a round of casual slaughter. Yet Gao Yang had harvested over 40 life essence crystals, 3 strength fragments, 1 constitution fragment, and 1 agility fragment. Having wiped out the tide with 1 strike, Gao Yang landed back on the ground and waited quietly. The declaration had been issued, and the news would inevitably sweep across the entire blood war in a very short time. Those legends who had been waiting for a long time would certainly not let this opportunity pass. In at most half a day, he would be plunged into an endless battle. until he died or until he had killed every single intruder. While Gao Yang waited, news of the person carrying the opportunity to attain godhood seemed to sprout wings, sweeping through every region of the bloodstained lands at a near manic speed. This caused a vast number of legendary powerhouses to rush to the front lines of the bloodstained lands, appearing within Gao Yang's range of perception. These legendary powerhouses possessed formidable auras, their bodies radiating intense energy fluctuations. There was not a single weakling among them, however. They merely stood at a great distance, gazing at Gao Yang while maintaining a safe distance from the other legends. In this competition, there could only be one final winner. Therefore, beyond Gao Yang, the holder of the opportunity to attain godhood and the initiator of this storm, they had to be even more vigilant against the other legends who had arrived. No one wanted to be the mantis. Everyone wanted to be the oriole that caught both the mantis and the cicada in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this that, despite dozens of legends arriving in just half a day, they remained restrained and no battle had yet broken out. These people were not making a move, but that did not mean Gao Yang would not. One must know that his ultimate goal in coming here was to engage in a life or death struggle with these legendary powerhouses. He had staked everything, and what he sought, naturally, was everything they possessed. Under the gaze of dozens of individuals who were, at the very least, peak legends, Gao Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged on the blood-stained earth, slowly rose from his solid foundation of battle aura. As he stood up, in the eyes of the many legendary powerhouses, it was as if they saw a towering mountain rising from the ground, its heavy shadow enveloping them all. Boundless killing intent surged into the sky, and wherever the shadow passed, it caused goosebumps the size of sesame seeds to erupt on the skin of those with slightly weaker strength. Gao Yang stood on the earth, looking straight ahead. Yet, this plain and unremarkable action made the legends scattered around him feel as if he were locking eyes with each of them individually. Since you have all come, why not make a move? Do you really think I will wait for your numbers to keep increasing? The moment his voice fell, Yang Yao appeared automatically in Gao Yang's hand. The group of legends surrounding Gao Yang felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts at these words. But in that very instant, Gao Yang had already vanished from their perception. This disappearance was too abrupt, leaving no trace to follow. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Gao Yang appeared before an orc legend. And the moment he appeared, the Yang Yao in his hand slashed down directly at his head. Swoosh! Without the slightest resistance, this orc, peak legend, was sliced into by the sword. The high amount of true damage directly shattered his life essence and soul. He was dead beyond any hope of recovery. Gao Yang dismissed the system notifications before his eyes, his body flickering as he appeared beside the legend closest to the fallen orc. With a simple horizontal slash of Yang Yao, he severed that legend's head, in the blink of an eye. Two legends had been slaughtered without the slightest chance to resist. Such a horrifying scene filled the remaining legends present with fear. The few legends on the outermost perimeter, seeing that the situation had turned sour, turned and fled. A layer of magical light on one of the mages shattered, and he instantly flickered and vanished from where he stood. Seeing the elegant teleportation of that legendary mage, the eyes of the other legends turned bloodshot. But no matter how envious they were, they could not perform such teleportation magic and could only resort to their own methods to flee for their lives. Yet, the next instant, the few legends attempting to escape all involuntarily came to a halt. The mage who had just flickered and vanished appeared 1,000 meters away, his body trembling violently from the surge of magical power. Yet he could not stop the shattering of his life force. Embedded in his body were blades of sword chi that appeared substantial. These sword chi had sliced his body into fragments of varying sizes. With a soft sound, the magical light on the mage shattered like a soap bubble, and his body collapsed instantly like a row of dominoes, turning into a small mountain of flesh and blood. Gao Yang walked among the many legends, his voice calm. Everyone, make your move. Do you think this is a place you can come and go as you please? When you stepped onto this land, you were left with only one choice, and that is to kill me with everything you have. Otherwise, you can only be killed by me. The reason that legendary mage could not escape was naturally because Gao Yang had already deployed his Juxian sword domain while he was waiting. Now, 100-kilometer radius centered on him was entirely under the control of his Juxian sword domain. Under the suppression of the Zhuxian sword domain, any legend who stepped within his 100-kilometer range would be sensed by him and simultaneously enveloped by the domain. However, Gao Yang had not used the Zhuxian sword domain to attack, he had merely used it to suppress space, making it difficult for the legends who entered this range to escape. Kill him, otherwise, none of us will survive. Under Gao Yang's relentless pressure, a legend finally roared, and violent battle or erupted without restraint. Chapter 1067 Slaying the Prodigy for K. That is more like it. I staked everything to lure you here, not to have you act timidly and end up picking the fruit at the end. Gao Yang walked calmly across the blood-stained earth, and while speaking, he nonchalantly pulled Yang Yao out of the chest of a female dwarf legend. The female dwarf legend had been pierced through by Yang Yao, her life essence completely drained. Yet she unexpectedly did not die. Instead, her battle aura exploded violently, with only the whites of her eyes visible. She acted like a crazed lioness, swinging her pot-sized fists to strike Gao Yang again and again. Boom boom! Her fists landed on Gao Yang's body, emitting thunderous roars, and the surrounding space exploded with rings of tangible power shockwaves. Gao Yang glanced at her and threw a punch without mercy. The punch was like a sword, and the space beneath his fist shattered rapidly. As the punch landed, the head of the female dwarf legend exploded like a watermelon. Gao Yang calmly withdrew his hand, took a step, and vanished once again from the perception of the many legends. The existence of flash assault granted him unparalleled mobility, and with the support of a series of specializations, this mobility was almost impossible to restrict, especially for these legendary powerhouses. Facing Gao Yang in this state, nearly 80 legendary powerhouses at the peak legendary level or above were simply unable to put up any effective resistance. The engagement lasted only an instant. After a single sword strike, their bodies perished and their souls were extinguished. It is worth mentioning that among the nearly 80 legendary powerhouses present, only 3 were true spellcasters. Here, true spellcasters refer to those professionals who do not rely on the magic web, but instead rely on their own research to master spell models and elements to cast various spells. This type of spellcaster had a wide variety of methods, and even if they could not face Gao Yang head-on, they still managed to delay him for quite some time. Half an hour later, Gao Yang returned to his previous position and sat down cross-legged once again. At this very moment, dozens of broken and mangled corpses had been added to the original blood-stained earth. Those who could become peak legends, even if they did not prioritize their physical bodies, possessed a level of physical strength that was incomparable to ordinary transcendent professionals. As long as they were not deliberately destroyed, the corpses could remain intact for a long time under the influence of residual energy. Although Gao Yang's attacks would simultaneously sever the target's life essence and soul consciousness, the destructive force to the physical body itself was not very great. Thus, the remains of these powerhouses fell upon this blood-stained earth, like individual tombstones, exposed before the eyes of the world. The fluctuations of the battle here were extremely intense and could not escape the perception of those with ulterior motives. 50 kilometers away, many newly arrived legends wore grim expressions, but at the same time, there was a trace of indelible astonishment. With their level of strength, a distance of 50 kilometers was not exactly close at hand, but it was not unreachable either. They naturally sensed the battle that had taken place, and the result of this battle left the legends who had arrived here feeling deeply shocked. Nearly 80 legends had all died at the hands of that human in just half an hour, each of them meeting a miserable end. How could these legendary powerhouses who had just arrived here not look solemn in the face of such a terrifying record? However, although these legends felt grave, no one retreated. While they were shocked by the strength Gao Yang had displayed, they still possessed absolute confidence in the power they themselves mastered. Before truly engaging in battle, no one felt they were weaker than anyone else. This was the basic quality possessed by true powerhouses. Under the gaze of these newly arrived legends, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, his consciousness already probing into his inventory. A full 77 legendary powerhouses had contributed 103 life essence crystals to him, along with a total of 23 attribute fragments of various types. And fortunately, among so many attribute fragments, no single attribute exceeded 10 pieces. This was not a problem, as more and more legends arrived here. The number of attribute fragments in his hands would only continue to grow. All he needed to do was to keep waiting. Waiting until the number of legends who arrived was sufficient for him to harvest them all in one go. It was just like leeks. One cannot let the leeks grow too much. Nor can they be too few. If there are too many, the leeks will become old. And if there are too few, it is not worth the effort to strike. According to Gao Yang's estimation, gathering about 50 legendary powerhouses at once was the optimal number. Killing legendary powerhouses of this scale would not consume too much of his time, nor would it allow these legends to escape this blood-stained earth. After sensing the situation slightly, the number did not meet his expectations, so Gao Yang sat quietly in place, not moving a muscle. But just because Gao Yang did not move did not mean the legends who arrived here would follow his rules. Less than half an hour later, a blue, bone-chilling cold air surged from the horizon, freezing the earth and sealing the land for 10,000 miles wherever it passed. In just a few blinks of an eye, the owner of this aura rushed into Gao Yang's immortal execution sword domain, and without slowing down, headed straight for him. Gao Yang turned his head to look at the icy blue cold air that was rolling in like an ice dragon with an imposing momentum. In his perception, the immortal execution sword domain even showed slight stagnation with the arrival of this legend. The temperature of that azure cold air was too low, even within the immortal execution sword domain. It still caused a certain degree of impact on the space within the domain and the domain itself. The sound of footsteps stopped 100 meters away from Gao Yang. The azure cold air slowly dissipated, and a tall, slender young man walked out from within it. In his hand, he held a long spear that was entirely ice-white. Gao Yang looked at him without making a move immediately. This young man exuded a sense of arrogance and sharpness from head to toe. He did not look very old, but the aura he radiated was very formidable. Various signs indicated that the young man before him was a genius, a true genius. While Gao Yang was sizing up the young man, the latter spoke, "Hello, Disaster Swordmaster, I am Lin Feng." It was a very ordinary self-introduction, but Lin Feng's next sentence made Gao Yang's eyes narrow slightly. "Remember my name, because you will die by my hand." Lin Feng stood there like a solitary peak piercing the clouds, his entire body radiating a sharp aura. The cold air piercing the space around him like needles until it was riddled with holes. "You are so brave. Do your elders know about this?" Gao Yang's tone was as if he were walking down the street and saw a naughty child throwing firecrackers into a manhole cover. It was calm as water yet carried a sense of condescending superiority. Lin Feng's face did not change in the slightest. Though the cold air radiating from his body became even more turbulent, it was clear he understood the meaning behind Gao Yang's words. He lifted his chin slightly, squinting his eyes as he looked down at the seated Gao Yang, and said, "Sharp-tongued. I hope your reputation is as sharp as your tongue." Gao Yang chuckled. He looked at the young man not far away and suddenly said, "You've been talking for so long. Why haven't you made a move yet? Are you afraid?" As the words fell, Gao Yang saw Lin Feng's expression turn visibly ugly. Seeing this, Gao Yang shook his head with a smile. He had guessed correctly. A genius as proud as Lin Feng would never choose to stop and test the waters with words after having broken through with such unstoppable momentum to reach striking distance. The only reason was that the other party had sensed he was no simple opponent, and the caution in his heart made him afraid to strike with everything he had right from the start. Now that Gao Yang had pointed it out directly, it was only natural for his expression to turn sour. However, in just an instant, Lin Feng's expression returned to normal, as if the previous ugliness had been nothing more than a pretense. He looked at Gao Yang and said very earnestly, "Swordmaster of natural disasters, I admit that I was reckless. Your strength far exceeds my imagination, and it was my fault for offending you. Please, for the sake of my master, Saint Bingyu, forgive me this once." Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, though in reality, he was not in direct contact with the earth. Beneath him was a platform of battle chi only the size of a chair seat. He looked at Lin Feng and praised, "Able to bend and stretch, you certainly don't have the baggage of a so-called powerhouse. Having a saint as a master gives you a solid background, which is likely one of the reasons you feel so fearless." Lin Feng showed no signs of arrogance. Facing Gao Yang, who sat cross-legged on the ground, he merely nodded in silence. He had already determined that he was no match for Gao Yang. If they were to truly fight, he feared he would not last 100 moves before being slain by the other man's sword. By that time, his Saint Master and his quasi-saint beloved would all vanish like bubbles in a dream. He was still young, a mere 300 years old. His future was still very bright. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. He had not come here on purpose. Rather, a fellow sect member had inadvertently leaked the news to him. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the cold air around his body rapidly receded. He lowered his head and said very sincerely, "Senior Swordmaster, whether you believe it or not, this junior came to the blood battlegrounds this time because I was framed by a villain. Please forgive this junior this once, my master, and I will surely offer a generous reward in the future." Gao Yang looked at him, his expression remaining calm. "I have felt your sincerity." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly looked up at him with anticipation. Under his gaze, Gao Yang said slowly, "However, what does that have to do with me? What is a saint's generous reward to me? If the strength I displayed had not exceeded your expectations, would you still be speaking to me here so calmly, or even obsequiously?" Lin Feng was stunned, subconsciously simulating Gao Yang's words in his mind. The result was that, at this very moment, he might have already cut Gao Yang down with his spear. At this thought, Lin Feng's face suddenly tightened. He looked at Gao Yang and asked, "Does Senior Swordmaster mean there is no room for negotiation? Although you are young, your actual age should not be small. You should understand that for every action taken, one must bear the corresponding price." Under Lin Feng's gaze, Gao Yang slowly stood up and said, "Take me, for example. If you had killed me, I would have no complaints. It would simply mean my skills were inferior. However, since you have already come here, it means you were prepared to die. If I kill you, I am merely fulfilling your own will. As for begging for mercy once you realize you cannot win, your elders should have taught you that, most of the time, such things are of no use." As the words fell, Gao Yang stood completely upright, and Yang Yao naturally fell into his hand. The moment Yang Yao was in his grasp, boundless killing intent erupted, enveloping Lin Feng from all directions. Gao Yang stood calmly in place, yet the aura he radiated made him appear as towering as a mountain. He lowered his eyes to look at Lin Feng, who was 100 meters away, and spoke slowly. "Considering your cultivation was not easily attained, and that you called me senior, I will let you strike first, kill me, and you will not only survive, but you will also gain wealth beyond your imagination." Hearing this, Lin Feng gripped his long spear tightly with his right hand. The cold air around his body suddenly contracted, and in the next instant, it erupted violently. Before Gao Yang's words had completely faded, he had already seized the initiative to strike. A humming explosion rang out, and the 10,000-meter radius turned into a sheet of icy white in an instant. The howling cold wind was mixed with fine ice shards, and terrifying spear intent merged within it, enveloping Gao Yang with the silent, pervasive force of spring rain. Gao Yang was exactly as he had claimed, allowing Lin Feng to strike first. The endless spear radiance struck the surface of his body, emitting a series of crisp, rapid sounds. Within the storm that obscured his vision, a great spear that seemed to merge with heaven and earth pierced through space, reaching the center of Gao Yang's brow in an instant. With one strike, the center of Gao Yang's brow was instantly pierced. At the other end of the great spear, however, Lin Feng showed no joy. He shook the spear with force, and the Gao Yang who had been pierced suddenly shattered. A very decisive strike. The voice rang in his ear, and the hair on Lin Feng's body stood on end, with goosebumps like copper peas rising across his skin. Endless wind and snow gathered at his side, meeting the silver-white great sword that was slashing horizontally. Swoosh! The great sword easily sliced through the wind and snow, continuing toward Lin Feng's neck without losing momentum. At the critical moment, cold air surged around Lin Feng, and his body shifted dozens of meters to the side, barely dodging Gao Yang's sword. Before he could even catch his breath, the sword pressure descended upon him once more. He looked up and saw the silver-white great sword following him like a shadow, slashing down toward his head. Lin Feng held his spear with both hands and let out a sudden roar. The tip of the spear rose like a dragon emerging from an abyss, defying the momentum to bite at the descending Yang Yao. Clang! The spear tip and the sword blade collided, Lin Feng's eyes widened to their limit, and his arms, which held the spear, shook uncontrollably. Only at the moment of impact did he realize just how wrong he had been. The force of the great sword in the hands of the person before him was too terrifying. The moment they touched, his own tempered body showed signs of shattering. He did not doubt that if he continued to insist on clashing head-on with the other party, his arms would be completely shattered by the relentless, massive force. Lin Feng decisively let go. The long spear, having lost the reinforcement of his power, was split right down the middle by the silver-white greatsword as if it were a stalk of sugarcane, instantly turning into two halves. Seeing this, Lin Feng was struck with immense shock. He didn't even have time to feel the heartache of losing a quasi-innate spiritual treasure, which had been destroyed so easily. Having severed the spear with a single strike, Gao Yang swung his sword again, the blade heading straight for Lin Feng's neck. Without his spear, no matter how much effort Lin Feng made, he could not block this descending strike. A flash of sword light passed, and a head soared into the sky. Chapter 1068, Slashing the Dead End. Lin Feng's fine head flew into the air, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Deep within those unwilling eyes, crisscrossing cracks appeared. That was the manifestation of the damage dealt to his soul by true damage. The terrifying true damage contained within Gao Yang's sword strike had directly shattered Lin Feng's soul, rendering the several resurrection methods he had prepared completely useless. This was something Lin Feng had never expected, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Sword chi like a waterfall washed over Lin Feng's headless body. As the sword light dissipated, Lin Feng's body also vanished into the air. Gao Yang held Jiang Yao, watching the opponent's head fall powerlessly from the sky, and shook his head with great regret. This person was not weak, but the gap between him and Gao Yang was still far too vast. Not to mention the reinforcement of unique specialties. Even in terms of basic attributes, the disparity was immense. Gao Yang estimated that Lin Feng's main attribute was only around 40 or 41 points. Although that was already extremely formidable, compared to him, it was far too lacking. As for himself, his main attributes alone were already 40 com, and his will attribute was as high as 45 points, coupled with the 1.25 times attribute multiplier from his series of unique or god legendary class specialties. His various main attributes were all around 50 points during combat, not to mention other buffs. The sheer suppression from attributes alone was something a genius like Lin Feng could not compensate for. At their level of disparity, battles were often decided in the blink of an eye. After killing Lin Feng with one sword, Gao Yang did not sit back down. His figure disappeared in the eyes of the many legends who had just arrived, and immediately reappeared beside the nearest legend. Since they had already come, he might as well finish them all off to save himself from having to move later. A moment later, Gao Yang returned to his original spot and sat down cross-legged. Across the entire blood-colored land, those corpses had all been pressed into the soil by him. He had no intention of destroying the bodies, but he could not let over 100 legendary corpses remain exposed on this blood-colored plain. If too many people died, it would breed fear, causing those who might have come here to abandon the idea. And after this round of slaughter, he had finally gathered another 10 attribute fragments. Constitution fragment 14, agility fragment. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang directly refined and fused these two types of fragments. More than 10 minutes later, a constitution gem and an agility gem appeared in Gao Yang's hands. He looked up at the blood-colored sky and sensed the legends who had once again appeared within the Zhuxian sword domain. Then, without hesitation, he wrapped the two attribute gems in his battle chi and began to refine them. This area had been cleared in a short time, and those newly arrived legends would not be so quick to come and test him. This amount of time was enough for him to finish refining these two attribute gems. The facts were as he expected. Half an hour later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and the attribute gems in his hands had disappeared. Constitution 43 gives 44, agility 35 gives 36. With his attributes improved once again, Gao Yang looked into the distance, a look of anticipation appearing in his eyes. In less than a single day, his attributes had already increased by 2 points. At this rate, in the next 29 days, his attributes could even double. However, he only thought about this briefly. After all, The drop rate for attribute fragments was only 17%. Based on the number of 3,000 legends, the total number of attribute fragments he could harvest would be around 500. Converted into attribute points, that would be 50 legendary attribute points. But from this, one had to subtract the secondary attributes that were of less use to him. Among them, intelligence and perception could not even be used even if he obtained attribute gems, because they had not broken through the legendary attribute limit. If 50 legendary attribute points were divided equally among the 6 major attributes, the average for each would be around 8 points. Gao Yang lowered his gaze to the ground in front of him, not to mention an increase of 8 points each in strength, constitution, and agility. Even if each increased by 4 points, or even a total increase of 8 points, it would be a world-shaking improvement for him. In the comprehensive network, for every point added to an attribute, it increased the existing foundation by half. If all 8 points were placed into the strength attribute, his strength would be a full 25 times higher than it was now. His current strength could already be described as world-destroying. If he increased it by another 25 times on this foundation, perhaps he could threaten gods with powerful divine ranks purely through his physical body. This was because his strength was not just strength. His physical potential rank and physical body rank were also sufficiently high. Come quickly. Perhaps this storm can be even more violent. Gao Yang gazed into the distance, his black and white eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. He wanted to make this storm more violent. He wanted to attract more legendary existences to come here. Perhaps, among these arriving existences, there would be people from the Pantheon. No, not perhaps, but definitely. The people of the Pantheon possessed all kinds of unique specialties. The mastery of these unique specialties made them far more formidable than ordinary comprehensive network players. Their formidable combat power brought them intense self-confidence. And this intense self-confidence would make them feel that they could solve any problem. For the members of the Pantheon who knew his background, what he was doing was no different from declaring to them, "I am right here. If you have the ability, come and kill me." Perhaps high-level members of the Pantheon like the Blood God would not take action directly. But the members of the Pantheon who followed their will would definitely not let this opportunity pass. It was not just about performing in front of the high-level officials. There was a more realistic point. Killing him would allow one to obtain a unique specialty, and quite likely more than one. At this thought, Gao Yang opened his right hand, and a blood-colored crystal appeared in his palm. It was a life source crystal. He raised his hand slightly, and the life source crystal flew above his head, floating quietly over that contract scroll, standing opposite the mountain of magic crystal gems on the other side. This was not the end. Following the appearance of the first life source crystal, one blood-colored crystal after another flew out from Gao Yang's hand. In the blink of an eye, exactly 100 life source crystals gathered above the contract, emitting life fluctuations so dense they seemed inseparable. These life fluctuations were so vibrant that for legendary powerhouses in their youth or prime, they could only be described as a rare treasure. But for those legendary figures in their twilight years with little lifespan remaining, these vibrant life fluctuations were like poppies exuding a fatal temptation. This allure was even more lethal than the shimmering diamond-shaped god had situated directly above the scroll. After all, the vast majority of legends who could live to the end of their lifespan were basically aware of the secret that faith was poisonous. For these legends reaching the end of their lives, becoming a god was not the ultimate pursuit. But if they could extend their lifespan, no one would refuse. Those elderly legends who came to the land of blood war did so because their lives were nearing an end. Yet they were unwilling to die. So they planned to fight for the godhead. But now, Gao Yang had given them a better choice. The life source crystals had not been around for long, but they spread extremely quickly, even if some had not heard of them. Once he brought out so many life source crystals, the legends present naturally knew exactly what these blood-colored crystals were. The crimson light bloomed with a radiance even redder than the blood-colored sky, reflecting upon the entire land and making it appear increasingly bloody. Looking at the newly appeared blood-colored crystals above Gao Yang's head, the legends peering from a distance were stunned, and they immediately recognized what those blood-colored crystals were. Their gazes fell upon that neatly arranged pile of crimson crystals. After a moment, they lowered their eyes to the man sitting cross-legged on the ground, as calm as a deep well. After a while, A 5-meter-tall minotaur with bulging muscles ground his flat teeth back and forth. He then shouldered a giant axe and turned to walk away, saying as he went, "Madman, whoever wants to participate in this can go ahead, but I no longer have the heart for it." The minotaur's retreat was noticed by many legends. A werewolf standing upright not far from the minotaur bared his teeth and asked, "Mad Emperor, giving up just like that?" The minotaur's footsteps stopped. He twisted his massive head and stared fixedly at the werewolf who had just spoken. His sky-piercing horns shimmered with a piercing, cold light. "Little wolf cub of the Wogu family, even if your ancestor came, he would have to call me Grandpa. Next time, remember to call me Ox Ancestor when you run into me, otherwise." The moment the minotaur spoke, his massive body crashed through space and appeared in front of the werewolf. A pair of crimson ox eyes stared down at the werewolf, and his wide-open mouth revealed 2 rows of flat teeth shimmering with cold light. The werewolf narrowed his eyes, looking up to meet the gaze of the minotaur who almost completely enveloped him. "I would not mind having a little snack." After the minotaur finished speaking, he shouldered his wheel-sized giant axe and, with each step leaving a footprint, quickly disappeared over the horizon. The departure of the minotaur known as the Mad Emperor did not cause a herd effect. The remaining legends stayed rooted to the spot, their eyes flashing with eager light. If some of them had initially come here with a give-it-a-try attitude, that mindset had now completely vanished, replaced by naked greed and a desire for possession. But no one was the first to act. No one was a fool. Nearly 2 days had passed since they received the news and arrived here. During these 2 days, legendary powerhouses had definitely arrived. But the final result was that the initiator of this opportunity to become a god was still sitting there perfectly fine, while the legendary powerhouses who had arrived were nowhere to be found. It was not hard to guess what had happened during that time. Another half-day passed, and the number of legends who had arrived exceeded 50. Of course, these were only the ones in the open. Many legends were hidden in the shadows, peering at this place through various means. Gao Yang did not care about these so-called prying eyes. For him, as long as they did not step into the 50-kilometer range he had set, they were not on his kill list. The minotaur who left earlier fell into this category. The opponent had entered his immortal slaying sword domain but had not entered the 50-kilometer attack range. For legends of their level, a distance of 50 kilometers was equivalent to 100 meters for ordinary people. It was considered entering the attack range. Since the opponent turned and left in time, Gao Yang naturally would not stop him. Just as Gao Yang was preparing to cultivate, an elderly figure suddenly stepped into the attack range he had established. Sensing this, Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked toward the other party. It was an old man with a massive frame, estimated to be about 2.5 meters tall. However, the skin on this old man's body was loose, almost skin and bones. The skin on his face was covered in brownish-black age spots. His breath was turbid, and his hair was gray-white. But those eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Without a doubt, this was an old monster who had reached the end of his life and was nearly on the verge of complete extinction. After stepping into the attack range, the other party was in no hurry to continue forward. Instead, he opened his mouth and said slowly, "Since you all are unwilling to be the first to act, then let this old man give it a try. This old man has no interest in becoming a god. But I do have some lingering attachment to this bustling world. Life source crystals are a rare and good thing." The old man's voice was very soft, yet exceptionally firm. As the sound was emitted, living beings within hundreds of miles could hear it. Since the old man has spoken, naturally, his opinion must be respected. The old man's voice faded, and after a moment, a sound of unknown origin spread across the battlefield. The old man's loose skin twitched, revealing a smile terrifying enough to make a child cry. Like an ordinary old man, he took a single step, crossing a distance of 50 kilometers to arrive before Gao Yang. He stood in front of Gao Yang, looking him up and down, and remarked with great admiration, "Truly a young successor. Young man, how about making a deal with this old fellow? Sell me a few life source crystals, and I will turn around and leave immediately." Gao Yang looked at the old man before him, but instead of answering, he slowly stood up. Only after he was fully upright did he look at the old man and say calmly, "There is no need for you to go to such trouble, old man. Kill me. And all of these will be yours, a fine young man. Are you not afraid that I might beat you to death? The old man asked with a laugh. It would have been better if he hadn't laughed, but as he did, his entire face became covered in wrinkles between the crisscrossing lines. The face of an evil spirit slowly emerged, looking extremely horrifying. Gao Yang gripped his palm, and Yang Yao appeared. He looked at the old man opposite him and said, "How would I know without trying?" The earth trembled, and deep, bottomless cracks appeared across a radius of 10,000 meters. Blood that had soaked into the soil surged into the sky. The old man radiated a dark light, and under the illumination of the blood-red sky, his muscles, which were so full they seemed ready to burst, shimmered with a metallic luster. His right hand held a warhammer. The commotion just now was caused by the collision between the warhammer and the greatsword. Gao Yang held his sword with one hand, steadily catching the old man's abrupt hammer strike without the slightest change in his expression. The old man's eyes were pitch black. Seeing this, he swung the great hammer again, aiming to crush Gao Yang's skull. In every movement, there was not the slightest trace of mundane effort. There was only power boiled to the extreme and an intent of destruction. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 violent roars, the warhammer crashed heavily into the earth. Chapter 1069. A powerhouse of the mechanical system for K. The warhammer slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth that had already been compressed into an iron-like plate. Blood overflowed from the cracks, gathering at the base of the hammer. The old man stood before Gao Yang, his eyes showing no regret or sorrow, only the relief of someone who had found release. Young man, people grow more afraid of aging as they get older, and more afraid of death. It is no exaggeration to say that when I was your age, I never once considered that there would ever be a day when I would die. But as time passed, and one after another of my friends and family died, I inevitably felt the power of time. This old man, I am afraid. The old man's pitch-black eyes held a sense of nostalgia as he whispered like a delirious person. Thinking back now, I should have died a long time ago. But because I was attached to this world, I ended up doing many wrong things. Young man, I must thank you. If it weren't for this move of yours that caught my attention, I shudder to think what I might have done next. Gao Yang looked at the one-armed old man, not rushing to strike, but listening with interest. In short, thank you, young man, for solving a difficult problem for me. The one-armed old man sighed softly, then suddenly turned around. His dark gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, landing on a flying ship beyond the horizon. On this flying ship, which was barely 100 meters off the ground, a middle-aged man with a similarly tall build looked toward the center of the battlefield with a solemn expression. As their gazes met, the middle-aged man turned his head slightly to look at the ground below, but the relief in his eyes was evident. The one-armed old man withdrew his gaze, sighing as if speaking to himself. Very well, you can rest easy now. This old man is finally going to die. Are you finished? Gao Yang's voice sounded from behind the one-armed old man. I am finished. Sorry for the trouble, young man. The one-armed old man nodded and said. The moment his voice fell, a flash of sword light swept across his neck. The expression on the old man's face froze, and his body, drained of all strength, fell forward into the pool of blood. Yang Yao vibrated gently, shaking off the blood stained on its blade. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at the dead old man with some surprise. System prompt. Hunting divine job successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have obtained power fragment *3. This was the first time that the hunting divine job had successfully activated without yielding any life source crystals. Gao Yang looked at the old man, who had returned to a skin and bones state like a deflated balloon, and seemed to understand something. The old man before him had reached the end of his life, and his life source was nearly exhausted. When the opponent's life source is dried up, it is like trying to draw water from a parched well with a bucket. Naturally, one would get nothing. However, although the old man's life source was depleted, his strength, honed through thousands of trials, had not diminished much. The gain of 3 power fragments allowed Gao Yang to fuse them directly into a power gem, increasing his own strength by another point. Gao Yang looked down at the warhammer beside the old man, paused for a moment, and reached out to grasp the long handle. The moment his fingertips were about to touch the metal handle, his body suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. The next instant, centered on the spot where Gao Yang had been standing. The earth within a 1,000-meter radius transformed into a mass of dark mire. The moment this dark mire appeared, it erupted with unparalleled suction, pulling the surrounding soil, blood, and even space until they were distorted. Gao Yang's eyes shone with a brilliant radiance of will, and he slashed down with his sword, his expression calm. With one strike, the dark mire was split down the middle, and that astonishing suction vanished instantly. After the strike, Gao Yang tilted his head, and a leech-like creature, half mechanical and half flesh, flew past his cheek. Wherever it passed, space was easily sliced open. It was not until the leech had flown quite far away that a nearly imperceptible sound of breaking air reached Gao Yang's ears. Gurgle! Golden red solar battle chi flowed unrestrainedly from Gao Yang's body, as if a great sun were suspended in the sky. The space in this area began to twist and boil, emitting dense sounds like water bubbling in a pot. As the temperature here rose sharply, some of the incoming attacks were melted away by this terrifying heat before they could even reach Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked up at the suddenly darkened sky. It was a massive palm burning with scarlet flames that completely covered him and a 10,000-meter radius around him. The flaming palm crashed down, and wherever it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. Clang! A sword cry soared into the sky, and a 10,000-foot sword aura shot upward, slicing through the flaming palm with the force of a hot knife through butter. The moment the flaming palm was severed, the entire hand shattered with a boom, and endless lava, carrying surging demonic power, erupted violently. The roar shook the heavens, and a tangible shockwave surged recklessly in all directions. The space and earth within a 10,000-meter radius were swallowed by this explosion, directly turning the area into a pitch-black vacuum hole. Within this vacuum hole, a brilliant, proud sun bloomed with infinite light. Inside that light, Gao Yang stood holding his sword. Kill him! A fanatical roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, countless attacks surged toward Gao Yang from all directions like a tidal wave. After witnessing Gao Yang cleanly and efficiently slay a veteran immortal legend with 3 strikes, no one was willing to fight him alone anymore. Instead, they unanimously chose to gang up on him. For a time, energy attacks, physical attacks, and rule-based attacks surged toward Gao Yang like waves, one after another, as if they intended to completely drown him with this massive volume of assaults. However, the vast majority of these attacks were melted by the terrifying high temperature once they entered within 1,000 meters of Gao Yang. Only the most condensed attacks, or those involving a deep understanding of rules, were able to break through this range. Gao Yang's heart stirred. He stopped the counterattack he was about to initiate, sat down cross-legged, placed Yang Yao across his knees, and began to maintain the existence of the battle chi sun. During this process, attacks continuously exploded around him, releasing terrifying energy fluctuations. These energy fluctuations submerged his location and twisted time and space, making it impossible for other legends to perceive his condition. Since these legends had already begun their siege, Gao Yang did not intend to kill them immediately. The more people who joined the siege, the more it would embolden other legends. Gao Yang would not overlook the fact that outside this blood-colored plane, there were still many legends hiding in the shadows. Luring these cautious legends out and then wiping them all out at once was a more time-saving and effortless method for him. Rumble! In the center of the blood-colored plane, the originally flat ground was now completely shattered under the raging energy. Above the blood-colored sky and beneath the broken earth stood legendary powerhouses with powerful auras and energy fluctuations as deep as the sea. In the center of the encirclement of all these legendary powerhouses was a dead, silent vacuum hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Inside this vacuum hole, there was only a sun emitting a dim radiance. It has been 3 days. Why is this person's defense so strong? On the periphery of the energy fluctuations, a very fat, massive man over 5 meters tall spoke with some fear. His head showed no signs of flesh and blood structure. It was almost entirely composed of living metal. A pair of protruding mechanical eyes shone with red light, and the energy furnace in the center of his chest continuously emitted heat waves, providing energy for his body. While speaking, a cannon barrel nearly 10 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter emerged from his back, aiming at the sun in the vacuum hole, and fired a scorching red shell. The shell pierced through space, and in the blink of an eye, It exploded around the sun. The resulting space storm destroyed all the remnants of the attacks that had reached the vicinity. Watching his attack have no effect at all, the mechanical giant ground his steel teeth. Amidst the harsh friction, a glimmer of fierce light shot out from his mechanical eyes. As a powerhouse of the mechanical branch on the technological side, Yulin's strength had already reached the upper limit of the technological path. His flesh and blood body had long been replaced by his current mechanical body in the past years. The mechanical body provided him with powerful strength and almost infinite energy, but the price was that his upper limit was locked. Without the addition of stronger materials and more powerful energy cores, his strength could no longer continue to improve. More importantly, over a long period of time, in order to ensure the purity and vitality of his personal consciousness, he had continuously performed logical editing on his own consciousness to form his own logical closed loop. But it was precisely because of this operation that his consciousness inevitably assimilated with the machinery. If this continued, Yulin's fate would be to completely merge with his mechanical body, eventually turning into a high-level intelligent robot. At that point, he would no longer be a living being, but an intelligent robot possessing the memories of someone named Yulin. As an immortal legend of the technological side, Yulin could not accept such an outcome, which was the reason he came to the Blood Battle Land. Since he could no longer climb to the peak of power through his own efforts, he could only choose another way to continue existing. As long as he killed that sun and seized the godhead to fuse with it, he could discard this current mechanical body and forge a divine body for himself through divine power, existing eternally as a god. And now, this was the moment he was most likely to kill that sun. Yulin did not know what the person inside the sun looked like, nor did he know how strong that person was. But these things were not important to him at all. The opponent was still staying in place without making any moves, which, for Yulin, was the best time to attack. He could recklessly accumulate his own power to strengthen his attacks, ultimately unleashing a strike that far exceeded his limits. As this thought flashed through the active metal processor in his metal brain, the red light in Yulin's eyes faded, and then the energy furnace in his chest began to accelerate its operation. Yulin stared at the sun, which was growing increasingly dim under the siege of many within the vacuum black hole. He took a cigar he had treasured for hundreds of years from his folded space, bit down on it, and lit it. Amidst a point of red light, he took a deep, sharp drag. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The thick cigar burned rapidly. With Yulin's movement, the nearly half-meter-long cigar was consumed entirely, leaving only a stub of less than 10 centimeters between his teeth. Feeling the nicotine, tinged with the scent of machine oil, rampaging through his metallic lungs, the red glow in Yulin's eyes suddenly flared intensely. A plume of thick, deep blue smoke erupted from his metallic nasal cavity, transforming into two long, sneaking trails of smoke that shot out into the distance. Ever since he had mechanized his entire body, Yulin no longer needed to eat. As a former human, smoking was the only way he could still experience what it meant to be alive. Feeling his processor begin to run at high efficiency under the influence of the nicotine, Yulin revealed a ferocious grin. He then spread his feet apart, and the folded space embedded in his legs rapidly expanded. Click, click, click. A massive number of metal bases emerged, embedding themselves directly into Yulin's legs. Following this, more and more mechanical components appeared, beginning to link with every part of his body, like an assembly process. In just a few seconds, Yulin's original metallic body was no longer visible. In its place was a massive metallic construct crouching upon the earth. It resembled a giant steel beast, its entire body radiating a cold, hard metallic luster. Between the gaps in the metal were thick circuit conduits and energy channels, with azure energy coursing wildly through them. Yulin was positioned at the core of the metal fortress, under his control. A pitch-black cannon barrel, fully 100 meters long and 3 meters wide, extended from the split metal shell, appearing like the savage fangs of a steel beast, seething with endless killing intent. Heap, 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 heap. Rapid, electronically synthesized sound rang in Yulin's ears. In just 3 seconds, Yulin had completely locked onto the sun. Now, let the multiverse witness the mechanical might capable of slaying a god. The red glow in Yulin's eyes surged. With a look of fanaticism, he took a metal rod, only 1 meter long and as thick as a wrist, from his folded space. One end of the metal rod was conical, while the other was a flat cross-section, resembling a bullet. This metal rod was something Yoren had spent a century forging and fusing, extracting the essence of 10,000 legendary alloys. In terms of material alone, it far exceeded the legendary and quasi-divine artifact levels. It was a metal truly capable of forging a divine artifact. This was also the contingency plan Yoren had prepared for himself. By using it to slay a true god, he could plunder their godhood and ascend to godhood himself. Click! Amidst the heavy sound of the chambering, the metal rod was loaded by Yoren into the 100-meter-long cannon barrel. Asher energy began to converge from all parts of the metal fortress toward the barrel. Circle after circle. The speed grew faster and the frequency higher. The surrounding space distorted and deformed involuntarily under this massive, condensed energy fluctuation, radiating waves of destructive aura. At the base of the cannon barrel was a conspicuous gauge. As the energy filled it, the gauge began to climb rapidly, and the pitch-black muzzle began to leak Escher energy, forming an energy halo resembling a star. Chapter 1070, Detonation, Bloody Battle for K. Yoren, located in the center of the metal fortress, looked at the holographic screen in front of him. The extremely high temperature caused by activating the extreme overload state was causing his body to show signs of irreversible melting. Yet, he felt nothing. His pair of protruding mechanical eyes stared fixedly at the sun trapped within the vacuum black hole, the red glow in his eyes growing more intense as the gauge climbed. The energy core within his chest was running frantically, emitting roars like those of a savage beast. The metal fortress trembled continuously under the scouring of the violent energy. But because of the metal spikes driven into the space around the fortress, the entire structure remained firmly fixed in place. At the pitch-black muzzle, due to the excessive convergence and compression of energy, the star-like energy halo had now transformed into a huge, dazzling cross-shaped starlight. Yoren's actions naturally could not escape the gaze of the surrounding legendary figures. However, the layers of defensive shields outside the metal fortress, along with its metal shell several meters thick, kept these legendary figures from acting rashly. In the center of the metal fortress, Yoren, whose body was 80% melted, had the red glow in his eyes nearly turn into substance. After a full 30 seconds of charging, the gauge on the cannon base was filled, with energy even beginning to overflow. Yoren stared at the holographic screen in front of him, his steel teeth clenching down with such force that the cigar in his mouth was crushed to pieces. At the same time, a roar that sounded nothing like a human voice was squeezed from his throat. Die for me, mechanical god-slaying, god-slayer cannon. With a thud, a beam of electric light was blasted out from the 3-meter-wide cannon barrel. It tore through layers of space along its path, moving at near light speed, and struck directly into the sun within the vacuum black hole. Amidst the violent roar, the sun, which had persisted for 3 full days under the siege of hundreds of legendary figures, shattered instantly. Large fragments of the sun were flung in all directions, turning into burning solar flames as they rained down. With the sun destroyed, the human sitting cross-legged at its center was completely exposed to the eyes of all the legendary figures. In that very instant, the 100-meter-long cannon barrel emitted another earth-shaking roar. A purple-red bolt of lightning flashed past the perception of the many legendary figures. This bolt of lightning was far too fast. The moment it appeared, it had already pierced through the center of the human's chest, continuing on its path toward the horizon without losing any momentum. Under the gaze of the many legendary figures, Gao Yang's body shook violently, and a bloody hole as wide as a bucket suddenly appeared in his chest. The edges of the hole were as smooth as a mirror, and one could even see the various organs inside his body pulsing. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He pressed one hand against the bloody hole in his chest, and his battle aura transformed into life essence, pouring frantically into his chest. Under the frantic infusion of life essence, a large amount of flesh and bone began to proliferate rapidly at the edges of the bloody hole. This is a bit unexpected, but fortunately, it is still within the range of control. Gao Yang repaired the injury on his chest while simultaneously taking a step, vanishing into the vacuum of the black hole. The movements of that mechanical-type powerhouse naturally did not escape Gao Yang's perception. If he had wanted to interrupt, he could have easily done so. However, Gao Yang did not act. because he knew very well that given the caution and wariness of the many legends present, they would certainly not impulsively launch a lethal strike against him easily. But what if it were a situation like this, where he was caught off guard and left on the verge of death? The power of that mechanical powerhouse's attack was immense, and the injuries it inflicted on Gao Yang appeared extremely severe. But no one knew just how robust Gao Yang's vitality was at this moment. This blast had shattered both his heart and spine. Such an injury, which would be fatal to an ordinary legend, did not even qualify as a serious wound for Gao Yang. If it were not for the need to display his own weakness in front of these legendary powerhouses, Gao Yang would not even have bothered to feign injury, simply filling the gaps with battle chi to ensure his movements remained unaffected. The moment after Gao Yang disappeared, a dagger without the slightest fluctuation appeared where the back of his head had been. Had his movements been even a fraction slower, his head would surely have been completely severed by now. A flash of sword-light flickered, and Gao Yang appeared at the edge of the vacuum black hole. He turned his head to look at the spot where he had previously been sitting cross-legged. There, the legend who had attempted to ambush him had already been reduced to a pool of blood under the impact of more than a dozen abruptly appearing attacks. Immediately after, this pool of blood enveloped the dagger and vanished from his perception in a flash. They have taken the bait. Gao Yang's expression remained calm, but a hint of a smile emerged in the depths of his heart. Following this, he raised his sword to parry. Clang! The clash of blade and sword roared, and ripples of force spread outward, across the weapons. Gao Yang looked at the 3-meter-tall, muscular giant standing opposite him. Disaster Swordmaster, you are strong, but how much strength do you have left now? The giant's eyes widened in fury, his rugged face twisted into an irrepressible, savage grin. He roared and took a step forward, his battle blade descending with the momentum of his charge. Sizzle! Sparks flew in all directions, and Gao Yang's figure was forced back a significant distance, unable to control his momentum. Seeing this, the smile on the giant's face vanished abruptly. He did not continue the pursuit, but instead decisively pulled back and retreated. Hiss, hiss! In just an instant, the position where Gao Yang stood was pierced through by dozens of rays of various colors, and his body was pierced along with it. Dozens of tiny blood holes appeared all over Gao Yang's body, making his condition appear even worse in the eyes of the many legends. The moment Gao Yang was pierced by the numerous rays, he forcibly halted his retreat, then took a step forward. In the next instant, he appeared at the giant's side, his greatsword descending without mercy. Sword chi roared, and the giant was sliced in two, blade and body alike. Gao Yang lowered his left hand, in the bucket-sized blood hole in his chest. His spine had already reconnected, and within the dense network of blood vessels, a heart stronger and hotter than a star continued to beat in the center of the wound. Having killed the giant with a single strike, Gao Yang's pace slowed by a fraction. This scene finally made the many legends, who had previously been somewhat hesitant, reach a firm decision, regardless of whether this disaster swordmaster's current state was real or fake. This was the weakest he had been since arriving at the blood battlegrounds. If they did not take this opportunity to attempt to kill him now, it would be even more impossible to do so once he had fully recovered. Boom boom, battle chi, magic power, and evil energy erupted simultaneously. Figures streaked rapidly across the shattered void, lunging toward Gao Yang with surging killing intent. Gao Yang dodged the attacks that had already reached him, and upon sensing this, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. After spending so much time, this storm had finally passed its initial phase and officially entered its explosive period. As long as the intensity of this battle did not drop, legends arriving from other places would join in continuously, keeping the intensity of this deathmatch at an extremely high level. Getting enough legendary powerhouses to join the battlefield was the true purpose of Gao Yang's actions. In less than a few seconds, the number of legends who had stepped into the Zhuxian sword formation had already exceeded 200. And this number was still increasing. The fastest among them had already charged to within 1,000 meters of Gao Yang. As for long-range attacks, because the paths taken by legendary professionals were all different, their means of attack were also varied. In these few seconds, no fewer than 10 types of attacks had struck Gao Yang's body. But apart from making his injuries appear more severe, they caused almost no substantial damage. Now, the attacks of these legends were no different from a light scratch to Gao Yang, whose physique had already reached 44 points. The wounds they caused were not even healing as fast as Gao Yang's own recovery. However, Gao Yang did not intend to reveal this. Sensing the legendary powerhouses charging in from all directions, he gripped his left hand tightly, and dense clusters of 9 capital wild thunder exploded outward. In an instant, a thunder prison enveloped a 10,000-meter radius. Within this range, electric light splashed everywhere, and thunder dragons roamed incessantly. Electric light flickered over Gao Yang's body, and in the next instant, he appeared beside a legendary powerhouse. Yang Yao descended without mercy, the razor-sharp blade carrying an unstoppable momentum, directly decapitating the person in one stroke. At the same time, Gao Yang was struck by several more attacks. Gao Yang's body trembled slightly, and in the next instant, he turned into electric light and vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already in front of another legend, once again executing the same powerful, sweeping strike. This legend reacted extremely quickly, having already assumed a defensive posture the moment Gao Yang struck. However, after a bone-piercing, soul-shaking pain transmitted to her mind, her body was directly shredded into sugar cube-sized pieces by the swarming sword chi. A massive fist slammed into Gao Yang's back, knocking him towards several incoming attacks. Gao Yang struggled to turn sideways, avoiding two attacks aimed directly at his head, but was forced to take the remaining 3 head-on. Blood splattered, and intense pain surged into Gao Yang's consciousness like a flood. Thump thump, thump thump. His exposed heart beat violently, and Gao Yang's eyes emitted a tangible radiance of will. He glanced sideways at his shoulder, where there was a wound an inch deep. Even with his regenerative abilities, he was unable to heal the wound for the time being. Legendary powerhouses who could reach this stage were by no means weaklings. One could even say that in their respective fields, they were existences who had nearly reached the pinnacle of the pyramid. Although Gao Yang was very strong, and with the support of numerous unique talents and various abilities, his combat power far exceeded that of his peers at the legendary stage. However, this did not mean he could crush the 200 or so legendary figures present, nor had he ever thought so. Among these peak and even immortal legends, there were some who had fought against gods, and even some who had personally slain gods. For such existences to be hidden among the crowd and launch sudden attacks was a significant hidden danger for him. However, it should be like this, without sufficient pressure. How could one achieve a breakthrough? Gao Yang's mind stirred, and the flesh on his shoulder was instantly sliced away by a sword intent. Immediately following, his battle chi transformed into vital essence, causing the flesh on his shoulder to rapidly regenerate. During this process, Gao Yang did not stop. Instead, he utilized the flickering of his thunder prism to continuously select targets for execution. He only unleashed a single strike against each opponent. Regardless of whether the strike successfully killed them, he would blink to the next location. Crack. After another flash of thunder, the 10,000-meter-wide thunder prison shattered with a roar, replaced by a world of ice and snow permeated with endless cold. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, looking toward the floating city that had appeared under the distant horizon, where endless magical fluctuations were blooming. This world of ice and snow was created by the archmage within that floating city, and it was precisely that person who had dismantled the thunder prison Gao Yang had created. Within the domain of ice and snow, even space itself was frozen and sluggish. A murderous glint flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. In this situation, he had to take out that floating city archmage, otherwise, with the opponent's control capabilities, it would severely limit his performance. Sword light step. Taking a step forward, his body merged with the sword light, and in an instant, Gao Yang appeared before the floating city. Natural disaster, star piercer. As his battle chi boiled, with a soft hiss, a pitch-black sword soared into the sky, distorting the space everywhere it passed. The next instant, the pitch-black sword had already scorched through space, slamming heavily into the floating city's magical defense. Amidst a violent roar, the floating city's magical defense was instantly shattered by more than half from this single strike. Dozens of attacks flew toward Gao Yang's back, but he paid them no mind. The light of his will bloomed in his eyes, and he immediately unleashed another sword strike. Human calamity, heaven opener. As Yang Yao descended once more, a pitch-black sword scar measuring 1,000 zhang appeared instantly, wherever it passed. Space emitted an unbearable cracking sound, and as the blade descended, it continued to spread downward, as if a single strike intended to cleave the floating city and the entire world in two. The pitch-black sword scar fell, and 1,000 zhang long fan-shaped scar appeared between heaven and earth, slicing everything in its path in two. The floating city paused in mid-air. The next instant, its magical defenses exploded completely, and then, amidst numerous horrified gazes, the floating city was sliced into like a cake. A sharp glint flashed in Gao Yang's eyes as strands of immortal slaying sword chi manifested out of thin air, piercing toward the floating city archmage hiding within the floating city's mage tower. The sword light was like a swarm of bees, constantly intertwining. Gao Yang took a step and arrived before the mage tower. Immediately after, Yang Yao descended, and my heart at ease erupted fully. Space shattered inch by inch, and the mage tower beneath the blade, along with everything inside, was completely pulverized by the strike. After slaying this floating city archmage in 3 strikes, Gao Yang did not even glance at the floating city and took a step, disappearing from the spot once more. The battle was still ongoing. He could not stay in one place for too long, or else only endless siege awaited him. Chapter 1071, Multiverse Chronicle Report for K. The Blood War had never known a moment of peace. At every moment, countless living beings perished in battle, and likewise, at every moment, living beings as numerous as the sands of the Ganges were readying themselves to step onto this eternal battlefield. Whether they were heaven-gifted geniuses or gods, mortals or legends, they were all merely passers-by in this war that swept across the multiverse. This war, which had lasted for endless ages, had never had a true protagonist. But throughout the endless years, on this battlefield with no beginning and no end, there would always be existences who, for a certain period, became the most eye-catching figures on this battlefield. There were in the past, there are now, and there will inevitably be in the future. The past has passed, the future has yet to arrive, and now, on this land filled with slaughter and blood, the most eye-catching event was the legendary Blood War on the plains of God Ascension that had already lasted for a full 25 days. This Blood War, where the minimum requirement for participation was a peak legendary status, had been going on for 25 full days since that sun was blasted to pieces by a single cannon shot. Every existence who knew of this Blood War and was constantly paying attention to it knew very clearly that only 3 days remained until the end of this battle. Above the bronze fortress in Avernus, a floating city named Golden Township hovered quietly. Inside the floating city, -1 men and women, some standing and some sitting, looked at a magic mirror polished from magic crystals. Inside the magic mirror were chaotic energy ripples, constantly torn space, and bodies falling from the sky from time to time. Swish, with a soft sound, a burly man carrying a giant sword crashed through the magical defense and rushed into the floating city. The arrival of the burly man immediately attracted the attention of the 8 people inside the floating city. The leader, Ange Bailey, who was wearing mage robes, looked at the approaching house and quickly asked, How is it? Do you have the latest news? The owner of this floating city was none other than Ange Bailey, a mercenary in the Blood War, and his team members. After Ange Bailey finished speaking, the others also looked at House expectantly, waiting for the news he brought. House pushed Catalina aside with his backside, and amidst her dissatisfied gaze, he sat down at the very front of the magic mirror before speaking quickly. I have it. The latest issue of the Multiverse Chronicle report has been released. It took me a lot of effort to get a copy. House flourished the crystal stone in his hand. A smug smile plastered across his face. The Multiverse Chronicle is a publication founded by the Multiverse Recorders Association. It is released at regular intervals, documenting the major events that have occurred across the multiverse since the previous issue. Of course, beyond these major events, it also includes the inevitable gossip such as the time and location of the next masquerade ball hosted by the Goddess of Joy, or where the Goddess of Luck has appeared lately and which lucky mortal managed to touch her thigh. Beyond that, there are personal notices posted by major factions or superpowered individuals, ranging from requests to buy, searches, recruitment, and so on. The Multiverse Chronicle has already published tens of thousands of issues. Almost every major faction and powerhouse of note in the multiverse subscribes to it. And even the churches of the gods are among its subscribers. Give it here quickly. Before Angel Bailey could even finish his sentence, House had already tossed the crystal stone into his arms. While Angel Bailey took the time to activate the crystal stone, House could not wait to start sharing the exclusive news he had just obtained with his teammates. According to the disclosure in issue 75,630 of the Multiverse Chronicle published by the Multiverse Recorders Association, since Vice Commander Gao arrived at the Plains of Ascension and made his appearance, the number of legends who have died in this bloody battle has exceeded 1,500. Among them, according to the records of the legendary Recordumquas, of the 1,500 plus who died, 1,300 perished at the hands of Vice Commander Gao. Vice Commander Gao's title, the Sword Lord of Calamity, has been thoroughly established and has even been officially recognized by the Multiverse Recorders Association. After House finished speaking, he could not help but smack his lips, sighing with emotion. It is truly unimaginable. How could Vice Commander Gao dare to do such a thing? That was a siege by over 1,000 peak legends. Even a god, I fear, would not be willing to be besieged by so many legends. As for Vice Commander Gao now, I am afraid even I would have to avoid his sharp edge. Give it a rest. House, stop trying to gild your own lily. A female voice filled with speechlessness rang out. Katarina, standing to the side, flicked her fingers, and the chair beneath House instantly fell apart again. She sat down once more, posing elegantly as she said, "With your strength, you would likely die from the aftermath of an unknown battle the moment you stepped onto the Plains of Ascension." Facing Katarina's heart-piercing truth, House did not mind at all. Instead, he said quite proudly, "You are quite right. But the famous Sword Lord of Calamity is now the Vice Commander of our Warfire mercenary group. You are going to die from the aftermath of an unknown battle. We once fought side by side, and I even saved Gao Yang's life. You are going to die from the aftermath of an unknown battle. I am the #1 berserker, and I have sparred with Gao Yang many times, ending in a draw. You are going to die from the aftermath of an unknown battle. Can you stop bringing that up? I am not going to the Plains of Ascension." "Fine," Katarina nodded and said. "You were once stepped on by a quasit." House's eyes widened instantly, his face turning visibly red. Was that kind of dark history something that could be brought up? All right, enough with the bickering. Angel Bailey's steady voice interrupted their squabbling. He tapped the crystal stone with his finger, and a massive screen made of magical energy appeared beside the magic mirror. It is obvious that House did not read the newspaper carefully. Compared to the 1,500 dead legends, the god who died at the hands of Vice Commander Gao is the real bombshell. After Angel Bailey finished speaking, House and the others were all stunned, then looked up at the screen in front of them. The screen displayed a short paragraph, but the information it contained was explosively shocking. On the 24th day of the Battle of the Plains of Ascension, the god of deceit and greed weak divine power ambushed the Sword Lord of Calamity during the melee, severing the Sword Lord's legs and severely wounding his head. The Sword Lord of Calamity withstood the attacks of hundreds of legends, unleashing 9 consecutive sword strikes to completely suppress and kill the god of deceit and greed. With the divine spark being claimed by the Sword Lord, after a long while, House finally opened his mouth, his tone filled with awe. 9 strikes to slay a god. I fear I could never achieve such a thing in my entire life. Don't be discouraged. Be bold, you won't be able to do it in your next life either. Katarina's husky, magnetic voice followed immediately. House glared at her, then said nothing more. Katarina smiled, looked at Angel Bailey, and said, "Commander, now that Vice Commander Gao is this strong, do we still need to wait here? It seems that the help we can provide is far too insignificant for him." Angel Bailey shook his head and said, "We must wait. Without Vice Commander Gao's help, the Golden Township could never be established. Not to mention that we are comrades who have lived and died together. Now that our comrade is charging at the front, it would be one thing if we did not know, but since we do, we must certainly be prepared to provide reinforcements." Angel Bailey naturally understood that, given their strength, they were truly dispensable to Gao Yang, but he still insisted on waiting here. His primary purpose was the fear of a repeat of the last incident. If that were to happen, they could pilot the floating city into the battlefield, and perhaps they might be able to rescue Gao Yang. That was his only thought. As for helping Gao Yang fight the enemy, such an idea was too absurd. He had never even considered it. Adding the divine spark Vice Commander Gao exposed earlier, he now has two divine sparks in his possession, right? A legendary team member said in a low voice. After the member finished speaking, the others finally realized it, and they looked at the magic mirror earlier with complex expressions. House's hearty voice rang in everyone's ears, interrupting their thoughts. Don't overthink it. Vice Commander Gao has never treated us as outsiders. That is right. Just wait with peace of mind. If Vice Commander Gao does not need our help, then we shall wait here. If Vice Commander Gao needs our rescue, then give it everything you have, Angel Bailey said, bringing the conversation to a close. The group suppressed the complex emotions in their hearts, refocused their gaze on the magic mirror, and looked toward the plains of ascension. Within the plains of God Ascension, Gao Yang wore a cold expression. His eyes, which had originally shimmered with the brilliant light of his will, were now tinged with a faint scarlet hue following the prolonged slaughter. His current state was far from ideal. The massive, gaping hole blasted into his chest at the very beginning had yet to fully regenerate. Beneath the wisps of muscle fibers, his heart could be seen beating incessantly, while his torso remained largely intact. Wounds covered his entire body, aside from the unhealed chest. The most severe injuries included a missing portion of his skull and a jagged, and even wound at his waist that looked as if it had been torn out by some wild beast. Nevertheless, his grip on Yang Yao remained firm and powerful. Over the past 20+ days, the number of legends who had died by his hand exceeded 1,500, 99% of whom had been slain by Yang Yao. At this moment, he sat casually atop the corpse of an orc, wolfing down a simple meal of kui python meat. He did not have much time. He had just used a heavenly abyss meteor fall to wipe out all the legends within a 10,000-meter radius, which had granted him this brief respite. If he did not take this opportunity to replenish his energy, he feared he would not be able to hold on for the time that remained. As for why he did not use the plain core solution to recover, it was, of course, because Gao Yang needed to put on a show for the legends surrounding him. Otherwise, they might grow wary and refrain from continuing their assault. With only 3 short days left until the end of this battle, Gao Yang knew without needing to think that the intensity of the fighting would only continue to escalate over the next 3 days. Those legends who had hesitated to join in would also begin to enter the fray one after another. If he appeared too formidable at this stage, these people would certainly not take the bait. The facts proved him right. He had barely finished half of his simple meal when a piercing shriek bore down upon him. Gao Yang released his grip, and his entire figure vanished from the spot. The next instant, the lunchbox, along with the orc corpse Gao Yang had been sitting on, were ground into dust by the incoming attack. Gao Yang was not surprised. In the moment he dodged, he had already crushed a vial of plain core solution hidden in his abdomen, his powerful digestive capabilities directly absorbing the solution along with the glass. The simple meal was merely a facade. The true main force of his recovery relied on the plain core solution. Gao Yang watched the legends closing in from all directions. After taking a deep breath of the air thick with the scent of blood, sword light flickered beneath his feet, and he vanished once more from the perception of the many legends. With only 3 days left until the 30-day limit he had set, the number of legends joining the siege far exceeded those of the previous 20+ days. Over 1,000 legends were unreservedly displaying their own surging power, locking onto Gao Yang with a dazzling array of attacks that rained down upon him. After maneuvering around these legends for about half an hour, Gao Yang sensed the number of legends within the Juxian sword domain, his attention focusing on several figures in the far distance. At the edge of the Juxian sword domain, 7 individuals were scattered sparsely. Among them, one person exuded a faint, lingering scarlet blood aura, and their eyes were as red as blood. The moment he sensed this person, the blood servant mentioned by the blood god came to Gao Yang's mind. That figure exuding blood aura was, in all likelihood, a blood servant sent by that entity. A flash of joy appeared in the eyes of Gao Yang, who was currently dodging attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly appeared at a corner of the Juxian sword domain. Juxian sword domain, rise! Gao Yang let out a low shout, the next instant, killing intent soared to the heavens. Endless sword chi manifested out of thin air, and four heavenly pillars of different colors stood in the southeast, west, and north, expanding the sword domain while simultaneously trapping all the participating legends within it. Gao Yang stood before the southern Luxian sword, looking down at the legendary powerhouses ahead with an indifferent gaze. At this moment, he stood 60,000 zhang tall, and the yang yao in his hand had magnified in tandem. Endless solar battle chi surged madly within his body, providing him with a constant stream of energy. Gao Yang exhaled softly and raised the yang yao in his hand. Battle chi boiled, and killing intent roared. The gazes of all the legends within the Zhuxian sword domain fell upon that massive sword, which looked like a heavenly blade piercing into the blood-colored firmament. This has to be fake, one legend muttered to himself, head tilted back. Damn it. I didn't expect to fall for it after all. Another laughed with a sense of detachment. Gao Yang let out a sudden, low shout, and the yang yao, which was nearly as long as he was tall, slashed down diagonally with a thunderous roar. With a single strike, the sword light split into thousands, only to condense back into one in an instant, transforming into a massive beam of light that seemed to span the heavens as it swept toward the other end of the Zhuxian sword domain. Wherever the sword light passed, images of all things in the world being slaughtered seemed to emerge. One strike, and all things perish. This move was named Human Calamity, Slaughter. The sword light that spanned the heavens appeared slow but was in fact swift. Whatever level of powerhouse stood in its path was dissolved by the light, leaving not even a trace behind. This beam of light traversed the entire Zhuxian sword domain, cutting from the southernmost tip to the northernmost end. After one strike, only 2 or 3 out of every 10 of the 1,000 legends remained. Chapter 1072. The progress of God-slaying power source for K. Gao Yang had wiped out nearly 1,000 legends of the same rank with a single strike. His unique, supreme power suppressing all directions without restraint. System notifications cascaded like a waterfall, but Gao Yang had long since closed them. Flee, a legend roared as he scrambled toward the distance. Before he could even move, he discovered a blood-stained figure holding a massive sword with a scarlet luster appearing at his side. As his perception spread, he saw that beside every legend who had luckily survived, such a figure standing with a sword had appeared. Human Calamity, myriad flower mirror image. 179 Gao Yang swung their yang yao great swords in unison. Yang yao slashed down steadily, not even causing a ripple. The sky-high killing intent was completely contained within the blade at this moment. After the strike, all 179 Gao Yangs vanished. Vanishing along with them were 153 legendary lives. Whoosh! The mirror images appeared once more beside the remaining 20-plus legends. Regardless of how they resisted or begged for mercy, Yang Yao continued to slash down with steady precision. After 3 consecutive strikes, only the 3 people standing at the edge of the Zhuxian sword domain remained. They all radiated the aura of divine power clearly. These were the true forms of 3 deities. It is worth mentioning that one of them was the blood servant Gao Yang had previously sensed, who was connected to the blood god of the pantheon. Seeing Gao Yang looking over, the figure radiating blood energy grinned and spoke slowly. I didn't expect the and my lord spoke of to be so powerful. Your blood is of truly high quality. It is the best I have ever tasted. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yang appeared not far from the blood servant and asked casually, "Why didn't the blood god come himself?" Clatter, clatter. A sound like crashing tides erupted from the space where the blood servant stood. The blood servant's expression turned grim, and blood-red light, a foot long, shot out from his eyes. Is my lord someone whose name and ant like you can speak directly? The blood energy on the blood servant's body was as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea. Wherever this blood energy touched the surrounding space, it emitted a sizzling sound. Gao Yang looked at the furious blood servant who had yet to make a move, smiled with disdain, and turned his gaze toward the other 2 deities standing not far away. As he turned, a black eyeball flew out from his palm. Its gaze swept over the 3, and information regarding them was quickly fed back into Gao Yang's eyes by the Eye of Withering. 10,000 Blood Servant Gracious Ben Life Level Source. Lord of 10,000 Blood Abilities, Encroding Blood, Boiling Rage Blood. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. So, The true title of the so-called Blood Lord was the Lord of 10,000 Bloods. Gracious was his servant. His abilities derived from the Blood Lord, and the characteristics of those abilities were yin corrosion and boiling rage. Although the text information was sparse, it revealed a great deal, allowing Gao Yang to form a reasonable guess about the strength of the Blood Lord, whom he had only met once. Since this blood servant's abilities came from the Blood Lord, could it be assumed that his powers were derived from those the Blood Lord himself possessed? If one followed this logic, the Blood Lord's title Lord of 10,000 Bloods might be a descriptive term, implying that the Blood Lord possessed many complex and varied abilities. And was it possible that only an existence who had mastered all these abilities could be honored as the Lord of 10,000 Bloods? Compared to the information on the Blood servant Gracious, the information on the other two deities was much simpler. God of Silence Strategy Source and Life Level Source, Divine Rules Abilities, Authority of Silence, Authority of Strategy, God of Deception and Plunder Kono Sal Life Level Source, Divine Rules Abilities, Authority of Deception, Authority of Plunder. Looking at the information of the two deities, Gao Yang discovered that their divine domains overlap partially. Whether it was strategy or deception, both fell under the divine domains of conspiracy and lies. Simply put, the divine powers they mastered were subdivisions under the authority of conspiracy and lies. The god of conspiracy and lies was their superior deity, and their purpose for arriving here could not be more obvious. Kill Gao Yang and obtain the conspiracy and lies godhead in his possession, within the same domain. As long as they could obtain this godhead, they could immediately advance from weak divine power to medium divine power, officially becoming deities of medium divine power. Therefore, this godhead within the scope of the conspiracy and lies divine domain held an immense attraction for them. In the previous chaotic battle, Gao Yang had once slain a deity of a similar domain. The memory of that opponent's sneak attack was still fresh in his mind. The opponent's godhead was still lying in his inventory, placed side by side with the godhead of the god of 10,000 gold gears. Gao Yang turned to look at these two deities who had come for the medium divine power godhead and said, "Do you have anything to say?" Kono Sal appeared as a short-haired youth with squinting eyes and a permanent smile on his face. He stepped forward, looked at Gao Yang, and said with a smile, "Sword Master of Calamity, I have come only for that godhead. Hand it over to me, and you may command my church as you please." For an average legendary being, a deity communicating with such a friendly attitude would be considered a great sign of respect. But after Kono Sal finished speaking, Gao Yang frowned in dissatisfaction and warned coldly, "In front of me, you will refer to yourself as I Clang." Yang Yao let out a crisp sword hum at the right moment, and a sharp sword aura surged toward Kono Sal. The smile on Kono Sal's face did not change. He merely shrugged with a look of feigned innocence and squinted at his peer. Soroshin appeared as an unremarkable middle-aged man dressed in ancient and elaborate aristocratic attire. After sensing his peer's gaze, his lips moved, and he spoke slowly. "Sword Master of Calamity, my goal is the same as Kono's. I am willing to trade 1,000 ounces of Faith Spring Water for the godhead in your hand." Faith Spring Water was, simply put, liquid faith energy. Faith energy was intangible and formless. Only the corresponding deity could see, absorb, and use it. When some deities had an abundance of divine power, they would choose to pause the absorption of faith energy and instead use methods to compress it, thereby obtaining what was known as Faith Spring Water. A single drop of Faith Spring Water required the faith energy contributed by a true believer's devout prayers over 10 years to condense, and 1 ounce of Faith Spring Water totaled 500 drops. In other words, it took a true believer 5,000 years of devout prayer to condense 1 ounce of Faith Spring Water. Note that devout prayer here meant praying without eating or drinking, every single moment, for the deity they believed in order to condense that 1 drop of Faith Spring Water within 10 years. For the god of silent strategy, Soroshin, to be able to produce 1,000 ounces of Faith Spring Water was definitely a grand gesture among deities. Faith Spring Water was composed of pure faith energy and could be absorbed by any deity. Of course, sometimes, certain holy servants could also be gifted a drop or two of Faith Spring Water. They usually used Faith Spring Water to strengthen the divine arts they cast, in order to deal with powerful enemies or difficult situations. In the multiverse, the approximate market price for a single drop of Fountain of Faith is 10 magic gems. though it is rare for such a substance to circulate at all. The reason for this is that among deities, very few would choose to convert their power of faith into the fountain of faith rather than absorbing it directly, even if they do convert it. The amount is negligible. Hey, you are certainly generous, Gao Yang said with a disdainful smile. He knew what the fountain of faith was, and he knew its approximate price. If Solution was telling the truth, then there was no doubt this was an unimaginably vast fortune. However, considering Solution's divine title and the quantity offered, he did not believe for a second that the other party could actually produce 1,000 ounces of the fountain of faith. All these promises were nothing more than empty words, intended solely to trick him into handing over the divinity in his possession. Seeing this, the expression on Solution's face did not change in the slightest, nor did he show any sign of embarrassment. It was just a sentence, after all. For a deity of his divine domain, lying had become a necessary component of his existence. Being able to stand here already proved that they were prepared to fight to the death for the sake of the divinity. Although he felt no embarrassment, the pupils in Solution's eyes were beginning to slit like those of a wild beast. If the three of us join forces, there is no possibility of you surviving under the siege of 3 deities. As it happens, our goals are aligned. Killing you is enough. Gao Yang raised Yang Yao before him and flicked his finger against the blade. The sword hummed with a crisp, melodious sound. His gaze fell upon the smooth spine of the blade, and without even looking at the 3 deities of weak divine power surrounding him, he said in a calm tone, "Stop the nonsense. If you want to get what you desire, all 3 of you come at me together. Try your best to see if you can kill me." As soon as these words were spoken, 3 auras brimming with divine power surged into the sky, and the faces of the 3 deities twisted. Clearly, they had already acknowledged Gao Yang's strength in their hearts. But having the dignity of a god stripped away so ruthlessly by a mortal, this feeling of their noble status being wantonly trampled upon was something they found difficult to accept for the moment. Grisius slowly walked behind Gao Yang, the space being eroded by his blood-red aura, which was as viscous as magma, hissing and crackling. Kinosar and Solution surrounded him from the left and right respectively. Surrounded by 3 deities of weak divine power, Gao Yang seemed not to notice. Instead, with a thought, he summoned his own comprehensive network panel to check his God-Slayer Radiant title. God-Slaying Power Progression 8/20. Since the last advancement of the God-Slayer title, 3 deities had already died by his hand. It was evident that in the near future, this progress would surpass 50%. The existence of the immortal slaying sword domain could prevent a single deity of weak divine power from escaping. But if 3 such deities combined their efforts to break through, even the advanced immortal slaying sword domain might not be able to stop them. Therefore, to ensure these 3 deities abandoned any thoughts of escape, he had to trample upon their dignity even further. Yang Yao slowly lowered until it pointed diagonally at the ground. He tilted his head to glance sideways at Kinosar on his left, his tone still devoid of any fluctuation. 3 pieces of trash with weak divine power. I will let you make the first move. Once Gao Yang said this, even the smile on the face of Kinosar, who had been squinting with a smile the entire time, gradually vanished. His narrowed eyes slowly opened, flickering with rage. God Slayer, die, divine language. Solution held his hands out in a hollow grip toward Gao Yang, enveloping Gao Yang's entire body between his palms. Immediately following this, a pale wave of divine power surged upward. Authority, silence. The space between his hands suddenly darkened, and the space where Gao Yang stood dimmed along with it. In that instant, Gao Yang could feel that the vast majority of his active abilities had been sealed. However, the swordsmanship he had mastered remained completely unaffected. The blood-red aura on Grisius boiled, his body crouched low, his hands and feet touching the ground like a beast, his limbs coiled with power before he lunged forward with a roar. Like the roar of a wild beast, the viscous, magma-like blood aura instantly solidified around him, interlacing into layers of blood-colored fangs that bit down toward the back of Gao Yang's neck. At the same time, Kinosar pointed a finger toward the sky, and a massive pillar of divine power descended from above, landing with pinpoint accuracy on top of Gao Yang's head. Within the pillar of divine power, time and space became instantly chaotic. Although they had never collaborated before, The three deities had completed a coordinated strike that could be called a guaranteed kill in an instant. Solution silenced all of Gao Yang's active abilities. Kinosar confused the concepts of time and space so he could not immediately perceive the angle and speed of Grisius's attack. And Grisius unleashed his full power without any concealment, intending to kill Gao Yang completely in a single blow. Human calamity, sacrifice life. Facing such an exquisitely precise coordination and siege from the three gods, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. Under the lock of the three gods, he simply thrust his sword out in silence. This strike had no fluctuations, but the moment it was thrust, the tip of the sword plunged directly into the chaotic space before him. Immediately afterward, the tip of the sword pierced through the chest and back of Grisius, who was behind him, emerging from the front of his chest. This strike transcended the limitations of time and space. It was a strike that was destined to hit. All of Grisius's strength was instantly drained as the sword tip emerged from his chest. His legs went weak, and had it not been for the greatsword embedded in his body acting as a support, he would have surely collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, feeling the core of his existence rapidly crumbling. Grisius's scarlet eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. His outstretched claws were a mere few centimeters from the back of Gao Yang's neck. If he had just a little more time, he would have been able to crush this mortal who dared to blaspheme his master. The sword tip was withdrawn, and Grisius's body fell limply. Before he even hit the ground, a flash of sword light had already swept past. Following that, his body was sliced open from the middle, sliding past Gao Yang's body as it flew out, carving to trenches over 100 meters long into the ground. God-slaying power 9/20. Gao Yang turned his head to look at Konosar. With a flash of sword light, he had already lunged before his opponent, and ripples rapidly spread across the surface of eternal radiance. Human calamity, severed world. With a powerful slash, the sword ripples surged violently, instantly cutting through Konosar's divine body. The force of the strike erupted wantonly within the deity's body. In an instant, a massive spray of blood burst forth from his divine form. With just a single strike, his divine body was completely obliterated. God-slaying power 10/20 to strikes, to deities fallen. This scene appeared as a mere illusion in the eyes of Solution. He watched Gao Yang standing there calmly, with a vast expanse of divine blood mixed with shattered bone and flesh exploding like fireworks behind him. An uncontrollable sense of despair rose from the depths of his heart. Human calamity. Under his gaze, Gao Yang raised his greatsword once more. Heaven opening, rumble, a roar echoed through the sky. A pitch-black sword scar instantly pierced from the firmament into Solution's body. Amidst a teeth-gritting, crunching sound, he was sliced apart like a collapsing row of dominoes without uttering a single sound. God-slaying power 11/20 chapter 1073. Explosive harvest for Omni Network notification. You have slain the god of silent strategy Solution quasi-deity. You have gained 400,000 legendary XP. Omni Network notification. According to the effects of your legendary class, you have gained an additional 920 million legendary XP. Omni Network notification. Your title, God Defiler, has received a new kill count update. Current progress, 11/20 Omni Network notification. You have slain the god of silent strategy Solution quasi-deity. You have gained 10 points of legendary reputation. Omni Network notification. You have completed a god-slaying event. Your act of slaying a god will spread far and wide throughout the multiverse. Omni Network notification. You have completed a god-slaying event. Based on your relevant charisma skew, slaughter, destruction, calamity, terror traits, your charisma attribute has increased. Omni Network notification. You have gained 1 point of legendary charisma. Omni Network notification. The God Hunting Divine Office has been successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have obtained Life Origin Crystal *15, Intelligence Fragment *9, Perception Fragment *7, Charisma Fragment *8, and Divinity Spark *1. Omni Network notification. 3 deities had completely perished, and a large number of Omni Network notifications floated before Gao Yang. Gao Yang merely glanced at them before dismissing them and looking ahead. Before him lay a pitch-black sword scar that lingered for a long time. At the very bottom of the scar sat a rhombus-shaped divinity, emitting a faint fluorescent glow. Gao Yang reached out and grasped the divinity, his expression devoid of any self-satisfaction or joy from slaying a god. As of today, deities of quasi-deity rank were no longer opponents that were difficult for him to defeat. In fact, if it were not for the surprise attacks, even if 3 quasi-deity gods joined forces in a head-on confrontation, they would be unable to withstand his offensive. Just as had happened previously, the 3 quasi-deity gods had joined forces, only to be slaughtered by him one sword strike at a time. He took a step and appeared at the location of the blood servant Grishus, whom he had blasted apart with a single strike earlier. Grishus had now turned into a pile of radioactive bone and blood, and these remains were slowly gathering together at an extremely sluggish pace. Looking at the blood gathering before him, Gao Yang's mind drifted to the eyeball he had faced against the Blood Lord earlier. It seemed that after the death of the blood servant Grishus, the authority over blood granted by the Lord of 10,000 blood spirits would return to the hands of the Blood Lord, just like that eyeball. If he were to follow the same method and seal this blood away, he would likely be able to directly weaken the Blood Lord's strength. Thinking of this, Gao Yang did not hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the withered eye floating above his shoulder. Holding the evil eyeball in his hand, Gao Yang looked at it and said, "This blood shares the same origin as the eyeball you devoured earlier. You seem quite eager." The withered eye's single pupil widened abruptly. It was certainly eager, but it restrained itself perfectly, not showing even a hint of abnormality. How had its master noticed, seeing its reaction? Gao Yang knew his guess was correct, however, seeing that it did not express itself. He said with a calm tone tinged with a hint of regret, "Oh, did I guess wrong? Then never mind. You should head back first." With that, he moved his palm slightly, intending to stuff the withered eye back into his inventory. Seeing this, the withered eye's pupil widened even further, and it hurriedly struggled in Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang looked down at it again and asked, "What do you mean? Do you want it or not?" The eyelid of the withered eye blinked repeatedly, almost as if it were about to spark from the friction. The meaning was now abundantly clear. "Your performance this time was decent. Keep up the effort in the future." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he loosened his grip, and the withered eye fell directly into the pool of blood at his feet. The withered eye trembled continuously, its pupil tearing open to reveal a massive mouth, and it began to gulp down the blood greedily. Gao Yang looked up at the sky. The blood-colored firmament of the blood war battlefield was obscured by the immortal slaying sword domain, with the 4 immortal slaying swords standing at the 4 poles, supporting the entire domain. He could sense that outside the sword domain, there were still many gazes peering in, but the owners of these gazes could not pierce through the immortal slaying sword domain to see the scene inside, and able to see the scene within the domain. They naturally would not know how far the battle had progressed. Previously, there had been over 1,000 legendary existences. In their view, the battle would not end easily in a short time. Gao Yang let out a long breath. Having fought continuously for nearly a month, even though he now possessed nearly endless battle chi and stamina, and his mental willpower recovered extremely quickly, he still felt nearly exhausted. However, the harvest from a month of bloody battle was immense. Gao Yang quickly cleared the battlefield, then sat cross-legged on the ground and focused his mind on his inventory. Strength shards, 104, Constitution shards, 93, Agility shards, 76, Perception shards, 81, Intelligence shards, 93, Charisma shards. Looking at the inventory filled to the brim with attribute shards, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Although it was a bit less than he had estimated, a haul of around 470 attribute shards was already incredibly exaggerated. If anyone were to know of the abilities possessed by Yongyao, he would likely become the target of every existence across the entire multiverse. There was no helping it. The existence of Yongyao had already broken the norm. It was a divine artifact capable of rapidly elevating the strength of its wielder. However, it was a pity that Yongyao existed only for Gao Yang. They had become acquainted a long time ago. He had forged it with his own hands, and it had accompanied him through battles ever since. In the entire multiverse, only Gao Yang could wield this divine sword. If one day Gao Yang were to die in battle, then Yongyao would inevitably shatter along with him. There was no other possibility, aside from the gains in attribute shards. The quantity of life essence crystals was the real bulk of this god ascension battle. A full 5,300 life essence crystals were currently lying quietly in his inventory. These life essence crystals were all soaked in the blood of top-tier legendary powerhouses, representing the condensed essence of their lives. After this battle, it was unlikely that a scene as cruel and grand as this God Ascension blood battle would ever be replicated within the next 100 or even 1,000 years. With so many life essence crystals, even absorbing them all would take several years. Gao Yang shifted his gaze, then directly took out a spark of divinity and pressed it onto the blade of Yongyao. The spark of divinity merged into the body of the sword, causing it to emit a crisp, melodious chime. Gao Yang smiled and placed Yongyao directly across his lap. In this God Ascension blood battle, he had slain for deities and harvested for sparks of divinity, enough for Yongyao to improve significantly. It was just that he had been in constant battle before and had no time to let Yongyao digest the divinity. Gao Yang took all the strength attribute shards out of his inventory, then covered his palms with battle aura and began to fuse them. The fusion of attribute shards required a fair amount of time, but he had that time to spare, taking advantage of the time it took for the shards to fuse. Gao Yang opened his personal information panel. Name, Gao Yang. Class, Unique God of War LV3 to Health Points, Battle Aura: 3148750/56213. Strength: Agility: Constitution: Intelligence. Charisma: Perception, Willpower. Hidden, Free Attribute Points, 0. Extraordinary Attribute Points, 0. Legendary Attribute Points, 0. Legendary Skill Points, Legendary Reputation, 87918-5. The other attributes had not changed. The only one that had was the Charisma attribute. Seeing the 2-point increase in Charisma, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised, because of the nature of his Charisma skew. Brutal acts like god-slaying and the slaughter of over 1,000 legends undoubtedly fit his Charisma skew perfectly. In just 27 days of fighting, his Charisma attribute had increased by 2 points, converted into a multiple. That was more than double the growth compared to a month ago. One had to realize that this was a legendary attribute, not a common or extraordinary one. If some legendary warlocks were to find out, their eyes would likely be blood red with jealousy by now. Looking at his Charisma, which was almost reaching 40 points, Gao Yang shook his head and smiled. He could already fully imagine what he looked like in the eyes of others, with blood energy soaring to the heavens and killing intent filling the wilderness. Perhaps those with high perception could even see the endless wronged souls and remnants surrounding him. There was no helping it. This was the special aura possessed by his Charisma skew, and he could not change it. In addition to the rapid growth of Charisma, the growth of his legendary reputation was equally astonishing. In just 1 month, his legendary reputation had increased by nearly a full 1,000 points. As the Blood Battlegrounds was a place that drew the attention of the entire multiverse, every major event that occurred here would spread throughout the multiverse at the fastest speed. Undoubtedly, in the current Blood Battlegrounds, the 1,000 Legend blood battle that unfolded on the God Ascension Plains was absolutely the most eye-catching and explosive event. And as the initiator and the sole opposing party of this blood battle, Gao Yang's name had naturally spread to every corner of the multiverse through various channels, especially as he demonstrated his incomparably powerful strength time and again, slaying the legends who besieged him one after another, and even using 9 swords to suppress and kill the true body of a deity with weak divine power. These various deeds further fueled the spread of his reputation. And what did this nearly 2,000 points of legendary reputation represent? To put it simply, if Gao Yang wanted to ascend to godhood, then even if he were to directly fuse a divine spark or forcibly condense a spark of divinity in the astral void to ascend, no deity would think he lacked the qualifications to become a god and come to stop him. One must know that ascending to godhood in the astral void and ascending in a native plane were two completely different concepts. The latter had a high degree of concealment, and the consciousness of the native plane would likely not obstruct him, but rather assist in the process of ascension with all its might. But the former had no concealment whatsoever, completely exposing oneself to the eyes of the endless deities of the multiverse, and without the assistance of a native plane's consciousness. It could be said that ascending in such an environment was akin to dropping one's pants to defecate in the middle of the street. Ascending in such an environment would invite interference and testing from other deities. In short, They would test whether you had the qualifications to become a deity and stand side by side with them. If some unknown legend were to ascend in the astral void, they would very likely be interfered with by deities. But if it were Gao Yang, these deities would not only refrain from interfering, but after he successfully ascended, they might even send their sincere blessings. This is the function of legendary reputation. It represents the extent of a person's fame throughout the multiverse, and to a certain degree, it also signifies the individual's formidable strength. However, for Gao Yang, the increase in legendary reputation can directly and straightforwardly boost his overall combat power, a result derived from the fundamental effects of his profession. War God Prestige Derivative Effect. The character gains the constant buff of War God Prestige for every 100 points of multiverse reputation. Overall combat power and/or related abilities are permanently increased by 1%. Current. Yes, a direct 18% increase in overall combat power. It is just that simple and brutal. Gao Yang closed the Multiverse Network panel and looked at the power gem in his hand, which had already finished merging. His strength was currently at 44 points. If he were to finish merging these 10 power gems, his strength would rise to 54 points, and his overall combat power would increase exponentially. It was not just strength. If he were to refine all the other attribute gems, his base attributes would all rise above 40 points, with his constitution, like his strength attribute, breaking through the 50-point mark. Once he digested this wave of improvements, even if the true form of the Blood Lord were to descend personally during the Abyss trial, he would have nothing to fear. Perhaps by that time, it would be the Blood Lord, this high-ranking member of the Pantheon, who should be afraid. Thinking of this, Gao Yang could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. This so-called Pantheon treated players of his version as targets for hunting and had even established a rigorous hunting organization. He wondered if they would still be able to remain calm when they themselves became the prey. Collecting his thoughts, battle aura surged in Gao Yang's hands, and he began to refine the power gem he held. While refining the power gem, he also multitasked to synthesize gems of other attributes. He did not rush to synthesize the intelligence and perception attribute fragments. Those two attributes of his had not yet broken through the legendary realm limit. Even if he obtained legendary attribute gems, he would have no way to absorb them directly to increase his attributes. Time was tight now, and he had to prioritize the attributes that could be directly improved. Half an hour later, Gao Yang exhaled a heavy breath of white mist. The mist was like an arrow, condensed and unyielding, shooting out nearly 1,000 meters before slowly dissipating. Strength 40 for greater than 45. Carefully sensing the changes in his body, Gao Yang did not stop. He picked up a constitution gem and began to refine it once more. Strength and constitution complemented each other. Alternating their improvement would place less burden on his body. After all, the improvement he was undertaking was not just 1 or 2 points in total. The attributes he was increasing amounted to a full 30 points. The improvement brought about by such a large number of attributes was comprehensive and terrifying. If Gao Yang's willpower attribute were not strong enough, he likely would not have dared to be so reckless with his advancement. If one's mental will cannot control their own power, and they blindly seek to improve, the final outcome is, in all likelihood, the loss of control over the physical body, leading to a direct collapse. Chapter 1074. Extreme Improvement for K. The gains brought about by attribute improvement are never a gift without a price, but rather an extreme tempering of one's own spirit and will. The improvement of attributes within the Multiverse Network is, in essence, the infusion of gains that would normally require long-term training into the body within a short period. In short, it is the infinite compression of the entire process into just a few dozen minutes. There is no difference between the improvement gained through attribute points and the strength obtained through one's own arduous cultivation. Correspondingly, the pain that must be endured during this period is not reduced in the slightest. Moreover, because the process is infinitely compressed, it naturally leads to a problem. The pain generated during the cultivation process is also compressed 1,000-fold, erupting all at once within these few short dozen minutes. This is the reason why one cannot control power that exceeds their own limits. The most fundamental point is that if one's mental will is not sufficiently resilient, then when faced with the pain accumulated over decades, centuries, or even millennia, It is highly likely that under the impact of such surging agony, the mental will would be shattered, leading to the extinction of consciousness. Especially at Gao Yang's level, the time and effort required to gain even a single point of strength are calculated in centuries. The further one goes, the more exaggerated this time span becomes. Likewise, the pain brought about by each improvement is also calculated in centuries or millennia. Under such circumstances, any rashness would result in the collapse of the body. Furthermore, even if one were to forcibly improve, because the mastery of the power is not in place, it would not only fail to increase combat power but would instead hinder one's own performance. Time ticked away, and Gao Yang continued to refine and absorb attribute gems without pause. The crimson hue beneath his skin never faded. Waves of heat radiated wantonly from his body. His physique seemed to have transformed into a massive, roaring furnace. The surrounding space twisted and deformed under this scorching heat, and the void emitted a continuous, bubbling sound of boiling. A bowl-shaped crater had already formed beneath him, and the surface of the crater walls had vitrified. That was the crystallized layer left behind after being scorched by ultra-high temperatures. Thick, prominent veins pulsed and writhed madly beneath his blood-red skin, each throb appearing as if it would burst through his skin and break free from his constraints. How? After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang suddenly opened his mouth, and a scorching arrow of blood-colored energy shot out from it. Gao Yang opened his eyes, a trace of regret showing in them. He still had 5 attribute gems. He could use 3 power gems and 2 constitution gems, but his current state of improvement no longer allowed him to continue. If he were to blindly continue to improve, a destructive end would surely await him. However, even so, his improvement could be called earth-shattering. In just less than a day, his strength had multiplied countless times compared to before. If others were to know of this, they would likely never believe it was possible. Name: Gao Yang. Profession: Unique were God. LV3 to health points. Battle Chi: for 40500/5621 for 1 to strength: for 4 to 51 agility. 36 to for 3 constitution. 40 for to 51 intelligence. Charisma: 39 to for 3 perception: will hidden. 45 to for 6 free attribute points 0. Extraordinary attribute points 0. Legendary attribute points 0. Legendary skill points, legendary reputation. Both strength and constitution had broken through the 50-point attribute threshold, while agility and charisma had likewise surpassed the 40-point mark. Even his will attribute had increased by 1 point under the assault of that indescribable agony, bringing it 1 step closer to the 50-point milestone. Closing his personal status window, Gao Yang clenched his fist slightly, feeling the surging, explosive power within his body. An endless sense of confidence welled up in his heart. A total increase of 26 points in legendary attributes had expanded his already massive foundation by countless times. As he was now, let alone 3,000 top-tier legends, even 3,000 deities of weak divine power. Well, that was too exaggerated. He shouldn't get too carried away. Even if 300 no, 100 deities of weak divine power were to besiege him, he would have the confidence to kill them all in return. Perhaps even if a deity of strong divine power were to come, he might be able to fight and kill them as well. Gao Yang calculated inwardly. The probability of this should not be low. He had already been able to kill a deity of intermediate divine power before. Although it was a severely wounded one, he had ultimately succeeded in killing the opponent completely. Now, his strength had multiplied countless times compared to that time. Under these circumstances, deities of intermediate divine power no longer posed a threat to him. Only deities of strong divine power could stand against him in a direct confrontation. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's gaze flickered as he looked toward the pool of blood not far away where the withered eye resided. After nearly a day of devouring, the pool of blood left behind by Grishus had been consumed until only a small puddle less than the size of a wash basin remained. Not even enough to fully submerge the withered eye. If you haven't finished devouring it, then let's try this. Gao Yang's gaze flickered. He curled his fingers in a remote grasp, and the withered eye was pulled through the air into his hand. The withered eye opened its large mouth, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing in its eye. However, when it met Gao Yang's indifferent gaze, the dissatisfaction instantly vanished, replaced by a fawning, ingratiating look. You've swallowed enough. Forget about the remaining scraps. I still have some use for them. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he didn't care about its reaction and directly stored it into his inventory. Subsequently, the pool of blood on the ground floated into the air, gathering into a blood sphere the size of a volleyball. Gao Yang glanced at this blood sphere, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Abyss Trial. 1 day 04 hours 31 minutes 58 seconds. About a day and a half left. Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then retrieved a large quantity of life source crystals from his inventory. Nearly 1,000 life source crystals all radiated a warm, blood-like red glow. Once gathered together, the light they emitted was even more eye-catching than the godhead above the contract hovering over his head. Platinum-colored battle chi flowed out from Gao Yang's body like water, gently wrapping around all the life source crystals. When his total battle chi broke through the 5 million mark, the color of his battle chi had transformed from a brilliant golden hue into a more restrained and scorching platinum color. It appeared less arrogant and unbridled than the golden color, but both its temperature and destructive power had risen by more than one level. Under the shroud of battle chi, the nearly 1,000 life source crystals began to melt slowly. Wisps of pure, original life force began to merge into the battle chi, entering Gao Yang's body along with the circulation of his energy. Under the infusion of this simultaneously violent and gentle original life force, Gao Yang's already massive and exceptionally thick original life force began to grow further. Absorbing 1,000 life source crystals, even all at once, required a significant amount of time. When Gao Yang had completely absorbed and digested these life source crystals, less than 12 hours remained until the start of the next Abyss Trial. Gao Yang opened his eyes. In his perception, many more legends had gathered outside the executioner sword domain. Even before these legends, there were 7 deities radiating the aura of divine power. The expressions on their faces were already somewhat impatient, clearly caused by the excessively long wait. Gao Yang moved his mind, and the executioner sword domain immediately began to retract rapidly. Such movement immediately made the entities gathered around the executioner sword domain vigilant, while simultaneously preparing themselves. There were only 2 possibilities for a change in the executioner sword domain. Either the disaster sword master had killed everyone and was voluntarily retracting his legendary domain, or the disaster sword master had fallen under the siege, and his legendary domain was naturally beginning to collapse. But regardless of the situation, for them, this was the final opportunity. There was less than a day and a half left until the 30 days mentioned by the disaster sword master. In this short time, if they could not kill him, then this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to ascend to godhood would completely vanish from their sight. But what they did not know was that the 30 days Gao Yang spoke of were actually only 29 days. When the time hit 0, he would directly enter the Abyss Trial. The executioner sword domain retracted rapidly, and the figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the sword domain was naturally exposed to everyone's view. Hiss! When they saw the black-haired youth with an indifferent face sitting cross-legged on the ground, both the legends and the deities could not help but gasp in their hearts. 1,000 legends plus 3 deities of weak divine power had besieged him, yet they had failed to kill this human. This scene truly exceeded the cognition of the vast majority of living beings. Gao Yang glanced at the executioner sword domain gathered at his side. The executioner sword domain was now only the size of a basketball, with the blood sphere wrapped inside it. Gao Yang did not intend to release his suppression of this mass of blood just yet. He did not know exactly what methods the Blood Lord possessed, so for the sake of caution, he would only lift the suppression on this blood sphere when he was about to enter the abyss for training. If the Blood Lord could still descend upon this place within a very short period, then he would simply fight him. Regardless of whether he won or lost that battle, he would have a certain amount of buffer time. Because once he entered the abyss for training, if he did not actively expose his location, it would take others a certain amount of time to find him. Even for an existence like the Blood Lord, finding him would not be that easy. Having this buffer was enough. Moreover, Gao Yang did not feel that he was any weaker than that Blood Lord at this moment. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, yet in reality, it was but a fleeting instant. When the numerous legends and the 7 deities saw Gao Yang, they inevitably fell into a momentary trance. Immediately afterward, they saw the disaster sword master. who had been sitting quietly on the ground, slowly rise to his feet. With his movement, the void around him distorted, and time seemed to freeze at this very moment. Following that, under the gaze of the numerous existences, it was as if an ancient divine mountain had risen from the ground, or perhaps a divine sword had been unsheathed with a clang. An invisible pressure instantly descended, causing the existences on this sentient plane to feel anxious in their hearts, holding their breath as they watched the human male slowly stand up. The moment the other party stood completely upright, that invisible pressure climbed to its peak in an instant, and a sonorous, powerful sword hum suddenly exploded in everyone's hearts. Bow your head, bow your head, bow your head, otherwise, you will die, you will definitely die. The instant the sword hum resonated through their hearts, the vast majority of the legends on this sentient plane reflexively lowered their incredibly proud heads. Only a scattered dozen or so legends stood tall with their chests puffed out, looking straight at Gao Yang without blinking. Among the 7 deities before the legends, 5 also lowered their heads in unison, while the remaining 2 deities had surging divine power flowing around their bodies, resisting that astonishing pressure. Not far behind one of the legends who stood tall, a young man in Taoist robes looked at the proudly standing bat before him with a slightly complex expression, thinking silently to himself, "He is truly worthy of being a genius born in the same crystal wall system and the same era as me." Even when facing the terrifying pressure of the disaster swordmaster, he can still stand tall without the slightest hint of cowardice. It seems that, in the end, I am still inferior to you. His psychological fluctuations seem to produce a subtle, imperceptible ripple in the real world. This ripple, like a gentle breeze or morning mist, collided with the proudly standing figure before him. The next instant, that proudly standing figure toppled straight forward, crashing heavily onto the blood-stained earth. The man in the Taoist robe froze for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. He took a step forward to reach the other person, crouched down, and reached out to touch the other's forehead. Before his hand could even touch the other person, he retracted it like lightning, as if he had been bitten by something. On the other party's tilted head, his eyes were open, but the once bright and confident eyes had now lost their proper luster. A sword mark had shattered his pupils, and what appeared before the man was a broken, gray, and lifeless eye. That moment, it wasn't an illusion. One really would die. Sharing the same thought as the man in the Taoist robe were those legends who had witnessed the direct death of the legends nearby who had not lowered their heads. Only at this moment did they truly understand the extent of the gap between them and the disaster swordmaster. The other party had merely stood up, yet the pressure formed possessed substantial lethality. The other party's will was actually so strong that it could directly suppress and kill any existence unwilling to yield. Gao Yang did not even look at these terrified legends, instead casting his gaze upon the 2 deities at the very front of the crowd who had not lowered their heads. Judging from the fluctuations of their divine power, both of these were mid-tier deities. Only mid-tier deities could grit their teeth and withstand the pressure he was currently radiating. Because that was not merely pressure, but the materialization of his disaster aura. Pressure and aura inherently possess offensive capabilities, just as a dragon's pressure can directly frighten many low-level creatures to death. And the aura pressure released by Gao Yang through his aura depth control ability was already no less powerful than him personally executing a disaster will sword. As a mental attack method, the disaster will sword possessed extremely strong lethality in the mental realm. Of course, this aura was not actively unleashed, it was passive, just as it had been a moment ago. All those who lowered their heads and did not oppose him would not be attacked by the aura. Conversely, those legends who refused to lower their heads would trigger the aura's active attack, with Gao Yang's current will attribute as high as 46 points. Such a sword strike could be called a catastrophic disaster for all mortal beings. As for the result, it was already quite obvious. Chapter 1075, The Blood Lord for K. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. "Come at me together. I don't have much time to waste." He did not look at anyone in particular, but the moment his words fell, it sent a chill through the hearts of all the existences on this sentient plane. Clang! A piercing sword hum soared into the sky, and a brilliant sword light rose from the ground, reaching the firmament. A bone-chilling coldness descended with the appearance of this streak of sword light. Gao Yang's distinct, bony right hand slowly clenched, and a large silver-white sword was slowly drawn from the void at his side. White-gold battle ore rose slowly from his body, and under the gaze of the numerous legends, it covered the large silver-white sword. An ominous feeling emerged in the hearts of the numerous legends. Since you are all so polite, then I won't be polite either. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the blade of Yongyao. As his thoughts shifted slightly, the battle ore, which had been as gentle as water, instantly turned violent. White gold battle ore continuously poured into Yongyao, and the spacer on the great sword began to distort and vibrate, making Gao Yang appear somewhat blurred in the perception of everyone present. Some of the legendary figures on the periphery began to retreat quietly. Their movements were so slow and subtle that even some of the legendary powerhouses nearby, being too preoccupied, failed to notice. Clang! The God Ascension battlefield suddenly fell silent, and then everyone saw a scorching white sun rising slowly from the earth. The scorching white sun unleashed the light and heat unique to a star without restraint, and streaks of platinum sword chi scattered like sunlight into every corner of the God Ascension battlefield. If this scene were to take place within a plane, it would be nothing more than the most ordinary and common sight of a sunrise. But within the God Ascension battlefield, the appearance of this scorching white sun was a catastrophic disaster for every existence present. The platinum sword chi bathed the earth in light. This should have been a very warm and gentle scene. Yet the numerous legendary figures present could only feel the cold, cruel, and murderous intent seeping through that sunlight. Under the illumination of the sword chi sunlight, their diverse and strange defensive measures were pierced through in an instant. The sunlight seemed to find its way into every pore, drilling into the bodies of the many legendary figures. And screams shook the heavens. 3 breaths later, Gao Yang sensed that the God Ascension plane had been cleared, and his gaze fell upon the 2 intermediate power deities closest to him. Under the radiance of the sword light from the disaster realm of no darkness, even they could only struggle to hold on. As for the other 5 weak power deities, they had already dissolved in the sword chi sunlight just like the many legendary figures, leaving only 5 diamond-shaped godheads of various colors floating quietly under the sun. Gao Yang swung his sword-holding hand casually, and the platinum sun that had risen abruptly beneath the blood-colored sky plummeted down from the heights with a roar. The 2 intermediate power deities unleashed their divine power frantically as if it cost nothing, attempting to resist the platinum sun falling from the firmament. Rumble! The earth shook violently, and endless blinding light bloomed the moment the platinum sun crashed into the ground, turning the world into a scorching white. The scorching white light engulfed everything, and it was only after several dozen seconds that it began to slowly dissipate. Gao Yang waved his hand, and the remaining scorching white light was dispersed by him. He reached out and grasped at the air. The 7 godheads flew over and landed in his palm. Without even looking at them, he stowed them all directly into his inventory. With this one sword strike, he had slain 7 deities and over 500 legendary figures, harvesting over 800 life essence crystals and more than 40 attribute fragments. The greatest gain, however, was the 13 sparks of divinity dropped by the 7 deities. The existence of sparks of divinity could directly enhance the strength of eternal radiance and the power of the authority he controlled. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground once more, with the immortal slaying sword domain, now shrunk to the size of a basketball, in front of him. Inside the immortal slaying sword domain was the bound blood mass. He glanced at the Omni Network panel. There were still 10.5 hours left until the start of the Abyss trial. Gao Yang took out a Kui Python simple meal from his inventory and began to eat continuously. As his attributes increased, his body's demand for energy grew ever greater. In the past, 2 Kui Python simple meals could provide him with enough energy for about 10 days of normal activity. But now, even after 10 Kui Python simple meals, he still did not feel the slightest sense of fullness. It seemed as if a gluttonous beast that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth existed within his stomach. Once the food landed, it was crushed, digested, and completely absorbed in a very short time. After consuming a full 15 Kui Python simple meals and 3 vitality clo fruits, Gao Yang finally felt the sense of fulfillment from his stomach being filled. With a casual wave of his hand, the scattered meal boxes around him were pulverized into dust. After finishing all this, he sighed slightly. If he continued to grow stronger, his future demand for energy would only be more exaggerated than it was now. Strength does not come without a price. For the vast majority of intelligent beings in extraordinary planes, their strength can be maintained by absorbing various energies existing between heaven and earth. And the stronger one is, the more energy they require. However, under normal circumstances, the method of absorbing energy combined with eating is enough to satisfy the needs of most planar creatures. But that is the ordinary situation. For the many deities standing at the pinnacle of the multiverse, once they achieve godhood, they no longer require energy. The power of faith is their only need now and in the future. As for those legendary existences whose strength rivals that of deities but who have no intention of ascending to godhood, they have neither the blessing of the power of faith, nor is the energy contained in heaven, earth, and food enough for their normal consumption. They face a problem, the source of energy. Of course, in most cases, they have their own channels for energy replenishment. For Gao Yang, the best energy replenishment would be to fly into a star and absorb the energy it radiates at every moment. But for him, currently located in the land of blood war, this was not a suitable channel for energy replenishment. Moreover, with his current attributes, if he were to absorb at full capacity, even the energy of a star would be completely drained by him in a short time. Furthermore, while stellar energy might be sufficient in quantity, it is somewhat lacking in quality. The truly suitable energy sources for him are clove fruits, and planar core solution is the best of all. However, during his 50 years of bitter cultivation previously, the planar core solution had been exhausted, and his stock of planar cores was the same, with only the final 17 vials remaining, intended for recovering his state in times of crisis. With a flash of light, a test tube appeared in Gao Yang's hand. Looking at the pale golden planar core solution inside, he thought for a moment and then opened his mouth to swallow the test tube whole. After swallowing it, Gao Yang took out another 100 life essence crystals from his inventory and began to refine them. 10 hours was enough for him to completely refine these 100 life essence crystals. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours passed while Gao Yang was refining. During these 10 hours, no other existence dared to set foot on the God Ascension plane. His reputation had already resounded throughout the entire land of blood war, along with the deaths of one renowned legendary figure after another. Amidst the blood and shattered bones of countless powerhouses, mixed with the broken bodies of deities and the fractured space, what was ultimately forged was the illustrious reputation belonging solely to the disaster swordmaster. This point is evident from his constantly growing legendary reputation. In less than 2 days, his legendary reputation is already approaching the 2,000 mark. His gaze falls on the void in front of him, where a line of small text appears. The Abyss Trial, 0 days 0 hours 9 minutes 57 seconds. With only 10 minutes left until the next Abyss Trial, Gao Yang closes the text before him and turns his gaze toward the mass of blood bound by the immortal execution sword domain. The time is almost up. Gao Yang's eyes flicker slightly. This is a small test, and also his first formal contact with a high-ranking member of the Pantheon. As Gao Yang focuses his mind, he directly expands the immortal execution sword domain that is wrapping the blood mass, completely exposing it. The moment the volleyball-sized mass of blood is exposed to the air, it begins to tremble violently as if it were boiling. Thick blood mist continuously escapes from the blood sphere, instantly merging into the surrounding space. Gao Yang watches this blood manifestation without making a move. 1 minute later, amidst the violent tremors, the blood sphere has transformed into a swirling mist of blood, covering a circular cross-section about 1 meter in diameter. The moment it finishes spreading, a splashing sound rings in Gao Yang's ears. The circular cross-section now resembles the surface of water, beginning to ripple in circles. The speed at which the ripples are generated becomes faster and faster. The moment the ripples cover the entire circular cross-section, a scarlet scratch appears, splitting the cross-section in two. Swoosh! A palm with skin as red as blood reaches out from the scarlet scratch. The moment this palm appears, a thick, suffocating scent of blood rushes into Gao Yang's senses. Gao Yang sits cross-legged on the ground in silence, watching this scene without blinking. A bead of blood floats up from the fragmented earth, then 2, then 3. In the blink of an eye, countless blood beads seep out from the dark red soil, floating in the air as if they had lost the pull of gravity. The next instant, These blood beads seem to be guided by something, shooting toward the sky above Gao Yang's head. Whoosh! As they shoot upward, the blood beads continuously converge, merging with the blood-colored cross-section in front of Gao Yang, eventually transforming into rivers of blood that rapidly gather in the sky. Gao Yang stands up and takes a step forward, his body arriving before this vortex of blood. The moment all the blood on the God Ascension plane is swallowed and absorbed by the blood vortex, the palm from earlier thrusts out once more from the center of the vortex. This time, it does not vanish in a flash. The slender, beautiful palm grips slightly, and the space beneath its fingers immediately twists and deforms. Following this, the owner of the palm uses this force to slowly pull himself out of the blood vortex. First the palm, then the wrist, then the elbow. In just a few seconds, a tall figure 3 meters in height has fully emerged from the blood vortex. A head of scarlet long hair moves without wind behind him, and the hem of his robe, which is even more crimson than blood, also snaps in the wind. His face is like fine jade, his brows like distant mountains, his eyes like brilliant stars, his nose like a hanging peak, and his lips like stained blood. The only pity is that for such a handsome and dashing man, his left eye is not a brilliant star-like orb, but a pitch-black, abyss-like hollow. The moment he appears, the already crimson sky suddenly becomes even more vivid and scarlet. Between heaven and earth, blood-colored gales seem to howl incessantly. Yet, the man in the robe at the center of the blood-colored gale seems like an ordinary person, revealing not a shred of aura. Gao Yang's gaze falls on the hollow of the other's left eye, and he suddenly reveals a smile. He speaks, his voice as calm as if he were asking an old man he had known for half a lifetime at the village entrance whether he had eaten breakfast yet. Blood Lord, losing an eye shouldn't affect your daily life, should it? The Blood Lord's only remaining eye stares at Gao Yang. After a full 2 breaths, the crimson corners of his lips on his flawless face curl upward, forming a gentle arc. Of course not. But you, Gao Yang, have given me a great surprise. The man in the crimson robe before him is none other than the high-ranking member of the Pantheon whom Gao Yang had met once before, the myriad Blood Spirit Lord. The smile on the Blood Lord's face becomes increasingly kind as he continues. An ant that could once be crushed with a casual flick has actually grown to this point in such a short time. So much so that this rapid growth has given you the illusion that you can converse with me as an equal. Gao Yang, I apologize to you for this. I shouldn't have let you harbor such unrealistic fantasies. The Blood Lord's speech is slow and steady, with little fluctuation in emotion, but the meaning behind his words is incredibly clear and explicit. Gao Yang shrugs indifferently and says, "They say that to recognize one's mistake and correct it is the greatest virtue. I don't blame you for this." Then, without waiting for the Blood Lord to speak, Gao Yang immediately adds, "However, since it was your mistake, that makes it my fault." The smile on the Blood Lord's face freezes. He stares at Gao Yang with his only remaining eye. What Gao Yang said sounds very humble, perhaps even excessively so. But the Blood Lord instinctively feels that the meaning behind the other's words is definitely not an admission of guilt. If any Chinese college student heard this sentence, they would surely jump up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, assume their Spinosaurus form, and immediately counterattack, "I am your father," unable to figure out the reason. The Blood Lord stops dwelling on it. He understands in his heart that he has fallen slightly behind in this round of verbal sparring. Gao Yang glances at him and speaks again, "Can't win with words. So you're preparing to fight your father." Whoosh! The sound of crashing waves rings out from the space where the Blood Lord stands, and a piercing blood-red light flashes in his only remaining eye, sharp-tongued. The voice erupts, seemingly piercing through all barriers. Even though Gao Yang tries to use his mental will to block out the Blood Lord's voice, it still explodes in his heart. In an instant, Gao Yang realizes why. The Blood Lord is using the flow of his blood to generate the sound, transmitting these words directly into his heart. "Come then, your mistake. My fault, let me properly educate you, this disobedient living beast." Gao Yang curled the corners of his mouth into a ferocious grin. Yang Yao appeared in his hand at the perfect moment, and with a swing of his arm, he delivered a powerful slash toward the Blood Lord not far away. Chapter 1076. The Sword Lord of Natural Disasters and the Lord of 10,000 Blood Spirits for K. Crack! The solid and stable space of the Blood War land shattered into sugar cube-sized fragments as Yang Yao descended. A pitch-black slash spanned the distance between them, aiming straight for the Blood Lord's neck. A point of blood-red light bloomed in the Blood Lord's only remaining eye, and a thin layer of blood-colored radiance appeared before him. The blade struck the blood-colored light, causing it to visibly cave inward. A heavy pressure from the sword surged forward, pulling the scarlet hair behind the Blood Lord straight back. The Blood Lord raised his eyebrows, and the blood-colored light before him thickened rapidly. Endless blood radiance gathered before the sword's edge, continuously blocking its advance until it came to a halt just inches away. Having failed to achieve success with a single strike, Gao Yang felt no disappointment. Instead, the smile on his face grew even more savage. Through this strike, he confirmed one thing: the Blood Lord before him did not possess the power to crush him. Furthermore, in Gao Yang's view, the opponent's defense was not as impenetrable as a city wall. The previous slash was merely an insignificant probe before the official start of the battle. The Blood Lord's 3-meter-tall frame sank slightly as he crouched, his expression as calm as an abyss stopped previously. His understanding of Gao Yang had only been obtained from the intelligence network of the Pantheon. He only knew that the other party was a legend with some talent. He had once taken an interest in the unique specialty Gao Yang possessed, and had even dispatched a squad of his subordinates to hunt Gao Yang down. He had even handed over one of his own eyes to this squad, with the sole purpose of ensuring Gao Yang would have no chance to escape. According to his original plan, even if the squad he sent was completely wiped out, he would still be able to gain a more comprehensive understanding of Gao Yang through the returning eye. However, after that battle, the expected eye did not return, which caused a lag in the Blood Lord's understanding of Gao Yang's strength. By the time he heard news of him again, Gao Yang had already arrived at the Blood War land alone and had initiated the War of Ascension without any hesitation. The Blood Lord had sent one of his blood slaves to investigate. This blood slave's strength was formidable. If he were weak, he would not have been favored by the Blood Lord and granted divine blood, allowing him to control a portion of the laws of the blood path. Yet, that blood slave was no different from the squad he had previously dispatched. After arriving here, there was no further word, and even the fluctuations of the divine blood he had bestowed were shielded. It was not until shortly ago that he once again sensed the fluctuations of his own divine blood and learned of the blood slave's death. It was also from that residual blood that the Blood Lord learned that the blood slave he had sent could not even block a single strike from Gao Yang. From the last hunt to their meeting here in the Blood War land, only a mere few years had passed. For the Blood Lord, this amount of time was no different from taking a nap. But in this short time of a nap, the prey he once looked down upon had grown into an existence capable of contending with him. This made the Blood Lord realize that there was definitely a great secret hidden within Gao Yang. No one could become stronger for no reason, and no one could become this strong in such a short period of time. Therefore, the moment he sensed the fluctuations of his own divine blood, the Blood Lord descended here in person. He wanted to test this man. He wanted to obtain the secret hidden within him, as this might be where his own path to further advancement lay. The Blood Lord's large, well-defined hand gripped the air, and endless blood appeared out of nowhere, condensing in his palm into a straight long blade nearly 2 meters in length. The long blade had the texture of agate, and the blade was covered in spiderweb-like black and red stripes, exuding a sense of immense toughness. As his fingers gripped the hilt, the blood energy on his body erupted further. Just from the act of holding the blade, layers of crashing waves echoed between the heavens and earth, and a vast, bloody stench spread out from the center of the Ascension battlefield. Wherever it passed, the void boiled, and the earth surged. The residual blood that had accumulated in the Blood War land for unknown ages seemed to be guided, seeping out from the surface and rushing toward the sky like dragons and snakes rising from the ground. Upon hearing the void boiling, countless living beings, whether transcendent or legend, all had their expressions change drastically before they could react. Cracks bloomed across their bodies, and the blood flowing within them was uncontrollably pulled out, rushing toward the blood-colored dragons and snakes ascending into the sky. In an instant, countless living beings were drained of their blood and died on the spot. The blood-colored sky was obscured by countless blood dragons and snakes, twisting and entangling to form a boundless sea of blood. A mighty pressure erupted from this sky-covering sea of blood, pressing down upon Gao Yang beneath it. The Blood Lord stood beneath the sea of blood with his blade, and strands of blood energy emanated from behind him, connecting with the sea of blood. From a distance, the boundless sea of blood seemed to transform into a scarlet cloak draped behind the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord's wild hair flew in the wind. He looked down at Gao Yang not far away, his lips unmoving, while the sea of blood above his head surged. His voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. It has been a long time since I stretched my limbs. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. Gao Yang met the Blood Lord's gaze, and a brilliant radiance of will bloomed, making his eyes shine like the scorching sun. Even hotter than the sun was the white gold and blue-tinted solar battle chi radiating from his entire body. The feeling is mutual. Whoosh! The Blood Lord took a step forward, and the boundless sea of blood above his head surged with monstrous waves. With just that single step, he had already lunged in front of Gao Yang, his blood blade sweeping across in a swift horizontal slash. Crack! As the blood blade descended, the boundless sea of blood shook violently. Amidst the surging, monstrous waves, streaks of blood-colored lightning intertwined, transforming into a shocking blood-colored thunder dragon that lunged downward, carrying with it the power of endless destruction. Clang! The moment the blade and sword collided, the blood-colored thunder dragon simultaneously struck Gao Yang. Blood-colored electric arcs crawled across Gao Yang's entire body along the greatsword Yang Yao. A pervasive, stinging pain emerged, but Gao Yang's arm sank only slightly before coming to a halt. He exerted force through his arm, and Yang Yao locked against the edge of the blood blade, causing ripples of tangible power to continuously burst forth. A foot-long crimson radiance erupted from the Blood Lord's single eye in an instant. The blood blade that had been entangled with Yang Yao transformed into flowing gore. It allowed the sword's edge to pass right through, only for the blood to converge once more, reforming into a blade that slashed horizontally toward Gao Yang's neck. The bloody sword aura burst forth, and the sharp blade light reached his throat in the blink of an eye. Clang! A brilliant radiance bloomed from the skin at Gao Yang's throat. The fierce blood blade struck there but could not advance a single inch further. That jade-like skin was now countless times harder than steel. The Blood Lord's eyes narrowed. The blood blade in his hand shattered instantly, transforming into countless blood threads thinner than hair that shot toward Gao Yang like a barrage. Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat. His white gold, blue-tinted battle aura burned fiercely. He pushed his heart at ease technique to its limit, converting his strength, will, and reflexes entirely into defensive power. Ding, ding. A continuous series of crisp sounds exploded across his entire body. Tiny flowers of battle aura bloomed on his skin, only to be instantly replaced by newly generated ones. The moment the last blood thread needle was blocked and incinerated into ash by his battle aura, the Blood Lord swung his blood blade down toward Gao Yang's head once more, not even leaving him a moment to catch his breath. The previous slash had been a feint. The barrage of blood threads was the true killing blow. The Blood Lord was the Lord of 10,000 blood spirits, and his greatest ability was the manipulation of blood. The initial strike was merely preparation for the final barrage. As long as even a single blood thread broke through Gao Yang's defense and pierced into his body, this battle would end immediately. The priority level of the Lord of 10,000 blood spirits' control over blood was something Gao Yang could never hope to match. However, Gao Yang was sufficiently vigilant and did not let the Blood Lord succeed. Since he already knew the Blood Lord's title, how could he possibly be careless? The battle continued. Facing the long blade descending toward his head, Gao Yang also raised his sword to slash downward, and the blade and sword clashed once again, but this time, golden light bloomed. A force as vast as an abyss and as deep as the sea originated from Yang Yao, carrying an unrivaled momentum that pressed back against the blood blade, moving firmly and unyieldingly toward the Blood Lord. It was none other than the tyrant body slash. Whoosh! Yang Yao struck the blood blade, pushing against it as it slashed toward the Blood Lord. Seeing this, the Blood Lord immediately allowed the blood blade in his hand to turn into flowing liquid, letting the greatsword descend. Clang! The greatsword struck the Blood Lord's shoulder with the force of a bamboo being split, but the unstoppable strike failed to even cut through the Blood Lord's scarlet robe. Conversely, a terrifying slash mark suddenly appeared in the sea of blood above their heads, spanning the horizon and nearly cleaving the entire sea of blood in two. The Blood Lord's eyelids twitched violently. The long blade that had turned into flowing blood exploded into countless fine threads again, shooting toward Gao Yang. While he himself flashed 1,000 meters away, Gao Yang slashed out with his sword, and a sword of will followed, erupting from his eyes. The great sword of will carried a staggering heat, clearing away all the blood threads that were shooting toward him. With the two combined sword strikes missing their mark, Gao Yang did not rush to pursue. Instead, he straightened his body and looked up at the sea of blood above, the smile on his face becoming increasingly ferocious and wild. The sea of blood that served as the sky slowly closed. On the vast ascension plain, only Gao Yang and the Blood Lord remained. Even the faint starlight outside the blood-colored canopy was obscured by the sea of blood. No other existence could peer into this battle. Battle aura surged. Gao Yang stared at the Blood Lord not far away, making no further moves. On the other hand, the red light emanating from the center of the Blood Lord's remaining eye became increasingly piercing. Clearly, he was still having trouble accepting what had just happened. The strikes of the person before him were too heavy and too powerful. Even though he had absorbed the blood spilled by countless beings who had fought on the blood war front for thousands of years, as well as the blood of the countless creatures that had existed here, gathering them into a boundless sea of blood, it was still difficult to fully withstand them. One must never think that this boundless sea of blood had weak defenses. For thousands of years, endless beings had died on the land of this blood war front, and those qualified to die here were, at the very least, of the transcendent level. The blood of transcendent level beings was already a transcendent grade magical material in itself, not to mention that it was mixed with the blood of legends and even gods. The sea of blood condensed from this blood had reached an extremely high level of defensive power, energy tier, and concentration. In short, the sea of blood the Blood Lord had condensed this time could be considered his own fountain base. Connected to the sea of blood, he naturally possessed defensive power and vitality equal to it. Fighting the Blood Lord in this state was no different from rushing into the enemy's fountain in a MOBA game, engaging in a passionate brawl with an over-leveled, fully geared top laner who had 6 items at 20 minutes, 5,000 health, 300 attack, and over 150 in dual resistances. But the shot Gao Yang's previous sword strike had given the Blood Lord was equivalent to the battle just beginning, only for his side to be nearly wiped out crystal and all by a single strike from the opponent. Perhaps there was an element of arrogance involved, but for the Blood Lord, after that one strike, the contempt in his heart had been completely extinguished. From this moment on, he had fully placed Gao Yang in a position where he could fight him to the death. In this battle, if he dared to underestimate his enemy again, he would truly die. What a surprising speed of improvement! The Blood Lord opened his arms and tilted his head slightly upward. In his remaining eye, the increasingly concentrated scarlet began to recede at this moment. Gao Yang, I am truly curious. What kind of unique talent could possibly grant you such an exaggerated rate of improvement? He slowly lowered his head, his now calm eyes staring at Gao Yang, and spoke peacefully. I really want to see it. Gao Yang lowered his stance slightly, exhaling a scorching white mist from his mouth. Then, he grinned ferociously and spoke, Come and kill me, and you will know. Human calamity, swallow return. The moment the words fell, Gao Yang had already appeared before the Blood Lord. Infinite blood energy outlined a wanton and arrogant blood shadow behind him. The blood shadow raised the great sword of battle aura high, slashing down in unison with Gao Yang. The violent sword pressure rushed toward him. The Blood Lord's single eye narrowed uncontrollably, facing Gao Yang's unstoppable strike. He did not choose to retreat, because he knew very clearly that he had no way left to retreat. If he retreated any further, he would face the outcome of being slashed to death by Gao Yang. Boom crack! The Blood Lord pointed a finger toward the sky, and a scarlet thunder dragon roared as it lunged down from the boundless sea of blood. The scarlet thunder dragon collided with the great sword. A massive, overwhelming force directly split this formless thunder dragon apart. The remaining momentum shattered the dragon, and then continued to slash down toward the Blood Lord. Blood explosion. The Blood Lord remained expressionless. The shattered scarlet thunder dragon exploded with a roar, and the violent shockwave rushed toward Gao Yang, who was within arm's reach. Sword light flickered simultaneously. and Gao Yang had already returned to his original position. The moment he returned, he charged toward the Blood Lord once again, heading straight into the surging shockwave of the blood explosion. A savage grin hung on his face, and his aura was even more ferocious. He pressed forward with an indomitable will, showing not the slightest intention of backing down. A giant roar exploded above his head. A massive beast, 100 meters in length, slowly poked its body out from the sea of blood, its sharp claws swiping fiercely at Gao Yang. Following the appearance of this giant beast, more and more figures emerged from the sea of blood. Among these figures were both humans and beasts of varying sizes, but their auras were incredibly astonishing, and their attack power was terrifying. Each strike was nearly identical to the Blood Lord's blade slashes. Numerous blood shadows connected to the sea of blood, launching all sorts of attacks that bombarded Gao Yang continuously. Natural disaster, thunderclap, an extremely condensed beam of sword light erupted, like an unstoppable sharp blade, piercing through every single attack in Gao Yang's path. He took a single step and had already crossed the distance between them, bringing Yang down in another slash. Chapter 1077. The Hexagonal Warrior approaching perfection for K. A brilliant flash of willpower shone for an instant. This strike was still a Dominator slash. The Blood Lord retreated violently, instantly shifting tens of thousands of meters away. Not only that, but blood light condensed in front of him once again. To his surprise, even though he had instantly shifted tens of thousands of meters away, Gao Yang's sword strike still landed on him without the slightest obstruction. The boundless sea of blood above his head was torn open by two intersecting slash marks in an instant. The Blood Lord's eyelids twitched, looking at the silver-white greatsword, tens of thousands of meters long, held in Gao Yang's hand. He felt an immense sense of stifling frustration. He wanted to say something, but he did not know where to begin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this great sword was extraordinary, but the fact that it could instantly enlarge and lengthen by tens of thousands of meters still exceeded the Blood Lord's imagination. One had to know that as one's rank increased, the weapons forged would possess various characteristics, and growing larger or smaller was a very normal trait. However, for a weapon that was only about a meter long to be able to enlarge tens of thousands of times was unheard of. It must be understood that a weapon enlarging does not mean its power increases. Perhaps weapons in the hands of other beings could also enlarge thousands or even tens of thousands of times. But what followed were the unavoidable constraints of universal fundamental laws, namely friction, gravity, and gravitational pull, among others. In such cases, the power might increase, but the attack speed would inevitably decrease. The final result would be that while the power became greater, it would fail to hit the enemy, ultimately becoming a futile effort. But the great sword before him was different. It was heavy and sharp, yet it possessed an attack speed almost identical to before. This meant that no matter how many times this weapon enlarged, it did not affect Gao Yang's attack frequency in the slightest. Furthermore, the power of this strike was even several times heavier than before. Before the surprise in the Blood Lord's heart could dissipate, the sword pressure was already upon him again. The tens of thousands of meters long great sword held no weight in Gao Yang's hands. The blade had already swung out trails of afterimages, and the violently ferocious sword chi slashes had completely enveloped him. Natural disaster, super frenzied wind slash, SSS. The violent slashes instantly tore through space, also cutting the sea of blood above their heads into countless fragments. But even so, the sea of blood was not completely dispersed, and the Blood Lord remained unscathed. The Blood Lord spread his 5 fingers wide and then gripped them tightly. Amidst the earth-shaking roars, the intersecting slash marks in the sea of blood were submerged and eroded by the blood water, and the sea of blood once again became a single entity. You try this as well. The Blood Lord let out a low shout and gripped his palm in the air again. This time, no blood blade appeared in his hand. Instead, the sea of blood above his head began to boil and churn, and a massive blood blade with no visible and slowly emerged from the sea of blood. Gao Yang's arm bent slightly, and Yang had already returned to its normal size. He looked up at the blood blade in the sea of blood above, the smile on his face still wild and unbridled. The blood chi on the Blood Lord's body seemed to boil. He slashed his empty gripping right arm downward toward Gao Yang from afar. Following his movement, The massive blood blade in the sea of blood descended instantly. The sharp edge of the blade tilted down like a mountain range, and the shadow it cast completely covered Gao Yang's body. This strike was unavoidable. Crackle. As the blood blade slashed down, the space beneath the blade exploded instantly. Dark, pitch-black blade marks continued to spread downward, as if intending to cleave Gao Yang and the entire blood war front line in two. How? Gao Yang gave a light shout. The moment his battle chi boiled, Yang Yao had already slashed out from bottom to top. Human calamity. Have an opening. Pitch-black sword marks emerged from beneath Gao Yang's feet, continuously spreading toward the horizon. In a thousandth of a second, the two pitch-black slash marks collided violently in midair. The moment the blade and sword marks struck each other, the vast ascension plane shattered instantly. That incomparably massive blood blade paused in midair, and a pitch-black slash mark appeared on the mountain-like blade edge, immediately following. Dense, countless slash marks appeared on the body of the blood blade, and the massive blood blade began to disintegrate. The pitch-black sword mark slashed past the side of the blood lord, the stirred-up air causing a buzzing sound in his ears. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yang smashed through the fragments of the blood blade that were falling powerlessly, stirred up a sky full of blood, and charged in front of the blood lord once again. His eyes bloomed with golden blue radiance, and faint ripples of the sword surged around the body of the Yang Yao sword. Human calamity, world-severing. Yang Yao slashed down once more. This time, there was no astonishing sword chi surging into the sky, nor was there any space shattering in response. This strike carried not the slightest trace of smoke or fire. It simply slashed horizontally toward the blood lord's neck. The left hand of the blood lord, which had remained motionless until now, finally moved. He pointed a finger at Gao Yang from a distance, and similarly, not a single ripple of energy bloomed. But only they themselves knew that the more mundane a technique appeared, the more restrained and terrifying its power became. This had already transcended ordinary methods of injury, becoming the most fundamental and direct collision of rules. The rule of slaughter versus the rule of blood. The moment the blood lord pointed his finger at Gao Yang, the surging blood within Gao Yang's body came to a sudden, crashing halt. This cessation of blood flow caused his body to pause for an instant, and immediately after, his massive reserves of battle chi were abruptly cut off. The radiance of his will shone bright, yet Gao Yang's downward slashing motion did not falter. It continued to strike toward the blood lord's neck. Blood sovereign. The blood lord did not even glance at the greatsword descending toward his neck, his remaining 4 fingers instantly splaying open. SSS. In that instant, the blood within Gao Yang's body lost all control. The blood transformed into sharp, crimson spikes that pierced through his blood vessels, stabbed into his flesh and organs, and finally erupted from every part of his body. In just a fleeting moment, Gao Yang had been turned into a hedgehog. The crimson spikes pierced into the surrounding collapsing space, and solid force was transmitted from the spikes into Gao Yang's body, as if intending to nail him firmly in place. Crack, 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 crack. The moment after the spikes pierced Gao Yang's body, a massive number of them collided with his arm bones and shattered one by one. The state of the tyrant body slash would not be hindered by these dense, crimson spikes. Dense bloodstains appeared on his arms, yet his bones, white and lustrous as jade, continued to drive Yang Yao forward. The greatsword instantly swept across the blood lord's neck. The blood lord's single eye widened. His perspective began to rise rapidly, and he saw the boundless sea of blood above his head shrink by a full half as this sword strike descended. The thick, swirling blood mist vanished without a trace in an instant. He had been decapitated. Even with the sea of blood present, he had still been decapitated by this strike. An indescribable, agonizing pain instantly swept through his senses and soul, and long-buried memories began to resurface within the torment. Large amounts of blood mist sprayed from the blood lord's body. The moment these mists were ejected, they acted as if they were rotting, turning into fly ash and dissipating. As the lord of 10,000 blood spirits, he should have possessed supreme control over his own blood, as an indispensable element for the vast majority of sentient life. Blood itself represented vitality and vigor. However, at this moment, he could not control this blood that had left his body, nor could he even reclaim the blood that had sprayed out. The reason was that the moment this blood left his body, All its vitality and life force had been slaughtered by the rule of slaughter contained within Gao Yang's sword, causing it to turn into fly-ash. As the world spun, the Blood Lord's gaze fell once again upon Gao Yang's body. He saw the blood spikes he had controlled shattering one by one. The wounds the spikes had carved into Gao Yang's skin began to heal the very instant they appeared, and these broken spikes transformed back into blood. However, this blood was not controlled by him, the Lord of 10,000 blood spirits. Instead, as if it possessed a life of its own, it flowed along the wounds and rapidly returned into Gao Yang's body. In the time it took for his head to roll 3 times, Gao Yang had completely shattered the spikes covering his body and stood, unscathed, before the Blood Lord's headless torso. As for why he was able to control his own blood under the Blood Lord's interference, it was thanks to the 8-9 profound art, the solar furnace, and the eternal undying meditation technique. After the 8th level of the 8-9 profound art reached perfection, the fusion of his physical body and mental will had broken through to 60%, coupled with the synchronized operation of the solar furnace's battle chi and blood, and the high-quality spirit granted by his meditation technique. He had achieved such a degree of control over his entire being, without any hesitation or mercy. A small portion of Gao Yang's near-endless battle chi was consumed. Under the absolute brilliance of his will, white gold, scorching battle chi instantly enveloped the Blood Lord's body. Creak, creak. A sound of intense compression ran out continuously. The Blood Lord's severed head and his uncontrolled body were both frozen in midair. The moment he was frozen, the Blood Lord discovered that the world had begun to slow down infinitely in his eyes. The passage of space and time seemed to have been completely imprisoned and interrupted in this instant. The Blood Lord felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively merged with the rule of blood. Human calamity, severance. Yang Yao crashed into this imprisoned area. As the tip of the sword fell, the time and space within this region began to perish together, and pure, chaotic nothingness spread rapidly along the blade. The tip of the sword touched the Blood Lord's head, and his head began to be devoured by the chaotic nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. Yang Yao swept through completely, and the location where the Blood Lord had been, along with his body, had completely turned into a void of chaotic nothingness. Gao Yang frowned, for he did not see the system notification appear, which meant that the Blood Lord had not died from this strike. He looked up at the sea of blood above, which had shrunk by more than half, and understood. Battle chi bloomed beneath his feet. Gao Yang took a step forward, and in the next instant, he was closing in on the boundless sea of blood. Yang Yao slashed out mercilessly toward the sea of blood before him. Clang, clang, clang. Crisp sword chimes exploded continuously. Wherever the blade passed, the sea of blood churned and evaporated into large clouds of fly ash. The sea of blood continued to shrink. At the same time, streaks of blood-red light seemed to be attracted to him, shooting toward Gao Yang from all directions, one after another. Bloodstains appeared on his body. Gao Yang did not care in the slightest. The damage these blood-red lights dealt to him was minimal. Each streak took away about 0.1% of his health. Even though these streaks of blood-red light were practically endless, they could take away at most 0.5% of his total health per second. And with his current total health, his base health regeneration rate was 3% per second. This was while he was at full health. One must know that because of the effect of the myriad tribulations and dying, his health regeneration rate soared as his health dropped. For instance, right now, because he had traded blows with the Blood Lord, his health had dropped to 71%. Now it was 72%. The act of stacking health points, which he had been doing all along, finally played its due role at this very moment. Sensing the faint, stinging pain radiating throughout his body, Gao Yang suddenly accelerated the speed of his sword swings. Yang Yao transformed directly into a massive blade capable of cleaving the heavens, beginning to strike madly at the sea of blood before him. With every sword strike that fell, a vast amount of seawater had all its vitality extinguished by the law of slaughter, turning into fly ash and dissipating. The Blood Lord had yet to appear, and Gao Yang did not stop his onslaught for even a single moment. For a full 2 minutes, Gao Yang and the Blood Lord attacked each other in this manner, neither side intending to hold back, until Gao Yang swung his sword once more, only to have it slammed by a blood-red hand spanning 1,000 meters in radius. The blood hand shattered, and the trajectory of Yang was deflected. Blood god tribulation. A roar resounded through the sky. Gao Yang's expression shifted, and he allowed his will to cover his entire body like water, without reservation. In the next instant, a series of dull, muffled explosions erupted from within Gao Yang's body, and one cluster of blood mist after another bloomed from the surface of his skin. With every bloom of blood mist, his health points would slide downward by a fraction. In just 1 second, the number of explosions from within Gao Yang's body exceeded 1,000, and trumpet-shaped, mangled wounds appeared all over his frame. Following this strike, the sea of blood, which had originally spanned 100,000 meters, shrank abruptly to only 10,000 meters in radius. The interior of the blood sea filled with countless unerasable slash marks. The sea of blood surged, and a face spanning 1,000 meters in radius emerged. The moment it appeared, it roared at Gao Yang. "You have suffered 1,000 attacks from my blood god tribulation. Why are you still not dead?" Gao Yang raised his head to meet the gaze of that giant blood-colored face. "This move of yours is indeed very strong. In the previous attacks, you kept eroding my blood, stacking your so-called tribulation blood, and the final detonation power was quite good as well. However, it is a pity, it is still not enough." The Blood Lord's move was indeed powerful, having several times brought his health below 10%, but every time his health dropped to that point, his life regeneration speed would skyrocket. His health points jumped back and forth amidst this damage and recovery, ultimately maintaining itself in the 15% range. It could be said that if the Blood God had been even slightly stronger, he might have truly been able to push him into a near-death state. The Blood Lord was stunned, followed by an indescribable terror flashing in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he had already merged with the sea of blood. To restore his physical body, the first priority would be to completely wear away all the slash marks within the blood sea. But clearly, Gao Yang would not give him that time. As for running away, such a thing was simply impossible. The Blood Lord wanted to say something more, but he saw that Gao Yang had already raised the silver-white greatsword in his hand once again. "So, Blood Lord, goodbye. Rest assured, besides you, the others from the Pantheon will soon follow you as well." After Gao Yang finished speaking, Yang transformed into a gale once more. Chapter 1078. The sword that shatters fate for K. The sea of blood churned. As the strike fell, large swaths of blood turned into fly ash and dissipated completely. Within the sea of blood, the Blood Lord's consciousness was enduring the scorching heat of a star at close range every single moment. The dual blow to both his physical body and soul made it impossible for him to condense his form, leaving him to passively endure Gao Yang's endless strikes in the form of a blood sea. And the extreme power of destruction contained in every one of Gao Yang's strikes filled the Blood Lord with terror. As the Lord of 10,000 Bloods, the 13 unique talents the Blood Lord possessed were all related to blood. In the path of the law of blood, he had traveled very, very far. The most intuitive manifestation of having traveled far along the law of blood was having tenacious vitality and a lifespan that could be called endless. But it was precisely this situation of being nearly impossible to kill that changed entirely after encountering Gao Yang. After the battle began, the Blood Lord discovered that he could not control the blood inside Gao Yang's body. The opponent's body was like the hardest, magic-repelling diamond, completely isolating itself from the world. Not being able to control the blood was one thing, but the Blood Lord had gathered all the blood spilled here by every existence over the past 1,000 years on the blood war front line to construct a boundless sea of blood, providing himself with unimaginable life vitality, as well as attack and defense capabilities. Yet, doing this still could not suppress the opponent. The opponent had even nearly split his sea of blood apart with just a casual swing of his sword. The subsequent series of events made the Blood Lord realize that this prey in his eyes had evolved into a terrifying giant beast capable of easily tearing a hunter to shreds. Even he, who could fight head-on against powerful divine-level deities, was going to fall under the opponent's sword. However, fortunately, what he had comprehended was the law of blood. His head-on combat ability might not be as strong as other high-level members within the Pantheon, but his ability to preserve his life was top tier. As long as his source blood existed, he could be reborn at any time in the body of a blood servant. Fortunately, he had tens of thousands of such blood servants. distributed across nearly 1,000 crystal wall systems. To kill him completely, one would not only have to kill his true body but also slaughter all his blood servants. Otherwise, as long as one remained, he could borrow a body to be reborn at any time after such a rebirth. Although his power would decrease, he would only need a little time to return to his peak. The Blood Lord was certain that Gao Yang absolutely did not know this. Therefore, he had to act out the entire performance. He had to ensure the opponent would not harbor any suspicions. Thus, as Gao Yang continued his strikes, the roars within the sea of blood became increasingly anxious and terrified. In the end, they had even transformed from the previous roars into pleas, begging Gao Yang not to kill him. Facing the Blood Lord's pleas, Gao Yang's movements did not pause in the slightest, and Yang Yu's strikes became increasingly violent. Clang! With another sword strike falling, Gao Yang looked at the blood mass before him, which was now no more than 3 meters in radius, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The original boundless sea of blood had been reduced to only this much under his constant strikes. One more sword strike would be enough to completely kill this high-level member of the Pantheon. The Blood Lord's methods were too bizarre, and his strength was extremely high. Soul-searching would likely have no effect on him. Therefore, he did not intend to waste words with him. Killing him with one sword was enough. Gao Yang, please. Gao Yang looked at the mass of blood before him, with a thought. A scroll radiating infinite killing intent flew out from his chest and naturally coiled around the blade of Yang Yao. The moment the immortal executioner a diagram merged with Yang Yao, a dark red sword aura erupted from the blade. It was the manifestation of the rules of slaughter, rendered nearly tangible. Gao Yang stared at the blood mass, slowly raising Yang Yao. He did not know what methods the Blood Lord possessed, nor did he know if the opponent had any means of resurrection. But none of that mattered to him. He did not know the Blood Lord's trump cards, and correspondingly, the Blood Lord did not know the methods he possessed either. If the Blood Lord knew that the strike about to descend would contain a massive amount of true damage, he would absolutely not be as calm as he was at this moment. Under Gao Yang's will, platinum-colored solar battle chi began to pour continuously into Yang Yao. Platinum spiderweb patterns emerged on the dark red blade, and boundless killing intent shrouded the heavens and earth in a thick, blood-colored shadow. Sensing the killing intent radiating from this sword, the Blood Lord suddenly felt an unprecedented fear in his heart, as if once this sword fell, his life, his will, and everything he was would come to an end. It was the panic brought about by the severance of all things. It was the terror born from having every possibility of the future cut off. Under the immense fear between life and death, the Blood Lord could no longer remain calm. He agitated his spirit to shake the sea of blood and roared at Gao Yang. "Wait, I have something to say." The blood mass churned, his voice thundering. Opposite the blood mass, Gao Yang lowered his eyes, and the Yang Yao held high in his hand descended slowly with unwavering determination. No need. Immortal execution sword, life severance, Jiang. A sword hum accompanied by a scarlet sword aura suddenly pierced through the blood-colored sky. Ripples of the sword spread out, clearing away and annihilating all prying gazes nearby. Not good. The instant Gao Yang's great sword fell, the magic mirror in the golden township floating city above the bronze fortress shattered into 2 halves. Ange Bailey's heart pounded wildly, and without hesitation, he steered the golden township floating city away from the area. The golden township floating city flickered continuously, appearing hundreds of thousands of meters away with every blink. Inside the floating city, House and the others looked toward the direction of the plains of ascension. Although it had only been a fleeting glimpse, a slash mark now appeared in the depths of all 9 of their pupils, and a slight stinging pain continuously assaulted their spirits. Across such a vast distance, and through the layers of magical defenses of the floating city, just a single glance had nearly annihilated their souls. It was hard to imagine what the outcome would be if one were to face this sword head-on. What else could it be? Hiding within the blood mass, the Blood Lord sensed the dark red great sword descending upon his head, and boundless terror emerged from the depths of his consciousness. He sensed the falling great sword, and at this moment, memories so distant that he himself thought they had been forgotten surfaced in his consciousness like a revolving lantern. For some reason, the Blood Lord felt an unprecedented peace in his heart at this moment. The terror, unwillingness, and fear suddenly vanished without a trace. Outside the window, summer cicadas chirped incessantly on a large tree. The Blood Lord, dressed in coarse linen clothes, stood on a podium. Before him were rows of youthful faces and curious eyes. "We shall begin the lesson now." The Blood Lord tapped his finger lightly on the table. Below the podium, more than a dozen young children stood up, their crisp voices joining together. "Greetings, Master." The Blood Lord smiled slightly, looking at these youthful faces, his heart filled with gratification. These were his students, who had grown into adults step by step under his guidance. There was nothing more fulfilling to him than teaching and nurturing others. However, where were his students now? The Blood Lord suddenly realized that after his first trial in the abyss, his students had been eaten as rations by him when he was nearly at the end of his rope. "I should have died in that nightmare back then." The Blood Lord sighed softly, and boundless regret filled his heart at this moment. The scarlet greatsword fell. The blood mass solidified for an instant, and then it disintegrated inch by inch, as if it had never existed in this world. The moment the blood mass collapsed, in innumerable places and across different planes, tens of thousands of figures, men or women, old or young, engaged in different occupations, all paused simultaneously. Then, their bodies began to disintegrate, turning into fly ash and vanishing in an instant. The immortal execution sword. Life severance was itself a human calamity. Life severance. It was a sword technique created by Gao Yang, combining his own destiny weight and the rules of slaughter, along with his own insights into the Tao of the sword. This sword was used only for termination. Once struck, it used destiny weight and the rules of slaughter as a foundation to transform into a sword of void, striking at the opponent's destiny. As long as the opponent's destiny weight did not exceed his by 3 times, their destiny would inevitably be shattered by this sword, and they would then be completely erased from existence by the rules of slaughter. The prerequisite for completing this sword was to kill the opponent's physical body with the blade. Only then could the sword of life severance take effect. Watching the Multiverse Network notifications scrolling like a waterfall before his eyes, Gao Yang understood that the strike against the Blood Lord had taken effect. The Blood Lord's destiny had been completely shattered and erased by this sword. Without destiny, there was naturally no foundation for survival. Even if the opponent had kept resurrection contingencies or had countless spare bodies, they would have all perished simultaneously the moment their destiny was shattered and erased. Multiverse Network notification. You have killed a legendary human. You have gained 30,000 legendary XP. Multiverse Network notification. According to your legendary class effect, you have gained an additional 900,000 legendary XP. Multiverse Network notification. You have killed a transcendent ORC. Multiverse Network notification. After fully 10,000 Multiverse Network notifications, Gao Yang finally saw the final kill notification. Multiverse Network notification. You have killed the Lord of 10,000 Bloods, Zeno Stone. You have gained 200 legendary XP and 50 legendary reputation points. Multiverse Network notification. According to your legendary class effect, you have gained an additional 40 million legendary XP. Omni Network prompt. Divine hunting successfully activated. This hunt is now complete. You have obtained Life Essence Crystal *79, Constitution Fragment *14, and Perception Fragment *8. Omni Network prompt. You have spearheaded a legendary grand campaign that swept across the multiverse, the War of Apotheosis, and emerged as the final victor. You have gained 100 points of legendary reputation. Omni Network prompt. Your related actions have attracted the attention of a multiverse-related concept, primordial slaughter. Your affinity for the laws of slaughter has increased by 10%. Omni Network prompt. Based on your related actions, you have obtained the exclusive limited title, Legendary Calamity. Omni Network prompt. You have obtained the treasure chest of the Lord of 10,000 Blood. So your name was Zeno Stone. Gao Yang shook his head slightly. Only after completely killing the Blood Lord did he learn the other party's name. It was not a regret, however. As for the rewards granted after slaying the Blood Lord, they truly surprised him somewhat. There was no need to mention the legendary XP. The Blood Lord had actually contributed a full 79 Life Essence Crystals. This alone was enough to demonstrate just how powerful the Blood Lord's vitality truly was. Furthermore, The Blood Lord had even contributed a point of legendary constitution, a tribute directly to him. Beyond that, this war of apotheosis had also attracted the attention of a multiverse-related concept to him: primordial slaughter. Before this, Gao Yang had not known of the concept of the primordial. However, combined with the effects after this concept took notice, he already had a general idea. The concept of primordial slaughter should be no different from primordial life, primordial death, or primordial light. In short, it was one of the most essential laws that constituted the multiverse, or rather, it was one of the most fundamental rules by which the multiverse operated. If translated into the understanding of the Eastern lineage, it would be the Great Tao. Being noticed by primordial slaughter directly increased his efficiency in comprehending the laws of slaughter. In addition to this, he had also obtained an exclusive limited title, Legendary Calamity. Legendary Calamity can be changed once. Title type: Multiverse exclusive limited title. Title restriction: Gao Yang. Title description: None can be changed once. Title attributes: No need to equip. Law comprehension efficiency increased by 15%. After just one glance, Gao Yang revealed a faint smile. Another item that could increase law comprehension efficiency. Very good. As for editing the title description, he would leave that for later. He hadn't even had the time to edit anything for his previous title, Plain Calamity. As for the treasure chest left behind by the Blood Lord's death, Gao Yang was in no rush to open it. There were only a few dozen seconds left until the next Abyss trial. It would not be too late to look at it once he entered the world of the Abyss trial. Time ticked away, second by second, just as Gao Yang was waiting for the Abyss trial to begin. Several new Omni Network prompts suddenly refreshed before his eyes. Omni Network prompt: based on your related actions, you have won the attention of a massive number of multiverse beings for your home plane. Your plane's multiverse fame content. Omni Network prompt: the Earth plane's multiverse fame has met the relevant minimum threshold. 5. New plane construction options have been added. Multiverse teleportation platform. Local plane Omni Network player trading center. Local plane Omni Network player battle platform. Omni Network prompt: based on your legendary reputation and the Earth plane's multiverse fame, a new faction attribute has been added for native Earth plane Omni Network players. Homologous Calamity Intimidation. 5. Will check. 2. Omni Network prompt: based on your recent related actions, your authority percentage within your native plane has increased. New deep level content for your related plane operation permissions has been unlocked. Gao Yang looked at the Omni Network prompts refreshing before his eyes, his heart remaining calm, perhaps for Earth, because of his existence. It was a good thing that it was gradually stepping into the vast ocean that was the multiverse. But Gao Yang knew very well that Earth was still too weak right now. Coming into contact with the multiverse too early was not necessarily a good thing. Of course, because of his existence. Even if a multiverse teleportation platform, the so-called plane teleportation center, were opened, the benefits for Earth would far outweigh the disadvantage. The saying, when one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, was the most realistic portrayal of what was happening now for Earth. The Omni Network players on Earth, and even countless ordinary citizens. Because of Gao Yang's existence, the Earth plane had come into contact with the multiverse ahead of schedule. The Omni Network players of Earth had benefited immensely, directly gaining a new faction attribute, which would inevitably play a certain role in their future adventures. From this moment on, Gao Yang was the public backer for all Earth Omni Network players. This would continue until he actively declared otherwise. As for when to return to Earth to build facilities like the multiverse teleportation platform, he would wait until after he had experienced this Abyss trial. Chapter 1079. The Blood Lord's Treasure. 3K Abyss trial. 0 days 0 hours 0 minutes 01 second. Time passed rapidly. Just as Gao Yang finished reading the Omni Network prompts in a hurry, the time for the Abyss trial hit 0. An invisible ripple enveloped Gao Yang, and the next instant, he vanished from the plains of apotheosis. Omni Network prompt: the Abyss trial has now begun. Omni Network prompt: the ratio of time in this Abyss trial to real-world time is 1. Omni Network prompt: detected that the player has not mastered language comprehension. 200 Omni Network Calamity coins have been successfully deducted. The multi-language translation system has been successfully activated. Omni Network prompt: in the current trial, The player's maximum stay duration, current Abyss Trial. Warring Crystal Wall System Service Superplane. Warring Crystal Wall System Service Superplane. Type: Abyss Trial of Service Superplanar. Commended level: Threat type: All corrupted beings. Trial objective: survive for more than 10 natural days to unlock the qualification to return to the real world. Challenge difficulty and known words: multiverse disaster coins, magic items, rare resources, legendary attribute points. Unique specialty: Plane Core. Introduction to the Service Superplane. As the absolute number 1 among the top 100 superplanes of the Warring Crystal Wall System, the Service Superplane is the undisputed center. It is a must-visit destination for plane merchants and the premier choice for travelers. Every intelligent life form that emerges from small, medium, or even large planes harbors a service dream, fantasizing about being able to establish a foothold in service. However, after an unknown corruption appeared in service, in just 10 days, over 90% of the living beings in the service plane were eroded and corrupted into mindless monsters that only knew how to destroy. The remaining life forms, led by the 3 great empires of service, are struggling to resist the attacks of these mindless monsters, which are like an endless tidal wave. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the territory of the 3 great empires of service has shrunk to 1% of what it once was. Even the high and mighty gods have fallen in this world-ending war, eroded into monsters that only know how to kill and destroy. The world-ending frenzy sweeping across the plane now shows signs of breaking through the plane and engulfing the entire crystal wall system. Trial Taker: how will you proceed? Service United Empire. Commander-in-Chief of the Resistance Army, Legendary Commander Tutor Service, Filthy Corpses. Perish in the fires of our wrath. Life Sect. Those who profane life shall be punished with the utmost severity. Destruction Sect. Praise the supreme source of destruction. Let everything be destroyed. As the discomfort of the teleportation quickly dissipated, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and the information before him began to fade. The situation in this Abyss Trial was more severe than any he had experienced before. The status of the Service Superplane in the Warring Crystal Wall System was almost equivalent to the status of the Eberron world within its own Crystal Wall System. Yet, a world so powerful that it could almost be called the main plane of the Crystal Wall System had now almost completely fallen. What exactly was that known corruption mentioned in the introduction? That even gods could not escape it, becoming corrupted and fallen into monsters that only knew how to destroy. If the Service Superplane were to be completely destroyed, then the entire Warring Crystal Wall System would face the erosive pollution spreading from the Service Superplane as its center. For the entire Warring Crystal Wall System, this would likely be a catastrophic disaster. However, Gao Yang did not care about the current situation. For him now, his goal was simple: kill every existence that intruded upon his Abyss Trial. This was his only goal. After resolving the threat of the Pantheon, he still had to rush to Eberron. His child was less than half a year away from being born. He had to reach the Eberron world before his child was born to witness the birth of his child. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang looked up at the monsters gathering around him, their bodies emitting an eerie dark light. He was currently on a flat expanse of land. At the edge of his vision, he could still see some remnants of civilization, collapsed walls, dilapidated houses, and shattered vehicles. Beyond that were those intelligent life forms emitting an eerie dark light, appearing little different from when they were alive. There were humans, orcs, and dwarves, with humans being the most numerous. From this, it could be inferred that humans were likely the dominant race in the Service Superplane. These corrupted monsters surged toward Gao Yang like a tide from all directions. Even from the sky, their speeds varied, but all carried an infinite desire to destroy life. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword oars appeared out of thin air, slaughtering all the monsters that rushed to Gao Yang's front. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. These monsters' bodies were several times tougher than living beings of the same level, but they possessed no consciousness whatsoever, acting as walking corpses driven entirely by the desire for destruction. One could imagine how desperate the lives remaining in the remnants of civilization must be when such monsters swarmed toward them in overwhelming numbers. The monsters within a 100-meter radius were slaughtered. But this did not stop the others. They continued to scramble toward Gao Yang's position. Gao Yang's perception expanded. quickly locking onto a continuous mountain range covered in ice and snow 1,000 miles away. He then took a step, and his body vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared at the edge of this frozen land, taking another step. He stood at the peak of a 10,000-meter-high mountain. There was no life here, nor were there any of those corrupted monsters, making it very suitable for a short period of closed-door cultivation. Gao Yang waved his hand, and the ice-covered mountainside silently melted into a large hole. He flashed inside, and the melted mountainside reappeared. From the outside, there were no signs of human activity. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the cave and took a plain wooden treasure chest from his inventory. This chest was left behind by the Blood Lord and contained various treasures of the Blood Lord. Gao Yang held the chest, paused for a moment, and then chose to open it. With a flash of pale red light, the chest was opened. You have obtained a plane core to 480G. As the light dissipated, a plane core, which Gao Yang was all too familiar with, appeared in his palm. Looking at this plane core, Gao Yang was surprised, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The plane cores he had possessed were all exhausted during his previous practice of the 8-9 Profound Art. According to his calculations, to practice the 8-9 Profound Art to the 9th level and reach the stage of great completion, he would need at least 1,000 Gs of plane cores. Gao Yang had previously planned to find some plane cores after this abyss trial ended. He had not expected the Blood Lord to have hidden so many plane cores. With these plane cores, Gao Yang would no longer need to spend time searching for them for his subsequent practice of the 8-9 Profound Art. Moreover, the overall improvement in his attributes would allow him to choose more violent and aggressive methods when practicing the 8-9 Profound Art. As for why he wanted to cultivate the 8-9 Arcane Arts, it was naturally because the cultivation of this art was extremely compatible with his own path. Once he cultivated it to the 9th level and reached the stage of great completion, his physical body and soul would completely merge into one, thereby achieving sanctification of the flesh and reaching a level of immortality and indestructibility, coupled with the effects of primordial unity and indestructibility through myriad calamities. Both Gao Yang's physical body and soul would acquire the characteristics of being immortal and indestructible. With the two complementing each other, it would become almost impossible to kill him. Furthermore, after the 8-9 Arcane Arts reached great completion, his control over himself would reach an upper limit. By then, he would no longer need to worry about his power running wild due to insufficient willpower when continuing to increase his attributes. Looking at the plane core in his hand, Gao Yang made a casual swipe, slicing off a small piece of the core. Immediately following this, sword light flickered continuously, and the plane core began to split rapidly. A moment later, the original 480G plane core had been divided into exactly 201 pieces. The largest piece was 4,800, and each of the remaining plane cores was 100. Gao Yang picked up one plane core and stored all the others into his inventory. Subsequently, he cleanly and decisively popped the plane core into his mouth, accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of chewing. The plane core shattered rapidly and was immediately swallowed into Gao Yang's stomach. Rumble. The moment the plane core was swallowed, a faint roaring sound erupted from Gao Yang's abdomen. Rolling waves of heat spread wantonly from his body, and thick veins began to bulge across the surface of his skin. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression, silently circulating the 8-9 Arcane Arts to begin absorbing the massive energy of the plane core. At the same time, his solar battle chi was also circulating at high speed, transporting this immense energy to every part of his body. 2 hours later, the bulging veins on Gao Yang's body slowly disappeared, and his body temperature began to drop rapidly, returning to normal within a very short time. Gao Yang clenched his fists slightly and nodded with satisfaction. A plane core with 100 of energy units had been completely refined and absorbed by him in 2 hours, and the gains were truly astonishing. According to Gao Yang's estimation, once all 200 plane cores were absorbed and refined, his 8-9 Arcane Arts would definitely be able to break through to the Great Completion realm. In just about 20 days, his strength would once again see a rapid and massive improvement. I wonder if you will arrive after I make my breakthrough, or before, Gao Yang muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, the immortal executioner map flew out from his chest and hovered above his head. Strands of dark red light descended, enveloping his entire person within them. With the immortal execution sword domain isolating my aura, I imagine it won't be so easy for you to find me. After saying this, Gao Yang relaxed for a moment, then took out another plane core and swallowed it directly. Soon, rolling heat waves swept through the small cave once again, but all the energy was contained within by the immortal executioner map. Not even a single trace leaking out. Chapter 1080 Savior. Destroy. The service Chao plane consisted of only one continent, and within this continent, there were 7 lakes wider than the oceans. These 7 great lakes divided the continent into 9 landmasses that remained tenuously connected. Among them, the Eternal Plateau was located in the western part of the continent, which was also the highest point within the First Service Empire. With an average altitude of over 8,000 meters, it stood like a sighing barrier connecting heaven and earth, making the Eternal Plateau the final bastion of resistance for the 3 great empires of service. At this moment, on the edge of the Eternal Plateau, atop walls over 100 meters high, rows of war fortresses were perched, with dark cannon barrels protruding from the battlements. Outside the walls, on the mountainside with a drop of over 1,000 meters, were monsters surging like a vast ocean. Among them, one could even see some massive eroded creatures revealing their forms within the tide. On the wall, a resistance soldier clad in metal armor armed to the teeth, holding a magic spear, glared at the ocean of monsters below and growled bitterly. How many more of these corruptors are there? Thinking about that is useless. You'd be better off thinking about what to eat tonight. Hopefully, it won't be those tasteless nutrient bricks again. Another guard said quite calmly. We are the citizens of the First Service Empire. Why, in just 10 years, have we been forced to this point by these monsters that don't even have consciousness? The first guard spoke again, his voice filled with pain. Our army, our king, the gods we worship, why can they do nothing in the face of these corruptors? You are still young and don't understand the situation back then. The second guard was silent for a moment, then slowly took off the metal helmet he was wearing, revealing an aged face. The old soldier looked at the frantically surging tide below, his cloudy eyes showing little emotion. His hoarse voice filled with an indescribable pain. 10 days is not a very long time for any life in service, but it took only 10 days for these corruptors to appear and submerge the 3 great empires of service. When they first appeared, no one knew. It took them a full 2 days to contaminate a single city. From then on, they were like a plague, sweeping across the service continent in just 10 days. 90% of the intelligent life on the continent was corrupted. No, it shouldn't be called a plague. According to the explanation given by the Imperial Mage Corps, their spread does not rely on traditional air, water, or life, but on more lethal pheromones. The mages call it meme contamination. The old soldier reached out and patted the young soldier beside him, continuing. 90% of the Empire's life was contaminated. Any system, any rules, any laws, all were completely destroyed. Even some of the weaker gods, under this meme contamination, fell and became corrupted monsters. Speaking of which, the reason we have been able to survive is entirely due to the exhaustive research conducted by the Imperial Mage Corps. It is precisely because those Imperial mages worked themselves to the bone that we were able to receive mental defense implants before the capital was contaminated, thereby avoiding this memetic corruption. Otherwise, perhaps service would have already become a paradise for these corrupted by now. But fortunately, we have held on for 39 years, and we will continue to hold on 139 years to 39 years, until we have completely eradicated these corrupted and restored the glory of the service superplane.